Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. And what a basketball game last night. You know, I didn't even realize, I guess I didn't even think about it, but Amen and Tari didn't play the first time that they played Boston. Not that they would have made up the 20 whatever points, 30 points that the Rockets lost by. I don't know, maybe they would have. But boy, was it different last night with those two in the lineup. Amen Thompson is getting so much love. We've got some different guys talking about Amen today. He is getting so much love today. He is spectacular. Lance, he might be the best player on this. With Şengün and Green, he might be the best player on this team.
Yeah, I had that conversation yesterday, and that's where I am with him. He is the best player on the team. You know, Şengün, to me, is well-rounded, not real explosive. He's had a little issue this year where he takes things too deep, and then, he doesn't elevate, so he's kind of self-check when he gets too deep with the ball. But it's not as explosive a scorer, on a consistent basis this year. Jalen's definitely taken a step forward, better shooter. But, I mean, I'm in Green. So I'm having this conversation because, my son couldn't wait to talk about the game. And so we were talking about it, me and Mason. And he's like, he's always looking for things that are, but Dad, the problem is I don't think the national media, I don't think the NBA is going to push Amen. First of all, who cares if the NBA pushes Amen Thompson? I don't care. We're trying to win championships here, Mason. We don't care about the NBA pushing him. He goes, because, he's not a good shooter. And he kept saying, he's just not a good shooter. I said, well, let me do me a favor. I said, look up Amen Thompson's field goal percentage. He's like, oh, it's almost 56%, but he doesn't shoot well. I said, he's 56%. He shoots well. I said, he doesn't shoot shots he doesn't make. That's the difference. And he was telling, because it started with, you can't let Fred VanVleet walk. He's a stabilizer. You lost the 2 games he wasn't there. He's a stabilizer. And I pointed out, I said, look, Fred VanVleet shooting 40% from the field and 35 from 3. Fred doesn't shoot well. Amen shoots about 56 from the field. He shoots shots that go in, and Fred doesn't. And I'm like, we got to, okay, Amen doesn't shoot threes. He's not a good three-point shooter. Okay, but he doesn't take many three-point shots.
Yeah, right.
Because he knows who he is, and he's really good at what he does. And he has a massive impact on games. And that's all. John, who has the biggest impact on games on the Houston Rockets?
Amen.
On a consistent basis, it's Amen Thompson on multiple stat columns, including blocks and steals. I can't believe how good this kid is. So I'm at dinner last night with the Panini trading card people, and one of the guys who works for them is Chris Obanaya. Do you remember Chris Obanaya?
Chris Obanaya.
Longhorn running back.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Longhorn running back. So we're like sweating the game on our phone. Like we're watching the games on our phone. We're sweating the games. And he's like, and I was talking to my friend Dusty that from there in Houston. He's like, they've extended the lead like to 11. He goes, it's probably over. I'm like, it sucks. And then before you know it, it's like, oh man, they're coming back. And so it was so fun to be able to have another Rocket fan there. And then so that led to a long conversation because Panini has Amen Thompson as one of the guys that they signed. They were in a fight with Fanatics to try to get the Twins, so that they could represent them for their trading card stuff. And Chris said, tell Jason, who's their marketing director, he goes, tell him how good Amen is. I said, Jason, Amen is going to be he'll be an all-star by next year. And everyone's going to love him because you know what? He is the quote-unquote right way guy. Keeps his mouth, he's not about trying to show you a certain thing. He does it. He's a show and prove player. He is a try hard player. He is a guy who is about team, like all the elements that many of us have gotten a little disappointed that have kind of drifted away from some core level of sports. That dude's it, John, and you know it too. He's like he's what you want in a guy to cheer for because you know the team matters that much to him.
Let's see if so Danny Green,
two straight against Cleveland,
who
two straight against Cleveland, John, and one over Boston now. 2 over Cleveland and 1 over Boston, 3 in a row.
This is the greatest 3-game stretch in NBA history. The greatest 3-game stretch in NBA history.
I'm fine with that.
There has never been a team that has beaten three teams in a row with a winning percentage. I believe it's 788.
Wait, that's not a John Granato thing you're saying? That's a real thing?
No. This is the greatest 3-game stretch in NBA history. This is this team has beaten the Cavs twice and the Celtics, and they have a combined winning percentage of 788, and no team in NBA history has won 3 straight games against teams with that high of a combined winning percentage.
That can't be true.
Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, it's OptaStats that put it out there. No other team. I mean, how often do you play 3 straight games against teams that have a 788? I don't imagine it's happened many times in NBA history that you're playing 3 straight games against a team that's got 3 teams that have an 800 percentage. Maybe back in the 50s when there were 3 teams in the league. But you've also got Danny Green. Del, I put this in. I put the. What is this? What is that noise back there? What are you doing?
It's me.
I know it's you. Can you stop it?
So I've got. I just entered the chat. I just entered the video.
Well, you got to turn your sound off on your.
Well, it's
your
not
laptop.
that. So I've got my computer tied up to my television. But so now my television function doesn't work. I can't turn things down with my television, unfortunately. So I just had to mute. I got it. I muted it. I'm fine.
Okay. So Danny Green was on Kevin O'Connor's podcast. I don't know if it's Danny Green and Kevin O'Connor, whatever. Danny Green and Kevin O'Connor are talking on the podcast, and they bring up Kevin O'Connor. He brings up Amen Thompson. And I don't know. You got Dennis Rodman. I think that's a bat because Amen is a better scorer than Rodman ever was.
Well, it's all defense. It's just a defensive. It's more of a defensive comment.
Yeah, I'm not crazy about the analogy of the comparison of Rodman because, well, first of all, I don't know anybody wants to be compared.
Well, no,
Rodman.
but it's a I said Rodman with the Pistons, where he guarded multiple positions, energy guy, 6th man. Obviously, Amen's changing as a starter. Like this is all changing.
Well, let's see if you agree with Danny Green's comparison. Here's Kevin O'Connor first, and then Danny Green.
What's Amen Thompson's ceiling?
When I look at Amen Thompson, I'm thinking like for some reason Andre Iguodala comes to mind. You know what I'm saying? So like I could see that being like his ceiling. You know, he could be that type of player. You know, Iggy came in very athletic, long arms, wings, defender. Became all-star at one point in Philly.
And that's the thing with Amen Thompson. It's like the Rockets offensively, they use him as a screener, on ball, off ball. He's in the dunker spot.
He's athletic enough to play all 5 positions. He's quick enough. He could jump. He could play the 4 or 5. He said he could be a roll lob threat guy. Like he's just athletic as hell.
Iguodala.
That's not bad. You know, I was thinking more clearly body type because they were both wiry. Like he and Rodman have the same body type when Rodman was in the Pistons.
He did.
Wiry, long. You know, but when you think of impact on games, that's a more complete. Yeah, it's a much more complete comparison is Iguodala, who also became a better shooter later in his career. So, yeah, that's a good one. I mean, I'll take it. Andre Iguodala is one of the great gamers and winners that no one ever talks about. So that's fine with me. As long as you compare him to a champion, that's fine.
Yeah, right. And Iguodala's a champ. Yeah.
Yeah.
Iguodala. This group is capable. First of all, wait a minute. Before we get to that, Ime is he's borderline genius. The other night there was Indiana was playing at home, and they lost the game. They were tied, and they were down, and they had an inbounds play where 2 guys were standing next to each other, and somebody tweeted out, "This is the worst inbound play I've ever seen. Mike Woodson is just terrible." So then last night, tied at 110, did you see the inbounds play? They ran everybody off and came back with Şengün one-on-one, and Van Vliet hits him, and he dunks it on a side inbound play because Ime had seen how they were chasing even away from the basket. Everybody went away from the basket. Şengün goes towards the basket, easy dunk, and Rockets take a 112-110 lead. You want to talk about now? Not only is it these players, but Ime pulling the puppet. He's the puppeteer, and look at it. I mean, it's so amazing. These are a lot of almost all the same players that Steven Silas had, and I don't want to get back into Steven Silas but look at the difference when you've got a coach like this and how good he is.
Well,
just
knowing
ball.
But Amen versus Kevin Porter Jr., both ridiculously talented. One of them is a focused talent that is disciplined, and one of them is just Kevin Porter Jr. Like, it's almost not fair. Look, it's not fair to say the same players because those players were 3 years younger.
A lot of the same, but the attitude is totally different. Even the players that were here, their attitude is totally different.
But it's good to get, but Van Vliet played a big part in helping to change that.
If Kevin Porter Jr. was here, he'd buy in too.
Nah.
He would buy in. Absolutely.
Nah.
Yes, he would.
Kevin Porter Jr. would be gone already.
Well, Kevin Porter Jr. is gone already.
He'd never be here because he's not a buy-in player and never has.
If you play for him,
I don't want to hear that guy's name. I don't even want to hear Kevin Porter Jr.'s name anymore.
You're the one that brought him up. You're the one that brought him up.
Yeah, but I mean in a negative way. Don't bring him up in a positive way. Like, he'd buy into. No, he wouldn't. Kevin Porter Jr.
Yes, he would.
Kevin Porter Jr.
Everybody buys into.
Wildly immature. He's a woman puncher. Come on, dude. He's not even. That guy doesn't.
Why are you talking about Kevin Porter Jr.? Stop. Listen. So after the game, Amen. Vanessa's interviewing Amen, and oh, by the way, Dylan Brooks. Holy crap! 10 threes. Are you kidding me? That dude was on fire. And who had Dylan Brooks tying James Harden's record for most threes by a Rocket in a game? If you had that one, go cash that ticket because it's paying big money. That Dylan Brooks would be. It's ridiculous. But how about he said? Amen came up and Vanessa asked, "Did you what? So how did you know that was going to go in?" And Dylan Brooks goes, "I knew that MFer was going in. Only he said the bad words on TV." Okay. And that's not nice to be saying bad words like that when the kids are watching. Okay. And the kids were watching last night. Everybody was watching last night. Hey, Amen gets the ball with the game on the line, with the game tied. I'm okay. I'm okay with that. They don't have, like a lot of teams, it's going to be Tatum or it's going to be Brown. It's going to be, whatever. A lot of teams have the guy that they know is going to have the ball with in his hands. The Rockets don't. And you know what? I'm fine if it's Amen. I'm fine. Almost any of these guys. Can you pick a guy that you wouldn't go? Even Dylan Brooks, even it'd be okay. It'd be okay if Dylan had if Jalen, if Van Vliet, if Alpy. They've got 5 guys, which makes it even tougher for the defense because now they don't have just one guy that they got to make sure doesn't get the ball.
You get beat in so many ways. Van Vliet can have a monster game out of nowhere.
Right.
The Dylan Brooks thing, this is unheard of. This was never. We got 5 inches of snow, and Dylan Brooks hit 10 threes, and 2025 is just different. There's nothing. There's nothing. These two things will never happen again in our lifetimes, as we know it. We're not going to see 5 inches of snow. We're not seeing 11 inches of snow in New Orleans, and we're not seeing Dylan Brooks hit 10 threes ever again. But it happened. And Jalen Green was a relative non-factor. Alperin was a relative non-factor scoring-wise. He did have 9 assists to go to those 9 boards. And Tari Eason did not have an explosive game. And yet you beat the Celtics in Boston, because 2 guys had, one of them is an emerging star, and one of them just caught a heater. And so, it used to be you had to have Alperin. You weren't talented enough at one point. So Alperin and Jalen both had to play well. Then it was, okay, you got better talent. but one of your two stars, one of the big two, have to play well. I don't know who the big two. It's either the big three or it's the big one right now.
I don't. You know what, man?
They're not on his level, John.
Man, if I'm Jabari, I'm like, man, where am I going to get minutes now? Where am I getting minutes now? Holy crap!
That's what I told
Jabari's
Mason. Mason's like, we got to keep. He said we got to keep Van Vliet. I said, Mason, you're not going to play your third pick of the draft. You're not going to sit him on the bench for 2 straight years. That's not happening. Reed Shepard's playing next year. He's got to get minutes to start developing. Yeah, but he shot so bad. I said, he just hasn't played. He just needs confidence. The same way all these guys, you told me they were all terrible in the past, and they all get better when they play. They're young. They have to play. Reed Shepard has to play next year. He's not going to play this year. Van Vliet's just got to go. And there's nothing against Fred, but you're paying that much. Ahmed's got to play. Tari's got to get his minutes. You already know Cam Whitmore's going to be throwing fits left and right when he doesn't play, but when he gets in, that dude can ball. Reed Shepard's got to play.
He didn't even show up last night, and they said it was a stomach issue. I don't know. We got a break. You want to get in? You want to talk about this team? Because it is good. It's, the greatest 3-game stretch in NBA history is what it is. Let's talk Houston Powder Coaters right now. This is a great stretch of 20-plus years that these people have been doing it. Robin is fantastic. Everybody over there is fantastic. They are going to make sure that whatever it is that you have that's metal, that patio furniture. And I love, she brought out to one of the golf tournaments. They always show up for our golf tournaments, and they bring stuff, and they bring these giant bottles of alcohol, and they're awesome, and they spin the wheel. But they brought out a chair that resembled, I'm not sure, but it resembled Astros colors. And I was like, wow, that is really, really cool. And if you're somebody that tailgates at football games, whatever football game, do you go to a burnt orange game, do you go to a maroon game, do you go to red, white, and blue game, whatever it is, wherever you tailgate, having the furniture that looks like your team is pretty cool. And Houston Powder Coaters does that. Houston Powder Coaters will fix the straps and have all of the different stuff. If your patio furniture is banged up, beat up, and you're like, I don't know if it can be saved, just text Robin and she'll tell you. She'll let you know. You got to buy new stuff? Or no, we can fix that. And listen, Houston Powder Coaters is reputable. They'll pick up your stuff and deliver it absolutely free. You're looking for the best way to save whatever metal it is, HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Your Rockets win last night, beat the Celtics by 2. Amen Thompson with the game winner with 0.7 seconds left on the clock, and the Rockets take that one, win 3 straight. Now they got Atlanta tonight. You got to travel to Atlanta. Cam Whitmore didn't make the game last night. They said he had a stomach issue. He had 10 minutes the game before. That might have been an issue, but whatevs. They're going to be hopefully back at full strength. Cam Whitmore has contributed, and it'd be nice if he could keep his head together while he gets his minutes here and there. He's played a pretty good role. Everybody's playing a role, and you mentioned it. Hey, Steven Adams has been great lately. Steven Adams has been a beast. Steven Adams was huge the other night against Cleveland with 14 points and all those rebounds, and then last night again he comes in and he absolutely gives you great minutes. Just everybody contributing. Everybody just is. It's just great. This is a lot of fun to watch. I don't know which one I like watching more, the Rockets or the Cougs. I don't know which one I like more, but they both play with white hot intensity, and it's all because of those coaches. It's all because of those coaches. Because if you don't play that way, you ain't gonna be on the floor. If you don't play like you care, when I remember Jeff Van Gundy used to, we didn't bring the energy tonight. It was like, how can you got 82 games? How can you not bring the energy every night? It's it. You're making millions and millions of dollars. And these guys, they bring it every night. It's so fun. This is a fun team to watch. Tim Legler. Amen Thompson is the toast of the town. Well, Tim Legler has – now, you said you think by next year Amen's going to be an all-star.
Yeah, because he's picking up a lot of heat from people who need to know about him.
Well, right. I mean, he's getting a lot of love. There's no question about it. I don't know if his numbers, especially this year, are going to – maybe next year he'll be appreciated more. He's a jackknife, right? He's a guy of all – but he's not a proficient scorer. Well, he's really good at scoring. He just doesn't do it in bunches. He had his career high last night with 31. Here is what Tim Legler thinks is the potential of Amen Thompson.
2 back-to-back wins against the Cleveland Cavaliers for Houston. And the guy I want to point out is Amen Thompson and what he was able to do in those 2 games, man. Basically just under 20 points a game over the 2 games, 50% from the field. Of course, gives you typically the great defense all the time, but also 15 boards, 7 assists. So in the 2 games against the Cleveland Cavaliers, one of the 2 best records in the NBA, he goes for basically 20, 15, and 7 in those 2 games with lockdown defense. So Amen Thompson gets my shout out. Very impressive player, man. And I'm very curious to see as his career progresses, if he adds a little bit more to his handle and his ability to shoot the basketball with range. You've got an all-star, a perennial all-star on your hands. Hell, he might end up being one anyway if he doesn't add that. But if he does,
Agreed.
That's where he's going to fall. He's had such an impact on this team and is so much a part of what he does every day. He's responsible for where Houston sits at 2 in the West. And we talk about Şengün a lot. Jalen Green gets a lot of hype because he goes off and is super explosive. Amen Thompson is just this rock every night, man, that's getting it done. And does it without ever cracking the look on his face, which is the most stoic face you're ever going to see on a basketball court, which I love too. He's all business.
So when I talked to the guy from Panini, I said, who negotiated when you were negotiating with Amen and Asur? Who did the negotiating? And he said it was their dad. And I said, what kind of dude is he? He goes, just serious-minded dude. And you knew someone like. It's probably going to be their dad said, this is the way you do things. You do things focused and you're serious about business. You don't F around. You don't goof around. When you're on the court, you do things a certain way. And this is why, and Bravo said this in the chat, and this is what you and I were were also saying. And I was literally terrified that the Rockets were going to bring back James Harden. I mean, I was literally terrified. He said the reason Ime didn't want Harden back, you got to instill his own sense of winning basketball, not that BS I am the system James Harden stuff that doesn't work when the game actually counts. We still got to do something in the postseason, but I feel way more confident about this team than any James Harden-led teams. Now, I will say, I felt very confident about the 2018 team. It was the most wins in Rocket history, and we can go to the Chris Paul hamstring. But the fact is, James couldn't, when Chris Paul went down, James couldn't come through for you. I agree. This is what we had talked about. Like this whole James could mentor the youth. Do you know what James would have mentored? This is where the best spots are for ass.
Yeah.
That's the kind of stuff James will tell you about. You didn't need that. I'm sure those guys can find that. You need to know about how to win. Like you needed Ime to be the guy. And James is always a boss over all the coaches. Do you think any player is a boss over Ime?
Oh,
like
no.
James was the boss of every coach he had. And if he didn't like you, once you tried to step up and try to say no to James Harden, James got you up on out of there. And the Rockets enabled that crap. So not with Ime.
No. So right after, and by the way, Ime came in right after you had the draft. I talked with uppity ups in the Rockets organization and about James, and they're like, we ain't doing that.
Ime said that, right?
Ime says we ain't doing that.
Because the Rockets are still hyped up on him.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
the
somewhat.
Organization
And you know what? Ime said, no, that ain't the direction we're going. But they also said, I said, well, okay, so what about the draft? They said we liked Amen the best in this draft, and I said, stop. All right, Wembanyama, okay, slow down. Brandon Miller,
the great Scoot Henderson.
Well, I could see like an Amen more than Scoot, okay, but Wembanyama and Brandon Miller, I was like, slow down, okay, slow down. They're like, no. Wait till you see this kid. Wait till you see this kid. He is special. I was like, okay, what else? Because you got your guy. You got your guy at 4. Okay. He fell to you at 4. And if you redrafted right now, if you redrafted today, Wembanyama would still be number 1, but Amen would be number 2. Amen would be number 2. He is. Brandon Miller is good. Don't get me wrong. Brandon Miller is a good player. Really good player. But Amen is different now. Amen changes. Amen changes
can't
things.
Shoot from 3, and he has massive impacts on games. And guess what? You can become a really good shooter. That's something that can be a learned skill. You can work on that. Can you work on your short game in golf?
Oh yes.
Repetition. Can you work on your approach shots? Yes. That's a skilled sport. Shooting is a skill, like it's a muscle memory action, just like a golf shot. There's not a lot of difference in the mentality and the process of a golf shot and a basketball shot. You have to have your technique right. Your muscle memory has to kick in, so you just do it automatically, and it can be self-correctable. A shot can be self-corrected if you know what you're supposed to be doing, and a golf shot and a basketball shot. That's something that you can get better at in golf, and it's something you can get better at basketball. Baseball, it's hard to hit. Like, you got to have certain, quick twitch fibers.
Yeah, you can get better, though. You can
get better, absolutely. But you're kind of capped out. Jason Kidd started in basketball as a low 30s three-point shooter and became a 40% shooter from 3. Shooting the ball is something you can work on to get better at. I had this conversation with Jim Boylan years ago with the Rockets when he was on Rudy's staff, and we were talking about Steve Francis, and we were talking about shooting, and he said shooting is just something that if it's all about balance, you go straight up. You can't be. He said it's all about going straight up. He said basically Steve just has to change, or any shooter has to change their balance getting into a shot. They have to have a certain kind of release, but everything was just a technical feature that could be corrected if you were willing to work on it. But it's the same thing with golf. If you're not willing to put the time in, you ain't going to get better. Like, you'll have some days where you're okay, but you're not going to get
I put
consistently better.
2
But I feel
hours.
like
I
Jalen
put
is
2
getting
hours
better as
into
a
my game
3-point shooter.
yesterday. Did you? Did you put any time into your game yesterday? No, you didn't.
Me?
Yeah,
Um,
I put 2 hours in. I hit 2 large buckets, 220
I had a
ball buckets.
nightmare. I had a
Yeah.
nightmare at the. So do you know that B is closed down?
The what?
Terminal B at the airport.
Oh,
Did you know that?
no.
No, it's closed. I parked there and went down to and started walking. You have to go downstairs and then walk around to B. And these construction guys go, "Hey, I don't think you're in the right place." I was like, "Well, no, I'm going to B." He goes, "They said B's closed." I said, "B can't be closed. My gate's at B." No, I know. You got to go to C or A and then go over to B. I had to walk
Yeah,
my
you
ass
can't.
over to A,
So
and then
you
I
got
go
to
to
take
A
the
and I
little
get in the
train.
subway. And
Yeah.
I'm like, man, I'm not waiting for the subway. I'll just walk over there, get some steps in. I get there to B. The guy goes, no, B's closed. You can't get in from here. I said, what? No, you got to go to C or A and go on the tram above. I said,
Yeah.
the subway doesn't work? No. So then I had to get on the tram. I'm like, can this freaking airport tell me that B's not working and give me
Well,
some instructions?
why did it say your game was B? Oh my God,
It is B.
Oh. It
It
was
is B
B. Yeah, you
eventually.
couldn't get to B. Oh, that's great.
It's you have to go to B from A or
Lance,
C.
Dell, play the Lance.
There's
Play
no
that one,
such
Dell.
thing. We don't have
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, we do. Raheel used to do it all the time.
Oh, he did?
Lance. Yeah, that's that one. We got a break. We got it 713-780-3776. Mike Garofalo had some thoughts on the Texans' offensive coordinator job and where
You know
that
who
could
interviewed?
possibly go.
Do you know who
Well,
interviewed?
we'll talk about it on the other side. But right now, we're going to talk about Doc Linville. That's what we're going to talk about. We're going to talk about Doc Linville fixing your hair. Your hair. That's right. Because you're 20-something years old. You're 30 years old. You're in your 30s. You're in your 40s. And you're losing your hair? Nah. Nah. Doc Linville says, nah, we don't need that. We don't need that in our life. Either he'll give you the PRP to stimulate your own growth. Okay. It's a really great process. Easy. And it's pretty cool. Or he's going to do the neografting, which is it's a more difficult process. He's got a 3-day anesthetic, which you really don't need a 3-day anesthetic, but you get a 3-day anesthetic. Okay, that's fine. I did mine on Friday, back to work on Monday. Fred did his on Friday, was back at work on Friday on that same day. Okay. I don't recommend that, but I do recommend that you get it because it makes a difference. It's a huge difference maker. I had all kinds of holes on the top. I mean, I was a mangy dog, and it just improved everything. You'll love it. Don't wait, okay? Don't wait till it's too late. Get to Doc Linville now. If you're losing your hair, go right now. 975hair.com, 975hair.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Someone 3780-3776 is the number. If you would like to get in here with us, you're more than welcome to do that. We do have someone that wants to get in here. Who is it, Del? Corey wants to talk about his Rockets. What do you say, Corey?
Hey, this is Corey. I'm in Virginia Beach. I watched the game last night. What a great game that was. Man, I am loving this Rockets team. I tell you what, and especially Amin Thompson. Can the church say amen? So I've been very impressed with, as much as I love the Rockets, man, it's like, I haven't really enjoyed watching this team until like recently under Ime Udoka. I wasn't a huge fan of the Harden Rockets. I mean, I love the team, but not the way they played. And yeah, man, it's just, I'm just very impressed with the way Stone has handled, like, picking up these young pieces, the way Udoka is coaching this team. And yeah, I'm okay standing pat. I don't think we need to make any trades. I like to see how this young squad gels throughout the season and evaluating the offseason here. And regarding your Terminal B, yeah, that's going to be shut down for the next for a little while. So for all the construction.
Yeah, y'all need to know about that because don't even try to mess with Terminal B. You got to go to A or C. You can park in A, B, but you need to go through A to get there. You just take the SkyTram and then you get there and it's okay. But it's a mess, man. I don't know when this construction hadn't the construction at the airport been going on for 3 years in a row, John?
Oh, no, it's so stupid. It's the worst. That place is the worst. Nah, well, LAX is the worst.
Worse than LAX?
LAX is the worst. Yeah.
LAX stinks.
LAX blows. LAX blows.
So I think that something he said, John, is important because you and I always hear from people. We'll see it in the chat room. We'll talk to people and Twitter. Like, I just stopped following the Rockets. Like, you need to follow this team. You need to This team is just a different iteration. This isn't James's Rockets. This is a different team. You got to watch, man. Is there a reason that they can't compete for the Western Conference Championship this year?
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
You can't give me a reason other than they're not experienced enough.
I'll be disappointed if they don't win their first round series, and maybe even I'll be disappointed when and if they lose overall. But this team has the grit. They have the talent. This team can do stuff. This team can absolutely be a factor when it comes to Western Conference. Absolutely. I don't know that they're ready. I don't know that they're ready to beat Oklahoma City. I would take them right now. I'd take them against everybody else though in the West.
Yeah, Oklahoma City is tough, but we didn't think they beat the Celtics either. And now it took a heroic performance from a two players, but I mean they're capable of that on any given night. You don't get easy. They play up to their competition for sure. It is going to be tough to beat Oklahoma City. It is. I mean, Oklahoma City's doing this without Chet, and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is he's a premier superstar player with MVP aspirations this year. They're tough, but that's fine. Like, we'll be their Warriors. They can't be our Warriors. We're going to end up being their Warriors. They can't get over the hump.
Yeah.
At least I'm hoping.
Hopefully that's the case.
And so this young team, let me get this straight, John. So this young team who didn't have to trade for Jimmy Butler to do these things, didn't need to go get a veteran because we're in some kind of panic mode that you got to get some 38-year-old guy who is on his last legs and complaining with another team. Like, I can't believe they're somehow able to beat other teams without having some cranky old guy who's overpaid and thinks he has to be the man on the team. Like, Ime keeps having to parry. That's what we say in fencing. Keeps having to parry off James Harden, parry off Jimmy Butler stuff. Get these old cranky ass dudes out of my way. We're trying to win with young, hungry guys. Stop
Jimmy
trying to
Butler,
throw an
that's
old
been
guy on my team
suspended by his team again 3 times in a
indefinitely
week.
because he's a
I mean, beat
pain
it.
in the
We
ass.
don't need no Jimmy Butler. Sorry, Dell. You get to keep him. Congratulations.
What
A
do you
guy that
mean?
doesn't even play for
Sorry,
the
I
team.
don't care.
Yeah, you
Care.
do.
You
I
love
actually
the
don't
You
care.
care.
No,
You care.
don't care. They are going with the youth movement in Miami anyway, so who knows? Apparently, Brian Windhorst says that a trade will get done, not with the Rockets, but he probably will get traded someplace, just a bargain deal because the Heat just want him out of there. So he's probably going to go find his way out of town, just not with the Suns, because Bradley Beal has a terrible contract. Talk about guys that nobody wants.
Right. Okay. Mike Garofalo was on NFL Network, and here's what he had to say about the Texans' offensive coordinator coaching search.
Elsewhere in the state of Texas, the Houston Texans are looking for a new offensive coordinator after letting Bobby Slowick go the other day. It was a tough decision for DeMeco Ryans. He and Slowick have been friends for a number of years, but this offense was just too stagnant. And Ryans felt like they needed to move forward and look in a different direction, although that direction may be internally. Gerard Johnson, the quarterback's coach, is one of the candidates there to replace Slowick. Just look for this offensive coordinator search to be about a pairing with C.J. Stroud and a way to make Stroud comfortable.
I hope this is not CJ's fingerprints where he wants to be comfortable, because this ain't about being comfortable. It's about having the best offense possible. And if you go to Gerard Johnson, and Gerard may end up being a great offensive coordinator. My concern is that he's got to learn on the job again, the same way Slowick learned on the job. And Gerard has coached under Slowick for 2 years, has not gotten another look at any other offense. His experience is rather limited. I don't know, man. I mean, first year play caller again, first year of trying to figure out the protection stuff. Who's hiring the offense? Is the offense line coach going to be, a good fit with the OC? Because you need to have those things if you can get them. I don't know, man. I worry about it not being a veteran guy personally.
Well, how about this veteran guy, Jeff Nixon? He was the offensive coordinator for Syracuse. I didn't even know this. Kyle McCord broke the ACC single season passing record.
Yeah.
4,779 yards. And Jeff Nixon has worked with the Eagles, the Dolphins, the 49ers, the Panthers. The Eagles is interesting. DeMeco was there when Jeff Nixon was there. He mainly coached the running backs, but he did a pretty good job calling plays at Syracuse last year. And he took Kyle McCord and made him a legitimate quarterback. So not bad, not too bad. He interviewed for the job with your Houston Texans. It'll be interesting to see if that's going to be the case. I just think it's going to be a Chip Kelly. I don't know. I just think or a Doug Peterson. You can't have, like you said, we don't want. First of all, you're going to have another first-time play caller in Gerard Johnson. I mean, how about a guy that's got the experience, that knows, and a guy who has done it and had success at the highest level, and that's Chip Kelly, and that is Doug Peterson. I just think that as much as CJ wants to be comfortable, maybe it'll be better if he's not comfortable. Maybe it'll be better if he's got somebody that can show him some stuff as opposed to a first-time guy again.
Yeah. It's no Lion fan in the chat points out Ben Johnson was a first-time play caller. Look, it's not a death sentence to have a first-time play caller, but you got to be really good to step into. Ben Johnson stepped into a situation where expectations were low. They were building an offensive line. They were drafting a Jahmyr Gibbs. He had a quarterback with a lot of experience who was, a reclamation project, but still had talent. They had an underrated Amon-Ra St. Brown. They added a massive speed guy in Jamison Williams. They're starting from a place of lower expectations. His first year was a low expectation year. That ain't the case with Gerard Johnson. The OC for the quarterback who was offensive rookie of the year and one of the great turnarounds in the best turnaround in our franchise's history from 22 to 23, that guy got fired after 2 years. These expectations are high. These are high expectations. And that's the difference is Ben Johnson stepped into a low expectation situation. Gerard Johnson or any offensive coordinator is going to be expected to come in and beat the Chiefs and Steve Spagnuolo. That's what you're doing. Your expectation is to compete for a Super Bowl, not to try to get better in year one. That ain't it.
No.
You're stepping right into the fire.
Yeah, that's true. It is very true. Listen, Gerard may be great. Is he ready to be to call plays at the highest level?
No, he's not, but he shouldn't be ready for that though, John. It's not fair to expect him to be. You got to give him some time. And so if he gets the job, I'm all in, man. I'm all Gerard Johnson if he gets a job. Just know y'all can't start your fire Gerard Johnson campaign because the Texans will respond and fire his ass as soon as you tell him if you get enough social media polls together, he's gone.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't want to hear that. Time to talk about Craig DeSurf. He's wonderful.
He is wonderful. When we come back, too, we're going to talk about Texans have a new team president, and there may be something in the works behind the scenes. We'll get to that. What's in the works right now for you in Angleton is a phenomenal person in Craig DeSurf. I mention his name a lot because he's the one that sets culture over at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. He did the same thing when he was at David Taylor here in Houston years ago when it was a family-owned and operated car dealership. Once they sold, he went to a family-owned car dealership in Angleton. He calls it Camelot in the cornfields because he said this place is incredible. The people who work here are great. There's low turnover because it is so family-oriented from not just the family who owns it, but all parts down. They have a great customer service team that will take care of anything going on with your car. If there's a problem with it, if it's just scheduled maintenance. Jeff is the guy I deal with when it comes to getting a new lease on the car, my wife's car. He'll drive. I don't have time to get out there. I got draft stuff I'm doing. He drove the new Buick Enclave that I'm driving out to me. We swapped out cars. It's just that kind of customer service. Got all the paperwork done in advance. They make it so easy for you to have a great car buying experience, including price, selection, service, and just a no hassle, no hustle attitude that makes car buying experience fun. It's not something that you dread. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC. On the Buick side, the GMC and the Chevy side, look, go find the vehicles you want. Go check up on the dealer offers, dealer cashback incentives that they have. And if it doesn't look good for this month, go back and check it the next month because there changes all the time with the programs that are offered. It's Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC.com in Angleton.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Did you happen to see any of the highlights from the Dominican League Championship?
No, but I'm curious about what you're going to tell me.
Oh, my God. Dell, did you see him? Have you seen this?
No.
Junior Caminero?
I did not.
He hit a game-tying – he hit a go-ahead home run in Game 7 of the Dominican League Championship last night. He threw the bat up in the – remember, I don't know if you guys – Arnold Palmer once, he won a tournament, and he threw the putter way up into the air, and everybody's like ducking, and where's it going to come down? He threw his bat straight up in the air. It took him – and it wasn't a game winner. It was a go-ahead home run. It took him about 5 minutes to round the bases. He stood. The whole dugout came out. He's high-fiving. This is when he's on his way to first base. The whole dugout is out, high-fiving, hugging everyone. And he finally gets to first base. Then he's just walking around the bases, hugging the third base coach. It is, I want to tell you. Oh, yeah, apparently somebody hit a home run last night. Or I don't know which game it was, but Albert Pujols, who's managing one of the teams, had his bat checked. They had to slice it open. They got a speeds. Yeah,
Albert
got a saw
and
cut it open. Yeah, and
Pujols
there was nothing in there.
Dominican, is he?
Well, maybe it was in another. It was in another one. Maybe that was a different.
Oh, okay.
I don't know. I don't know. Is he in the? I don't know. I don't know. Maybe he's managing the team. I don't know. But
no, he makes headlines while leading team to Dominican Dream.
Yeah.
He is Dominican. Yeah, he's Dominican.
Yeah. Okay, so this thing is. I mean, they don't care. Craig Biggio would have. I swear to God, would have choked to death. Watch if he's playing in this game. Jeff Bagwell could not honestly. He would have punched Caminero right in his face. You don't do this.
Lance Berkman wouldn't have liked it. That's not playing baseball the right way, gentlemen. This is not how we play baseball. Do you remember that Lima said when he played in the Dominican leagues, I don't think it was for a championship. He told us that the opposing team would pass around a coffin with his name on it, like to intimidate people. The fans, I'm not the opposing team. The opposing team's fans would pass around the coffin with the pitcher's name on it or a player's name on it to intimidate them. That league's a little different.
No. Your own fans. If you don't pitch well for your own team, you're dead to them. Mm-hmm. I mean, it is the craziest stuff. I mean, they don't care. And then it was a game winner, a diving catch, and the theatrics are it's fantastic. I mean, that's how baseball should be played, okay? Where you show everybody up every at bat. Okay?
Would Ime Udoka be okay? Let me tell you what would happen if you did that to Ime Udoka's team. You'd have to fight.
No question. The Rockets would absolutely.
Are you okay with being thrown to the ground by Amen Thompson? Then go ahead and celebrate your stuff.
Are you kidding? In the Dominican, you think there aren't fights on the field all the time? All the time. Ime would fit right in. So there's a story here. So there's a story in The Athletic that says the Astros are going to have a hard time signing Alex Bregman, which seems to be what the consensus is, that it's, the door slightly cracked open. Apparently, Bregman wants more, and the Astros aren't budging on it, and it's just probably not going to happen. It's just probably not going to happen. This all might be for show so that some other teams get to move on and actually make a bid for Bregman. I don't know. Whatever the case may be. But it says, so instead the Astros are looking towards Jorge Polanco, who's a second baseman. Wait a minute. So just because you don't get Bregman, we don't need a second baseman. We don't want a second baseman.
We're looking for a left fielder.
We're looking for a right fielder.
Actually a right fielder, yeah.
We want a right fielder. Okay, so stop already looking at Jorge Polanco. No, No. So we could so make sure that we put Altuve in a place where he feels totally uncomfortable.
Didn't
and
the
it's going to be
Cubs?
no.
Did the Cubs not have a right fielder? We could have was there anything we could have done with Ryan Presley that would have involved an outfielder?
Is J.A. Happ still alive? I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. But
Happ.
yeah, I don't. Listen, they need anybody. They need a body. Whatever. Jerkson Profar was in play for a while, and that didn't happen. That would have been really, really nice. Santander signed with somebody. I'm not sure that they could afford. Listen, they can't afford. They're just going to have to go get a guy. That's all they're going to do. That's all they can do. They just, I mean, Presley money, freeing up some money on Presley is nice, but that doesn't mean you're going to get a Jerkson Profar. It just is. But don't get a second baseman. No, we don't want Polanco. What are
Okay,
you
so
talking
John,
about?
if you told me that you were that excited about the Astros yesterday with the thought of and the lineup with the thought of Bregman back, then doesn't that mean they're close enough to, at least for your opinion? And I think most people would think that lineup's pretty good. If they were to get Bregman back with what they've added, wouldn't that mean that you're close to being where you need to be? Like it's worth stepping into some taxes, or it's worth taking a chance financially, a reasonable chance on adding that
Yeah,
next guy?
yeah,
If you
absolutely.
can't get
Absolutely.
Bregman, I'm talking about.
Well, yeah. Okay. Well, I think they want to do it. I think they want to do it without reaching the tax. What still keeping their second round pick? I mean, losing a second round pick all the time sucks. That's not good. So they still and we've talked about it before. The minor league system they need players. They need some guys. They need to restock that. You wanted to do it with Kyle Tucker, and we might have. Cam Smith might be that guy. Might be a guy that you're restocking with, but losing guys. I mean, if you can have both, if you can have Bregman and not hit the competitive balance tax, I think that's the best way to go about it. Whether or not they can, I don't know that they can possibly do it though. And it doesn't look like. I mean, there's a lot of poo-pooing of the Bregman thing. Doesn't I think saying that the door was cracked open maybe got a lot of people excited, and I think people are might be disappointed. We'll see. If it happens, I'm going to be elated, but I'm not sure. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, anything we're talking about, you're more than welcome to do that. Right now, we're talking about Gulf Coast Windows and Jim Fiume. And when we talk about superlatives, we talk about the Pinnacle Award by the Better Business Bureau. People, I mean, this is something that I emphasize a lot with Jim Fiume because there aren't a lot of companies that win the Pinnacle. You got to be the best, all right? And when you're the best, you know what? You get that award. You shout it from the rooftop because it's really, really, really meaningful. When the Better Business Bureau says, I mean, they look at all of the transactions that you do, and they say you're the best in the business at this. And Jim Fiume should be proud. He should be proud when you win the Pinnacle Award, and he has won the Pinnacle Award. So what it means is that you're getting the best product, you're getting the best warranty, you're getting the best installation, you're getting the best service. I mean, all of these things. And Jim Fiume's been doing that for 40 years now in this city. Jim Fiume is one of the leaders in the industry. And when you are looking at putting windows in your home, it's kind of a big deal that they're installed perfectly, that you have the great window, security, privacy, economy, because you don't let the air escape, your air conditioning escape, all of those things. Kind of a big deal. And Gulf Coast Windows is kind of a big deal. 713-849-5454. Tell them you heard it right here. You need replacement windows, GulfCoastWindows.com. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. Your Rockets win last night. Fun game. They play again tonight. 3 games in 4 days. Jabari still hurt. It'll be interesting to see what happens. I was watching him on the bench last night. Cam Whitmore didn't show up. He was apparently had some kind of stomach issue. That's what they thought. So he wasn't there last night, and he was hoping that he would be able to be there tonight. We'll see. He did only play 10 minutes the night before, so that may have been, or 2 nights before, so that may have been something that caused him to have a bad stomach, a bad tummy. I don't know. We don't know. The Texans interviewed Jeff Nixon for their offensive coordinator job. Mike Garofalo says Gerard Johnson is a candidate for the job. We'll see. I mean, I would imagine that they're going to interview him. I would imagine, and they should, and see his thoughts on whether or not he can be the guy. Are
you aware that we can hear you typing?
No.
We can.
Yes, we can.
That's not what I'm doing.
We can hear you, and we can see you.
Yeah.
Because you don't have a microphone to control what is being heard. He just turned his.
He just turned off his camera.
We can hear everything you're doing because you're talking into your phone or whatever the hell you're doing.
No.
My hands are right here.
Now, guess what?
We don't hear the sound anymore. Look at that.
Yeah.
Imagine that.
Yeah, we can hear you typing.
Yeah, anything
you
do.
Make your bed.
That
in the
too,
morning.
by the way.
Yeah, make your bed.
I'm not. What am I? I'm in a hotel. You're going to make my bed in a hotel? Get out of here.
Make your bed. Yeah. So people don't see that.
Get out of here. They had me in a poverty hotel instead of the good one downtown for 3 years in a row. They said, "Oh, digital side, you guys are poverty. Beat it. Out to the outskirts." They used to treat me with kindness and respect.
Well, that's when you meant something to the organization.
Yeah.
Now
I used to go in. One year I was in the Battle House, and Reese's is the title sponsor. We had all these huge Reese's peanut butter cups, and just all this stuff was there for me. Now they're like, get out to the suburbs, basically. Can I get a water in my room? No. I did see Alonzo downstairs though, so our guy.
You did see Zoe? I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I saw Zoe here. The Colts. I talked to Ballard. I said, hey, you come to Senior Bowl? Nope. Too much of a bleep show. I'll just watch Senior Bowl on tape. More and more teams aren't coming out here anymore. Wouldn't surprise me if the Texans, if DeMeco Ryans didn't come out. They just start watching on tape now because there's too many fanboys out here. It's really a lot of draft media type get their credentials and like hoard to the stadium, and teams are like, I'm not dealing with this anymore. We'll just talk to them at the combine, and then we'll just watch practices on tape. We'll see. So one thing we haven't mentioned that I think we need to mention, John, is the Texans.
President?
Texans hired a new team president. That's right. And let me see if I can find Tom. What's his name?
Moman.
I think I deleted. I deleted the presser, but I'll see. Here it is. Mike Toman. Mike Toman, and here's he's the new team president. Now they just got rid of the old team president. Right away, they turn around and hire a new one. Obviously, they knew who they wanted.
They knew what they were doing.
So here's what
Rooney rule on this.
I don't think you have to Rooney rule the president. I'm assuming that guy's a white guy. The name sounds white. Anyway,
I don't know what Mike Toman is. I don't know.
What if he's a black guy and you just Rooney ruled him and he's like, hey. Here's what Cal said. We couldn't be more excited to welcome Mike Toman to our Texans family. Mike is I want you to pay attention to this part. Mike is a proven leader who brings more than 20 years of experience in sports and entertainment to our team. His extensive background in stadium development and passion for inspiring those around him shine during our conversations. As we enter the next chapter of our organization, I'm looking forward to the future of our business operations under his leadership. And in Toman, his background is he worked with Legends, who was, I don't know, whatever Legends was. He was co-president and operating chief officer, where he was responsible for global operations, including domestic and international revenue generation. Legends had several strategic acquisitions that led to substantial growth while establishing groundbreaking partnerships with global brands such as Real Madrid, FC Barcelona, FIFA, Rugby World Cup, blah, 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 all this stuff. He also was involved in commercial engagements on NFL venues such as SoFi Stadium, Allegiant Stadium, Highmark Stadium, the Star in Frisco, while also assisting with the 2024 Olympics in Paris and LA. What he is something that, frankly, Greg Grissom was out of his depth in terms of this level. This is a much more serious level of experience. And Greg Grissom did exactly what he needed to do. I think he did a good job based on everything I heard. But the hubbub, John, is that the Texans are viewing a new stadium. The Texans want a new stadium, new revenue. They don't like the fact that they're potentially out of the mix for Super Bowls because their stadium is, quote unquote, too old. And that this guy has the background experience and the know-how to start working on what it takes to get a new stadium. Now, I mentioned something on social media. It was met with exactly what I expected. Not a positive response.
No.
I know that it's older. It doesn't feel older. Does it feel like, I don't know. I was thinking about it.
2002, it's 23 years old. We got to get a new stadium to 23 years.
Dude, you're tearing something like this down? There's no way you tear this down. This stadium's not ready to be torn down. And people said, no, not until 30. Well, so you got to start working on trying to get some type of public funding, which is going to be wildly unpopular. You better go win a Super Bowl or play in a Super Bowl before you ask the city for any money. Okay. Yeah. Don't ask for any money or it's not going to go well. It's going to have to be mostly privately funded is what's going to have to happen. And because we've already seen public funding is not something that's happening a lot in a lot of these stadiums anymore. But
good luck with that. They're asking for public monies.
I believe that I think this is why he was hired, is to try to lay the groundwork for a new stadium run.
And you know what new stadiums cost now? If you're going to compete with the SoFis and the Jerry Worlds, I mean, because that's what you want to do. If you want to host Super Bowls, that's what you got to strive for. We're talking not billion, we're talking billions now. It's stupid how much these things are costing. And you're gonna ask the public, and you're right, it's going to be wildly unpopular. Now, there's a picture of him in the Chronicle that I'm looking at. He's kind of like me, hard to tell. So I think it's safe to say the Rooney Rule is okay on this one.
Are you hard to tell?
It's safe to say the Rooney Rule is all right. We're all right.
So the Astrodome, construction was built in the Astrodome in 1963. The groundbreaking was 62, construction 63, finished in 65. It's typically a 3-year process. So I don't think, for people talking about, we're not going to be doing anything until 30. No, I don't know. So the Astrodome was they left the Astrodome in 99 or 2000. 99 was the last year in there. What, wasn't it? Yeah. 99 was the last year in the Astrodome.
Correct.
So it was, the Astrodome was open for 34 years. 34 years. Minute Maid Park is 20, going on 25 years old now, I guess. The Texans in this stadium, for the purposes of the Texans, is about going to be going on 23 years old. I would think, to me, it feels like there's really you don't need a new stadium. The only reason you do this was because you want a new toy that gets you new money. It's new suites. You get to charge people more for tickets. It's just a money grab. That's all that is.
It's also attractive for the World Cups and I mean, listen, it wasn't built in mind. SoFi now can do anything. Jerry's World can do anything. If you're going to compete, and Houston wants to compete for world events and Super Bowls here, then you know what? You're going to have to, because they're right about it. They're right that this stadium isn't competing with those new ones. It's not SoFi. It's not even close to SoFi.
Well,
it's not even close to Jerry's
World. You're talking
World.
about, but John, there's one SoFi. I mean, Jerry World is up there too. But SoFi is a completely different animal. It's got its own. Yeah. That is a monstrosity that has a separate area for parties and SoFi is. There's nothing like.
Well,
SoFi
that's what the new Now SoFi established what the precedent of what it is that we're looking for now in the stadium.
You're right. I guess you're right. I guess pragmatically you're right. I don't think it's time. There's something fundamentally that bothers me that every time they do stuff like this, fans are the ones who get hit. And I remember when the Rockets were going after a new stadium, and I was that guy. I guess I was younger, and I was that guy that hey, they need a new, and they actually did need a new stadium. They really did. The Rockets did, and they had to fight and claw. The Texans, the Astros. No problem for the Astros, but the Rockets weren't included, and the Rockets had to fight hard to try to get the stadium passed. And it was not a hard fight for the Astros because the Astros had some success. Well, the Rockets had too, frankly. And so I don't know. Now I'm the guy who recognizes what I guess when you start paying more in tax in property taxes. Not that your property taxes go to that necessarily, but you start realizing, man, why are you? There's nobody that ever pays for anything more than fans. In college football, all the expensive, the everything in college football with the coaches' salaries, all that stuff, eventually fans pay for it. Fans just sit and take it. They just have to sit back and just take it. There's nothing fans can do. You charge them more. You make it to where you price them out of it. And it's just like, ho hum. It's sad that this happens, but this is just where we are. I don't know. There's something fundamentally that bothers me about going after a new stadium. But you're right. I get why it would be. But I'm just fundamentally bothered that fans get stuck with the bill.
Hannah wants to host. Okay, she wants to be the queen of the ball when the Super Bowl. We got to get it here so that Hannah can entertain and have we got to. I mean, don't be selfish. I mean, this is Hannah's team, and she needs a Super Bowl here.
Is that her motivation to be the belle of the ball?
Yeah. Was she not riding in the car in the convertible with behind Beyonce?
Well, anybody would take that.
And they were dancing and
anybody
stuff.
would take Beyonce up on that offer. But when did this turn against Hannah occur? Do you have some background information that has turned you against her?
I don't know when he became.
He's been going after her.
The belle of the ball when he's I don't even consider this him going after her. I just consider this.
No,
I don't know.
There's
a weird energy with him. There's a weird energy.
There's a weird energy between his comments on Hannah, and it flipped. It used to be, thank God Hannah's around because she's got Cal in line, and something it
she's
flipped.
Taking over the family. I really am. If you want to, truth be told, yes, I'm happy about it. Yes, I am.
Lance, do you think he got some information?
I don't know what his deal is.
I got some info that you two don't have, but okay, never mind. Why don't you, Lance, instead of talking? Maybe you could go to Zadok and buy her something.
Listen,
what?
It'd be a lot cheaper than getting a stadium.
A lot cheaper.
Zadok, how much can I get for $3 billion? The whole place, all of it. Zadok Jewelers makes sure that whatever you're doing, you can, you deserve your wife, your girlfriend, fiance, whatever the case may be. They deserve a good gift for Valentine's Day, or maybe you need something to get out of the. Maybe you've been a bad boyfriend or husband, and you said, you know what, I need to make it up to you. I haven't been good. I haven't been there. I've been kind of a jerk. Zadok Jewelers. If you want to impress, if you've been a jerk, if you want that special diamond engagement ring, they can help you on all of them. It doesn't matter. You tell them what you're looking at in terms of a budget, and they'll work with you, telling you, here's an example of earrings, diamond pendants. Here's bracelets that maybe work for you. Maybe she wants a new watch. Maybe you want to just get yourself a new watch. You say, you know what I'm getting for Valentine's Day? I love me some me. And so I'm going to get a really kick-ass watch. And they've got the best brands from around the world available for you at all times. And Zadok Jewelers has been the jeweler for Houston for over 4 decades. They moved into a new spot a few years back, and it's over 28,000 square feet of greatness. Find exactly what you're looking for and exactly what she wants at Zadok Jewelers. Make your Valentine's Day special thanks to Zadok Jewelers. For more information, go to zadok.com.
Coors Light. I was just thinking about having a couple today. Go hit some balls, have a couple of Coors Lights. It's just a good day. I mean, it's something you don't even really have to think about if you want to know the truth. You just do it. You just go grab a couple nice, cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Lights. When I go to a bar or when I was yesterday, they had the clubhouse there at the golf course, and you just go, yeah, well, you know what? Today's a great day for a Coors Light. It's just the way you go about your life. It's just how your life is. Yeah, give me a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. That's great. It goes along with the golf. It goes along with anything you're doing, really, just about anything you're doing. You're looking for the best way to enjoy yourself, enjoy a great time, enjoy some beer. Make it a cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Don't get one of those beers that dirty ass, trash ass beer. You don't want that. You want cold, clean, crisp, refreshing Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's get an Adrian update. Adrian, who's in the hospital, we found out late last week. Adrian was in the hospital, and he listens to the show, and he's fighting. He's fighting the good fight. Let's get an Adrian update. Adrian, how's things going?
Hey, guys. Things are going good. So we got a surgery scheduled for this Friday. I had one scheduled actually today originally, but this weekend I went through some symptoms. I had been healthy and good the whole time I was here for 10 days. Then Saturday I went through it. My blood pressure jumped to about 220 to 240.
Oh,
and
my
I
gosh.
was having trouble breathing. Yeah. So they decided just to push the surgery off a couple more days, which is for the best, definitely, so that I can recover, 100%. So I feel comfortable with that. But yeah, surgery is happening Friday. It looks like I've been good since.
Oh, awesome.
That's good.
Well, good.
That's good, but I don't like that blood pressure being that
No.
high, man. That is crazy high.
What happened? Why'd they say that happened?
So my theory is I ate a bunch of food that day, and it was a little bit of junk food. I had some friends come. They brought some pizza. I'm not going to name the pizza place they brought because I love them, and I don't want to give them a bad name. But yeah, I just ate a bunch of food, and I started not feeling great after that, like an hour or two. And then like a couple hours later, I threw it up, and that's when it jumped. The doctors say they don't think that pizza would cause blood pressure to jump so high, but who knows? I mean, it could be anything with the tumor inside me because it's like I had said in the past, it's in the adrenal gland. So
yeah.
It may be. It's probably unrelated to the food, honestly, but hopefully it wasn't Pizza King, but because that's Dell's Pizza. But no, I man, that's well, glad they got it under control. So what's the surgery? What is the surgery going to do?
So
just
remove
the tumor?
The growth. Yeah, it will remove the growth inside me. They think it's going to be a robot that does it. It's good, so it can make like minimal incisions, just small ones. And yeah, it'll just remove it. They do expect a really good recovery afterwards. They said just a couple of days in the hospital, and then about 4 to 6 weeks at home, which is nice. So I can be back home because it's been a couple of weeks since I've been there.
Yeah, man. Yeah, that's important. Was the is the growth? Is it? Do they know? Is it? I mean, it's a growth, or is it cancerous? Or do they have an update on all that?
So they don't think it's cancer based off the CT scans they've done, but they won't know for sure until they take it out and they do a biopsy on it. But they feel pretty good that it's not cancer. Like I said.
Okay, good.
Yeah. Well, man, keep on listening. We appreciate you. Thanks for the updates. Keep us informed. Let us know how's it going. A lot of people are rooting for you out here, man. So keep it going, brother.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. I just wanted to say about the Rockets too. I've been watching on my phone the last couple games. I said it last time. I'm going to guarantee a championship. It's going to happen. Like, we're at least going to make it to the Western Conference Finals. The only thing that's going to stop us is a healthy OKC if they get Chet back. But without Chet, we're going to have them easily. And then once we make it to the finals, if and when we do, I feel confident with beating Cleveland and Boston, whoever makes it, out of the East. Because, I mean, the fan base should feel confident the way we've been playing. You can tell that the players feel confident no matter who they play. Like, whenever they're down in the fourth quarter, whether it's like 5, 10, 12 points, they just keep their head down and they play hard. Their defense stays on top of it, and they come back. So I really feel like this is our year. We're watching something special this year.
Yeah, it's funny. Thanks, Adrian, man. We appreciate it. Best of luck. Keep that chin up,
Adrian.
So, remember that Astros team that was that just beat the snot out of all the good teams, and then they kind of let up against the bad teams. This is getting a little bit of a vibe with this. I mean, look at the Rockets against the good teams. Top 10 teams. I forget what I should have kept it. It's
like, they're good.
Like 13-3 or something against the top teams in basketball, and then they lose to Charlotte and Detroit. And
but Charlotte is game one. You know what I mean? Like, that was so long ago.
Even still, I mean, this team is. Boy, I'll tell you what, they get up for it now. They get up for these games. They love the competition of these big games. Beating Cleveland twice and Boston, holy crap! It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal. Who's next, Del? Matt wants to get in here. Hey, Matt.
Hey, morning, gentlemen. Who's saying NRG is too old to fight for Super Bowls? I mean, that's ridiculous. The Superdome's 54 years old, and it's hosting T. Sweezy versus those mongoloid retards on the East Coast. Really?
You okay with that, John? You co-signed your guy saying that?
No, but I saw. Did you see the video of Trump signing all these different enactments that he's putting in? One of them was that you can use the R word again now.
He did. That was a joke, right? That was a
that was white a meme. People can say the N word once a month.
I assume it's a meme. I always it's probably a meme.
It is. But I think in Trump's America, I think it's better now. I think you can now. But okay, I don't know.
Dell still dumped it just in case it's not okay.
Okay, do you think?
New Orleans does get it. Yes, New Orleans does not have a new stadium.
No, they don't have a new stadium, but
they got a Super Bowl coming next week.
But New Orleans is a different deal. New Orleans has the perfect setup for any event. New Orleans has the perfect setup for it.
Can you tell me what makes it the perfect setup?
It's the Bourbon Street and the hotels, and it is a convention. It is an event.
So it's not about the stadium.
It's not about the stadium there.
Then it's about the setup. Well, then I guess all you need to do is start tearing the Astrodome down and turning that into a big facility that can do everything you talked about, John. Yeah. All the SoFi stuff you can do. You got space right there. It's full of rats. Get rid of that stupid Astrodome.
Well,
and put exactly what you need there.
Well, don't think the Texans don't want that gone. They absolutely want that gone. They want to raise that and put up the new stadium right there. Perfect plan. Right? Build it right next door.
Well, I don't know about the stadium, but you could build a convention center there. You could build some kick-ass hotel that's right there. You could host the freaking scene. You could host the combine there if you wanted to. You've got everything right that you could do everything right there that they do in Indianapolis, that they do in SoFi. Here's some comments that people made. I'm not going to read that one. Build a stadium for Hannah to throw parties makes sense. You may have turned the city against her because Cal is also the owner. You do know that, right?
Mm. Yeah.
So HRW says, so we need to spend $2 to $3 billion for the rich to watch Super Bowl for 3 to 5 hours every 5 to 6 years. When you think of it, John, think about that. How ridiculous is that? Yeah. It's not even for us. It's not even for us, local fans. Those tickets you're priced out of those tickets unless you want to have, unless you've got 1,500 on the low end, and they actually say so. Buffalo supposedly, if Buffalo had made it, these tickets would have been in the $3,000 to $4,000 range per tickets for the worst tickets. Who can go to that game? Who can afford to go to that? So you need to spend that much so an owner can just make money. That's all it is.
Yep.
It's not for us.
That's all. No. Yeah. No. And it's a
The Texans and rodeo. By the way, you know that Texans and rodeo, they don't pay any of the upkeep, right?
Right.
They
The
don't
Sports
pay any of
Authority.
the upkeep. The Texans and rodeo, they don't have to pay for it.
The Sports Authority does. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
It's
what's your
terrible.
point? What's your point?
When Hannah's
It's
on the Iron
and they
Throne,
want a
come
new
on.
stadium. The rodeo would love it too. A new stadium. Let's go. Let's get it going.
Hannah's not on the Iron Throne.
Let's get a.
Will a new stadium make people go to the
Let's
games,
get a vote
John?
going.
That's a question.
Okay, let's start. Okay, let's vote right here. Dell, do we need a new stadium? Yay or nay?
Well, I don't live in the city, so in Paris County, so don't ask me. I'm not the person because it won't cost me a thing.
Okay. Well, I mean, you can
It
still
better
vote
not cost
on
me.
It won't cost me a thing. I live in Galveston County where nothing gets built.
In this country, everybody votes. Okay, and they don't
I can't.
and they don't even live here. Okay, so you can vote.
I don't think I can vote on that. I'm not a Harris County resident.
All right. Okay, how you voting, Lance?
Okay, on the but you're a radio resident. So how do you vote as a radio resident?
I hope Queen Hannah gets everything she wants.
Queen Hannah.
I hope she gets everything. She deserves it all. I hope she gets her new stadium. I hope she gets Beyonce visiting and giving her every opportunity to be the star of the show. I love Queen Hannah. Is that the vibes, John? Is that what she's putting out there?
I'm with you. I'm with you on this one. Queen Hannah needs a new stadium. Bing, bong, done.
The Iron Throne. Is she the Mad Queen? Because that didn't go well for that city. Is that what she's doing? She's lighting this city on fire with her own aspirations? The Mad Queen Hannah?
No, stop what you're doing to this. This Hannah saved this organization.
I thought so
Can y'all
until
show some
recently.
respect?
That was the vibe on the show until recently. Now things have changed.
Apparently,
not from this. Now, I don't think they need a new stadium. I don't think the fans should come up. Ask some
now,
rich, ask some rich friends.
You just turned on Hannah. Congratulations.
No, take a bucket and go door to door in River Oaks and say, "Can you put some money in here, sir? We're trying to get a new stadium built. Maybe put money in this bucket, just a small check for a new stadium. Stay in River Oaks and ask for money. Don't come to my neighborhood. At Richmond and Hillcroft, we ain't handing out money. We go to get street tacos, but we don't build stadiums over there. That's not my jam.
Somebody said
stay in
over
River
here,
Oaks and ask for money.
Who is this Cal you speak of?
He's the owner.
Well, is he? Is he? Are you though?
Didn't they just get the roof fixed? We just got the roof fixed.
Over in your neighborhood, do you guys go to Taquerias Arandas?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Well, we drive. I don't have one in my. I'm kind of pissed off that we don't have one in my neighborhood, and I'm going to talk to Saul about that because we got to get, I got to get one in my neighborhood because I've got to drive. And actually, on Friday, I'm going to meet with Saul, and really excited about. We're going to go to their biggest Aranda sports bar, and it's a chance for you to, the Aranda sports bar. They have locations in their taqueria Sarandas at the bar that they turn into sports bars, complete with a separate menu of bar food. So they have their standard authentic Mexican flavors that you're going to love, but it's a chance for you to go in and watch your favorite basketball team here that play like a bunch of wild dogs, get after the opponents while you're having beers, you're having margaritas, you're eating your favorite food, and you're hanging out with your boys and your friends. That's the way you do it. Go find a spot that's your spot, pull up and take over the sports bar at Aranda Sports Bar. When you get there, you know that you're going to have the sabor. You're going to have that flavor available for you. And I'm talking about breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and, of course, the sports bar vibe as well. It's Taquerias Arandas. You guys have been before. If you've never been, I don't know what's taking you so long. Get in and enjoy one of your meals at one of the many Taquerias Arandas locations that are around Houston. It's Taquerias Arandas.
HRP is what we're talking about now. Somebody said, yeah. Oh, he dropped the R word, and HRP has got to get involved. I didn't say it. And you know what? And that was a caller, so we don't call HRP on a caller because the callers say stuff. Okay, but if you've got people that are talking out of line at your place of work, then okay, HRP is here for you. HRP needs to handle these things. Saying inappropriate stuff at work, okay? Do you know what appropriate stuff is? Do you have a handbook? Do you have a guide? Have you taught your people how to do it? Well, HRP can. They can do that. They can give you all of the lessons of what the workplace is all about. They can give you all the lessons of how payroll gets to your people, okay? And it doesn't matter if it's commission or hourly or salary or whatever it is, or a combination of all of them, because we got that here. And you, my friend, are the ones that benefit from HRP's knowledge, HRP's expertise, HRP's commitment to making sure that your business runs as smoothly as it possibly can. You have a business. You sell your widgets. Let HRP take care of the payroll because that's not what you do. Your expertise is elsewhere. Let HRP have their expertise in the payroll and HR game. All at hrp.net. 281-880-6525 or hrp.net.
You are listening to Houston's longest-running sports radio morning show from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's John and Lance.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 713-780-3776. If you want to get in here, 713-780-3776. So, did you guys watch the TGL last night, the Tiger Golf League?
We don't get that in Mobile.
Yeah, you do. It's on ESPN.
No, they don't have. They block that out. We're not allowed to see it.
Well, no, actually, Actually, they picked up the Duke North Carolina State game late because the Tiger Golf League was on and it went over. And actually, Tiger won. Just so you guys know, Tiger's team won on a last second putt. It was unbelievable. The huge putt that was made. I don't know who made it. I was in and out. I was watching the Rockets for the most part, but apparently it went into Dell. There's a big stink going on. Why is my TV on golf instead of North Carolina State and Duke?
The college basketball heads were upset. Why am I not able to watch Cooper Flag versus NC State? I got to watch some fake golf event. People were not thrilled.
Dang.
Ripping this country apart.
Dang.
Golf.
TGL.
Yeah. TGL.
First it's Live and now it's TGL. If you get three letter leagues going, all they do is tear this country apart.
It really is tearing everyone apart, if you want to know the truth. Did you see Liam Cohen? Dell, I'm going to put this in here. Liam Cohen, the new Jaguars head coach, he's off to a start a little bit now. Dan Campbell's start was something. Who was the crazy-eyed coach?
The crazy-eyed coach? Adam Gase. Adam
Gase, right?
Yeah.
Yesterday, Liam Cohen was doing Duval, and it was awful.
Duval, that's what it is.
Says you was awful. I don't know if you've met the shows we do on this station. It's going to be great for this station.
You thought Duval was awesome.
Well, he didn't even say it that way.
That's how you say it?
They love it there. That's a huge Jacksonville thing. They love doing that. MJD does it. Bucky Brooks, it's a really big deal to yell out Duval over there.
Yeah.
And what is it? Duval County? Is that what it is?
Yeah, that's it.
We don't say this. Harris.
It doesn't roll off the tongue the same way.
Why not?
Bend.
Because it's not the same. Duval. It's Harris ain't the same. It ain't the same.
I mean, we should.
We should.
Yeah, I mean, it's picking up all our stadiums. Harris is building the stadiums for us, so we ought to recognize Harris is like, oh, Duval gets all this love, we get nothing.
Yeah.
No, when they come to town, I remember a few years ago, I was at a bar on Bissonnette, and all of the sports bar, and all of these Jaguar fans were in the day before to watch college football, and they were all doing this Duval crap. And I'm like, how stupid are you? You're cheering for your county? This is so stupid. Yeah, no wonder you don't win anything. No wonder you drafted Trevor Lawrence. You're stupid.
Well, that was pretty much a guaranteed draft. You had to draft him. Of course, it's going to go down as the draft that had Micah Parsons, Patrick Surtain, Roquan Smith, Quentin Nelson. Like, it's going to go down as one of the most impactful drafts in years and years. And who was at the top? Trev.
Yeah, and he's
Sunshine.
Just been... Dell, you got this, Liam Cohen. Let's just hear from the new coach of the Jaguars.
Speak for themselves. And that's really what this is going to come down to, is honesty. I want to surround ourselves with people that are going to be able to tell you hard truths, be able to show you your blind spots, because that's really, like I mentioned, where growth occurs, when you can truly be yourself and be honest with looking in the mirror, knowing that process to get you there was clean and it was right, and the results will speak for themselves.
That's going to get NFL players going. Honesty's the best policy. That's it. Okay. I'm thrilled with this hire. He kind of looks like it doesn't look like an NFL coach.
Careful. People are saying the same thing about the Dan Campbell hire.
No, well, Dan Campbell was a tight end, a huge man, and Liam Cohen.
Yeah, but the way his press conference,
he looks like
that inspired confidence.
He looks like Opie. I don't know if he's going to be inspired.
Can Opie draw plays? If he can draw plays, I think it'll be fine.
Yeah,
I remember who inspired. You know who didn't look like Opie, John? Who inspired a lot of confidence? Robert Saleh. Now that's
a football coach. That's what one should look
like,
right?
You see the way he gets after. You see the way he's chest bumping players off the field.
If you ain't got no haters, you ain't popping.
I'll bet you he'll whip your ass too. My head coach can kick your head coach's ass. That's fine. Can he win more than 4 games?
Well, okay, so there was a video out that said, okay, Robert Saleh would have never handled this the way Aaron Glenn did. So Aaron Glenn is surrounded by all of these New York reporters, and Aaron Glenn was having none of it when talking about Aaron Rodgers.
Will Aaron Rodgers be your quarterback?
You're going to continue to ask me the same question and get the same answer. We're still in evaluation mode. So for anybody else going to ask that, I'm going to give you the same answer. So don't waste your time. We're clear.
Well, let's answer that. What do you look for in a quarterback? Like, what's an Aaron Glenn quarterback?
A winner. Mental and physical toughness. You're not going to get me.
Well, let me ask you this. Parcells, I know you guys.
So Aaron Glenn ain't having none of it. None of your silliness, New York. Okay? Stop already. Because Aaron Glenn ain't about that. Ain't about that in life. Do they bring back Aaron Rodgers? I thought that would be a bad idea, but I'm not so sure anymore.
I don't know, man.
Will he take a pay cut?
I think it's. I mean, you have to deal with the guy who's going on a podcast every week. A guy who wants courts. He openly courts controversy now. Is that really what Aaron Glenn wants? I mean,
he wants a good.
He's got a chance to play better, but man, he looked kind of washed this year, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, it's still his numbers were actually all right, and
he had no impact on winning.
No, none. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, what's your options? I mean, honestly, what are you going to do? You're going to draft a guy again and hope in this draft? I don't know. I mean, I think if you're quarterback poor, like all those other organizations, not us. If you're quarterback poor right now, guess what? You're in a world of hurt.
I don't know. The Texans are like quarterback middle class.
Well, it's all right. Middle class is nice too. We're not poor. We're not.
Middle class doesn't win you anything, though.
But we're not poor.
We're not one of the poors. We're middle class. I'm fine with being middle. I grew up middle class. I'm a man of the people.
I don't know. There are a lot of like the Josh Allens, the Patrick Mahomes. I don't know if you can win with middle class quarterbacking.
Yeah, you can. How about go to the playoffs?
Who
How
cares
about going to the
that?
second round of the playoffs?
You do. Matt Schaub did that. T.J. Yates did that.
Say thank you. Middle class.
You want C.J. Stroud to strive to be Matt Schaub and T.J. Yates?
No, I want him to be better. Which is it's stepping stones.
Well,
Second year quarterback, Dell.
He better be
new offensive coordinator. Going to call all the right plays, not the crappy plays,
not the bad ones.
That's right. All the good plays are going to get called in 2025.
That's
all
right.
the good plays.
They wasted all the good plays this past year.
Yeah,
calling stupid plays. No more stupid plays. How about making some adjustments, Dell?
We're done with dumb plays. We're done with that.
How about adjustments at halftime?
So
don't score any touchdowns for 5 straight games.
Oh, I hated that adjustment.
What about the adjustment of your quarterback continuing to miss on outbreaking routes? Is that going to be an adjustment?
It's a bad
That's
play
an
call.
adjustment. Yeah, we're going to adjust to that.
Okay.
And how about you call better play?
We're not going to.
He called the play where you missed that throw.
Oh,
yeah, right.
Don't call that. Don't call that anymore.
That crappy play anymore.
Where you're.
You know what? You need to. You know who you need to call? John Daspit. That's who you need to call.
John Daspit will call some plays for you if you need to. He's the quarterback of your legal team when it comes to suing for what you deserve. And if you're injured in an accident, I don't care if it's at your workplace, out on the roadway, I don't care where it is, loss of property. There's so many different. Go to DaspitLaw.com and you can see where John Daspit and his law firm can help you. But what's going to happen is the other side is going to have a lawyer and an insurance company that's going to bully you. Now, here's what they do. They start off, they come in, they say, hey, man, we want to get you taken care of here. We're going to have a check to you this week. And so you can, get back on the road to recovery. We really wish you the best. Here's this check. Just sign off right here. Oh, the old trick, the old trickaroo is what they're doing for you so that you are not able to get what is coming to you for your pain and suffering, where you get all the medical attention that you need. If you've got you're like, man, this knee is not great right now, but I'm sure it'll get better with time. I don't know. Have you had an x-ray? Have you had an MRI? Have you had a CAT scan for your head? Have you had all these things that you may need? Are you set up for rehab, physical therapy? These are things that you need to take into account that the insurance company is hoping that you don't, so they don't have to pay for it. John Daspit makes sure that you are going to be not defended. You're going to have somebody helping you to get what is yours for those injuries so that you don't have to come out of pocket. It's John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm, fighting for Houston and passionately pursuing justice for the injured. Go to DaspitLaw.com or call 713-CALL NOW.
All right, so we're going to be at the Golden Nugget on Monday and Tuesday. We want you to come by. Michael said he was coming. Going to play a little poker with him. That'll be fun. That's good times, good times. So we need you to come on out and hang out. If you're looking for a great place to watch the big game, I would call now and reserve your seat in the DraftKings Sportsbook. What a great place to watch a game, huh? You go to the casino, you're playing. I don't know what kind of game you like to play. If you're playing blackjack, it's 4 o'clock. Time to go watch the game. Let's go to the DraftKings Sportsbook. Let's bet. We got the windows right there. You got kiosks all over. Just fabulous. That's a great, great, great way to watch the game. I love it. It's one of my favorite places. Just 2 hours and 15 minutes down the road. I mean, you'll already be playing 5 hours by the time somebody gets to Vegas and into their checked into their hotel. 5-6 hours. You'll be playing already in Lake Charles. Okay, so the Golden Nugget is awesome. The hotel is awesome. The restaurants, the concert venue, the nightclub, everything. If you're looking for a great, great way to spend a couple of days, even just a night, GoldenNuggetLC.com, GoldenNuggetLC.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5, 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776 is the number to get in with us. We got Gus here. Yeah, Gus. What's going on, Gus?
Hey, guys, nothing. Just a beautiful day here in Indianapolis, Indiana. Hey, quick question. You guys mentioned Robert Saleh and how he's not really what you would consider a great football coach. Should we be worried that D'Amico, that was kind of like his mentor, and that's kind of where, the culture that he came in with, and, you mentioned that he chest bumped, like solid chest bump players and all that stuff. That's kind of D'Amico's MO, too.
Yeah, he likes that. Yeah. He liked it. Well, he loved it. He liked playing for Chip Kelly. He said that, right? He liked that. His coach was enthusiastic. Yeah, that's a D'Amico kind of guy. That's fun, right? That's good, clean fun for the whole family.
Well, he's asking because Saleh didn't turn out to be a good head coach. Is D'Amico going to follow in his mentor's path?
We'll find out.
No, D'Amico's doing just fine. He's doing a lot better than Saleh was.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just because you chest bump guys. Speaking of which, Pete Carroll took over. Pete Carroll loves having fun with his guys. Very enthusiastic coach. He's 73, but he's the youngest 73-year-old you'll ever see. Alonzo's there. Alonzo said, "Man, you want to talk about a fun guy, a great guy."
What's that mean?
Not you have no idea this dude's.
Wait, what do you mean Alonzo's there?
Alonzo's with you in Mobile.
But what does that have to do with?
Well, it's enthusiastic. Just because you're an enthusiastic coach doesn't mean you're Robert Saleh and you lose.
What does that mean? He's the youngest 73-year-old you ever meet. Is he more like 65? 60?
He's more like
was he
60-ish.
Oh,
yeah.
60-ish. Okay. So still
at heart.
So still an older man, but even at heart.
Adele, 50 is the new 60.
Says who?
He's not going to die on the job, Dell. No matter how badly you want to see that with your Schadenfreude.
I didn't say
he's not dying on the job.
But when you listen, he's the youngest 73-year-old you've ever seen. So he's like,
we're both there, Dell.
62.
And we got more energy than you. You got to go take a nap every day. Okay, you're young and you got no energy.
I don't know that that's the case. But I just everyone says he's the youngest 73-year-old you're ever going to meet. So 60? Is he more like
52?
Is he more like a 60-year-old? What do you mean?
More like a 44-year-old.
Okay.
Yeah. Yep.
Sure, to work out great for the Raiders. They always make good decisions.
Bobby Sloak had the seriousness of a 57-year-old.
Yeah, that he was.
So old. Bobby was like a 30-something who was kind of like he was in his 50s.
let's not denigrate Bobby's memory here. We got a rookie of the year.
Denigrated his entire last year. This ain't the start of denigrating.
Bobby, okay, let's rest in peace, Bobby. Okay, why we got Bobby sucks now? No, Bobby was just fine. Bobby was okay. He did. We got what we got out of him. Now go, and I hope Bobby does well for the rest of his career. Okay, let's not be Bobby's. He's the new Dave Clark here. Okay, no.
Yeah, you're going way back on Dave Clark.
Yeah. Well, okay. Who else?
Steven Silas. We like Steven Silas though.
He's not Jack Easterby. Okay, we're not going to do. Okay.
I don't think people are treating him like that. They just look. Everyone wants a play caller gone. It doesn't matter if your offense isn't good in every city. This is not new. Your play caller's got to go. You need a new offense coordinator, new play caller, and a lot of times it takes 1 year. If they don't like you in 1 year, you have to go. And that's not, sometimes a guy isn't going to be the guy, and sometimes you pull the trigger too early, or you hold on and you end up making the right call. We don't know. We'll see what happens. Bobby Slowick has only been a play caller for 2 years. The idea of and he was learning on the job. He was pretty good in year one. Then teams made adjustments. Yeah. He and his quarterback did not do a very good job.
Then his offensive line sucked.
Yeah. I mean, that wasn't I'm sure Bobby wasn't exactly thrilled with the O-line performance either, nor CJ. And there's only so much they could do about that. But Gerard Johnson's going to have to deal with some of the same stuff up front potentially if he were to take the job. Gerard Johnson, it would be his first year as a play caller. I am a little concerned. So, CJ, I think, can be a little challenging maybe for some offense coordinators because he's very sharp. But at Ohio State, as I mentioned before, he only dealt with Ryan Day, not really the offense coordinator. And then here, I thought he liked Slowick more than maybe he did. I don't want them to make decisions. I do want CJ to have some input. I don't know that I want them going with the first-year play caller just because CJ knows him and likes him. That, if you do it, it should be because you think Gerard Johnson's special. You think there's something really he's that guy. It's got to be that. It can't be CJ just wants this, because then all of a sudden you start getting into James Harden territory.
Yeah, right.
You don't want that. You don't want one player to have that much control.
You can't let the player be the coach. Michael Jordan tried that, and if it wasn't for Jerry Krause, the Bulls wouldn't have won all those titles.
Right, that's true.
That's the truth.
And he's the most hated guy in Chicago.
All Tar Heels on the team, and you know what? That's not the way to go about it.
And in your city, ran Jerry Krause out, and they continue to boo him.
Well, it's an awful city.
In front of his own, in front of his widow, they boo him. Your city, John.
Yeah, congratulations.
No, listen, that's the worst. You people, they're terrible.
Your people, those are your people.
Jerry Krause should be in the Hall of Fame. Okay,
bunch of animals out there. Many of your gang members were there booing.
Nobody booed. None of my people didn't.
That
boo.
woman was near tears. Plenty of people booed.
My people.
I want you guys to consider this question for the other side: can DeMeco Ryans survive another subpar OC hire?
Well, we'll ponder it on the other side, because right now I'm looking at whether or not you need a new F-150, F-250. How about the F-250 can tow up to 22,000 pounds? How about a fun fact? The Ford F-Series has been America's best-selling truck for over 40 years. Where do you get that truck? Chastang Ford. That's where you get it. Chastang Ford, make sure you get yours with no hidden fees. If you're a business, work-ready vehicles right now, from service body trucks to box trucks, and Chastang Ford will customize it for your business. I don't think there's a business that they haven't seen at Chastang Ford. They've been the number one commercial Ford dealer in this city for years, and they do it. I mean, there's a reason for that. I mean, when you're talking about the bottom line, all right, businesses want service, they want price, okay, and they want quality product. That's what they get. All three of those things with Chastang Ford. With no add-ons, they're going to get the price, and they know that it's going to be customized perfect for them, okay? Not the way Chastang wants it, the way you want it, the way you need it. And Chastang Ford does that. They give you the price up front, no surprises, just the keys to your next ride. Let's go. You're looking for that Ford car or truck, and especially those trucks, brother. There's one place to get it. Chastain Ford makes it easy with honest pricing and zero dealer add-ons. All the ChastainFord.com on 610 at Homestead, not Hempstead. 5 minutes from downtown Chastain Ford. All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Goodness gracious. What a mess the Cowboys are. Everybody hates the Schottenheimer hire. Everybody hates the Schottenheimer hire. He was introduced, and they introduced Stephen Jones, and they clapped for Jerry. They clapped for Brian. They didn't clap for Stephen Jones. Awkward. What a bad building. We are so lucky to have Hannah. We are so lucky.
Go.
Yep. Yeah, that's right. We're lucky. I said we're lucky.
That didn't sound sincere.
It's very sincere.
Does he know he's on screen? Does he know he's on screen?
I don't know.
Look what he's doing.
What's he doing?
Take your hand out of your pants.
Out of your pocket. Take your hand out of your pocket.
That's not his pocket. That was in his waistband.
It was in his pants.
Yeah. Does he know he's on screen? What's wrong with him?
He's walking around. You know we have a show right now, right?
We can see you with your hand down your pants.
Yeah. No, I think it was in his pocket.
I don't know.
I don't know, but it was
seemed
awkward.
in an odd spot to be his pocket.
It was awkward. And now he's standing right in front of the camera. Okay. So, anyway.
What's wrong with him?
Okay. We're doing a show. I don't know if you heard. Okay. Okay. So, Joe is here. Let's get Joe in here, Doe. What's up, Joe?
Good morning, John and Lance. How are y'all?
What's going on?
Hey, I'm a big U of H fan, and I have a theory about why the Cougs haven't done as well in the tournament. I know they've made one Final Four appearance, but they've had a lot of regular season success. Well, I just want to get your thoughts on my theory. I know they play great defense. They exert a lot of energy on defense. And during the tournament, because they have to play every other day, I feel like they kind of run out of gas, like later on in the tournament, and that's why they don't do as well in the tournament. What's your guys' thoughts on that?
My thought is, if Marcus Sasser could stay healthy, if Jamal Shed could stay healthy, if JoJo Tugler could stay healthy, they lost all of those guys and then lost the games. Now, teams have played hard before. You know, Nolan Richardson had, those teams, the UNLV teams, the Georgetown teams, playing hard is not the thing. It's the injuries that they sustain at the worst times. I mean, you lost Jamal Shed last year. How you can't win? You can't win without Jamal Shed. You lost Marcus Sasser. Who else did they lost? The little guy, the kid who could fill it up from the corner. I mean, it just.
Oh yeah.
They just have had the worst luck, and maybe it's because they practice and play so hard. Maybe by the time they and they're everything is maybe. But this is not the first team that's played hard like this. This is
no.
You know what?
They all do.
Kelvin's had the worst luck, just the worst luck at losing guys at the worst possible time. We'll see if they can stay. If this team can stay healthy. They moved up to number 6 in the country. Listen, they can beat Iowa State. Iowa State is the 3rd team in the country. They can beat all of these guys. Auburn is going to be really, really tough. Obviously, UConn, they're not the same team this year, but this team can do it. They absolutely can. They just got to, man.
You're talking about Ramon
healthy.
Walker. Ramon Walker. Yeah, they've had injury. It's just like every year there's one major injury.
Yes,
that gets them, or two. Yeah, actually, what was it 2 or 3 years? They had 2 starters out for the year, and they still play through it. And the reason why is because Kelvin's system is not dependent upon 1 or 2 guys. It's more of a swarm mentality where you win with defense and you win with rebounds, and it's harder to win championships that way, though, John. In college basketball, one thing we've seen is typically you're only as good as your very best player.
Tremont Mark. Remember? He went down. Tremont Mark went down at the worst possible time. And last year it was Jamal Shed went down.
Jamal Shed at the worst possible time.
At the worst possible time.
In the game.
Marcus Sasser got hurt at the end of one of their and their run ended. I mean, it's guy after guy after guy after guy.
Yeah, JoJo Tugler. I think you mentioned
JoJo Tugler went down last year. I mean, and maybe it is that Kelvin works them so. You know what? And by the time their bones and they're just more susceptible to injury. Maybe that's it. I don't know. But it's not again. What about the 40 minutes of hell? What about those UNLV teams? What about those Georgetown teams? We talked about that the other day. I mean, they played hard. And they got through. Kelvin's had some terrible luck.
So here it is. Ready? Marcus Sasser and Tremont Mark in 2022.
Right.
Then you had last year with Sasser and Jamal Shed played through injuries with Houston. That was in 23 with injuries until they ended at the Sweet 16. Right. And then last year you had Juwan Roberts hurt himself during the Big 12 tournament. Ramon Walker Jr. missed the last month of the season with a knee injury.
And you lost Jamal Shed.
Yeah, well, I'm not done. Then you had with Joe, you had Tugler and Terrence Arsenault. I mean, it's crazy how many injuries they've had.
Yeah.
This is crazy when you look at their entire injury list over the last 3 years.
Yeah, it's been
terrible. And you're right. In-game Shed, like, what are you going to do when you lose him? Now, I don't know. I don't know what I don't know what the reason is for it, but it is incredible that they can overcome adversity with those injuries. But also, like, it makes it really hard to win at the highest level unless you're healthy.
Yep. 713-780-3776.
Can we get back on the Rockets? Can we, when we come back, can we get back on Rocket basketball?
Yeah, let's get back on Rocket basketball on
Or
the other
you
side.
could answer my question.
What's your question?
We got that to do
Can
too.
D'Amico Ryan survive another subpar OC hire?
How many times did Brian Flores get to the playoffs, though?
None.
Yeah. See, D'Amico's getting there, and D'Amico's winning playoff games. I think he could absolutely survive. Plus, he's a homegrown. He's our guy. He's not a foreigner.
Hey, are our owners quick trigger fire people? Now,
I don't think so.
David Culley I don't even know what that was. Lovey was expected, but then Bobby Slowick gets 2 years. Like, is the ownership, are they going to be owners who just listen to the fans doing this, thumbs up, thumbs down, and start putting pressure on D'Amico is D'Amico going to catch more pressure? If he has a losing season next year, let's say the Texans suffer an injury and maybe things just aren't where, I don't know, whatever happens. What if they go 8-9 or worse, 7-10?
No, fine. He's fine. D'Amico
Is he?
I think D'Amico is now.
He should be fine.
I don't know how many years he could survive it, and if this offensive coordinator doesn't work out, then no. You know what? Because I'll tell you this, their defense is going to be good again. Their defense is going to be really, really good. Now they're going to have to start paying guys. The bill is coming due on some of these players. Stingley's coming up. You're gonna, you know what? And you're gonna, and when CJ comes up, it's going to be brutal to keep guys. So
he's a Mulugeta. By the way, he's a David Mulugeta client. You need to keep that in mind because Mulugeta clients get what they want.
Yeah, that's true.
And
too.
If they don't get what they want, they'll get themselves up out of here. And I'm praying CJ isn't that. I'm praying that this, he doesn't ever become a politician behind the scenes in the locker room. I don't think he is. Like, I feel like, he's that guy. I feel like he's a leader and all that stuff. But, anytime I hear the word David Mulugeta, just like with Scott Boras, you get nervous. But with Mulugeta, he causes dissension and disruption on teams when you're under contract with teams. So it always makes me a little nervous when one of your players is a Mulugeta client and he's a quarterback.
Yep. All right, let's break it. GimmeTheVin.com is what we're talking about now. GimmeTheVin.com is where you are going to sell your car. There's one place that you have to go. I continue to say this. You have to go to GimmeTheVin.com. GimmeTheVin.com is going to give you – okay, so you go on, you put in your license plate or your VIN number, and then you take some pictures of your car, and they see what kind of shape it's in, and then they give you a quote. This can all be done in about 15 minutes, all in about 15 minutes. Now you got a starting point. Now you go armed to your dealer, or you go armed to CarMax, and you say, "Hey, you want to buy my car?" And they tell you what it's going to be worth. And Give Me the VIN. Oh, maybe Give Me the VIN didn't say that it was worth that much. So you go back to Give Me the VIN and say, "I got a bona fide offer from CarMax," and Give Me the VIN will either give you offer you more, or they'll send you $100. Okay, so if you can get a bona fide offer that's going to be more than Give Me the VIN at CarMax, they'll send you $100. That's how guaranteed, that's how sure they are that they are going to beat those prices. GimmeTheVin.com has been doing that forever. It's what they do. They beat the other guys. They give you more for your vehicle. So there's one place you have to go every single time. GimmeTheVin.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, so 1:39 left in the game last night. Dylan Brooks, and the Rockets are trailing 106-105. Dylan Brooks makes his 10th three-pointer, 10th of the night, 108-106. Jason Tatum comes right back, layup, 108 all. Amen Thompson with 102 to play is in the lane against Kristaps Porzingis. Step back, little floater over him, bucket. Holy crap, what a shot. Over Porzingis, who's like 9 feet tall. 110-108. Jaylen Brown with a couple of free throws, 110 all. One of the best inbounds plays you'll ever see. Right on the side. All the Rockets take off away from the basket. Alperen Şengün goes towards it. Just a little step. Fred VanVleet hits him. A dunk. I mean, a second later, a dunk on an inbounds play from the side. Beautiful play. Jason Tatum gets the ball with 10 seconds left. Drives past, and he did go, and it was Amen that was on him. But he got the layup over Amen. And we're tied at 112. 4 seconds left. Rockets with the ball. 1.1 inbounds to Amen Thompson. Drives, stops, floats it in with 0.7 left. 114-112. What a way to finish this game. Rockets earlier trailed by 11 and came back in large part because of Dylan Brooks. Dylan Brooks with 10 threes ties a Rockets record. And the Rockets walk away with 3 straight wins against teams that have a 788 win percentage. 3 straight wins. You got to turn your mic on. We can't hear you.
That's Dell.
Oh,
That's
Dell
Dell.
turns you.
That
He
ain't
turns
me.
you off because you type.
I wasn't
right?
typing anything. No, he's using that as an excuse. The bottom line is the Euro step back was ridiculous from Amen. He drove hard and then literally just stopped on a dime, did the little Euro step left, and then a fadeaway. There was no one even near him. It was just literally, can you make this 9-footer? Can you make a 9-footer? If you do, we win. And he did.
Yep. He did little Euro step and did it. Well, how about the one over Porzingis? That was ridiculous.
Yeah,
That's
he's
ridiculous.
He can get to whatever shots he wants. See, this is why you don't have to shoot a ton of threes. You don't, like, Amen doesn't shoot threes. So what? He makes baskets at a high level, and he can get to his shots. He can get to his actions, as they say. He can get to the action he needs and get to shots. And that's how he can score. I don't care if he doesn't. You know, the idea that, but he just doesn't shoot well. I mean, honestly, you know what happens if you rely on three-pointers? When it's not going down, you can't win.
No. I would much rather this 3-point thing in the league now. All right, stop. What about how Amen could play in any era? Amen could play in any era. Right?
Yeah, and we have 3-point. We have guys who shoot threes. He doesn't need to be one of them right now.
No,
that's okay.
I'm fine with that. Why does he have to be a 3-point shooter? Wait a minute. You can't be a good player and not shoot threes? What?
You can.
Yes,
That's
you absolutely can.
You don't have to play by the math. You don't have to be a math player nowadays. You can
this whole team. You throw all the guys' names in the hopper. Which guy are you drafting first?
Okay, let's go back and forth. Hold on. Let's go back and forth. I'm going to see this lid. If it lands like this, that's heads. This side is tails.
All right. Heads.
Call it. You have to call it.
I said heads.
Okay, it's heads. You get first pick. Take Amen.
I got first pick.
Okay. You're taking Amen. Why are you sitting there thinking?
I might take Şengün.
Okay, you got Şengün. I got Amen.
Dell, you're next.
Tari.
Şengün and Alman are gone.
Ooh, Tari. Good luck with that. We'll see when he plays.
I'm not taking Jalen.
Okay. Well, John
Who are you
is.
taking next?
Oh, we're snake drafting. That's right.
Reed.
He's not a serious person.
I'm not taking Jalen Green.
You're not taking Reed Shepard.
I'm
Take
taking
Van Vliet.
I'm taking the No, I'm not taking Fred Van Vliet. Get out of here. I
got Jalen then.
Good. You can enjoy 1 month of the
Well, no,
season.
he gets 2 picks.
Well, he just drafted Reed Shepard.
I'm taking him over the other options.
He's not a serious person.
You want to draft Jalen Green because of the
Reed Shepard doesn't even play.
I would
Jabari
take
Smith.
No. Jabari Smith, what? He's not even going to start anymore.
So he's a valuable third man now. I mean, 6th man.
I'm not drafting a 6th
All right,
man.
I got Jalen Green. I'm destroying all of you.
Oh, okay.
You got Ahmed and Jalen?
Yeah.
I'm going to take Jabari.
Okay, snake it again.
Okay, then I get another pick. I got Tari.
I already took
Nope,
Tari.
you already took him.
I already took Tari.
That was his first round pick.
Oh, okay. You got Tari and Reed, and I got Şengün and Jabari, and I am going to take
probably Steven Adams. I bet.
I'm going to take Fred.
Good. I'm going to take Cam Whitmore.
Okay. Yeah. Good luck. He's in his hotel room pouting. Good luck.
Don't worry. Fred's 0 for 13 from 3.
Fred is the glue. Fred is the glue of this team.
I found that out yesterday when I talked to my son that he is what's holding this team together. Apparently, they're just.
He is.
I mean, it's just they're literally being held together by nothing more than Fred Van Vliet's.
Well, none of us have taken the all-time 3-point shooter on the team. Dylan Brooks.
He's there for. Actually, I should have taken Dylan. Damn it, I forgot about Dylan. Dude, he just hit 10 threes yesterday, and I forgot about it.
Dell, you got Dylan Brooks?
Unfortunately, yes.
And then?
Who else is on this roster that anyone wants?
Aaron Gordon. You've got
Aaron Holiday.
Aaron Holiday. I mean, Steven Adams.
I'll take Steven Adams.
Okay, I'll take. Am I forgetting somebody else?
You want Nate Williams?
Oh, I'll take Jay Sean, actually.
I got Aaron Holiday. I win. My team's better than both.
I won. I've got Amen, Jalen, Jay Sean.
Team can't knock down a jump shot.
John's got Van Vliet. You're talking to him.
Mm-hmm.
My team doesn't need to. We're to the rack every single time.
I got the scores. My team wins. I got Fred Van Vliet just throwing up rainbow threes. Yep. He hits the roof with his threes. I love that. Yep. And swish. Nothing but net.
Swish. Is that what you think?
Doing drafts, holiday show.
Hall of Fame radio. We got that in there.
That's it.
Yeah,
Hall
blame
of Fame
those
radio.
two.
We need Joel to call in to see who won this draft. No question.
This is a more legit coin flip than we'll see with the Chiefs next Sunday. How about the Chiefs are just known as? Do you think the Chiefs love that, or the NFL loves it that the Chiefs are like literally officiating is known as, this is like a wrestling. People believe it's like a wrestling match. Okay, here's what we're going to do. On the next time around, let's do a fumble. Let's do any type of fumble or possession change we can find. Let's go ahead and write that into the script. I don't think the NFL loves that.
No, they can't love it. But again, this week with the spots, I mean, it was sometimes it's just ridiculous. Maybe Aaron Glenn should want a quarterback with a zesty walk. It's working in Kansas City. That is true.
He does have a zesty walk.
He does have a zesty walk.
And if he has a zesty walk, that means Dylan Raiola has to have a zesty walk.
Oh, he does.
Caleb Williams has got some zesty walk to him, right?
Yeah, well, he's got zesty nails.
Yeah.
Yeah, no question.
Our quarterback has mom jeans.
He does have mom jeans. And he's got the brat's hair.
Well.
No, he's not as...
He's changed.
He's changed it up a little bit.
But the jeans remain. They're like I don't know. I don't know. Look, I mean, he's in a different age group than I am, but I don't get the genes. You've seen him.
Right. No. We've seen him. No question. 932 ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Let's talk a little underdog.
Underdog fantasy. So I got some new intel on underdog fantasy for what they're doing right now. So they're constantly changing things up, which is great. Right now, you've got your higher or your lower. Your the game that you're playing is going to be the Pick'em Challenge. You got the big game coming up, so you can go higher or lower in touchdowns and interceptions, in first quarter yards, halftime yards. There's so many different ways that you can win with Underdog Fantasy, but Underdog's the only pick 'em platform that puts the power to cash out in your hands. Now you can either keep riding with your entry or tap the win now button. That's on their streaks, on the streaks offering that they have, which is really cool. I've gotten 4 deep, and then I never got to number 5 because I was going to cash out after number 5, but haven't been able to get that far just yet. Also, they have underdog rescues, and to me, this is a really big deal. There's nothing worse than taking a loss when you have an injury in a game. Underdog Fantasy understands that you'll get your money back and you'll receive a promo if an early injury causes your entry to lose. With Underdog's double flex option, you can actually pick 6 picks, for example, higher or lower. You can win on 5 picks if 5 picks win, and you can win if 4 picks win if you're using the double flex option. So you can even turn 2 losses into a win for yourself. There's so many different ways that Underdog Fantasy is making it easier for you, including profit boosts and discounted statistics on different players in basketball and football. And of course, they'll have that in baseball when baseball rolls around. It's Underdog Fantasy. Use promo code Lance, and you're going to get up to $1,000 in bonus cash and a free pick. But you must go to UnderdogFantasy.com or download the app today. Promo code Lance. You must be 18 or older and present in the state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms and conditions apply. If you feel like you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Go to ncbgambling.org.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So I got a little bit of an issue that maybe you guys can help me with. So driveways here, I'm in LA. For those of you who don't know, I'm in LA. And this house that we're renting here, the driveway is about 4 feet long. My truck doesn't fit in the garage. It's too small. That's just listen, this is Europe, okay? There are no driveways. There's no garages. All the garages are really – the land is so expensive here, they don't put anything into garages or driveways here. So I got to park in the street. I jerry-rigged a cord through the trees, down. Every night I got to plug my car in. I'm in the street. And I got to plug my car in on the street. Well, so I put some garbage cans in front of my house so that nobody would park there. Well, this kid moves the garbage cans, puts them on the sidewalk, parks in my spot. Ooh. And I'm like, hey, I wrote a nice note. Hey, please don't move my garbage cans. I need this spot to charge my car. I really appreciate it. Thanks. You know where I found it? On the ground, all crumpled up. Okay?
That's right.
Okay? So now...
That kid's a real one.
So now he hasn't done it again, but the next time that he does it, problem is I got my truck out there every night. If I do anything to his car, now my truck is sitting there.
What would you do to his car?
Who knows what I could do to his car? Who knows that?
Were there some considerations being taken?
Yeah, hey, you're gonna crumble up my notes? Okay, we'll see about that. How about I crumble up your car a little bit?
Ooh.
So now, so if I can't, if I park it in the driveway, and my wife can't get out of the garage. So we got a problem here. We got a little bit of an issue here. And he's a young kid. My wife has seen him because he was parking there every day. And then finally, okay, you can't park here anymore. Okay, just park down the street anywhere, but not right here. So now, how do you solve this issue if the kid, continues to move my garbage cans out from in front of my house? Now all of a sudden we got a problem.
Now you got a problem.
What do you think, Del? Shoot him? Do you suggest I shoot him or what?
What would Top Boy do? What would
I
Duchesne
suggest
do?
you shoot a young man? No, I don't suggest
For moving
you do
his
that.
moving your garbage cans, not let you charge your car. Okay,
I don't think shooting him is the right way to go about it.
I always ask myself, what would Sully and Duchesne do from Top Boy? Sully would definitely shoot the kid. Duchesne would just go threaten him first. Now, if he needs to, he'll threaten to kill his family. But there's usually a very stern warning first where Sully will just shoot you. So I would say it'd probably be smarter to use Duchesne's tactic and just threaten his family first.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
And that's how they do it in Top Boy.
Tweet thinks banana in the tailpipe.
Yeah.
The problem is you live in bleeping California. That is a problem. That's a problem for me.
Sugar in the gas.
I don't belong there.
Gas tank. What's he going to do? Put sugar in your gas tank? Joke's on him. You're plugged in.
Technically, this is Wendy's fault for making you move, so Wendy should handle it. That's a point. That's a good point.
And she's intimidating.
She is. Maybe she'll sick Channel 7 news on her.
Oh, do a news report on. Oh, yeah. That's what you have to do. In this sleepy town of Los Feliz or whatever neighborhood, one simple man who just wants to play golf and use his electric truck to get around and be environmentally conscious continues to have a problem with the rowdy neighbor. And then you could be the one, where I don't know, I just parked here and I left a nice note and it was shown crumpled up. And what they can do is crumple up a paper and do a cutaway to it as if it were a reenactment of the crumpled paper.
Exactly.
And maybe just embarrassed. Yeah. Maybe Wendy tries to, and then if that doesn't happen, threaten his family. Because that will usually get it done from what I've seen on Top Boy.
Well, Wendy saw him. I haven't seen the kid, but Wendy saw him and she said he's a young Asian kid. Maybe we can be reported.
Does he know that you?
What? Is that your suggestion or Wendy's suggestion?
That's mine.
Okay. Wow. Maybe he was born in Los Feliz.
My guess is he was. He's been
Maybe
there
not,
longer than you
though.
have.
Maybe not.
Maybe he
You
wants
don't
you
know.
deported back to Texas.
You don't know.
You don't know.
Yeah, I'm quite sure he's not only been. I'm going to be pretty sure that he's there legally. Do you hear about some? Is there some crazy border crossings from Asian countries that I don't know about?
Oh, you don't think that there are Asians here illegally?
You think there are a bunch of? You think there are a high number?
Yes, they're absolutely.
Why? Based on what?
From every country, everybody wants to be here. They just
Based
come.
on
That's
what?
all.
Why do you think? And why do you think he's not American born? The odds are he's American born.
He could be from Mexico. I don't know. Maybe he was living in Mexico and came over. I don't know.
Filipino. That's Filipino you're talking about.
This is very uncomfortable.
Watch yourself, John.
I'm just saying. No one knows. No one knows. He could be.
Your default is he's not from this country?
Yes, his default now is I'll deport him.
He's not.
You don't know.
You need to get deported to.
He
you
looks
need to get
different,
deported
so he's
back
not
to
from
Texas.
here? Is that the default?
Yeah, that's his default.
That's it.
John needs to get deported back to Texas. They don't want you there.
That's
they don't
true.
want me here. They don't.
I guarantee that kid doesn't want you in his neighborhood.
Not if you heard this conversation.
Well, for sure.
Oh, for sure. For sure if they heard this conversation.
Sorry, kid.
We don't know. All I'm saying is maybe he could be I don't know.
Maybe.
No, not maybe he can be deported. You need to just go out there and threaten his family like I told you. That's the way to get it done.
That's better.
Yes.
Threaten his family. Okay.
Yes. It works. I've seen it work on TV. Like, all you have to do is say where his family lives and name one name. You just have to find out the name of one of his family members, and that seems to work from what I've seen on TV. If you say something, and if you used a British accent, it would help. But if you say, look, bruv, you go up to him and say, Wagwan. He goes, bruv, I know where you keep your food, blood. I know where your family is. Maybe Nancy? Yeah? Maybe we have a talk with Nancy. And all of a sudden, he's like, he knows my mom's name. He won't park there anymore. You just have to mention a family member's name.
That's all you got to mention?
That's all you got to do is
I saw your mom.
find out. Yeah. Hey, I saw your mom.
The only
What's
name
that, Nancy? Yeah, blood.
The only name John wants to mention is Ice.
That's it.
I know.
Tom
John
Holman.
is now weaponizing his.
What if I call Tom Holman? Okay, he comes over.
The president of the Texans?
No, Tom Holman.
Oh, that's Mike Toman.
Yeah, Mike Toman. Tom
Holman, Mike Toman, basically
Tom
the same.
Holman's in charge of all the deportations.
You have really stepped in it here.
Yeah.
I really don't think you know how badly you stepped in this.
You don't know.
This is one of your poorest segments in a long time.
Yeah, it's rough.
And it's kind of on Dell.
How?
I don't know.
How's it on me?
I don't. It just feels like you made him say
He brought this up out of the blue. No one prompted him.
Problem. I thought you guys could help. I thought this was the helpline.
I did.
And sure enough,
he
nothing.
told you to threaten him.
I said threaten a family.
Oh, threaten. It's a great way. Yeah. Yeah.
It's way better than you saying he's not from this country.
Because he's Asian.
Because he's here illegally.
You don't know. I don't
I
know.
mean,
I'm
literally,
asking a question.
your people came over running from the mafia.
He could be.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, he could be. We don't know. You don't know. That's all I'm saying. I didn't say
You
he
could
was.
be. Why don't you just tell him you're in his community? Why don't you try that one?
Yeah, reason with them.
Here in this country, this is how we do it. Okay? In this country, this is how we do it.
This is terrible.
Well, but California might be its own country. It's actually
yeah, which means you're there illegally.
Yeah, I might be.
You crossed their border.
If they secede, I might have to get out of here so I can get back to the States.
Yeah, that's true. But we may have already seceded by then. You don't know.
Yeah, I mean, what Texas too? Is that Texas is on the list of seceding states? Holy crap!
Yeah, I just don't know anymore. I'm looking at some property in Portugal, but then I'd have to you can't really get there direct with United, so I can't live there.
Okay. Jackie put here's a story. More than 1,000 Chinese nationalists have crossed the border every month for the past 5 months. The potential national security implications of this unprecedented influx are concerning. As
Jackie's
a Chinese national in the U.S. illegally breached a military base in California and refused to leave on March 29th.
Jackie's with you. This kid's an illegal. Jackie says deport him also.
Is he even Chinese?
You and Jackie say, get rid of that illegal.
Do we even know that he's Chinese?
No.
Oh, okay.
No.
John doesn't know anything.
No, I said Asian. I didn't call him Chinese.
I know, but the story you're telling is about Chinese people. We don't even know.
No,
that kid's
Jackie
Chinese.
called him Chinese.
I don't know if you heard. Chinese are Asian too.
Yeah, but you don't know. Yeah, there are other Asians. That's the point. We don't know if he's Chinese or Japanese or Korean.
Jackie just believes all Asians are Chinese.
Oh,
That's
okay.
why he said that.
No,
got it.
All
This
Chinese
is a
are
poor,
Asians,
poor
but not
segment.
all Asians are Chinese.
This is a poor segment.
not
I got to go
all-
to practice.
And not all Asian young men are here illegally too. That as well.
Not all, but maybe this one.
Yeah, you just stop.
I'm hoping. All right, you got to go. Beat it, Lance. Lance has got to
All
go
right.
to practice. All right? We'll do News of the Weird without you. Next, right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. All right, there's a massive backlash, Dell, in New Jersey, Tom's River. They have an eatery there called Aqua Kitchen that serves a Proud Boys burger. Do you want to eat a Proud Boys burger?
What's on the burger?
Well, see, that's the right question. How good is the burger? I don't care if it's called Ship on a Stick, right? If it's a good burger, it's a good burger.
Yeah, I would like to know where the proceeds are going. Like, if it's going to a Proud Boys organization, I probably wouldn't buy the burger.
But you might still.
Nah, probably not. But if it's just a burger with that name and it's just going to the restaurant,
yeah,
what's on it before I make a decision?
Well, you think you can have it your way. I don't like the lettuce. I don't want lettuce or
Burger King thing. I just want to know, is the beef a good quality? Are the ingredients great? That's what I'm interested in.
Okay, it's white American cheese, onion ring layers of truth, resilience pickles, freedom fries, cancel culture coleslaw, and liberty sauce.
I'm out. They're giving too many names. I just want a burger. I don't want to think about the burger and the message you're trying to deliver. I'm out. Just give me a burger.
Oh, I don't know. If it's good, I don't care.
No, I don't want to hear the
message.
message.
You can call it whatever you want.
That's fine.
All those different names and whatever. Is it a good burger? That's all I care about.
I'm looking at the menu and I got all these stupid tags for the cheese and the fries. Beat it. No, stop. I just want a burger. I don't want a message delivered with my burger.
I don't care if it's a message or not. If it's good, I don't care.
Maybe you don't dislike the message.
It could be left wing. I don't care what it's called. I don't care.
If it was called a Megan Rapinoe burger, you'd eat it?
Okay, yes, I'll eat it.
That's no chance.
If you'll put Hoffy burgers in your mouth, you'll eat anything.
I've never put the Hoffy burger in my mouth. No chance. If it's labeled the Megan Rapinoe burger, you're not buying it.
I'll buy it. Okay. It's got red hair. It's got ketchup on it, obviously, or something. Pink. It's got pink hair or purple hair, whatever.
Not a chance.
I don't care. A purple bun for Megan. I don't care if it's good. I'll eat it. Google says it's going to change to Gulf of Mexico to Gulf of America in their maps. If Google says it's Gulf of America, is it now Gulf of America?
If you want to bend the knee to Google, then sure. But I'm not. I don't listen to Google just because they say something.
Do you know who?
Serious people.
Did you see the former Premier League referee, David Coote? Did you see he got fired from the job? He was apparently he was critical of Arsenal and Liverpool and their former manager Jurgen Klopp. Anyway, he was caught in a video doing cocaine, and he apologized for that. But he says he was doing cocaine because he was gay. He was afraid to come out as gay, so he started doing drugs.
Big deal.
Yeah. I don't care about any of it, if you want to know the truth.
So
do all the blow and everything
so he was so overwhelmed by coming out that he got into coke?
Yeah. Yeah.
Huh. I feel like if you are getting into coke, it ain't got nothing to do with your sexuality. You just want to do some coke.
Well, I think no, but it could drive you to drugs. It could drive you. He said I wanted an escape because I was so worried about it all the time.
And coke is the escape. How about going on a hike?
Well,
traveling maybe.
You do things differently. You don't do anything.
I don't do coke.
Right.
I will stand up and say I don't do coke.
You should start.
Well, we don't drug test here, so I probably could get away with it.
Yeah.
It's an expensive habit. I don't know if you've heard that Mom, your Chevrolet money ain't going that far.
Yeah. The Johnstown Flood Museum is indefinitely closed. Have any idea why, Del?
It flooded?
It flooded. Yep. In an ironic twist, the Cambria County, Pennsylvania Johnstown Flood Museum is closed due to flooding. A drunk man in Tennessee is accused of breaking into a home and stealing their toilet. Do you feel like that's a good way to go to prison?
Well, stealing a toilet, does that get you a prison sentence? I'm wondering about, did he bring tools with him? Because you just can't take a toilet out of a bathroom.
No, actually, the toilet was new and it was still in a box.
Okay. I was like, how do you just steal someone's toilet?
Toilet, right. It was in a box, and he was caught trying to carry it across a fence. He's just not.
I don't mind it. I mean, it's not it's not smart, but I don't mind trying to steal a toilet. I get it. Who wants to pay for a toilet if you don't have to?
A Las Vegas ice cream truck was mistaken for an ICE vehicle. And the driver goes, it's called the Las Vegas Ice Cream Patrol. And they thought it was trying to deport people in Las Vegas. And he said, dude, I'm just the ice cream guy. I got ice cream here.
Did he have flashing lights on top of the truck?
No, he got it, but it looks like a patrol car.
Well,
it looks like a patrol
he's
truck.
asking for it. What are you talking about? It's a reasonable thought to go, considering where we are right now, that ICE is out there patrolling. Maybe
and it's got a giant badge on it, Ice Cream Patrol.
Perhaps change the name, or
perhaps now you're maybe making people a little nervous. Okay, I think you're making people nervous, and they're not going to buy your ice cream.
Yeah, I don't know that that's an appealing. It's going to beckon people to your ice cream when everyone's thoughts are about something else. Shout out to that guy for the original idea, but you got to fix that, man.
Yep,
times have changed.
Yeah, nice. It was good during its time. It's lost that though. Yeah. And finally, the Pope has been busy. He's condemning Trump, and he also says that excessive scrolling causes brain rot. Do you feel like you have brain rot because you scroll through your phone a lot?
No, I know where my brain rot comes from. It's the last decade of this show. Yeah.
This show has contributed to your brain rot?
Yeah, I mean, I have to counterbalance it by reading just to have, and not sports, like actual novels, so the brain rot won't take hold. But yeah, I'm fighting it every day.
Well, Mapes is getting it right now. He's scrolling through his phone right there on your camera.
Brain rot.
Brain rot. Mapes has got brain rot right as he's heading into your show. That's next right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I'm talking about Game Day Men's Health first, though. I love Game Day Men's Health. I feel great, and it's in large part because of Game Day Men's Health. I've got an appointment next week when I go in there. They're going to sit down. They're going to take my blood. They're going to see where all my levels are. They're going to test all of the stuff that needs to be tested, and this is what they do. And I love the way that they go about it. The free consultation. Okay, the first thing you get is the free consultation. You got a lab right there, so you get, and these other places don't have labs, okay? So when I get my blood tested, 10 minutes later, I'm knowing exactly what's going on in my body. You got to wait a week before you find out at the other places, or even more sometimes. Listen, Game Day is doing it right. I love the way that they go about it. I've been getting testosterone replacement for years. This is better. They've got all kinds of answers to all of your needs, whether you want to lose weight, gain muscle, whether you want to just be more attentive, whether you want to sexually, whatever it is that you need fixing, they got the answer for you at Game Day Men's Health. Love it. You'll love it too. Locations are popping up all over the city, but it's not tough. You can get, listen, you can get they'll give you the shots to go take yourself, so you don't have to come in. It's just the best way to go about this thing. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Welcome to the show. And, you would say the first part of this month, maybe half of it, was the Jalen Green renaissance. He has come back down to earth. It's 3 out of the last 4 where he hasn't shot the ball well. But the back half of the month is Amen Thompson's time. He goes and gets 30-plus against the Celtics last night. Dylan Brooks made 10 threes. He got 30-plus as well. And the Rockets go out to Boston and get a win. They have the Hawks tonight. Try to get the double on the back-to-back. But that's 3 straight games against the best teams in the East, and they go 3-0. And you would probably say that we haven't experienced this as far as having a good basketball team in this town, at least on the NBA level, for a little bit now. And I'm not sure people know how to act. As soon as the Rockets took down the Celtics, beyond celebrating Amen Thompson, it was about, hey, they can play with anyone, and the playoffs. Why can't they? Why can't they be a real contender? Now the numbers will tell you they can. I think Brian Windhorst talked about it on one of his podcasts. I think this was before the Celtics game, about where they rank in certain categories, and it all lines up to be a contender. I'm not there yet, mostly because the history of the NBA suggests we're probably getting ahead of ourselves. Particularly if Amen Thompson is now, at least in some people's eyes, your best player. Generally, it's not always the case, because those Thunder teams were pretty young with the Westbrook, Durant, and Harden teams. But generally, being led by, I won't call them kids, young men in their early 20s, does not make the right recipe for a real title run. But you can only give them credit for what you've seen so far. The playoffs are down the line. Those will be different conversations. So I just want to talk about the team as they are now, not what we think they can become. And they, on a night-to-night basis, go into hostile environments against the best teams of basketball and say, we're not going to back down. The Celtics were up double digits in that fourth quarter, and the Rockets ran them down, which has been the opposite of what has happened, at least with the Cavs. The Rockets were the team who had big leads, and the Cavs were getting back at them, and eventually the Rockets were holding them off. Last night was different. And Jaylen Brown talked about it after the game. He talked about the Rockets players who beat them were the guys they wanted to force to beat them. And he's, hey, credit to them. They did it. Amen Thompson only shot the 2 threes, but they were leaving him open on the perimeter. He just has this force of will that he's going to get to the bucket when he's not blocking a shot of Drew Holiday and eventually ending that possession, or at least that sequence with the layup himself. He is he's playing great man defense. He is someone where I don't even want to make comparisons. I've said the Sean Marion thing earlier in the show. We played some sound, at least on the previous show, where comparisons were getting thrown out, and I believe Danny Green said he was like Andre Iguodala. At this point, I'm just saying he's Amen Thompson. I don't know what he's going to be. Art, I think he tweeted us and said maybe Scottie Pippen. These are the type of players he's getting compared to in year 2. And there are levels to this, like Scottie Pippen, multiple-time champion, Hall of Famer. Andre Iguodala, same as far as the champion. I don't know if he's going to make the Hall of Fame, but he has been like the talk of the NBA. Every time you hear the Rockets being talked about, Amen Thompson's like the first name that the national pundits bring up. Because we've seen enough of Jalen Green, at least I think they have, to know that there are going to be these bursts of brilliance, and then there are going to be times where Jalen Green is a guy we're wondering about as far as what his ceiling can be. And Şengün, who got a lot of love last year, I think that love remains. He hasn't been as good, or at least hasn't taken a next step. I think he's kind of the same player he was last year. But Amen Thompson is the new name and the new face, and he was a big part of winning the game. Of course, haven't even mentioned the game-winning shot where he kind of discarded Jaylen Brown and floated it in. It was really good possessions late for the Rockets as they're fighting back. And credit to the Celtics for not going away either. But we had the out of bounds play where Ime raised everybody and moved them to one side and allowed Şengün an open pathway off of the Fred VanVleet pass for the dunk, and at that point a 2-point lead. I would say this, Joe Mazzulla, perhaps don't have Luke Cornett in on a defensive possession. Perhaps
Luke Cornett was on the last 3 out of bounds plays for the Rockets, including the last one where he was on Thompson and then late, like, wait, what the hell am I doing on Thompson? Switched with Jaylen Brown. Jaylen Brown was a little late getting over, but the guy Cornett was switching to was Jalen Green. I was like, how the hell did this happen? Like, what? Why isn't he not on either Şengün or the inbounder? What's happening?
On the Şengün dunk, they had Kristaps Porzingis and then you had Cornett on Şengün. And then on that possession, on the Amen Thompson game winner, Porzingis wasn't out there. It was just Cornett.
They subbed off Porzingis like super late because the first time they're going to take the foul no matter what.
Yeah.
And Porzingis had 5 fouls, so they got him out there and they never put him back in.
I know Al Horford's older and it was a coach's decision for him not to play. I mean, look, the Celtics are a great basketball team. They don't have mobile big men. We know what Kristaps Porzingis is. He's a rim protector and a jump shooter. He's not exactly someone you want out there for foot speed. And they don't have those guys.
No, you can't put these stiffs on Alperen Şengün.
Alperen, big play. His dunk gave the Rockets a 2-point lead, and then credit to Jason Tatum for beating Amen off the dribble to tie it. Then Amen Thompson, as I said, discarded Jalen Green or Jaylen Brown, and knocked in that floater to give the Rockets the lead, and then the Celtics desperation shot by Peyton Pritchard, I believe. He misses it. So the Rockets go into Boston, win 114-112. They follow that. That follows 2 wins against the Cavs, and what they did was historic. If you go by one of the sites that does this, they do the research. No team has ever won in a 3-game stretch against that type of winning percentages for the other team. You talk about Boston and Cleveland as the best teams in the East. That has never happened before. What the Rockets did, beating that level of team 3 games in a row. So high times for this team right now, and we'll see. I don't imagine there'll be much of a letdown. This doesn't seem like it's part of this team's DNA, but they do go to Atlanta to face a Hawks team who's not very good, still scrapping for, at least right now, a playing spot. The Hawks are. So there's a chance to put together a 4-game winning streak and get to 32-14. They won their game last night. The Grizzlies got taken apart by the Knicks. So while the teams were tied, although the Rockets have the tiebreaker, the Rockets now sit alone at second in the West.
Yes.
So
and first in the Southwest.
Well, yes, because we care about divisions in the NBA. division champions.
Yeah, and they play Memphis on Thursday.
So this was a stretch that people were saying, "Wow, this would be a real test for this team." And so far, they've passed it. And it's funny because they lose to Detroit the way they did, and you're like, "Oh, maybe we're in for a bit of a streak, losing streak." And the Rockets said, "Nah, that Detroit game, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
That was a holiday game.
That was a MLK day. I mean, maybe we didn't honor them the way we wanted to, but whatever. We lost. Don't worry about it.
Yeah,
we're going to be good."
I remember after the first Cleveland game thinking like, this is huge because Darius Garland meltdown at the free throw line. Did the Rockets were up 15-17 in the fourth, let the Cavs all the way back in. And I remember thinking, well, this is at least big to get one, no matter how ugly it is, to salvage at the very least, you're going 1-2 on this stretch with road games against the Cavs and the Celtics coming up. Little did I know that they're just going to beat them all and do it very impressively. I mean, we haven't mentioned Dylan Brooks' 10 3-pointers in Boston. It just absolutely crazy stuff. You mentioned the Jaylen Brown quote afterwards. I don't know if Dylan Brooks should be the one that you're like, I want Dylan Brooks to beat us, because Dylan Brooks might beat you, and he'll have so much fun doing it that it'll make you insane.
Well, there is a clip of him knocking down a 3 in the fourth quarter, and he said something to Jaylen Brown, and Jaylen Brown's just smiling, laughing it off. I mean, I imagine Dylan Brooks says some things very out of pocket. And
he did a Jamison Williams after a play. He drew an offensive foul, and then he did the Jamison Williams celebration, although kind of reverse.
If you don't know,
Jamison Williams simulated
an act
on the ground.
Yes, after scoring a
hips
touchdown.
down.
Yes.
Dylan Brooks did it hips up.
That's what you want, right?
In like the third quarter of a 3-point game. Like, it was crazy.
Okay. I mean, do celebrate how you want to celebrate.
I mean, to be fair, at that point he had made 7 threes. So,
and I would say this and Joe Mazzulla took a lot of the blame for not the Dylan Brooks stuff, but just the late game possessions as far as on the defensive end. But sure, your plan is to force guys like Dylan Brooks to beat you, I guess. You don't want Şengün and Jalen Green going off on you. But at one point, after he hits like a 6-3, you change your philosophy, or do you go, well, he's not going to keep making shots. He's Dylan Brooks. Like, how many shots does he have to make before you're like, well, okay, let's change some things up.
We can't let this guy beat us.
Yeah.
I think when he's sitting at 6 or 7 in the third quarter, you're like, all right, we can't have him, because at that point, like, the record I think is 13. No, the record's like 15. So record wasn't really in danger, but it's pretty close. You can't have Dylan Brooks break the record against us.
Yeah, not on your home floor. He did tie the Rockets record for most threes, I believe.
That makes sense.
He tied James Harden's record of 10 threes. So Dylan Brooks, he has been that signing. Now you think back 2 off seasons ago now, it was one where like this guy was coming off a bad end in Memphis. If we think back to that time, he was a guy who Memphis let it be known while the season was still going on that they weren't bringing him back. That's where he was. He was ducking the smoke from the media of all people, because he was the one who went after the Lakers. And then when the Lakers put them to bed, he didn't want to talk to anyone anymore. So it was rough. It was rough for Dylan Brooks. And he has been a main contributor to what was a season that at least last year that put the Rockets in a position where they were no longer this joke. They're at least a team people could take seriously. And now look at him. Beyond just what he did last night, he's been as long as he's healthy, he starts for them, for a team that has gone from one of the worst teams in basketball to, at least right now, one of the best teams in basketball. And they've proven it, particularly over the last 3 games. So Rockets get a big win in Houston, in Boston. But I feel like I'm not tempering expectations. I just don't want to talk about the playoffs and who they could beat, because I don't know we don't know matchups. We know playoff basketball is different. Just enjoy the 82, and maybe they win 55 games, and that would be great. But as far as this team could make the Western Conference Finals, I don't know that.
Yeah, that's the conversation you have when it's like your 3rd or 4th season being like this,
Yeah.
2nd, 3rd, 4th season being like this. This is the Rockets' first time, and like you said, such a long time, actually being good on a night-to-night basis, being one of the best teams. Enjoy the ride with all the young guys. Enjoy the, oh my God, Amin Thompson. Wait, he's not Andre Iguodala or Andre Kirilenko. He's, I don't know what. He's better than Sean Marion. I mean, this is crazy. Think about the basketball IQ. Think about the athleticism. Shades of LeBron James?
Oh.
Shades of
LeBron James.
I don't know.
Can you put we just saw him make a game winner.
Yeah.
Can he be the
LeBron doesn't have the clutch gene. Amin Thompson does.
Yeah, thanks, Skip Bayless. Can we I will back away from that, mostly because LeBron James was the engine of an offense from the time he walked onto an NBA court. Amin Thompson is I won't say complimentary. He's too good for that, but they are not having him run offense for them on a consistent basis like LeBron had to. He has played great. I don't know what his ceiling is. I don't even care to speculate. I'm just going to watch him play.
I think LeBron's the ceiling.
Okay,
depending on who
We
you
might not see it.
depending on who you ask. The
I mean,
second best player of all time.
It feels crazy to say anyone else. It feels
It's,
crazy.
what? It feels crazy to say anyone else but these. Like I said, depending on who you ask, the second best player of all time. And then some people think the
disrespectful.
first.
Feels disrespectful to call him Sean Marion. I don't know.
I'm going to hold off on your proclamations. I'm not rubber stamping them. I'm not agreeing with them. I'm just going to watch the kid play basketball.
Yeah,
he's
Scottie
great.
Pippen.
That's insulting. So only LeBron, right?
I mean, maybe Jordan.
Oh, okay, sure,
maybe,
sure.
Although
now I know who runs Almond Thompson Muse. Sean Mapes. All right, we will continue to talk Rockets because they are a giant story. We'll also get into what felt like a tease. The Bregman stuff felt like a tease, and now we get a report, I think right after this show ended, that the offer from the Astros to Bregman remains the same. And as you can imagine, Bregman's not interested in that contract, just like he wasn't when they offered it to him. We'll talk about that when we come back. But first, let's talk about my bookie. That big game is, 2 Sundays away, but there are other things to take advantage of at my bookie. Whether you are into college basketball, hell, there was a great game in Tucson. Maybe you had some money down on Caleb Love and the Arizona Wildcats beating Iowa State. I mentioned a random college basketball game. Why? Because my bookie gives you an option to bet on anything. That's part of the tagline. It doesn't stop at college basketball. It could be international soccer. It could be tennis. It could be boxing, UFC. It's all there for you at mybookie.ag. Use that promo code BET975 and take a look at all they have to offer. And remember this, they have props for the big game, whether you want to bet on how long the national anthem lasts. Will the singer get every word? That's the type of detail they're going for. Anything and everything you can bet on, it's available at MyBookie. Go to that website, mybookie.ag. Use promo code BET975. And remember this, they provide a 50% match up to $1,000 when you're on the site, no matter what you're betting on. So remember this, bet on anything, anywhere, anytime with MyBookie.
This is the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olaleye.
So the talk coming out of the weekend for the Astros and Alex Bregman was the door's open. We played sound from Dana Brown yesterday. The door's cracked at least, ajar even. You can determine what is more positive to you, cracked, ajar, whatever. Well, Ari Alexander's reporting that the Astros haven't moved off their original offer, and that is unlikely to get Bregman to sign. So for a better part of what are we talking about now? Since November, this has been Alex Bregman's like, hey, can I get 200? The Astros, you can get 156. Bregman's like, hey, what about 195? The Astros, you can get 156. Maybe 190. You can get 156. This is what this has been. And I kind of believe all the talk from the weekend was Boris and his people trying to drum up some motion for this, for some outside team to say, hey, you know what? I don't want the Astros to get in at a price that we can certainly beat. Let's make an offer. Let's get Bregman, because I don't know what could have changed other than Bregman deciding, you know what, that offer you gave me that I've said was never good enough. It actually is. Where did other than Altuve saying he play left field, and sure, they've mentioned that the Astros and Bregman are talking. What changed? What's happened since November about this? Why is there more conversation about the possibility of him being an Astro again, other than there's no offer out there from anyone else? So we think he might get off what he thinks he's worth and take a deal he thinks is undervaluing him.
I think that's it, is that he overvalued his market.
Well, we've seen that. Well, there's other reporting that says he can get more per year from another team, but just not a long-term deal. So what does he want to take?
That also makes sense why the current offer to Bregman isn't going to get it done, is that he's like, no, give me whatever, 3 years at $30 million instead of 6 years at 26.
Yeah. So it's been, I don't know how much negotiation there's been, because the Astros are standing firm with an offer that has not been up to snuff for Boris and Bregman. So this is where we are. Now the Astros are in on Polanco. At least they're interested in possibly bringing him in, another infielder, when it feels like maybe go find yourself an outfielder.
Yeah.
If you're not going to sign Bregman, go get yourself an outfielder.
I've been working under the assumption that Bregman just because it's Bregman, and then we'll figure it out with Altuve and left or whoever needs to play left.
But I'm not signing Polanco to send someone out there.
Just give me a Polanco that plays left field.
Yeah, well, go get that. Get a left field Polanco.
I don't. Verdugo's still out there. Get him.
Yeah. Why are we so locked in on adding? You can't play that many infielders. Someone's got to play out there.
Unless Polanco's going to play out there.
I don't know. He's a second baseman.
So is Altuve. But I don't know. Credit to the Astros for being interesting. At least
they are interesting.
It feels like MLB teams, they kind of fall into like three buckets of, you're the Dodgers, Yankees, and Mets. Like you could spin whatever on anybody. You're going to sign a bunch of guys. Then there's the, 25 teams that are just like, we don't do anything. Yeah, there. How do you like that? We're not signing anybody. And then there's
True.
And then there's the handful of teams like the Astros that's like, we're going to do stuff, but it's not the stuff you expect.
Yeah.
We're going to do all sorts of stuff.
We're going to do a lot of things.
Stuff you haven't thought about yet.
I mean, things you wouldn't even imagine.
Who would do that?
Wouldn't have even imagined we do. We're going to do them. And then we're going to try to explain ourselves afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, this is a crazy offseason. Signing Christian Walker, trading Kyle Tucker.
Trading Ryan Presley.
Maybe bringing back Bregman after all this. And by the way, you traded Tucker for a pitcher and an infielder who plays either third or first or second. So someone else is going to have to play left field if Bregman comes back.
Yeah, I'm going to need them to stop paying attention to the infield unless Bregman's coming back, like you said.
Did they lose track of? They're like, oh shoot.
The thought of Trammell and Myers and Chaz, are they comfortable with that? Is that why we're not seeing anything about finding themselves another outfielder?
They should be less comfortable. However comfortable they are, they should be a little bit less comfortable.
Whatever comfort there is, I agree. There should be less of it. It's a very, very soft hitting outfield right now. And Jordan's going to be the DH. So he'll play in less some, but he'll be the DH. So Polanco, huh? That's what you're interested in? Great.
All
right. Do what you got to do.
I thought Polanco was just going to be the third base the third base replacement for Bregman. I didn't think that he'd be the left fielder or the second baseman for Altuve, and Altuve is locked in on playing left field.
I don't think we can comprehend what's going on.
I really can't
in that front office right now.
Because Altuve said, "I will play left field for Alex Bregman."
He didn't say he'd play it for Polanco.
That's exactly it.
He didn't say you can move me from second for Polanco. No, you're right. He did not say that. It's for one guy. His guy. Not some former Mariner. What are we doing? So we'll see. But right now, it appears that all that noise from the weekend is just that, where the Astros haven't changed their stance, and neither has Bregman. So where does that leave us? Right back where we were in November, except now there's more information that the rest of baseball doesn't see Bregman the way he sees himself, at least right now.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest change, is that we thought that the Astros offer was a little bit of a lowball offer, and now it seems like nope, it was kind of on the nose, where some of these other deals, like you said, are higher average but less years. So it's a different version of the same offer that he's getting everywhere else. So
I got a feeling he's playing someplace else. I just do.
Yeah, I mean, it really seems like it's up to the Astros. If the Astros want to do the short, the Cody Bellinger style, where it's like $30 million a year, but opt outs for 3 years, and if this works out, you can be a free agent next year.
Yeah, it might be a point of pride for Bregman at this point that, hey, I think you lowballed me. And unless you're going to change that offer, I'm not coming back here.
But if I'm the Astros, no, we didn't. We didn't lowball you. All your offers are just as bad.
I'm not saying the Astros are wrong. I'm just saying if you're Bregman, I'm your guy. I've done this for you, and you offered me something below what I deem market value. It turns out the market,
so did
kind of the market suggests that maybe the Astros weren't wrong.
Yeah, so did the Blue Jays. So did the Red Sox. So did all these.
The Astros like, hey, why you mad at us?
Yeah. Honestly, it sounds like the Astros are the ones offering them the most guaranteed money. They are offering them $150-something million.
Yeah, but it's 26 per year. That's insulting.
Okay.
I can get 30 from the Blue Jays.
Yeah, but then after 3 years, you're not going to be making 26.
Still.
Okay.
30.
All right.
Per.
Yeah, I know.
Cubs too, allegedly. So there it is.
If it's the Cubs, I would have to tip my cap. Just a great offseason by the Cubs. Hilarious offseason.
Just to say, hey, those guys done a lot of winning down there.
Get those guys.
Let's bring them.
They're getting rid of who?
Yeah.
He's good.
Hey, who else do you guys want to get rid of?
Anything?
Just making calls like Astros North, the Cubs.
See those pockets, all right? Do you have a McCormick laying around? We're actually going to start him.
Yeah, that guy's not expendable at all. He's one of our core pieces. Chaz out there. Well, who else are they going to play out there besides Chaz? He's gonna get a lot of at bats.
What's Josh Reddick up to? Can we put him out here?
that is a question. What is Josh Reddick up to? Probably having a great time on Twitter. All right. We will come back with who I think is now my favorite coach in the division. Not in the AL West, in the AFC South. There's a new coach
Not
in
the
town.
Southwest Division.
Not that either. There's a new coach in town. Well, in Jacksonville. And he lets you know what county he's in. We'll hear from him when we come back. Hasn't been a lot of change as far as executives, or actually take that back. Tennessee fired their GM. The Jags got rid of their GM and head coach. The Texans stood pat, and also the Colts did. So two of the teams in the division have made big changes, and we're going to hear from the latest hire from Jacksonville when we come back. But first, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. That's the place you go to when you're looking for a great car, whether it be a new, pre-owned, or something from their fleet that you want to add to your fleet. They have the 6th largest fleet dealership in the entire country. So if you got a business and you're looking for something to help your business grow, they've got a vehicle for you. But maybe you're more into something pre-owned. You're not sure. You hear the word pre-owned and you think that means someone had it. Is this car gonna fall apart on me? No, not at Monument Chevrolet. And to put aside some of your worries, they have this, a 6-month, 6,000-mile warranty. So they'll take care of you when you're on the lot, and when you drive off that lot too, they'll take care of you into the future. So they got the warranty on the pre-owned vehicles, and also they're still celebrating their 50-year anniversary. That ended in 2024, but they're extending the savings across their inventory up until January 31st. So you still got a couple more days to take advantage and check out what they have to offer from all the great cars at monumentchevrolet.com. Whether you want a Tahoe or a Silverado or a Trax, they're all there for you at Monument Chevrolet. And of course, you can go on out there in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Great selection of cars, great people. They are going to treat you like family and get you out of there as quickly as possible because they know you just want to get a car. You don't want to spend all day there. Monument Chevrolet is a place you go to get a great vehicle. And remember this, Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
You're listening to the Del Olaleye Show,
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Del Olaleye.
So Aaron Glenn had his introductory presser with the New York media, and some reporter asked him about Aaron Rodgers, and Aaron goes like, "You're not gonna get me. I'm not gonna. Nope. I'm not gonna get involved in the should Aaron Rodgers be here thing," which is reasonable. That was a regular old presser. Um, what Liam Cohen did. Now obviously he had his long introductory presser, but I think this should become a part of the show going forward. Anytime we mention Jacksonville, I think Liam Cohen should be a part of the show. Sean, you'll play this and we can decide. Here's Liam Cohen, part of his press conference yesterday after being introduced as the Jags head coach.
Duval.
Well, if the Jags are mentioned, do we play that early and often?
Duval.
I think that's a yes.
I think so.
I think it's a yes.
The one downside is that you won't be able to see the look on his face when he makes
which is
it.
wacky.
I think that's like the worst part.
It's
the look on his face.
It's very wacky. Now we know
his eyebrows are moving. It's crazy.
No, it doesn't really matter what you do in those pressers. You can be Dan Campbell and say something that sets the entire media on fire, and then just be a great head coach. It doesn't matter. But we had Jonathan. Who was the Arizona coach? Was it Gannon?
Yeah, Jonathan Gannon.
People took issue with what he was doing up there. Yeah.
Explosive shots.
Yeah.
There's also Sirianni. Sirianni was like stumbling over his words.
Yes, that too.
Oh my God.
And Sirianni has done something that's beyond the fact that he's gone to the Super Bowl for the second time in 3 seasons. It's that he went to the Super Bowl, lost his coordinators, hired the wrong coordinators, fired them, then hired good coordinators and made it back to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
That's tough to do, to clearly see you were wrong. Now, there's some thought in Philly that he didn't have a lot to do with Fangio and Kellen Moore.
Yeah.
That was like a Howie Roseman and ownership thing. Hey, you screwed this up. Because he was like in the win not in the win, but he was for a week not sure that job was still his.
Yeah, he had like a meeting with the ownership where people didn't know what the meeting, like walking out of the meeting, would he still have a job?
Yeah. And I guess he agreed to whatever they asked of him. And
yes, sir. Whatever you say.
Whatever.
Vic Fangio, sure.
Kellen Moore, sure. And he is supposed to be an offensive guy. And if you're handing it over to Kellen Moore, what exactly are you, I guess, good for? Well, no matter what it is, he's probably for the most part. Well, he's back in the Super Bowl, Chiefs, Eagles in that rematch. So I mentioned the hiring and firing of coordinators because that's what DeMeco Ryans has done. And they are looks like they're going to interview Gerard Johnson, the current quarterback coach. And the big name that people are excited about is Chip Kelly. Well, he's not the only college coach that the Texans are interested in. The Texans are now. This is bothersome for me because I watched this guy light up a Hurricanes defense. Well, at least he got Kyle McCord to do it. But the Texans are going. At least looks like they're going to talk to a man out of Syracuse. And he has a connection, Chip Kelly, I believe, but Jeff Nixon is the coordinator the Texans are going to interview. That offense was, you could probably call it just a spread offense with Kyle McCord. Got the ball out quickly. They like to take deep shots. A lot of shots when it comes to go routes and seam routes that they threw. As I said, usually 3 to 4 wide receivers on the field at all times. So how that offense would translate to the NFL, I'm sure there'll be some adjustments, but a lot of people think that CJ would be best in an offense that kind of spreads it out. You look at what the Bengals do with Joe Burrow, where he's the everything for that offense, where he just sit him in the shotgun. He makes a decision where that ball goes, and that's how things run. You just think back to CJ at Ohio State. Now the difference is you had future NFL players playing wide receiver for you. Now they were just outclassing who they're going up against. This is a little different. Right now you have Nico. Tank Dell, I think, said he believes he's going to play in 2025. I'm not sure about that. That that injury and the subsequent surgeries, that doesn't feel like a guy who's going to be playing in 2025. But let Tank work and see if he can get there. Adding wide receiver helps should be a big, maybe even, I won't say priority one, but it should be a big priority for the Texans this year. They are devoid of wide receiver talent. It's Nico and a bunch of dudes, and Tank's injured. So we'll see where they go. We know Joe Mixon said in his closing media availability that Nick Caserio has something up his sleeve. So we'll see what that is. The speculation for some, because of their connection, is that he meant T. Higgins. We'll see. You pay T. Higgins a lot of money. Your current receiver who's making a lot of money is going to say, hey, excuse me, I'm the number one here, and you're going to pay him more than you pay me? That's the unintended consequences of big salary, talented guys. Someone, Nico feels like a type who won't be a problem per se, but that doesn't mean he believes T. Higgins should be making more than him. If that's the actual answer to the Texans wide receiver problems, I don't know that that's the case. They may go for a less high salary option to help as they hope Tank comes back. Okay, we're way beyond a break. Gerard Johnson or Jeff Nixon. Jeff Nixon, he's been an NFL guy for a while. Before he got to Syracuse, hiring another inexperienced coordinator, can that be done? Because I asked this question, and we'll get to it when we come back. Can DeMeco Ryans survive hiring another subpar coordinator? I feel like you only get one to fire, but you have made the playoffs, so you do have a little leeway. But the biggest threat, I think, to job stability is the fact that you have a young quarterback that people love. You cannot hire a second guy who people don't think who people believe is not taking advantage of all of CJ's skills. So we'll get to that when we come back. But as I said, we're way beyond a break. But if you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776. But first, Sean's going to tell you about Prize Picks.
Yes, Prize Picks, America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. And of course, we got the big game coming up. The good people over at Prize Picks are giving out a almost free square of Patrick Mahomes to throw for more than 1/2 of a yard. I think he gets there. And if he does, you're on your way to making money pretty easily with the big game coming up. But maybe you don't want to wait another 2 weeks for that game to happen. Good news. They have things, they have sports, they have every sport you could imagine every single night. Basketball, Rockets play the Hawks tonight. Maybe you think Amin Thompson goes over 17.5 points. He's been averaging like 23 over his last 5. It is the second night of back-to-back. Maybe you think Trae Young gets off and shoots is raining threes and gets 23.5 points, gets more than that. Maybe you're not interested. Maybe you want college basketball. Maybe you want esports, tennis, soccer, whatever it is. Prize Picks has it. You go to the Prize Picks app, download it, use promo code MAPES on your when you sign up to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 instantly when you play your first $5 lineup. Guess what? You don't even need to win to get that money. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks, run your game.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Here's some not so great news if you're a Cougs fan, football fan. They're losing Zach Etheridge, their DB coach. He looks like he's going to take a job with the University of Miami. Mario Cristobal tends to pick at the Cougs for coaches. Shannon Dawson was one who, depending on who you are, probably a lot of Cougs fans probably didn't miss him very much. There are some questions about his offense. He's done well enough when you have Cam Ward. That helps. And then Etheridge was a player at Auburn, coached at Auburn as well, helped the Cougs have a really good pass defense this year. Willie Fritz will have to replace his DB coach, who I think he just elevated to passing game coordinator. Different title, likely more money, maybe trying to keep someone from sniping him. Looks like Miami's going to do that. So Willie Fritz needs to make a hire at that spot, which was very productive for the Cougs last year. Let's get to Jerome. He wants to talk Texans wide receivers. What's up, Jerome?
Hey, what's up, Dale? Hey, on that guy, I think that's his son-in-law as well, Willie Fritz, if I remember correct. That's leaving to Miami. But I was going to ask you, I want to get your thoughts on the Texans wide receiver room, right? What do you think about if we propose something to get, I done lost the guy's name, Wilson from the Jets? Or do you think we should go to the draft? Or I know T. Higgins is going to be paid well, and I know Wilson is wide receiver one as well, but what do you think about if we try to go after Wilson? I know him and CJ played in Ohio State together, so that's chemistry already built in. What do you think about that?
I don't think it's a bad name. Garrett Wilson didn't seem very happy in New York. Almost made it seem like he was going to go. Didn't like the fact that Devontae Adams was such a focal point once he was acquired by the Jets because of his relationship with Aaron Rodgers. Problem with that is, are you willing to give up compensation and then pay him? Like, let's say Garrett Wilson let it be known that he wanted out, and the Jets were willing to, okay, we'll trade you. Starting a new regime, we don't want anyone doesn't want to be here. What would it take to get Garrett Wilson here? We talking 2 2s? We're talking a 1 and a 4, 1 and a 3. What's it take to get a good receiver who isn't at the level of Devontae Adams when he was traded, or Tyreek Hill when he was traded? You're probably looking at least 2 second-day picks, which is a second and third rounder. Those are the two rounds, but maybe 2 2s.
I'm thinking
you might think that's too much.
First and a second?
That's a lot. Even Tyreek didn't. Tyreek went for 1, and he went for like 5 picks. I forgot exactly what. I think Devontae Adams went for 2 2s. That's where I came up with that.
Yeah, but Garrett Wilson is also, 25, 24?
I'm trying to think when Devontae Adams was traded from the Packers
to
the Raiders. How old was he? He was still in his prime.
Yeah, no.
So Garrett Wilson is a good player, and I guess if he had better quarterback play throughout his time, maybe we would think of him differently. But he did not have the like Devontae Adams was 30 when he got traded. I think Tyreek might have been around there too when he got traded too. So yes, these guys are younger, or at least Garrett Wilson will be younger. It's not a bad option. I just don't know if the Texans are looking to devote those type of resources and money to another receiver when they already will tell you they have a 1 in Nico.
Yeah,
are you trading for another number 1 receiver?
Yeah, because you'd have to immediately pay him too. Devontae from the Packers to the Raiders went for a first and a second.
Okay, first and a second.
In 2022.
Okay, so it was a 1 and a 2. We're talking at the time
probably top 5 receiver in the league.
Garrett Wilson, not there yet.
Not there, younger though, but definitely didn't have the production, or doesn't have the production that he that Adams had at the time.
I'm not trading a first round,
but he turns 25 in July.
I'm not trading a first round pick for a receiver who wears floppy sleeves too.
The
aesthetics matter to me. I don't want that guy. I'm not giving up a first rounder for the floppy sleeves receiver.
You know what? That's fair. I think that's
look at him. Look at that. Look at that. You saw that jersey this year?
Yeah, no, I mean, it's the first thing you see when you Google his name. It's crazy.
It's an awful look. This ain't 1975, Garrett Wilson. What are you doing out there?
I think it only works if you play for a team that has old-looking uniforms.
Well, the Jets have old-looking uniforms. They reverted back to those.
But I think he would look even more ridiculous if he was in modern the H-Town Blue uniforms.
Yeah, yes.
Like, anything modern looking.
If he came here and he wore those floppy sleeves, it would look terrible. Do you want to see that? You want to see that as your wide receiver? You probably don't care.
I don't.
And rightfully so. You shouldn't care.
No, I don't want to see it.
But I don't want to see it. If he comes here, he's got to get the tight sleeves.
Tyreek, going from the Chiefs to the Dolphins, got traded for a first, a second, 2 fourths, and a 6.
So 5 picks.
Yeah,
got Tyreek there. I think the Chiefs might have given a pick back just to give some balance to the trade. Yeah. But Garrett Wilson, multiple picks certainly. And could the Jets pry a 1 out of some team who wants him? Maybe.
Yeah. First and like a 4th or something. First and a 5th.
I probably was wrong to suggest he wouldn't get a first out of a team. It's that plus whatever.
It's also like, we're talking about the Texans. It's the 25th pick in the draft.
Yes, that helps. That helps.
It's
as
not
far
exactly
as it's
like
not a killer.
Yeah,
for you if you make that trade.
I guess I probably should have just left it open, but whatever the Dolphins pick was, I think that was like 28th or something.
Yeah, I don't even know if it was their pick. It might have been someone else's pick at the time. But interesting name. Guy who didn't seem very happy in New York. I just don't believe the Texans are looking to pay him and also give up what it's going to take.
I think we're looking at more of they're looking for a complimentary piece or two with the wide receivers, which might be just drafting a guy first or second day, and hoping that you find your own Lad McConkey.
Yes, because that's the target. Find yourself a Lad McConkey.
1,200 yards. You saw him in the playoffs.
I did see that. Maybe we think of a different Ohio State receiver. What's Emeka Egbuka going to be up to late in the draft?
Yeah, he's probably going to be right around that late first, second range. So he would be interesting.
Yeah, and of course, maybe Stephon Diggs loved his time here, and everything checks out, and they may give him another short deal to come back. You never know.
Yeah,
we're so far away from the draft. Free agency hits first, so maybe it's not Stephon Diggs, maybe it's someone else.
I've kind of been talked out of Stephon Diggs.
Who talked you out of it?
DJ Bieniemy. Just because he had this some data where he wasn't clocked as going over like 20 miles per hour the entire year when he was healthy, and like including at practices and stuff. And then he was like, so he's also in his 30s and coming off an ACL. It's like, yeah, that's a good point. Good point, DJ. Maybe Stephon coming back isn't as easy as it seems.
Perhaps go in a different direction.
Yeah, just try to find a different guy.
It's a tough beat for Stephon Diggs. He wanted to get to free agency quicker. That was part of the reason why the contract was changed, and now he's in a really, really tough spot. And yes, Jerome brought up that Zach Etheridge, who appears to be on his way to Miami, is the son-in-law of Willie Fritz. That is the case.
Wow.
That is the case.
Wow. Be your own people.
Hey, what's that offer like, Willie? I mean, couldn't even lock him down with the wife and the kid, with the daughter that he's married to, and I think they have a couple of children, at least one. But it looks like Zach Etheridge is on his way to Miami. Just the business of coaching, just how it is. That's the business, man. Mm-hmm. Doesn't matter who you're related to. What's that money gonna look like? And despite things, and hopefully the Cougs are on their way to turning it around under Willie Fritz, prestige matters. And as much as that U has not lived up to past glory, still probably matters a little bit.
Yeah, they're top. I guess they're
they finished
14th.
Yeah, I
13th?
think they finished well before the bowl. They're 13. I think Final AP had them at 18. So the logo still matters, and that one probably, as far as Zach Etheridge is concerned, means more than the Coug, the UH on a helmet or on a T-shirt. So, and then of course Miami's not unwilling to pay a lot of money to go to steal a guy away, whether it be a player or a coach. I mean, they took Sam Brown last year. He might have not stayed at Houston, but Sam Brown was a Coug who they signed, who they grabbed. I mentioned Shannon Dawson, Derek King, now 3 or 4 years ago. That was not a Cristobal joint. That was a Manny Diaz joint, but it happens. Now you hope with the Cougs being in the Big 12, it happens less, where Power 4 schools can just take your players and take your coaches. But Zach Etheridge looks like he's on his way to Miami. Okay, we are done with hour one. We will get into some of the positive things said about Amon Thompson by various national pundits when we come back. Tim Legler has something to say, and then Danny Green has a comparison for Amon. We'll see if we agree. We'll play that when we come back. I asked the question and then didn't answer it just because I got distracted. We'll get to the Amin Thompson love from Danny Green and Kevin O'Connor and Tim Legler in a little bit. But I asked the question, could D'Amico Ryans survive another subpar hire, OC hire? The defense looks like that's going to be fine for years to come. You got a lot of good young talent, guys who are eventually going to get paid, but you still got a couple years. Oh, no, Stingley's a little sooner than that, but you got plenty of talent on that side, and that unit seems like one. You're not gonna have to worry about maybe a linebacker. Maybe find yourself a big time linebacker if you can. But other than that, seems pretty solid. But as far as your OC, as far as the OC, whether it be Jeff Nixon, maybe people get their dream and it's Chip Kelly, maybe it's an in-house choice in Gerard Johnson. It can't be a miss. The fact that CJ Stroud is the franchise quarterback, D'Amico Ryans can't hire another subpar candidate. He can't. Now, this will be about the patience of the ownership and Nick Caserio, because if you're still making the playoffs, partly helped by the AFC South, maybe you can still continue to be subpar offensively, or at least just average and not matter that much. But I'm not sure. Maybe I'm applying a lot of the college coaching stuff to this, because at some point you can't just keep firing OCs. You get like maybe 2 of those in college, and then now it's your turn.
I think it's also different because, like college, it's D'Amico Ryans and the Houston Texans, where it is like a famous alumni, essentially.
Yeah,
So
that's true.
It's like Jim Harbaugh at Michigan. It's one of the guys where anyone else has Jim Harbaugh's first like 6 years, and
Well, they tried to get rid of him.
Yeah, constantly. Like he gets fired after 2020. Like that's just what happens. But Jim Harbaugh, he's committed to the university. The university's committed to him. He agrees to take less money and do some other stuff, and they start winning. They don't stop winning, really. Yeah. And that's also when, yes, Connor Stallion started whatever. But
that's just happenstance. I'm not sure that means anything. Yeah.
His job was on the line. They started cheating. They started winning. Wow, crazy.
Imagine that.
But I think that's the difference with D'Amico Ryans is that he might get a little bit more of a soft landing just because he's D'Amico Ryans coaching the Houston Texans, and to be honest, like you said, like he could still win the division. Like if they won the division with a crappy offensive coordinator this year.
I believe because of your quarterback, this has to get fixed with this hire. Now, if you find your way into the playoffs again with a bad offense, the Texans were a bad offense by the numbers. They were bottom 10 offense by the numbers. I guess you give that coordinator a second year to fix it. But if we're now deep into it now, very deep into the weeds, we're talking about 4 years of this. But I would suggest getting it right. That's all.
Yeah.
And maybe the alumni and thing and the fact that you play in the AFC South will save you. But that would just speak to the Texans not being serious.
I mean,
they're not serious people. If that's what's saving them.
I mean, you think this guy?
Duval.
You worried about that guy?
No, but I don't judge the Texans against the AFC South.
That is true. I do wonder how long the Texans can kind of bump their head on the ceiling of we win the AFC South and then play a serious. Can win a playoff game and then play a serious contender. And
you mean their entire history they've been doing this?
Yeah, no, but I'm saying how long can like one coach sustain this? Because like, the Gary Kubiak got fired because he went 2-14.
He got it fell apart.
Bill O'Brien
in that
got
final year.
Bill O'Brien got fired because he went 4-12, or he went like what 2-6 or something before he got fired. No, actually, it's like 1-4.
Was he 0-4 when he got fired?
0-4.
I think he was 0-4 when he got fired.
Yeah, so like it has to be
a disaster.
Yeah, they haven't fired a guy where it's like a can't get over the hump level of firing, like what people want the Bills to do to Sean McDermott. Like that's not what the Texans do.
You're right. They don't fire guys for winning seasons. Their patience, you might think, isn't a virtue, but it's what they've shown. Like Bill O'Brien went 11-5, 10-6, lost in the AFC wildcard round, and then lost in the divisional round, then went 0-4, and they got him out of there. But part of that was he wasn't well liked.
Yeah.
They may have let him try to rescue that thing, but he wasn't well liked, so they had to get rid of him. D'Amico is very well liked. He's going to get a lot more
leash on that.
Yes, a lot more leeway to figure things out.
It also, I think, depends on the level of disaster or the level of failure of the offensive coordinator hire. If it is going to be a failure, where is it one and done? Like, oh my God, this guy sucks. Or is it another Bobby Slowick where it's like year one, fine, good, whatever. Year two, now the cracks start to show in, Nixon, I forgot, was it Jeff Nixon?
Jeff Nixon.
Like, oh, Jeff Nixon, this is the ACC, buddy. All right, this is the AFC South. All right,
And you're going against this guy.
Yeah,
that's right.
You come to the plate against Liam Cohen. You better come correct. Call the good plays, buddy.
Yeah, the plays where your quarterback completes passes. Call those plays.
You don't have Kyle McCord and Aronde Gatson here. All right.
Yeah, you got Nico Collins. And CJ Stroud.
CJ Stroud, two way better players.
Two much better players, yes. So,
but you know what the ACC doesn't have?
Duval.
It's true. They don't. The ACC doesn't play any games in Duval County.
They don't know what it's like.
They don't know what it's like walking through Duval
Field.
County. Nope. Ooh. That's SEC country, if you haven't heard. LaSalle IC, you'll get to when we come back. So, yes, the hire is important. I think it needs to be a good hire, but Sean has talked me off the he might get fired. Nah, it's the Texans. What am I talking about? As long as they have winning seasons, D'Amico's fine.
Yeah, if it's so bad that they go 5-12, maybe.
But, yes,
but I like you said, like as long as they go 9-7 or no 9-8.
Yeah, make the playoffs.
Like
it's true.
He'll probably get at least one more. I'm just saying he'll get one more.
Oh, I don't think it would happen even in
like 2020.
I don't think it would happen in 25. Because I think unless, as we keep saying, unless the OC hire was a complete disaster, even that guy's going to get until 2026. Yeah. But I think 2026 will be a spot where we've shown no growth. Now we got to pay CJ, and our offense isn't living up to what we think the potential could be.
I think the next one isn't like if whoever this guy is doesn't work out. I don't think it's now D'Amico Ryans is fired. I think now it's D'Amico Ryans' hot seat. I think it's like we're one step apart on. I think the kind of focus shifts to him, but he'll still get to hire another guy.
You're probably right. I did not take into account the patience this particular ownership group will show to one of their own. And the vibes are generally high with D'Amico, so I think they like it that way. And they will give him all the slack he needs to go get the right guy. All right, we'll get to you when we come back. We'll play some Amin Thompson praise as well. It's been a big, really since he got into the starting lineup, it's been a really good stretch for him, and the general basketball world is paying attention. So we'll play some sound when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olaleye Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olaleye.
So let's also we'll get to the Almond Thompson stuff we'll get to as well. But Dana Brown in the middle, maybe he just ended his availability. He's talked a lot over the last 5 days or so. He acknowledges his relationship with Ryan Presley was fractured after they went and got Josh Hader. It's going to fracture your relationship some. I definitely would say things are different, but we kept it professional. So anyone who was speculating about Ryan Presley being a little shook by that acquisition, dead on. Whether and maybe the bigger question is, should it have affected his performance the way it appeared to have? Maybe you say you're a professional, get over it. But Ryan Presley was a different guy, at least according to Dana Brown, after they acquired Josh Hader. And while that is the past, the present / future is Alex Bregman going to be an Astro again? And Dana Brown said this: the team is having internal conversations about Bregman, this according to Brian McTaggart, being available, but he hasn't reached out to Boris. Boris texted Brown today, and Brown says he owes him a call. Dana Brown, he also went on to say, I'll probably end up getting back to him in terms of Dana Brown getting back to Boris. Maybe that's just the way Dana Brown speaks, and he definitely will get back to Scott Boris, but you can't put that quote out there. You know what? Maybe I'll get back to him. I'll probably get back to him when the biggest free agent in baseball right now is available and his agent wants to talk to you and you've texted. Perhaps show a little bit more oomph, maybe, about one. Sean says, "Don't be desperate."
No, this is how you play the game, Dale. You can't make it seem like you're too thirsty.
I think the Astros have made it clear by saying our offer is our offer. They haven't changed their offer since like November.
You don't want to come on too strong with Boris,
because you think Boris
might spook him.
Boris will believe now he has you.
Yeah,
if you immediately call back,
just play hard to get. That's why all the Boris guys, they don't sign until March. It's because teams know, like, can't press the gas on this relationship too much. Got to let it slow build.
He also says Jose will get some reps at second and in left. Said Altuve to left field will likely come following a free agent addition, though not necessarily. So Altuve is just going to move the left or play some in left no matter what?
Yeah, no.
I don't know what's going on here.
Altuve, you got to put your tiny foot down.
That's unnecessary.
What?
You could have just said foot.
You got to put your foot down.
Just put your foot down and say, I'm moving to left for one person.
Yeah.
Not for Polanco or any other acquisition you might make. If I'm Jose Altuve, okay, you won't bring back Bregman, then go get me a left fielder. Go get an actual left fielder. Why am I the one who
why am I the left fielder?
Why am I the left fielder? And he won't play there all the time. But why am I the one who offered because I thought it might help bring Bregman back? Now you're just doing it for any random player who's coming in?
Yeah.
Stop it. Let that man close out his career at second. If Bregman's not on the table. All right, let's get to La Salsa here. What's up?
Hey, what it is, Job Turkeys. Also, shout out to all the Willie Riders out there. But I had a question for you, Doug Shelley.
Not my name.
Doesn't Nick Caserio have some say in the OC hire? I was just wondering. Correct me if I'm wrong. Also, sports to you, fellas.
It's a lot of gimmick infringement in there. I would imagine that D'Amico's not just hiring a guy without Caserio being involved, but I think it's D'Amico's decision. I'm sure they will get together, but it's D'Amico's guy. I don't think Caserio is doing that thing where he used to do it like Cully, where he's in his ear during games. I don't think he does that anymore.
Or like we said with Sirianni, where the two OC hires this year of Moore and Fangio might have been a front office joint.
Yeah.
We're not at that point.
We're not at that point. This is still D'Amico's decision, and sure, a lot
I'm
of
sure there's input.
a lot of people within the organization will be a part of this, but D'Amico has to hire his OC. How does he want his offense to look? We thought, well, we knew that he wanted it to be similar to what he had in San Francisco. That's why he brought Sloak along, guy he knew from his time there. Will he take a different approach? That's beyond who the guy is. I'm much more interested in what D'Amico Ryans believes is the best way for this offense to operate. What's the philosophy? Power run, lean into CJ and spread him out and throw it all over, or are you going to do what Jim Harbaugh did with Justin Herbert? Make him, I won't say less important. Take things off his plate. Be a power running football team and let your quarterback operate off of that. But the basis of who you are is to run the football with big people and try to batter people. Yeah. What do the Texans want to be? And what does D'Amico want this offense to be?
I mean, it seems like the two of the choices are, and however serious they are, but just two people we know that they're interested in is Chip Kelly and Jeff Nixon.
Jeff Nixon, yeah.
I keep forgetting his first name. Jeff Nixon. Two guys that run more spread kind of stuff. So at least it seems like they are open to the shift in offensive philosophy more so than, just picking another guy off the Shanahan. Some guy who used to get Shanahan's coffee is now calling plays.
What?
That's what every team does. They just go further and further down the Shanahan line.
Why do you think, whether it was a offensive analyst
because none of these guys call plays,
who eventually got upgraded to what Bobby Sloak became here, ever got him coffee?
Who's the guy with the Rams that's a name? It's like something Cayley, I think.
I don't know.
At first I was like, that's interesting. At least it's a Rams guy.
Nick Cayley.
And then someone was like, well, what he does is that McVay tells him his ideas of what he wants to do and like just the concepts he wants to run. And then Cayley actually sits down and like draws them on the whiteboard. And then McVay goes, yep, that looks good. And then calls the plays during the games. So it's just a guy who like is the scribe of Sean McVay,
the court reporter.
He just writes down what Sean McVay wants, or he's the waiter. Like what are we doing?
Well, the Bucs are currently in the process of bringing him in for an interview. The Bucs like the Sean McVay tree. I mean, Liam Cohen was there. Now Cohen called plays at Kentucky. I don't believe he called plays at the Rams, but
he's a Mark Stoops. They want a part of the Mark Stoops.
No one's ever said that. As far as offense is concerned, no one's ever said I want anyone from the Mark Stoops.
Run the Mark Stoops offense over here, please.
Nope, not what I'm looking for. You know what I'm not looking for? Is for D'Amico to think I want to run what Mark Stoops runs.
It's a great way to get fired.
Yes,
as Mark Stoops will soon find out.
Well, Kentucky's one of those jobs where as long as you win 7 games, I think you're good.
Yeah, I think the Texans have slightly higher expectations than
than to be just above 500 every year.
I think slightly better.
I think so too. And hopefully D'Amico's OC hire helps them reach those goals. Okay. Well, we will get to the praise for Ahmed Thompson when we come back. If you want to get in, you can. 713-780-3776.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
Amin Thompson over his last 5 games, nearly 22 points per game, 11 rebounds, just over 5.5 assists per game, and just over 2 steals per game. So he's been great. Really an ascension since he got into that starting lineup, which probably, at least as far as a lot of people are concerned, that spot is his. Can you lose your spot to injury? In this case, yes. When we've got the next LeBron James, according to Sean, on the team.
Yeah.
Sorry, Jabari Smith.
Ask Drew Bledsoe. You and Drew Bledsoe and Wally Pipp can all talk about how you lost your job to injury.
Sorry, Jabari Smith. We've got a nice prize for you. Would you like to play 25 minutes a night off the bench for the Rockets? Be a rotation piece in a squad that could possibly make a Western Conference Finals, if not more. That's your prize for losing your starting role. But everyone's taking notice. Every time I go on my For You page, there's something about Amin Thompson, particularly after what happened last night when he made the game winner. He said afterwards he felt like Kobe. Well, let's start with a former player in Danny Green. He has a comp for him. This was Danny Green. Actually, you know what, Sean? We'll go with the Tim Legler one first. Tim Legler, former player himself, has a podcast, as a lot of people do. Here's Tim Legler on what Amin Thompson has shown over the last couple weeks.
2 back-to-back wins against the Cleveland Cavaliers for Houston. And the guy I want to point out is Amin Thompson and what he was able to do in those 2 games, man. Basically just under 20 points a game over the 2 games, 50% from the field. Of course, gives you typically the great defense all the time, but also 15 boards, 7 assists. So in the 2 games against the Cleveland Cavaliers, one of the 2 best records in the NBA, he goes for basically 20, 15, and 7 in those 2 games with lockdown defense. So Amin Thompson gets my shout out. Very impressive player, man. And I'm very curious to see as his career progresses, if he adds a little bit more to his handle and his ability to shoot the basketball with range. You've got an all-star, a perennial all-star on your hands. Hell, he might end up being one anyway if he doesn't add that. But if he does,
Agreed.
That's where he's going to fall. He's had such an impact on this team and is so much a part of what he does every day. He's responsible for where Houston sits at 2 in the West. And we talk about Şengün a lot. Jalen Green gets a lot of hype because he goes off and is super explosive. Amin Thompson is just this rock every night, man, that's getting it done. And does it without ever cracking the look on his face, which is the most stoic face you're ever going to see on a basketball court, which I love too. He's all business.
I don't know. When he tossed Tyler Hero to the ground and said, "I'll beat your ass," the face cracked a little bit. Here are the Rockets over the last 3 games and why it's been historic. They beat the Cavs, who are 33-6, entering the game. The Cavs again, who are 36-8. And then they beat the Celtics, who are 32-14. No other team in NBA history has won 3 straight games against teams with that high of a combined win percentage, coming in 104-28. With that is a win percentage of nearly 790, minimum 40 games for each. That's what the Rockets did over the course of the week. All of them thrillers. They got there in different ways, from blowing leads against the Cavs to finding a way to fighting back from a deficit against the Celtics in the 4th quarter and winning that one. You got a great out-of-bounds play from Ime to isolate Şengün on Luke Cornett. And then on the final possession for them, Amin went after Jalen Green, got him with the little discard, as Bill Raftery would say, and knocked down that floater. So really a great week for Rockets basketball. And don't come to this show if you think we're going to start talking about contender status and winning the title. I just want to watch them play, man. I just want to watch and see what they're capable of. No expectations other than it's going to be fun to watch them in the playoffs. And of course, we're a long way away. You don't know who the matchup would be. You don't even know what their seed will be. I mean, they've been in the 2 seed for a while now, but that could change. But it doesn't. This is a this is a season where whatever happens, happens. Like you don't want to, if you're the 2 seed, you don't want to get knocked out. But what if you line up and it's KD and Booker on the other side, and they just keep knocking down shots? Two of the best scorers in the game. Are we going to kill the Rockets because they lost to KD and Booker? Maybe some of you will. I won't. Partly because of the inexperience of the roster. Sometimes playoff series go ways you don't think they will because the matchups mean more than whatever you did in the regular season. So that's why I'm approaching it with, let's see what they got. That's all.
Yeah, no, this year is much more about like the 5-10 game stretches that we get with Jalen Green putting it all together, with Amin Thompson. I don't know about putting it all together, but at least showing you this is what it looks like when it is when he, hopefully becomes a star. It's what you saw last night, or at least parts of what you saw last night in Boston, without the, like you said, the pressure hanging over your head of like, but if these guys don't make it out of the second round of the playoffs, like we're not there yet. Like
No.
again, other than Brooks, Van Vliet, Adams, none of these guys have played real playoff games, or if in at all any playoff games. So that's why, to me, this is more of a regular season project of finding out who your guys are, just finding out who is what the hierarchy for these guys are. And it wouldn't shock me if by the end of the year we're talking about it's Amin Thompson and Şengün and Green instead of Green, Şengün, and we'll figure out.
I think we're already there for a lot of people.
I think we're there for a lot of people. I definitely see the trajectory going that way. I'm just not sure if I'm quite ready to call it yet, but I would not be surprised. But by the end of the year, we're talking about the Rockets have their star in Amin Thompson. And how do the other guys fit around Amin Thompson?
And it's funny how quickly things change because John Granado told us several times that the Rockets felt Tari Eason at a point was their best player.
Yeah, Ime called him Kawhi.
Yeah. And now, because of an injury to Jabari Smith, Amin Thompson has ascended to a point where people can't shut up about him. All they want to do is talk about him.
I mean, last night he was incredible.
He was. It's something to watch because beyond the fact that he's just this force that won't stop. Like that block on Drew Holiday, and then he got the ball back.
Yeah, block, saved the ball,
got the ball back, fed it to Şengün. Şengün was off balance, gave it back to Amin Thompson, and he lays it up, reverse layup. That was, I don't know, a stretch of 10 to 12 seconds or so, and it showed all that he has because Drew Holiday didn't expect him. He comes from behind. Drew Holiday thinks he has an open three. He keeps that shot from going up, as you said, saves it, and scores on the other end.
Yeah, it's the basketball IQ, it's the athleticism, it's the passing, it's the off-ball cutting, which, everyone talks about how you can't shoot, but at a certain point, if you're the smartest off-ball cutter in the league, which I don't know if he's there yet, but if you're a very smart off-ball cutter and also an insane athlete, and also you play with a great passer, a great big man passer in Alperen Şengün, like you're gonna figure out how to play offense and how to be a good offensive player, especially when that you even saw with that one where it's a reverse layup there instead of just trying to dunk it or just trying to, when you're a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Like, no, he actually is willing to do some finesse to pump fake, wait for Porzingis to come down, then go up. Like he's that's why all these comps are so hard, is because it's this insane athleticism with the basketball IQ and a feel for the game. That's just unreal.
That's why you think he's LeBron.
I think it's unfair to say he isn't. I think it's you're putting a ceiling on him that he is not yet.
Should we even be putting a ceiling of LeBron on him, or just call him no ceilings?
Better than LeBron?
Just call him no ceiling. We don't know what he'll be. Let's not limit him to being LeBron or Jordan. Let's just see.
Let's see it.
Let's see what he is.
Amin Thompson's never lost in the finals. LeBron can't say that.
I mean, there is the
No.
the obvious.
No.
He's never. You just said he's never played in a playoff game, so so yes, he's never lost in the finals.
He didn't choke like a dog in 2011 like LeBron
Oh
did.
yeah, I mean Thompson's not getting bullied by JJ Barea
Yeah.
in the finals.
Put JJ Barea on Amin Thompson right now and see what happens.
Well,
I guarantee he's not passing it off to Udonis Haslam.
Well, I guess the question would be because of how annoying JJ Barea was, is Amin Thompson tossing him into the third row.
He'll throw him into the third row and
So
throw him into the 200 section.
So he gets thrown out of the finals, but at least he didn't get bullied.
He's got that dog in him.
He's no longer available for the rest of the series, but at least he didn't get punked by JJ Barea.
Got that dog.
That's right. Amin Thompson, 33 points last night. Dylan Brooks had a great game too. The Rockets beat the Celtics. Look, as great as Amin Thompson was, the surprise of all surprises is that Dylan Brooks knocks down 10 threes. 36 points for Dylan Brooks, high score. And we talked about what Jaylen Brown said, that the Celtics' plan was to have these guys beat them. If we're going to lose, it's going to be because of those guys. And it turns out Dylan Brooks was up to the task. I just think at some point, maybe after the 7-3, we go, this is not a night for him to continue to get open looks. We're going to change what we do. You know what? Jalen Green's only like 3 for 13.
I was going to
maybe give him some open looks and see what happens there. Invite him to shoot tonight and see what happens the rest of the way.
I was going to say, I'm surprised they did not pivot at one point to actually have him beat us.
Yeah, I know he's been great this month, but it's still Jalen Green.
Yeah.
This is not one of his great nights. Let him shoot and see what happens. But they didn't do that. That was a mistake, and so was having Luke Cornett in on a pivotal play that Şengün got free for a dunk. So 114-112. Rockets got the Hawks tonight. Not exactly the same type of vibes, but you want to take the Hawks. You want to take the Hawks apart and win that game. You don't want to drop that game, even if it is a back-to-back.
All this talk will look real silly
if Dyson Daniels locks down Amin Thompson, you're going to back off.
Amin Thompson goes for 8 points.
You're going to back off your LeBron stuff?
As a ceiling? I feel like that would be unfair.
Once again, I don't think we should put the LeBron ceiling on him. We just say no ceiling.
No, he could be something we've never seen before.
There it is.
Okay.
There it is. We got one more segment to go. If you have some insane comp from Amin Thompson, you can call in and bring it to the table. We're going to hear from Danny Green on Amin Thompson as we're coming back. He has a less crazy comp from Amin Thompson that may have you agreeing with Danny Green, the former Spur, the former Sixer. He's played on a lot of teams, the former Cav. How come he didn't compare him to LeBron? He played with LeBron. Former Laker, too, I think. Still,
he's biased. That's fine.
Okay. Sean Mapes.
Clutch Mafia.
Sean Mapes, unbiased. That's what we know about him. All right, we'll play that sound when we come back.
The Del Olaleye Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olaleye.
What's Amen Thompson's ceiling? When I look at Amen Thompson, I'm thinking like for some reason Andre Iguodala comes to mind. You know what I'm saying? So like I could see that being like his ceiling. You know, he could be that type of player. You know, Iggy came in very athletic, long arms, wings, defender. Became all-star at one point in Philly. And that's the thing with Amen Thompson. It's like the Rockets offensively, they use him as a screener, on ball, off ball. He's in the dunker spot. He's athletic enough to play all 5 positions. He's quick enough. He could jump. He could play the 4 or 5. He said he could be a roll lob threat guy. Like he's just athletic as hell.
Did he do something to insult you, Sean, with that Andre Iguodala comp? Because that feels far below what you think Amen Thompson's capable of.
Andre Iguodala. Like right now, Amen Thompson is Andre Iguodala. Yeah, sure.
Finals MVP, Andre Iguodala.
I mean, you put him on the 2015 Warriors? Sure. The most Andre Iguodala, most points he's ever averaged was 19.9 in 2008.
So Amen's got like 6 points to go to match that.
Yeah,
he's at like 13.
He's averaging like 23 his last 5.
I think as an avid Rockets watcher, we should all be a little leery of big runs that stretch over the course of like 10 games. We've seen it quite a bit here. Now, it's mostly about Jalen Green.
That's the other guy.
It's the other guy. Amen Thompson. This is just going to be his thing. I am not as strong in the Force as far as how I feel about him like you are. You are locked in.
Yeah.
It's almost a religious experience watching him play basketball for you.
Amen.
Me.
Get it? That's his name.
Oh, I got it. You can play that Meek Mill song too at some point. But me, I just want to watch the kid ball. Just watch him ball. Do whatever. And we'll see. We'll see. And that's what this entire Rocket season is for me. We will see what they're capable of, and since I don't have any expectations, they can't disappoint me.
Yeah. Is it crazy for me to say
yes? I don't even know what you're saying, but yes.
I mean, Thompson should be the all-star for the Rockets this year.
I don't think a stretch of 5 games should be the deciding factor about who makes the all-star team.
Okay. But it could look silly in 18 months when we're like, remember when he wasn't an all-star? And
for that one season, in 18 months.
Lou Williams, I mean, Jalen Green was.
Wow. You're insulting Lou Williams.
I know, really.
What do you Lou Williams like? Wait, excuse me?
He was consistent.
Yeah, I'm a consistent bucket getter. What are you talking about? I think, yes, Amen Thompson at some point will be the most likely to be an all-star for the Rockets.
Like going into next year, we're going to be like the likely all-stars Amen Thompson.
I think that's a good thought that we're talking about him as is he the one for the Rockets? I don't know. Are they going to just start running plays for him and he becomes the one and the hierarchy changes? Maybe. I'm sure his offseason work will determine that too.
I mean, they kind of run plays for him now, but it's as like the finisher.
Yeah, he's not really. I mean, he did get the shot to win the game, so that is something where they trusted him. But throughout games, Fred VanVleet's the guy they put the ball in his hands, and then Jalen Green will certainly get his opportunities. Does Amen Thompson become a guy who's your secondary initiator, or maybe the primary one as he continues? Don't think we're going to see that this year. As I said, his off-season work will determine a lot of that as far as where he will be as a ball handler for this Rockets team. But for right now, the role is pretty good, no matter what.
And that off-season work is why you can't put him in Ben Simmons conversations. Because Ben Simmons, off-season work, nothing. Same player every year.
Yeah, if I watch Amen Thompson knocking down open threes like 10 in a row in an open gym, I'm not going to care.
Okay.
I'm not going to care.
But then when he starts doing it in the games,
that's when I'll care. I'm not going to get excited because
he's already a better shooter than Ben Simmons.
Yeah, a lot of people said this is what Ben Simmons should have been.
Yeah, that was my initial last year. I was like, he's Ben Simmons with that dog in him. But now he's surpassed that.
Ben Simmons did an interview and says he didn't know how good he had it in Philly because at least they care about basketball. Brooklyn fans don't, mostly because they don't care about. No one in New York cares about the Nets. That's my editorializing. But he did say, I didn't know how good it was in Philly. Eric, we'll get to you before we wrap it up. I'm sure this will be a serious call. What's up, Eric?
Hey, Bill, I didn't know we were calling into the Miami Heat show.
I didn't bring up the
It's
Miami
Rockets
Heat.
town.
What's he
It's
talking
Heat
about?
town.
Eric, hold on.
And plus, Jimmy Butler, is he coming to Houston?
Hey, Eric.
I'll hang up and listen.
All right, thank you. I didn't bring up the Heat once today, but I don't think so. Why would the Rockets trade for him?
Jock Landale, Jayshawn Tate.
Will the salaries match?
No, that's the tough part.
Yeah.
Can't do Dylan Brooks, and then 4 first-round picks, and Jimmy Butler and 4 first-round picks from the Heat to the Rockets.
The Heat don't have 4
Oh,
first-round picks to
then
trade.
I guess it's not happening.
Yeah, that's the reason it's not happening. Yeah. Well, Brian Windhorst, since he brought him up, the Heat and Jimmy Butler, Brian Windhorst is reporting that now that the Suns feel like they can't acquire him because Bradley Beal will accept a trade to nowhere. He won't waive his no trade for anywhere.
Love that, Bradley Beal.
Despite he being berated by Phoenix fans and his wife being in the section where she can hear it. More teams are involved. The Rockets aren't one of those teams, but maybe the Warriors are involved now because the Heat's price has dropped. So I don't think the Rockets are going to be involved in trading for Jimmy Butler because why?
The price of a brick has gone down for Jimmy Butler.
Been stepped on a little bit. So after being suspended for a third time in a matter of a month.
Yeah, I love that from Pat Riley, being like, we're not paying you anymore. We're just gonna piss you off enough to where you do something, and then we suspend you for it.
Yeah. You know what we're gonna do? We're gonna tell you you're gonna come off the bench for the rest of the season. Oh, you don't like that? Cool.
Hold that fine.
I'd love for you to walk out of practice.
You know what? Here's 2 more for you.
Well, in this case, at least 5 more for you. He's been suspended indefinitely, which oddly enough leads right up until the All-Star break. Because in their state, All-Star break, the trade deadline.
Yeah.
In their statement,
interesting.
In their statement, is like a minimum of 5 games. What does that 5 games equal to? The trade deadline. So they hope to trade him before then, and maybe their desperation will lead to a deal getting done, but not to the Rockets. I did see Zach Lowe say that how well the Rockets have played during this week of beating the Cavs and the Celtics. He thinks could this possibly make them think about making a mini move or a mid-sized move, not a giant superstar move, but one that could strengthen them as they try to make a run through the Western Conference. So we'll see. We'll see if they don't stand pat and they think, okay, we got a real shot here. Oh, there it is. Amen. I think it's Amen by Meek Mill. But for this show, in this city, it's Amen.
Yeah.
We're done. Gallant George are up next, followed by the Killer Bees. Since we're done, what does that mean, Sean?
Duval.
Liam Cohen, the next star of this show. We'll talk to you tomorrow.
Now 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead.
Are you kidding me?
Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
Give the ball right back. You love that. From Ime Udoka, he gave up the bucket. Give it back to him.
114, 112. Another Dragon has been slain.
Rockets launch. Oh wait, is it Goon?
I can't remember.
I think it's Goon when they get in squabs with people.
Okay.
All right,
Goon
okay,
when they
okay.
fight, launch when they
When they
like
do
Amin
good things?
Thompson take over the league. Yeah.
Yeah. Try again.
Rockets launch. There was a little Goonin in that game, though. Did you see Dylan Brooks? See Dylan Brooks?
Oh.
The 10 threes, the flop where then he started gyrating with his pelvis towards the heavens. But we got to talk about the biggest thing that happened in last night's game. I'm going to apologize for something that I'm about to do here. Houston, we have a star. I am officially declaring Amin Thompson a star. The Houston Rockets finally have a star. I know we all thought it might be Jalen Green. And shout out to Jalen Green playing with a Pirates patch on his eye for the last couple minutes of that game. We thought it might be Alperen Şengün. It's Thompson. He had a triple-double over the weekend against the Cavaliers, who have 7 losses this year against teams not named the Rockets. And from start to finish last night, I have never seen a young player belong more against the defending champs of all teams. And yeah, the Celtics are missing a couple of guys. Holy smokes. Start to finish, Amin Thompson last night, I think, is officially a star. Never can go back to the bench again. Ever. That was one of the most incredible performances I've seen by a young player against arguably the league's best team. I've never seen a guy that tall, that fast.
It's incredible. The only time Amin Thompson should ever come off the bench ever again is at All-Star games. It's the only time. If the fans don't vote him into the starting lineup, it's the only time he should come off the bench ever again. He's a starter. He's the guy for the Houston Rockets. And look, Tatum was out there, Jaylen Brown, Porzingis, Drew Holiday. They had their 4 best players. So even though, I guess they're missing some guys, but whatever. The core group of the Celtics is out there. He plays over 40 minutes every night. He plays with the same intensity from the moment the whistle blows to the final buzzer. He is all over the place, offensively, defensively. He moves when he doesn't have the ball in his hands. He's everything you want a basketball player to be, and he spits in the face of the modern NBA, and I think that's why I love him. I think that he only took 2 threes in last night's game is part of the reason why it's just astonishing how good he really is and how quickly he has elevated his game. I mean, we saw flashes last year, and this year started good. But what he's done since he moved into the starting lineup, yeah, I'm fine with star.
Has it even been a month?
Maybe. Maybe was it December when Jabari? I don't remember when Jabari got hurt.
I think it was before the Celtics game where he injured his he got injured during shoot around.
Yeah, it was early January.
I mean,
it's been 20-something days.
Yeah, but they've been the best team in the league basically since he joined the starting lineup. They've beaten the best teams. Yeah, they lost to the Pistons, whatever. Those games are going to happen. But when it matters most, they're beating these good teams, and it's largely in part because of him. He is the reason why this thing is working so well that you can have Jalen being bad on a night. You can have Alpi being bad because Amin Thompson, is the consistency that you need. He's the guy for the Houston Rockets now.
It started off for me where this is the guy that you want everybody on the team to be like when I first saw Thompson in the starting lineup. And you've seen glimpses, of course, just because of his freakish athleticism, which I would argue, just given his frame, is the best in the league. But when you're going on the road at a place that actually is loud as far as basketball arenas go, when we're talking about January basketball, to go there and to do that and to challenge Jason Tatum and to be taking it to him, and same with Jaylen Brown and flying all over the place and creating havoc. I'm blown away by what I saw last night. And I say that as somebody who is a Celtics fan who's a little bit concerned about how the Rockets played against them, because they looked faster and more athletic and like they gave a damn more. Whether it was Dylan Brooks, who again played the game of his life, so maybe that's what I put in the back pocket as a Celtics fan looking at that one. But holy smokes. I mean, I'm wearing a Rocket shirt today. Should be proud of this team, but really proud of Amen Thompson, who is a star and finally hit a game-winning shot at the end. This is after the game, Vanessa Richardson catching up with Amen Thompson and a potty mouth Dylan the Villain Brooks.
How would you describe the feeling as that shot left your hands and you knew you guys had it?
That felt great. I knew that was going in. I knew this in our breath. That's my first game winner. I feel like Kobe.
It's his first game winner in the NBA. He brought up after the game that he'd hit a game winner in the G League, and somebody in the background said, "That don't count."
It don't count. High school games count more than overtime elite. It's a fake basketball
High
league.
school games, that's
overtime elite. Those guys
overstated.
they're not even NBA. Like there's only like 3 NBA guys from overtime elite, and it's Amen, Asar, and probably one other guy.
It's better than
it's like fake G League even.
But it's better than high school.
I mean, yes,
It's
but
definitely better than high school. I get what you're saying. Like, I mean, take everything with a grain of salt. And look, I don't know how many of these he's going to have over the course of his career, given where the NBA's gone and the fact that he does not really have a consistent shot yet. But multiple times in the last minute of that crazy, awesome 114-112 win over the Celtics, down the stretch, he had beautiful touch in the lane, in the paint, and considering his size, I mean, it's very strange to think of him as a type of post presence. Not like he's putting his back to anybody or anything like that, but he's got really good touch underneath the hoop when he needs to. And twice down the stretch in a back and forth game with the defending champions, he made things happen. Also, there's a beautiful inbound play to Alperen Şengün for a dunk with about 10 seconds left to go or so.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it was a really impressive performance last night by the Rockets, 114-112. And I think Amen Thompson's a star. You think that's wrong? You're wrong, okay?
I'm with you.
A star is born.
And he's the best player, and he's the most important player on the Rockets now and going forward. It's not Alpi. It's not Jalen Green. It's just not. Jalen Green's not consistent enough. Amen Thompson, because what makes Amen Thompson a star is that he doesn't have to score 30 points in a basketball game to impact it in all 42 minutes that he plays.
Good
He
point.
can score 8 points, but he might get you 18 rebounds and he might get you 8 assists. And he's also going to play just elite level defense in the game. And also what's impressive too, I think, which is maybe the most surprising part of this, is we see guys coming in the NBA all the time who are good defenders. But a lot of times what we see is they really struggle to stay on the court because of foul trouble. He completely avoids that too.
I can't believe he only had 2 fouls last night, because in a game where
Yeah.
I think Jason Tatum didn't have a point in the first half. I mean, to look at the numbers for Tatum and then look at the stats for Thompson, and it's only 2 that we're talking about for a home game for Boston. That's something else too. Good observation.
So I'm all in. I'm with you. I don't know how there can be a pushback against it. I don't know why people are even concerned that he's going to return to the bench at some point. Ime Udoka would have to be an idiot to put him back on the bench.
That's not
at this
happening.
point.
Everyone knows that going forward, he's the guy, at least in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
Jabari Smith, look, he's going to come off the bench. I think he'll be good as a role player. We'll see if he likes that and if he buys in. He knows it. I mean, I'm sure watching these games, he's like, I'm not replacing him in the starting lineup if I get healthy again.
No, if you want to make an argument for Jabari over someone else in the lineup, like, I'll listen to it, but not over Amen Thompson. He's locked in.
And what's tough is that the guy that would be easiest to make the argument for him replacing the starting lineup made 10 threes last night and air humped Boston Garden.
So you're a Dylan Brooks fan now?
I do. You know what? You apologized for telling people he's a star. You didn't need to. I think this is the second time I've done this, but I want to make it more clear. I was right. I was wrong.
Wait, were you right or wrong?
My brain hurt for a second.
Wow. Mine does too.
I was wrong. You were right. You guys are smart.
Dylan Brooks.
I am dumb.
The villain.
I love Dylan the villain.
Let's go.
Brooks.
About
I
time.
apologize for being a Dylan Brooks hater before the season started. I will forever love Dylan Brooks.
I'll apologize for scoffing at that contract when it was first given. Because I did for a second. But at the same time, I was like, I'm sure I will love him eventually because he's the exact kind of basketball player I love, which is a troll.
Yeah. And my whole thing was like, what's the extra $4 million per year? Sure. Give it to him. I don't care. Not my money.
Yeah.
Give it.
They're not paying anyone
pay
anyway.
somebody.
Yeah. It's either that or Jock Landale gets more money. I don't know.
From YouTube at Christopher Soriano says, with all the attention and love Amen Thompson's getting, do you think the team dynamics will be affected by players who are getting overlooked or not the same kind of love? They have Ime Udoka, so I don't believe that'll happen. They're also winning. If you're being a salty little whiny baby like Deontay Johnson during this, I mean, get out. Like, just get out. You can't show it publicly when things are going this well. Maybe if they hit a lull, and I'm sure they will. This is an insane start. And this stretch that they've just gone on where they've beaten the Cavs twice and the Celtics in a row.
Mm-hmm.
2 of those games on the road.
There's no reason to complain. If they complain, you're right. Trade them. Get rid of them. Like they don't need to be here. Yeah. Like, and also
put them in stocks. No, if you're complaining while they're winning after all the crap this organization's put us through, you need to be put in stocks and watch the game in stocks.
But the other thing about Amen Thompson is that like Dylan Brooks is not going to score 36 points every single night, but the buckets are there for everybody because of Amen Thompson. Like this team might just be built on the idea that Amen is going to get his, and he is going to be a huge contributor to why. And there's going to be nights where Alpi, instead of having 11 points, he has 30 points. Or Jalen Green, he has 12 last night. There'll be nights where he has 40 points. Like Fred VanVleet only scored 7 points in last night's game. So like there's going to be nights when these guys go off. It's going to be about feeding the hot hand and kind of building everything around this one guy in Şengün because they work so well together. And other guys will get theirs on any given night. And if everyone can accept that, then the Rockets can be a very good basketball team for the foreseeable future.
Are you telling me a 69 points from Dylan Brooks and Amen Thompson night is that unsustainable?
I mean,
36 points from Dylan Brooks.
If Amen Thompson goes for 60 and Dylan Brooks goes for 9, maybe that happens.
But like, could you go like?
I don't know if he could do that because Thompson can't shoot from outside yet.
Yeah, no, it is hard to get the.
We hope he will
get the high, super high numbers. Although, he's got 33 and he can't shoot.
Yeah, that's true.
It's just terrifying. I mean, I know a lot of people are trying to do comps and things like that, but it reminds me of like what people thought of Giannis and where his game could go if he developed a shot. Now, Giannis has never really developed that shot. He takes a bunch of them. They're terrible. I hope Amen Thompson never does that. But like it's really the same thing. It's just like if he can score 33 points, also with only shooting 8 free throws. So it's not like he's attacking the rim and just getting all of his points at the free throw line and really dominating in that way. He's just a highly efficient basketball player. So if everyone can just kind of, I don't know, get in line and just be part of the party, then the Rockets can do a lot of good things.
Yeah, I feel like we've done the like, what if all the guys that aren't good start getting pissed off at the guys who are good every time, Jalen Green has a few good games and it's Cam Whitmore and and when Alperen Şengün has a good there's no evidence that these guys actually like are like that.
Correct.
B, they're winning, and C, this is the first time any of them have ever won anything in the NBA.
And D, their coach isn't a pee pants.
Yeah.
I think their coach, more than the majority of coaches in the NBA, is someone who can check their ego. And I don't think there's many coaches left in the league that will do it. And since Udoka does have the pelts on the wall from his time in Boston, having made it to the finals with the Celtics very early, a lot earlier than I think people thought. I think people thought Brad Stevens moving aside is what's going to happen going forward.
Year one.
He was better than Stevens ever was as a coach. And I think you got a good guy in charge, so that probably will not happen. From the 713-780-3776 on the HRP listener line. I don't know why I tossed to the phones as strangely as I did right there. Will has a thought on the Rockets. Will, what's up? You're on Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5.
Hey, what's going on, Joe? What's going on, Paul? Hey, man, long-time listener. Hey, I like the excitement. Paul, Star is Born, Lady Gaga, Bradley Cooper.
Great movie.
Amen Thompson, best player on the team right now. Long-time Rockets fan. I've been sold on, older teams, Steve Francis and Cuttino Mobley. I remember going to the Compact Center and watching them boys play. No team, even James Harden, Chris Paul, no team can resemble what we got right now. So if you're not a Rockets fan, buy in now. This team plays defense. Everybody's locked in. Nobody is everybody on the team is contributing. Like Joe just touched on it. You had Jalen Green, bad night. Şengün, not so good. And we got two other people stepping up. They were trying to leave Tyrese Eason open. That dude had a few clutch shots. Dylan Brooks was offered 10 3-pointers. Everyone on his team is locked in. They believe in Udoka. So buy in right now. If you're not sold, don't be a homer. Buy into the team. This team is going to do great things. They keep playing like this.
Love the call. Appreciate it, Will. 713-780-3776 to call to text. Actual confession, and you guys know I'm a bit of a sports slut. Actual confession. Patriots and Celtics till I die. However, there were moments where I was envious that this is what Rockets fans get to enjoy for this specific night last night. I was just envious of, damn, an awakening like this on the road against the defending champs who are like, whoa, damn, because they just played them a couple of weeks ago. And for the result to be this compared to what it was then, something else. This is brought up. I think was this on the Twitch? Yeah, this is on the Twitch. This is from Trillix Gouda. That one play in the first quarter where Thompson got a rebound that was going out of bounds, just turns and slams the ball in one move. The crazy thing is, like, there are so many Amen Thompson highlights from last night. I don't even know which one to think of, but you're right, because that one early on, there was the other play where he came from behind and he blocked a Drew Holiday shot. He catches the ball before it goes out of bounds, somehow turns around and pirouettes and passes it in a way where it was like a really good outlet pass. And then 5 seconds later, he's underneath the basket, like fighting for a rebound. It's insane watching.
The alley-oop.
Yeah. There's another almost alley-oop too. I mean, the amount of moments in the game where he does freakish stuff, it's getting to a point where it's expected, and that's star stuff.
Yeah.
When you're seeing someone do things no other player can do, like, say, Patrick Mahomes falling forward on his knees and throwing a touchdown pass to Travis Kelce like he did against the Texans a couple of weeks ago. Like, some guys are just special. And to me, Green, I've seen scorers like Green before. Şengün, I mean, we call him Baby Jokic. Thompson's doing stuff I feel like I haven't seen.
That's why it's different, because there's no comp. Like, there's no player that does what he does at his size this early. It's not just that he's doing it. Like, this isn't your 5 of Men Thompson, your 6 of Men Thompson, where like he's one of the highest paid players in the league and is coming into his own. He's doing this at such a young age and without a huge skill set and not being able to shoot the ball at all from the 3-point line. But there's no comparison for him. Like, it's like if you want to do a comp, you have to like blend players together, because he's so athletic but he's also so good defensively at his size. Like, it's very, very unique. And to what Will said, like, if people aren't in on the Rockets yet, if you've been out since the bubble, which I know a lot of people were,
understandable,
totally understandable. The players, everything that
James
was going
Harden's
on,
fat suit saga,
like the fat suit saga was worse. The Rockets were a joke under Silas. If you're not in yet, there's no better time to get in now. Like, this is 20. I'm gonna say 2017 Astros. Like, I'm not saying they're gonna win the World Series, but like, it feels better than what 2015 was for the Astros.
Definitely not gonna win the World Series.
Yes.
But yeah, no, this is the like Paul was saying, where you're envious as a Celtics fan watching like the Rockets get to do this. It's because like right now they're in the position, like I said earlier, none of these guys have ever won anything, where you can celebrate 3 straight wins in January and we're over the moon excited for this team.
Exactly. It's like the Texans last year.
Yes.
There's an excitement level because it's a bit of a honeymoon phase. And hey, enjoy this year because there's no expectations and there's no really getting frustrated at it. Right now, everything is house money, and they have already, won to the degree where somebody on the casino floor might be coming over and double checking to see if you're counting cards or something.
Yeah, because there's nothing the Celtics can do in the regular season that will have their fans as excited as what Rockets fans feel right now. And even going back, like you said, if you haven't been a Rockets fan since James Harden in the bubble, it's even before then, the regular season was not enjoyable. Never mind the style of play, just the very fact that if the James Harden Rockets in 2017 went in and beat the number 1 seed Oklahoma City Thunder, cool, no one cares doing the playoffs. That was the entire Rockets fan watching experience of the regular season basically since 2014.
Right.
2014 is the last time where it's regular season games are actually fun, and that's what the Rockets have right now.
Yeah, and I feel like this team is so different in every capacity in which the style of basketball they play that even how we say same old Texans with this team, even though it's totally different with D'Amico and CJ, it's the same end result. If this Rockets team doesn't make some incredible run this year, we're not going to be saying same old Rockets. Yeah. I do think people's expectations are going to start to change soon about you got to at least get out of the first round at a minimum.
The playoffs just have to begin. And honestly, I think it's going to take care of itself. I already feel pretty good about their chances in the first round against whoever they play. Is there anyone in the West that truly scares you? And just given the way that the West went last year, where Minnesota looked like the team and then started underachieving late, Dallas snuck their way into the finals, Denver seemed like they ran out of gas, and right now, it's all on Jokic to essentially average 37 points a game or whatever ridiculous number he's averaging. He's going to win the MVP this year. The West is more open than you would think, and I think it's totally fair to start even thinking crazy things is this going to be one of those weird ass years that comes out of nowhere and they actually are able to make it all the way? You can start entertaining that right now, much like you should be saying Amen Thompson's a star. I want to go to a comment. This is an interesting one. Slopez69, who had said Amen's Giannis body with prime Russ athleticism, said this: Amen will end up being the Jordan of this draft class. Wemby will be Olajuwon. And I saw this tweet from Adam Spillane last night. It's funny to think back at the despair the fan base felt after falling to 4th in the 2023 lottery. Oh, I remember, because I thought it meant James Harden was going to come back. I had an effing meltdown on the air. A bunch of Spurs fans were coming after me on YouTube, just trolling my ass. Not only did the Rockets miss out on Wemby, but they missed out on Brandon Miller and Scoot Henderson too. Yeah, everyone was all on Scoot. Mm-hmm. And now they've stumbled into somebody who, you did not expect to be doing the things that literally separate him from the entirety of the effing league. But that's what you have in Amen Thompson.
I probably won't go as far as saying he's going to be better than Victor Wembanyama, because it feels like he's going to be one of the greatest players to ever touch a court.
Win, bitch.
But you're right. But the satisfaction
French
from
stay losing
the lottery night itself, to where Victor Wembanyama celebrated that the Rockets did not get the first pick. The fact that you got Amen Thompson because of a coin flip that you lost. You were tied for lottery position with the Spurs. They did a coin flip, and the Spurs ended up with the lottery ball that ended up winning the whole thing, and that's why they got Wemby. You got the best player, and this is a Paul victory lap for you, man, of the tanking and everything. And it's why tanking is stupid and why drafts don't matter, because it's
really a crapshoot.
It is a crapshoot, man. No one then thought Amen, honestly, was a better pick than Brandon Miller and Scoot.
No one did. Everyone was like, we're not even sure which Thompson brother we want.
Exactly. Because we never seen them play, because they play in the overtime elite, which no one on planet Earth watches besides the biggest of basketball nerds. And even you listen to Ryan Russillo.
This is a big day for them. Honestly, this is a big day for overtime elite. Are people going to start watching now and looking for the next Amen Thompson?
Definitely not.
That was my first question, honestly.
But it is it's a huge luck of the draw. And the Rockets, they really won the lottery that night, besides getting Wemby. It's incredible.
So they came in second in the lottery.
That's okay.
By finishing fourth.
Yeah.
Tell me something, boy. Amen Thompson, he brings me joy. I'm falling. Still rooting for the Celtics, but now I'm kind of jealous of him. I'm on the deep end. Okay, I'll stop.
I didn't know if you were gonna go for that.
We're gonna keep working on the
I'm
lyrics.
also
Are we gonna
jealous.
keep working?
But a star's been born. A star has been born, ladies and gentlemen, and they thems.
Yeah.
I don't think you have to do the
I
third
don't
one
think you had
anymore.
to do that anymore.
Well, I'm progressive. You got what? What? Oh, the new guy comes into office. I got to start being an a-hole. No,
By law.
no. Wait, fair point. Fair point. Well, if I'm not deported by ICE or the word police,
Get ready to go back to Montreal, buddy.
713-780-3776 to call, to text if you want to talk about the Rockets. That was an awesome win last night, and I think Amen Thompson officially a star. Up next, okay, the Ryan Presley trade's official, but the Astros might not be trying to get who we all want them to get. And honestly, if this is the guy they're going after, dag nabbit, stay put.
You are back with Gallant and George
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Paul and Joe.
Some reaction to our conversation about the Rockets. I said Amen Thompson's a star. To open up today's show after last night's 33-point performance against the Boston Celtics in a dramatic 114-112 last-second win, he hit a game winner with 0.4 seconds to go from the 7-1-3. The Lord is on Houston's side. First, he brought us CJ and D'Amico. Now he's brought us a player called Amen and or Amen. I think it's said in the churches as a recovering Catholic. Amen. But some people say Amen.
Yeah.
And I'm not 100% sure of what the proper pronunciation is in church.
I have no idea, honestly. I think I say amen.
I don't think God's that picky.
Yeah, I think he's just like get it close.
Yeah, the idea
like being in
of
the ballpark.
The idea of it matters.
Yeah.
I bet he definitely likes if there is a man upstairs who's paying a little more attention to the National Basketball Association,
Rockets hoops now?
Middle East, Ukraine, if there is someone who's paying attention, it certainly's got to help him.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
Name one after my thing. Oh, that's cool.
Look at that guy.
You know what? That basket goes in.
I like the cut of his jib.
Jaylen Brown, your angles are going to fall apart as he crossovers you on the final
for
play.
some reason, Luke Cornett is going to want to switch with you at the last second. I don't know.
Okay, so the Houston Astros officially have traded Ryan Presley to the Chicago Cubs, which we discussed a lot yesterday. Does feel like the kind of strong-armed him into waiving his no-trade clause. But maybe it was easier than we thought, given that if you listen to us last year, we brought on Chandler Rome, and Chandler had hinted that when the Astros brought in Josh Hader, Ryan Presley wasn't happy. And we're seeing that now where feelings were hurt. Dana Brown even went so far as to admit that. But we're moving on from Ryan Presley. We're on to what's next. And we're all hoping that the Astros are going to make Alex Bregman an Astro again with the extra money that they got since they got $8.5 million of salary relief from the Cubs in this trade. And while they might be still monitoring it, they're not giving much more towards Alex Bregman. In fact, it seems like they're standing entirely pat. And now all of a sudden, Joe, we're hearing that they're interested in Mariners infielder Jorge Polanco.
Awesome. Great move.
Is that sarcastic?
Yes.
Okay.
This is not the kind of inspiring move I expected the Astros to make after trading Ryan Presley.
I'll be honest, I wasn't sure they would make a move.
Well, see, I think it does make sense if you're not going to bring Bregman back. It means Dubon's your opening day left fielder. And you have to replace the utility infielder. And that's essentially what Jorge Polanco does.
Oh my God. They're replacing the $8.5 million of salary relief. It's being used to sign a utility infielder.
I mean, basically, he's not a starter. Like, wasn't going to play left field. He's only a second base and a shortstop. Like you're going to demand he play left field? Like, he's not going to come here for that.
I looked at his metrics on Baseball Savant. For those who don't remember, that was the website that some were citing when people were saying, hey, Jose Abreu might not be good anymore. And percentile-wise, he is poor when it comes to hitting. He is below average at base running. And he is absolute worst at fielding. So
great.
I don't get this one at all. I mean, it seems like he has some power.
There we go.
So that's neato.
Yeah, like it's a hard player to look at. Like when you look at his baseball reference page, just as like a starting point. The numbers last year are atrocious. But Paul, you sent us this article the other day, kind of outlining what's happened in a couple ballparks in baseball, and that the Mariners have basically essentially made their ballpark impossible to have success in. So if you look at Jorge Polanco's road splits last year, he was a 193 hitter in Seattle, a 233 hitter outside of Seattle. The home run numbers are basically the same, though. So, like, he's a below average hitter, whether he's in Seattle or not last year. Now, before that, in Minnesota, like, he's a fine baseball player. He hit 255 in 2023, 269 in 2021. So, like, he has been like a 250 hitter since 2020. He is not the, hitting 288, 295 that he was in 2018-19. So, like, it's an okay move, I guess.
Is it? I mean, it's another infielder.
Yeah, it's a depth piece. Like, that's all it really is.
You have no depth in your outfield. Let's go get another infielder. Like, what the hell is this? What is this?
Give me an outfielder, and then Mauricio Dubon can still be the Mauricio Dubon role.
Yeah.
I think they need an outfielder and an infielder then.
But But they don't need an infielder.
Well, they clearly think they do.
I know. I think they're crazy. What are you doing?
At the very least, they don't need that infielder.
Right.
Can we do better than Polanco?
I mean, shoot. Don't you have guys in the minors that you're hoping, and the infield side of things, Bryce Matthews specifically, that are going to be able to play maybe at some point this year?
Bryce Matthews is the only one that would probably be in contention. Like, Cam Smith is not. I mean, the long-term fallout of like an Alex Bregman deal, if that were still to come to fruition, is you are definitely talking about positional changes for both Bryce Matthews and Cam Smith in the minors. And you have, you have to figure out where they're going to play potentially in the long run. Like, you might see both those guys get run at left field and right field, or maybe one of them gets a run at second base to replace Jose Altuve if he's going to become your left fielder, because apparently that's still on the table, even if Alex Bregman's not back.
Yeah.
So, like, Jorge Polanco could just play second base next year. Altuve's not going to be your primary left fielder if Bregman's not here. Like, that's not happening. But Dana Brown left the door open to Jose Altuve playing left field today, even if Bregman's not here.
If I'm Jose Altuve, I'm like, yeah, I said I'd play left field if Bregman.
Oh yeah,
back.
you have. I
didn't
step in.
I didn't say anything about Polanco.
Like, I'm not doing this. Like, hell, you know what? They honestly, if this is like their plan, why are they not re-engaging with Nolan Arenado and the Cardinals? Like, if this is really what they're going to do, and they're not going to get Alex Bregman, go get Nolan Arenado. Make him your third baseman, put Paredes at second, and then Altuve can play left. That's fine. But, like, Polanco? Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, I'd rather sign probably 55-year-old Placido Polanco, because that's the only person with the last name Polanco that I was aware of until all of a sudden there were rumors about the Astros being interested in Jorge Polanco. From the 832, does Jeff Bagwell get drunk and think he can make bad players good? Hey, this is a Dana Brown, Jim Crane operation now.
We think.
It's at least what they told us. And obviously, we should believe everything the Astros tell us.
Pretty honest.
At the very least, we haven't heard from Jeff Bagwell in a while.
I do think that's an indicator. I think we'll really know because Dana Brown's met with the media today over Zoom. So I don't think we would really know until there's an in-person press conference. Jeff Bagwell's involvements, because those typically would go as he's not part of the press conference. He would just be like lurking in the background, but then like Berman and everyone would find him, and then that's where he would tell all of us that the Astros were overly analytical and they had to completely change, and that's why they got rid of Yuli Gurriel.
Fine,
they're too analytical. Like a month after winning the World Series, they're like, too much analytics.
I don't think we'll really know for Bagwell his involvement until like spring training or until they re-sign Alex Bregman. Because it's not like Jorge Polanco is going to get an introductory press conference.
I hope not.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. This sucks. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776. What? I'm sorry. I was excited that Ryan Presley meant Alex Bregman for a moment until I realized, oh wait, they didn't really free up that much space, and they made a trade so that they could save $8.5 million. Technically only saving 5.5 in the process because they were 3 over the luxury tax. They just wanted to get under the luxury tax. But great. Jorge Polanco, thank you. Let's just play all infielders. 5 infielder defense. Okay? They'll never see it coming.
Like, all I can think of now is like
it.
Like McCormick or Myers is really struggling, and you're gonna have a game where Christian Walker, Isaac Paredes, Jeremy Pena are all in the lineup, joined by infielders Jorge Polanco, Jose Altuve in left, Mauricio Dubon in center, and then Myers or McCormick in right. Like, that's what I envision, is putting 6 outfielders out there for 4 positions. or 6 infielders out there for 4 positions and having them play left. And
Screw it. Have a catcher in the outfield. They're called catcher for a reason. Must be able to catch the ball.
Caratini's a little slow. I guess it could be Yiner. Screw it.
Defense doesn't matter in baseball. Just put like 12 infield. Oh, wait, you can't do that. 9 infielders. Wait, you can't do that. 8 infielders. Just crowd the infield. And everyone, so here's what you do. Everyone just stands right in front of the batter and you just heckle him.
Oh, I was also thinking meat shield of just,
Yeah.
you put, it's like
all the infielders wear catcher cages and they all just stand in a semicircle. And then there's the pitcher who's throwing the ball. What? No one's tried it before.
It's like Happy Gilmore at
Yeah.
the batting cages.
Now there might be, the occasional, you might have the guys who are closer to the pitcher's line to home plate. You might want to put your less important players there. So sorry, Chaz McCormick and Jake Myers. You guys might be the closest to the line of fire, but
or Jorge Blanco.
Yeah, Jorge Blanco.
Again,
Like this
meat
is
shield.
we're gonna try new things here. Okay. We're going to try new things. And I really like this idea that I just came up with because I am a baseball genius. Everyone says that. The greatest baseball mind in Houston. I think that they should just have, you have a pitcher, you have a catcher, 7 infielders crowding the batter's box and heckling the batters. I bet their averages go down a lot.
I mean, look, Lance McCullers, if he ever plays for the Astros, he can field a little bit. So, like, as soon as he throws the pitch, then he can just like run backwards into the outfield. So that way you have one guy out there to chase it down.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. It does feel like the Astros have made a move so that they can sign Jorge effing Polanco. Good God. That bums me out. For his part, this was Dana Brown talking about Alex Bregman at the Astros press conference today.
We've talked internally about, him still being available. And so we are definitely having conversations within our front office. We haven't reached back out to Boris. At some point, it could turn to that. I know that we're taking a deep look at what it would look like if we acquired him, and how would it look for us financially? Does it make sense to do it? We know that he's a talented player. We'd love to have him, but I would mostly say it's all internal conversations as to what we would like to do in terms of Bregman. Well, I owe Boris a call. He sent me a text, today, so I'll probably end up getting back to him. But I would leave it at that.
So he's going to eventually text him back.
He's eventually going to text or call Scott Boras back.
Honestly, everything I heard up to that point was just like the parents and Charlie Brown, who are just completely. This is the secret about Charlie Brown. They didn't tell you about this. His parents. It's not that they can't understand the parents. The parents are hammered. They're just absolutely bleep canned. They've had like 12 Bud Heavies. They're ripping darts, and that family room just smelled like cancer, to be perfectly honest. And in the background, they say, wah, 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 but that was Dana Brown the entire way there.
I mean, but basically all he really told us, and why it was interesting to me, is just because it just means all these reports about Presley leaving equals Bregman back are just trash garbage. They haven't even talked to Scott Boras yet. Come on. Like, you can't tell me Alex Bregman, like trading Ryan Presley means Alex Bregman could be back if you haven't even spoken to his agent.
Especially with all that Bob Nightingale stuff from over the weekend, which made it seem like the two were linked.
Yeah.
Which makes me think that Jim Crane was saying like, yeah, this is linked. And they've maybe thought Presley wasn't going to waive the no trade clause. So the win is either one, Presley never waives his no trade clause and stays, and he's the reason the Astros don't bring back Bregman. Or another win, they save money because Presley feels shamed into waiving the no trade clause. And that's what happened over the weekend.
Totally agree. It's more about money, and maybe they do find, like, Dana Brown calls Scott Boras today and they find a way to actually come to some conclusion. But anything you see out there right now, even, people putting out, like, their sources in quotes that say Alex Bregman wants $30 million a year. The Astros are currently offering 26. Well, now all of that is pretty much trash, because They haven't even talked to the agent yet.
Trash.
It's just reality. Like,
is that on the washed agent to initiate those conversations?
I mean, unless they're literally only having them with Alex.
Do you think that Scott Boras, who you believe is washed, and
Yes.
I think, listen, this is a good offseason for you right now.
It is.
Things are going well for you.
I was a little nervous when he signed Soto.
But that's Juan Soto.
Yeah, I probably could have got that deal done.
Do you think you could have gotten that done?
It really just seemed like a giant bidding war, so I think so.
Someone else would have had to do the math.
No, because they're doing the math.
Well, yeah, but you'd have to confirm. Like, they might take a couple of zeros out of there.
I can
say we can
read.
get this past Joe. Yeah,
read.
yeah, okay,
But can't math.
That's still math. You see a bunch of zeros, you're like, oh yeah.
Yeah, I could be like, is that
commission's the commission?
That $40 billion or is that $4 million?
Yeah, let me just eyeball the.
But sorry,
It's deserved.
with Boris, I mean, do you think that at this point you have to send a couple of texts? Yeah, and by the way, in the dating world, this is frowned upon, and I constantly shoot myself in the foot because I do this all the time. When you send a text, you're not supposed to send another text. You're not supposed to seem desperate. You're not supposed to seem like you want it.
Mhm.
Do you think that Dana Brown right now has 6 messages, perhaps some unread, perhaps some left unread from Scott Boras?
I mean, the fact that Boris is reaching out first does kind of give the perception that the Astros have the upper hand here a little bit. So yeah, I could see there being at least 2 text messages. What's the limit? Like
3 is where it
three is
starts
where it gets weird, right?
to get dicey for you. I don't care because sometimes I will just send for dramatic effect a text and then another one.
I think that's different than 3 different ones that aren't like related.
Correct. And also sometimes I just send 7 in a row because I'm crazy.
That's a lot.
Yeah, that's a bit much.
Sometimes you got to send 10.
I like the idea of Marathon Girl right now. Don't know her name, haven't met her yet, but like, don't send 7 texts. I like the idea of Marathon Girl.
Yeah, but sometimes, listen, and not that I would do that, but sometimes I need to self-sabotage.
Yeah.
Sometimes I just have to go in there and absolutely light myself on fire like I'm a protesting man wearing all orange, like that Buddhist monk that one time.
Yes.
Shout out to him. People remember you, but they don't remember the cause. But they do remember you.
We don't know the cause. We don't know the name. We just remember the fire.
Brutal way to go. And speaking of on fire, that is what Dana Brown is doing to us by not bringing back Alex Bregman. What a transition, Dan Paul. That's why they pay you the big bucks. I know that is why they pay me not big, but that's why they pay me the bucks.
Yeah,
because of that. It is disappointing. I mean, I feel like I was just teased over the weekend. You know, we're talking about the texting back and forth. I feel like I was told that I was going to get a tasteful photo, and someone just sent me like their elbow crack.
Yeah.
And then they told me that it was their elbow crack.
Yeah, they didn't even pretend to lie to you.
Yeah, they just sent that.
They're just like, by the way,
originally.
that's the elbow.
And then they let you have some, let you enjoy it for
a
couple hours, and they're like, by the way,
I was gonna say like 2 minutes.
Well, it was like a long weekend.
It was a long weekend
of Bob Nightingale updates.
It does feel like Alex Bregman potentially coming back has been like a 2-week storyline that's happened in the last 5 days.
Yeah, I mean they timed it up perfectly to where all the guys are talking about it. Astros Fan Fest too. I think that's what it is that we actually heard Altuve and Espada have to answer those questions.
Yeah, was this all an elaborate ploy by the Astros to make people excited at Fan Fest?
Yeah, but doesn't
given that the attendance was down this past year and people were kind of like, "Hey, are you guys still good?"
Yeah, but
you could just sign Alex Bregman then.
Everyone's
if you sign Alex Bregman,
you could just do that.
That's how you pander.
Like everyone's gonna not hate them, but like be disappointed now.
Yeah,
the way these reports have been framed.
This is let's be honest. If they bring in Jorge Polanco, to me, that's like Brian Schottenheimer. It's like the Cowboys and Brian Schottenheimer. And honestly, theoretically, it could work, I guess. But I mean, that's what it is, and it could make sense.
It could,
and it's cost effective.
I don't know,
but that's what it is. That's what it. I mean,
how many Jorge Polanco jerseys are they selling this year?
How many
like 10?
family members does he have?
Good question. Like no one's getting out there like buying like the new City Edition jersey of Jorge Polanco. They won't even be available for sale, probably.
Well, they'll probably have the used versions that's up in the center field.
Yeah. Now you could still go. Now,
You can get Javier Bracamonte jerseys.
One thing
I
did learn about FanFest yesterday. Did you
What?
like the team store? There was a sale rack of Kyle Tucker jerseys, and there's sale racks in other stores of Kyle Tucker jerseys. You know, it's not on sale yet.
What?
Alex Bregman jerseys.
Damn. But he's an icon.
Connect the dots.
I don't think Kyle Tucker's I don't think people are going to be thinking years from now about Kyle Tucker when they think of these teams.
To catch the final out of the World Series.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jose Altuve is going to do that next year.
In left field.
In left field.
Hopefully.
If he has a stoop of sorts. He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Huge win for the Rockets last night. I think Amen Thompson's a star if you want to weigh in on that. Also, it seems like the Astros are going after Jorge Polanco. Nothing new when it comes to Alex Bregman. The Houston Texans have interviewed a new offensive coordinator. Oh, is he getting Paul Frisky? I actually like this last one who they interviewed. I'll explain why next. Stay put. Big win for the Rockets last night. If you want to weigh in on that one, 114-112 over the Boston Celtics. The big takeaway we all must agree on coming out of that game, Houston, we have a star. So if you want to chime in on that, you can. And also, it seems like the Astros are not going after Alex Bregman. They are more focused on Jorge Polanco for now. We'll see if possibly washed Scott Boras comes back with perhaps a slightly more palatable deal that the Astros should offer Alex Bregman. Not going to lie, though, and again, baseball casual Paul here. If the Astros get rid of Ryan Presley to save, doing math, $5.5 million against the salary because there were 3 over the luxury tax. I'm sorry, Jorge Polanco ain't floating my boat.
Yeah, he doesn't exactly get the juices flowing for you, Paul. Like, he doesn't get you excited. No deep steel or deep red pills or whatever the Astros colors are, deep navy blue pills for Jorge Polanco being your opening day second baseman / backup shortstop.
No.
Yeah, it doesn't feel it either. I also just, at this point, the Alex Bregman stuff, it almost feels like a dying story. Because it's hard to know what's out there. Like, are the Red Sox, Tigers, these teams, are they just offering like 2-year deals worth a lot more money, but the Astros are the only one offering long-term deals? Like, it's hard to tell what's going on with Alex. I'm curious, like, what gets reported on today, because I'm sure we'll get something after this supposed conversation that's going to happen with Scott Boras, because it's unclear what these other teams are offering. Like, I know there's one other team from a report yesterday that also has a 6-year deal on the table with an opt-out after the first year.
Right.
That's all we know.
That's it.
So we don't know, like, if Alex wants a 6-year deal where on average he's paid $30 million a year, or if he would accept the same deal that's on the table right now.
So that's the latest on the Astros. And again, you want to weigh on the Rockets game, you can. Astros, same thing. The Texans offensive coordinator search has continued. We will get to some very interesting comments about Bobby Slowick in a bit, but I wanted to start with the most recent news. First off, per Jonathan Jones of CBS Sports, Chip Kelly is a target. He is at the top of their list, but unclear in this report if Chip Kelly and the Texans have mutual interest. Kelly is considered a target for both the Jaguars and Texans offensive coordinator positions. He also could get looks in Tampa Bay. Kelly won the national title with Ohio State, but he's kept an interest in the NFL for years, including last year when his name was tossed around the league following his UCLA tenure and before he went to Columbus to be with Ohio State. Sources indicated the Jaguars had interest in pairing new head coach Liam Cohen with Kelly. We'll talk about Cohen tomorrow. Good God. Cohen is thought to be a play calling head coach, so it's unclear how involved Kelly would be in calling the plays in game should that match come to fruition. But after the Texans fired offensive coordinator Bobby Slowick following 2 years in that role, sources pointed to Kelly as a logical successor. He was DeMeco Ryans' head coach when Ryans was playing linebacker for the Eagles in Philly, and they would call the offensive plays without interference, considering the head coach comes from the defensive background. Here is at his introductory press conference to mark the beginning of the DeMeco Ryans era in Houston in 2024, very early in 2023. Here is DeMeco Ryans talking about Chip Kelly.
And with Coach Chip Kelly, what I learned from him, he was a master motivator, but he was also an innovator. And Chip Kelly, he was always on the cutting edge, right? Always looking for ways to get better with sports science, technology. And I take things that I learned from all these men, and that's how I feel like you build an organization, right? You build a first-class organization.
So that is DeMeco talking about the Chip Kelly effect.
I think it's the perfect hire for DeMeco. You think about the innovation, like what they've done. I mean, look what Ohio State's done with really good college quarterbacks. None of these offensive coordinators, Ryan Day, they couldn't get the offense there. It was Chip Kelly who was the guy that got Ohio State into the championship, to win a championship this year. Like, Ryan Day came up short time and time again. And Chip Kelly, if he's interested, which is Like, it's very unclear. There's a lot of assumptions being made that because of his past interest, he's still interested in this one. I mean, we haven't seen anything about an interview request, an interview completed, and the Texans. My understanding is they now could, they've now completed the Rooney Rule requirements for offensive coordinator because it's a little bit different than the head coach. So again, in theory, they could interview Chip Kelly today and hire him. They don't even have to interview him at this point, technically, if they wanted to, but it still makes the most sense to me. That's the guy, because you have someone that has head coach experience, which is something that DeMeco Ryans lacks on his staff. So any in terms of just game plan, all of it, Chip Kelly knows all about it. You can give him full control of the offense. He doesn't have to answer to DeMeco Ryans. He can work in conjunction with DeMeco. I think it's the right hire.
I think CJ also would like working with a guy who has pelts on the wall. More on that later. Other updates. Gerard Johnson's getting an interview this week. He's the Texans' current quarterback coach. Seems interest from the New York Jets has cooled off on him. It also seems like it has cooled off on Nick Caley, who you might know as the Rams passing game coordinator and somebody who has ties with Nick Caserio from their time together with the Patriots, and also the fact that they both went to the same school, John Carroll University. Former Lions passing game coordinator Tanner Engstrand is firmly on the radar of Jets coach Aaron Glenn for the offensive coordinator, and many league sources expressed confidence he will land the job. If I'm a betting man, as I said yesterday, Nick Caley, I think, is going to end up being the hire. But there is a new wrinkle in the equation, because yesterday, the Houston Texans, and maybe it was Joe done to check off that Rooney Rule qualification, although they also are interviewing Gerard Johnson. They interviewed Syracuse offensive coordinator Jeff Nixon, something I never thought I would ever hear. The offensive coordinator at Syracuse University getting a look in the NFL. I don't know that Doug Marrone, who was head coach of the Cuse back in the day, ends up getting the Jaguars gig, and they went to an AFC championship and all, which was surprising that he left because he was a Syracuse player back in the day. Syracuse don't have that much money. But I was shocked to see that. And what's more, selfishly, as a Syracuse fan, I do not want him to leave.
Okay.
I think this would not be the worst decision. Hard to make predictions based off of what a guy does at the ACC, but as laid out by Sam Warren of the Houston Chronicle, who also happens to be a Cuse guy like myself, Syracuse was so good at getting the ball out quickly in an offense that threw over and over and over again, figured out how to distribute the wealth. And what I noticed while watching the games that they played this past season, they won 10 games, and I watched about 75% of those games. It's one of the best seasons they've ever had. They were really good at spamming things that worked over and over and over and over and over again, daring defenses. Hey, dumbass, you can't stop me. Try to stop me, which is something Bobby Slowick wouldn't do. Bobby Slowick got cute a lot. Mm-hmm. But the really good offenses in the NFL these days, what they do is they run the same bleep over and over and over again from different looks until you can actually figure out a way to stop it. And one thing that Syracuse in particular really liked doing was throwing back shoulder fades to wide receivers. Nico Collins, I think, would like that. It was automatic. Could have been McCord, it could have been the Syracuse receivers, but this was a team that got the ball out quickly and that figured out how to make a really impressive passing attack. So at the very least, having a conversation with the guy, I think is a good move. And selfishly, I don't want the Texans to take him away from my alma mater.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, you think about Kyle McCord, what he was. I mean, this is a guy who Ohio State dumped, who ends up at Syracuse. He has an incredible year. You talk about wide receivers. It's not like Syracuse wide receivers are going to be lining up to go into the NFL, and not the ACC, some great conference. I like it. It's interesting. I mean, it wouldn't be the top of my list for sure.
Definitely not the top of my list either. All I'm saying is I like that they talked to him.
But he has NFL experience. He was the offensive coordinator. I don't think he called plays in Carolina because he replaced Joe Brady when Joe Brady got fired. So he has real NFL experience. If you look at it, he's done the back and forth between college and the NFL. He would have been in Philadelphia during Andy Reid's tenure. I believe from so he was there from 07 to 2010. That would have been like the end of Andy Reid, I think, in Philadelphia.
So he's part of the Andy Reid coaching tree?
Yeah, like he's got quite a good amount of experience. He was in Miami for a handful of years, so he's not just a college coach. I'm intrigued, is the way I would put it.
Yeah, he coached in the NFL from 2006 through 2016. So, and then again from 2020 through 2023 with a variety of different teams. All I'll say is he's done a good job there. He's been in the league a while, and as you brought up, he's been around some good people to be around when you're a coach. So, are they going to make that the move? I don't know. Honestly, I think what's more interesting is the fallout of the firing of Bobby Slowick. And for those who did not listen to John and Lance on Monday, you missed out because Lance Zierlein, who we all know is very connected in draft circles, had some really interesting things to say, Joe, about the way things started between Bobby Slowick and CJ Stroud and how they progressed.
Yeah, it seems like didn't start off very well. It
definitely did not start off very well.
No. Here's Lance yesterday talking about the story he had heard and finally being able to tell it now that Bobby Slowick is no longer being fired, about CJ Stroud and Bobby Slowick's very first interaction.
CJ Stroud came to visit the Texans. I was just doing draft research on CJ Stroud. It wasn't a Texan or anything. I told you guys the story about he and maybe you didn't hear me. He and Bobby Slowick had a run in before the draft. So what happened was, I'll tell you the whole thing now that Slowick's gone. CJ Stroud came to visit the Texans, and Bobby Slowick was telling them, okay, they were watching stuff on tape. Now, before I tell you this, when CJ was at Ohio State, he really didn't talk to the OC at all. That's not his guy. He didn't think he knew ball. This coming from somebody who knows CJ intimately. He didn't think the offense coordinator was very smart. So he would only talk to Ryan Day. Ryan Day was the guy who had to communicate with CJ, which I didn't love that, honestly, before the draft process. And it played into some of my thoughts on CJ in terms of coachability. He said he didn't know ball. Ryan Day's my guy. And so I'm going to listen to Ryan Day, and what I heard was that he didn't like, his communication was with Ryan Day and not the offense coordinator. Okay. Well, that's a little strange, but whatever. He comes into Houston. Bobby Slowick is trying to tell him some stuff, and CJ just says, "Oh yeah, I know that we call this, whatever, XY switch, whatever it would be at Ohio State." And apparently maybe it happened a couple times, and Bobby Slowick just kind of jumped him and said, "I don't give a what you call it, Ohio State. That's college. This is pro football." And Bobby kind of got in his face about it, and CJ's not one to back down at all. And CJ, and I don't know if Bobby was testing him, or I don't know what the deal was, but CJ jumped up and got back in his face, and it was very contentious. It had to be kind of broken up. And so when CJ went to his next draft meeting, and I talked to the team where CJ went. He went to his next draft meeting, and because I asked this team, "Hey, did you hear anything about this with CJ Stroud?" And they said, "Oh, we asked CJ how his last visit went, which was Houston." He said, terrible. I don't think I'll be going there. And people who train, like CJ's whole crew, did not want him to go to Houston. And they didn't think he was going to Houston because it was he and Bobby got into it.
Very interesting stuff. Let's go through it all.
Yeah.
First off, so considering they're supposedly interested in Chip Kelly, hearing that CJ Stroud maybe listens to certain coaches over other coaches, that is a reason to go after Chip Kelly over anybody else, especially considering this is a coaching staff that is pretty damn inexperienced. Like, who do you point to and say, like, this guy's been around for a while?
I mean, I guess Bill Lazor,
right?
But
exactly.
but that's not he had like a Jay Cutler's best regular season ever.
No, that
doesn't mean anything.
That's
to me.
not a celebrity coach, and okay, like that might be something to keep in mind to get the absolute most out of your quarterback. Because let's all be honest, when you look at Bobby Slowick, who isn't much bigger than me, if he even is, you look at his face, just gut reaction. If you're a football player, And if you see that face is going to have to earn your respect. Let's just be perfectly honest. He's a kind of dorky looking white guy. I'm not saying he's as dorky as Benjamin Solak, who's getting absolutely destroyed for some dumbassery that he had online. About effing time. I would say Ryan Leaf toned it down a little bit. Ryan Leaf said his address should be put out. So because whatever, there's a play where Josh Allen in the AFC Championship game, the 4th and 5, Ben Solak, who's this little dweeb online, said that Allen should have thrown it to a guy that there's no way he could have seen just given the pressure. And he got crushed for it. Finally, it's been about time that somebody crushes him for his takes. But Ryan Leaf said, let's find his address and go kill him, essentially. Like, it was basically that. No, Sean's laughing. You're like, go look it up. It basically was like, this guy's address needs to be put out so that people teach him what's what. But there's a lot of people like that in football. And I think that Bobby Slowick suffers from a very sad condition that some football coaches have. He suffers from non-football guy appearance. If you have non-football guy appearance, you really have to be essentially the smartest football mind there's ever been. He is a young guy who is skinny. Like, he's not like Mike McCarthy and Chip Kelly who have honestly turned into like orange spheres, Sorry to shame appearances, but let's just call it what it is. Like, if I were to get into CJ Stroud's face over effing terminology, and I believe that story because it's been confirmed by some other people online who have also heard the same story. And also Lance knows all these draft people. If I'm CJ Stroud and a guy who looks like that is getting in my face over something as like non-important as terminology, I too would get back in his face. And I would hope that my quarterback would get back in the dweeb's face and say, F off, dude.
Yes, but the arrogance of CJ Stroud, I don't love it. And then we heard that before. Like that's something that like Lance talking about there was talked about a lot about the Brian Hartline issues at Ohio State, and that it was, Ryan Day was like CJ not wanting to talk to his offensive coordinator. Well, like,
what are the Brian Hartline issues, just for those who don't know?
That he didn't respect him. That he wanted to talk, like Lance said, he only wanted to talk to Ryan Day.
So that's the Brian Hartline issue.
Yeah.
Stroud didn't respect Hartline.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
wanted to clarify.
I get it. And, Bobby Slowick, like, maybe you don't respect him either, but it's just like every time CJ Stroud has a bad year, he's just going to not respect his offensive coordinator and only want to talk to someone he respects. Like, are you just going to have to fire D'Amico at some point and hire Ryan Day? Because that's the only guy that CJ respects.
Is Ryan Day the next head coach of the Texans?
Like, I
on the table.
Like, I don't love the arrogance from a 21-year-old kid to say he's only going to listen to certain people.
I gotta say though, like, maybe I'd keep it to myself, but I'm looking at Bobby Slowick and this guy's getting into me. I'm assuming CJ Stroud did a little homework before his meeting with them,
for sure.
And I'm looking at that guy with a side eye.
Yeah,
no offense to Bobby Slowick, you can't control the way you look, but
he looks like a loser. Like, sorry, Bobby.
Whoa.
That's what you're saying. You're just not saying it.
No, I'm saying he has non-football guy appearance. Like, you can't. You have to overcome that.
Yeah.
This is a real thing.
No, Christopher Soriano says on the YouTube, is that what's wrong with Mike McDaniel? Yeah, I think a lot of times, like, people wonder, like, what's going on in Miami. Like,
McDaniel had that in his back pocket, and now people are like, is he actually that good of an offensive mind? So now, like, all of his cutesy sayings and vaping on the sideline, it's a little less cute. So, I think there's a lot of coaches in the league that have to overcome that. Brandon Staley, everyone thought he was a Mensa, and then a couple of years in, there's just a certain look that I feel like it just lends itself to obstacles for you, theoretically being the most respected coach right away. You can earn that respect, no denying that. And from the sound of things, it seemed like Stroud and Slowick buried the hatchet when Stroud eventually got here.
But like, to think that like it went so bad that they didn't think Houston was going to draft him, and then that Houston did, is also interesting, because that kind of, Lance is obviously not saying this, but there was a lot of reports going on that this was a McNair decision to draft CJ Stroud, and it was Will Anderson that was really who was wanted by people in the front office.
From the few things that were leaked, it did feel there's a chance that Texans, knowing that people don't give a bleep, because Hannah McNair actually has a pulse on how people feel about this team in this town. I thought there's a chance that they pressured the Texans into taking a quarterback with one of those 2 picks. Screw it, let's just trade up. And it has worked. Like they to this point, and I know Bryce Young had a very good second year, and Stroud took a step back this past season. But I mean, it's worked out. But yeah, it totally feels like there's a part of that. And as I was listening to that conversation continue, Lance also brought up the point that like this is an ownership group that being as aware as they are of how people feel about them. I mean, they probably heard everyone talking about Bobby Slowick and how poorly this offense was doing. And they felt, oh, well, we got to do something here, even if this isn't necessarily the fix. But
no, but then you have the Aaron Wilson report that says they talked to the players and D'Amico was weary of what was going on. It just kind of feels like everyone was on the same page that they can improve from Bobby Slowick, like we all think, and they're going to try to do that. And it still was the right move.
I agree. And this is what happens when a guy gets fired. I know a lot of people get frustrated with this in sports journalism, where when some player gets fired, all the knives come out when the body is already cold. And that's when they pile on. But I'll admit, and since I heard it secondhand, like I'm not going to go on record with it, but this isn't even the craziest Bobby Slowick story that I've heard in the last 2 days. I mean, I've heard a crazier one. And so I understand why the players might have been out on him. And just to bring it back to my original take, yeah, if you have non-football guy appearance, like you almost have to be perfect. And when there's a good quarterback and good receivers and a good running back and supposedly great offensive linemen and things aren't working, who are they going to look at? They're going to look at the kind of dweeby guy who maybe has moments off the field where people are already looking at him with a side eye.
And that's why bringing in a coach like Chip Kelly makes a ton of sense. Someone that is so well respected. Like, yes, he was not a great head coach in the NFL, but his offenses were incredible. Even his last year in San Francisco, like he had a good offense, and it was just the rest of the team around it was a disaster. But and I know this was, it'll be 12 years since this happened. But this is the guy who led Nick Foles to 27 touchdowns and 2 interceptions. Like this is this is the guy who was the innovator in college football, and it worked in the NFL.
And in the NFL,
yeah,
right.
And a bunch of different stops.
Defenses were exhausted, and that was the big issue for those Eagles teams, is that defensively, because the offense was sometimes on the field for basically 2 seconds, over the course of a game when your defense is playing a full game's worth of plays more than every other defense in the league, it does add up. But of all the guys, if the Texans want to make people excited, which I think is always a part of their agenda, offering stupid money to Chip Kelly is the way.
Yeah. Can I ask you, after hearing that clip, does your perspective change about CJ Stroud's involvement and who the next OC should be? That if respect and acknowledgement of football acumen is that important to CJ Stroud, going back to Ohio State and then what happened in that first meeting with Bobby Slowick, you have to bring in someone that CJ has immense respect for. It feels like that. Not saying he should determine who he hires, but it does feel like it weighs a little bit maybe on the hiring process.
It's certainly a factor you have to have in the back of your mind. And this is not to say hey, because I still think as soon as you start bending over backwards for your players, that's where you run into trouble. And we've seen that too many times recently with Houston sports, with Deshaun Watson and with James Harden. But to what you're saying, yeah, you do have to keep it in the back of your mind. And I think you have to think from a common sense perspective, who is out there that if we bring in, we know Stroud's going to respect from the get-go, even if maybe the relationship wanes over time. At first, who is he going to look at and say, yeah, and believe before we actually see any plays? Because right now, that you've got a period of 8 months before we actually see Stroud and whatever new offensive coordinator in a game.
Mm-hmm.
And then they actually figure out, if this was the right hire or not. And I think you want to get off on the best possible foot. And when you got a coaching staff that features so many green guys, like Nick Caley's a person I feel like is the most likely to get hired because I don't know if the Texans are going to pony up like, I don't know, $5-6 million to try to get Chip Kelly to be a coordinator or whatever the top dollar is for coordinator money in the NFL. But what's Kelly making at Ohio State? Like $3 million or something like that?
He's making 2.
2. Okay.
Or this past year, he made 2.
He made 2 this past year. Okay. I mean, that's a lot for coordinators.
Yeah.
That is. It was funny. He was the second highest paid coordinator on his team because the defensive coordinator was getting like 2.5.
Yeah.
Now he went to Penn State for 3. So I imagine that you're probably going to have to start at 2.5, 3 to get Kelly out of Ohio State. I'd imagine.
Cool. Do it.
They got money.
They do. This is the test of what, Paul, you always bring up, that this is not a cheap organization. Like, they will pay top dollar for what they believe is top dollar, talent. It's just this is another level, and he actually has to like want the job.
If they want a deep steel blue pill, the city of Houston, this is what they do.
Yeah.
And I mean, it'll be Pants Tent City.
Oh,
no disrespect to Jeff Nixon or
exactly
Nick Caley.
Right.
Yeah, like I don't like people it doesn't get the people going.
What? They got Jeff Nixon?
And people are gonna go, who?
Right.
And Paul's gonna be crying about.
I'll be upset.
Syracuse
won't be like that. Syracuse is of all my football teams. Syracuse is the only good one. Although Florida had a nice end of the year.
Has Bobby Sloak ever coached in college? Because maybe we can just do an offensive coordinator swap with Syracuse.
I'll kill you.
I mean,
I'll kill you. Not really. Like I won't do that.
You're not going
not Ryan Leaf.
Right. Not Ryan Leaf.
I think we're gonna maybe in case you missed it, like more deep dive on that.
I saw the Ryan Fitzpatrick one, and at first I thought and Ryan Fitzpatrick was respectful.
He was very nice,
but set him straight.
The thing is,
Ryan Leaf being like, "Let's find this guy."
And again, this is a little bit too inside baseball because I think most people have no idea who the hell Ben Solak is. All I'm saying is Ben Solak seems like he's a very nice guy, and he is enthusiastic about football, and he does cover it with a passion. But my God, he's so insufferable. He just is really insufferable.
Yeah,
he's like a really yappy dog.
He posted the dots of the last play for the Bills, and he was like, "What?" When Josh Allen got blitzed within a quarter of a second.
Yes,
and he started rolling to his right, and he was like, "Why didn't he throw it to Shakir, who was on his left?"
Right, exactly. It was crazy.
It's like
crazy.
You watch the game, and you're like, "It's impossible for him to do that."
Sean Mapes behind the glass. Joe George to my right. I'm Paul Gallant. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Hopefully, you are now feeling abreast of the Texans offensive coordinator situation. Up next, it's the 10-minute drill, and we do have to make fun of the Dallas Cowboys. But if you want to weigh in on the Rockets' huge win over the Celtics, you can. 713-780-3776 to call, to text on YouTube at ESPN Houston, Twitch at ESPN 975. It's Gallant and George. Stay put. All right, baby. Football. Hell yeah. So we're going to do a full segment on the Dallas Cowboys, but they introduced Brian Schottenheimer at their press conference yesterday. It was an hour-long ordeal. I didn't want to watch the whole thing.
An hour.
So I texted RJ Ochoa, who does a very good job covering the Cowboys online. I was like, hey, like, what's good? What's bad here? I just want to play Brian Schottenheimer and Jerry Jones talking about winning a Super Bowl.
We're going to win, and we're going to win a championship. Otherwise, why are we doing it? I'm really good with X's and O's, but I'm great with people. And the type of men that we have in this locker room are excited about that.
I know how much our fans are into the Dallas Cowboys. They're interested. I'm interested in getting to those playoffs and winning. This is the best way that we can go to the playoffs and win.
The best way. Hiring the offensive coordinator of the coach you fired.
Again, as said by my Cowboy fan friends to me on Saturday, we're just waiting for Jerry to go. Patiently.
I don't
Respectfully, know. Of course.
To be honest with you, good luck to them. I hope that works out for them. But I didn't hear everything he said. From Cowboys fans, they don't seem to love Stephen Jones either.
Stephen Jones might have had the worst press conference of all, and we're going to do a whole Cowboys segment in a moment, but Stephen Jones was doing everything in air quotes for the entirety of the press conference, and he was using air quotes to describe things that all Cowboys fans who have eyeballs realize are huge problems for this team. He said championship drought in quotation marks. What an a-hole.
I just don't know if he understands what the quotation marks mean and what air quotes are.
And that's what RJ Ochoa brought up. I don't think he knows what quotation marks mean either. I really don't. When you're using it like that, it is done in a sarcastic manner. So something to keep in mind going forward. Aaron Glenn, also introduced as head coach of the New York Jets yesterday. As far as press conferences go, I feel like he did a very good job. Here is the leader of the New York Jets with the kind of line that comes straight out of an action movie or from back in the day from Rex Ryan.
Players that's here now, put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Put your seatbelts on and get ready for the ride. Listen, there are going to be some challenges, but with challenges becomes opportunity, gets opportunity. But here's what I do know. We're the freaking New York Jets, so we're built for this shit. Listen, I want this job. I interviewed for a number of them, but I wanted this job.
Now, hard to take anyone seriously who says we're the New York Jets and we're built for this bleep. No, you're built for the bleep because you always find yourself in bleep.
I laughed at the media react. Oh yeah, or whatever that was. Like,
I'm sure that there were some Jet teammates in the past, maybe of Aaron Glenn there, because Glenn did play for the Jets before the Texans drafted him in the expansion draft of 2002. He was a very good player for the New York Jets too.
Yes.
But there also probably were some Jet media folks who smirked and they're like, my job's going to be fun the next couple of years. Instead of Robert Saleh and crows pecking at necks, I have somebody who just feels a little more authentic at the podium.
Yeah, I think both Ben Johnson and Aaron Glenn, like, you could tell, like, being in Detroit, like, kind of rubbed off on them a little bit. Like, getting some Dan Campbell kind of vibes from that quote. Like, it's not biting kneecaps.
I see that.
But built for it. Like, it feels very, very similar.
Put your seatbelts on. We're the New York Jets.
You lose all the time.
We're built for this.
Haven't made the playoffs in 15 years.
But we're built for this.
You're the New York Jets.
Aaron Glenn was on the last Jets team that made the playoffs. He wasn't.
I hope it works out for him.
I do like him.
Yeah, but it's the Jets, so.
Woody Johnson, owner of the Jets, at this press conference said that Aaron Glenn will decide on whether or not they keep Aaron Rodgers, not Woody Johnson. Glenn's also not going to call defensive plays, but bringing it back to Aaron Rodgers, there was a fun exchange between Aaron Glenn and New York media because people kept on asking him about Aaron Rodgers over and over again, the same question. Here's how Aaron Glenn handled that.
Will Aaron Rodgers be your quarterback?
You're going to continue to ask me the same question and get the same answer. We're still in evaluation mode. So for anybody else going to ask that, I'm going to give you the same answer. So don't waste your time. We're clear.
Well, let's answer that. What do you look for in a quarterback? Like, what's an Aaron Glenn quarterback?
A winner. A winner. Mental and physical toughness. When you talk about that, you're not going to get me.
You're not going to get me at the end.
Yeah, I like that. That's a win for Aaron Glenn and dealing with the New York media, who is often the most insufferable people in sports media.
Speaking of Jake Asman, who we love Jake. Joe didn't confirm that. I like Jake. Jake's a good guy.
I like Jake.
Jake, who used to host the Wheelhouse here at ESPN 97.5, 92.5. He does a Jets YouTube show, has a lot of followers on YouTube. He's done a very good job building that community, but the man is attempting to rob his fan base blind. He has put out some of the worst shirts I have ever seen in my life, and he is trying to pawn these on these hopeless crack addicts who are still somehow, some way addicted to the loserdom that is New York Jets football.
When's your birthday, Paul?
April.
I have never
9th?
been born
April
in my
13th.
life, and I'm not going to answer that because I do not want
Early
one
April.
of these.
You can go into HRMP and find out.
Listen,
I bet.
that would be a funny.
I know I
It would be
can.
a funny gift. It would be a funny gift. It is
Honestly,
it
I'm
is
thinking
the
about buying them
worst
for all of
shirt.
us.
It is the worst shirt I've ever seen. No, because that's just going to enable Jake to continue to pawn literally low grade
Never
crack.
mind. They're $30.
They're $30.
I thought if this was going to cost me $60 before shipping, I might have bought one for each of us. Get each color taken care of. We go wear them one day. $30?
Sean, get it ready. Sean, please get it ready. For fuck's sake, Jake. These are some of the worst shirts I've ever seen.
Can you text them if we can get a discount?
$30?
When do they go on sale?
You are robbing your hopeless crack addict fans blind, Jake. Good God.
Do you want green, black, or white, or gray?
I want the green one.
It's a silhouette of Aaron Glenn, and then the caption underneath says, "Built for this." Jake, Jesus Christ, dude. Like, you are stealing from families. Poor families who, for some reason, on Sundays spend their time watching these effing losers.
I just put the link in the Twitch chat if anyone wants to check it out.
We're built for this.
I like that Jets fans live in misery, but this is a step too far, Jake. This is a step too far. This is a crime. Shame on you.
I mean, look, man, if you can steal from suckers, you steal from suckers. Like,
that's
the New York way.
An absolute
or the Jersey
crime.
way, whatever you want to call it.
Anyway, we wish Jake well. We do.
But if you buy one of these t-shirts, I don't wish you well.
No, I hope.
I do.
I hope he sells 3 of them and makes $100.
Yeah, don't do it, Joe.
Unless we can charge it to the company, then maybe.
No, that's definitely not going to happen.
Definitely think that's going to be
that is going to be X-Nade.
But maybe we could get like Swarm t-shirts. Let's say ESPN 97.5 Swarm.
Unbelievable. I hope that was a troll attempt. That is the worst thing and there's a lot of bad t-shirts out there. But Jake, my God, dog.
It might be
I'll design something for you. I'm good with graphic design. I almost sold Believe t-shirts, and I had a better look than that. Sheesh.
Just checking in here. Oh. They're still active on his website. But when you click the "Let's Go Aaron Glenn, get your shirt below" tweet, it says this page doesn't exist. So I think he's deleted the tweet.
Good.
Because he was getting roasted for it.
He should. Those are god awful. Like, I get it. You're trying to make a buck here or there, but like, you've already got a Patreon and a YouTube channel, dude. Like, stop robbing these poor, hopeless losers, okay? And they are losers. You're a Jets fan, you're a born loser.
But they're not hopeless. They have hope.
Guys, did you know that there's the Jake Asman Show dog bandanas?
No.
On his website?
No. How much do those run?
$14.99.
$14. Good God. These are rags. You're gonna send these to
For your
Africa?
dogs.
You're gonna send these to Africa? Jesus.
Oh, do they have Aaron Glenn dog bandanas?
No, it just says the Jake Asman show right now.
Oh,
Honestly, it would be kind of ironic with the built for this bleep. Give it to your dog.
I hope someone in the New York media asks Aaron Glenn about these god awful shirts.
Do you want to cease and desist?
Yeah,
famous YouTuber Jake Asman.
Cease and desist these. He's using your words.
I'm just like looking through his website.
He's Joe and Paul, Sean behind the glass. Again, we wish Jake well. I need to call out crimes. When you are robbing hopeless crack addicts of a loser fan base, that's what you got to do. Someone's got to step in there. I'm DARE. I'm the DEA. Stepping in, shutting it down.
Stopping it.
Slapping the pipe out of their hand.
I want to go the opposite way. I want to encourage this. How do we encourage more of this?
What? More?
Ooh. I got it. The Twitchers keep asking to be made mods.
No.
For anyone that buys, I think he has 7 dogs. 7 of the dog bandanas and brings them to a remote and gives them to Joel Blank. And we get it on camera. You get to be a moderator on Twitch for a month. How about a week? A week. You buy one for each dog, you get a day.
Joe, he's gonna fight you now.
It'll be awesome.
You're saying buy Joel a Jake Asman dog bandana.
Dog bandana. One for each dog. I think it's 7 dogs.
Was to imply that you think that Joel is a dog?
Yes. No, for his dogs. But you must come to a remote golf tournament coming up March 4th. More details to come later. Perfect day to do it. If you give it to him and we get it on video of him opening this box, you get to be a Twitch mod for 7 days. Just here for the content. Even if it's for my personal selfish content.
Yeah, that's just like I used to, we talked about
I think it'll be funny.
As someone who went viral for talking about an ex who won't stop talking about the person she's no longer dating, like Joe, it's been a year, dude.
Yeah. Oh, is Joe
Travis
Travis Kelce's ex?
Joe is Jordana Taylor, Travis Kelce's ex.
No, that's not true. I support my team. We're all still on the same team. I just think this would be a funny moment.
It would be, but
you guys laughed.
Yeah, we did. I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't be funny. I just don't know if it's maybe the right move, if you will.
Find out. None of them will actually do it. So,
do you want to do a quick episode of Playing with the Boys?
Yeah.
Let's just play some of the audio from this press conference. Goodness gracious. But first we need to have the amazing song that we play whenever we talk about the Dallas Cowboys for ratings. Jerry did it again.
Yeah, we need a new intro.
No, we're saving this. We don't need him to say glory hole again because we just know this is a reference that Jerry Jones constantly brings up. It's from an oil and gas term, but a lot of people have a different connotation with it. Here's Jerry Jones talking about glory holes again.
There's a very low percentage of this that is smiles and glory holes. Very low percentage.
So, for those who know, a glory hole.
Did you look this up? What is a glory hole?
The sad thing is, I thought I would find the answer right away. Nope.
There's other definitions that are coming to
there's
the top.
a lot of initial responses that are coming up on Google are not.
What was the AI thing?
You know what's sad? Like even the landman, it's like landman porn. If you look up glory hole landman term, glory hole oil and gas. I want to explain it. I thought I was going to be able to by Googling it, but sadly, again, the Google search is literally just showing things that are blocked. A glory hole in the context of the offshore petroleum industry is an excavation into the seafloor designed to protect the wellhead equipment installed at the surface of a petroleum well from icebergs or pack ice. It's an economically attractive alternative for exploiting offshore petroleum resources like a floating platform. So, yeah, there you go, guys. It's ice.
All out the glory holes for Jerry.
Yeah.
That's all he cares about. It's like, does anyone tell him how weird it sounds?
Obviously, no.
I think he.
Obviously, no one tells him anything.
I can't tell. Like, is he senile or does he know? Like, does
he knows that everyone laughs at that.
Yeah. Like, is he trying to be a character? I think he's. I mean,
yes.
I feel like he's acting more in his press conference yesterday and in this moment than he did on Landman, and he was incredible on Landman. He deserves an Oscar for supporting role. He was that good.
Maybe he needs to stick to that.
Cowboys fans would probably like that.
Jerry Jones also teared up when talking about hiring Brian Schottenheimer.
So I've seen it when I was a pup. I have a good background in the makeup of what a coach is. To think that you could make a decision in an interview and not have talked, if you didn't and hadn't ever communicated or had a visit, I wouldn't dare have had an interview unless I talked to many, many people.
Why is he tearing up?
I am confused, honestly.
He brought up a lot
Need
of
a
the
pup?
press conference. The qualifications for Brian Schottenheimer are essentially that he was always at the Senior Bowl. Although I guess he can't be at the East-West Shrine game right now because he had the press conference the day that all began.
Yeah.
This is the East-West Shrine week, right?
Senior Bowl.
This is
I think.
This is Senior Bowl week.
Yeah.
Last week was East-West Shrine Bowl
Yeah.
week. Got it.
Yeah, I mean, it's just it was a strange press conference, and like that's probably the strangest moment. Like, just basically saying he can identify a coach, but he's crying, and because he's talking weird, just really strange yesterday.
We don't have time for it. There's another clip where he just goes on for a minute, and you can tell he's trying to talk himself into the idea of hiring Brian Schottenheimer as head coach, and it really is a reach.
Yeah,
he said it's a major risk. We're taking a shot, not just to mention shot.
But he also said that like hiring like Ben Johnson's a bad idea. Like hiring these young coaches who have no experience. He's like, well, we're hiring a veteran. Like, he's never been a head coach for
Veteran
a reason.
assistant.
But then think about then again, like his last hire. I mean, Mike McCarthy, I think people forget this, but it's part of the reason why I had no interest in talking to him as a Bears fan was because he sat next to Jerry Jones at his opening press conference, and he told the world that he lied to Jerry Jones about how much of the offense he had been watching and how much Dak Prescott film he had watched. Like, he admitted to lying in his interview. And everyone's just like, ha, ha, ha. And then you hire his offensive coordinator. Good luck, dude.
The Cowboys haven't hired the hottest coaching candidate since maybe Jimmy Johnson. Because think about after when they hired Barry Switzer, Switzer hadn't been a coach from 1988 through 1994 when they brought him aboard. And of course, Switzer won a Super Bowl. And maybe Bill Parcells, but Parcells had been out of coaching for a little bit too. He had stepped down with the New York Jets, I think 3 years before, something like that, before he came back with the Cowboys in 2003. And it's been like Wade Phillips, who I love Wade, but Jerry, has not gone after the best, sexiest, sell your fan base on hope hire since they brought Jimmy Johnson away from the University of Miami while Miami was in the midst of becoming Miami.
Yeah, and I guess he's just like so spurned from that hiring and
which is
departure.
insane because it led to like the greatest 2-year run of their history.
And what's like 40 years ago now, 35 years ago, whatever it is, like, and it still like just doesn't. For what? Like because he doesn't want to have someone challenge him. Like that's what it feels like. It feels like it's an ego thing.
It does. It does really feel that way. Anyway, guys, it's Gallant and George. He's Joe. I'm Paul. We got Sean behind the glass. 713-780-3776 to call, to text. Amen Thompson is a star. Not a future star. He is a star, and he shined on the brightest stage last night. We'll talk about that win over the Celtics last night. You want to get in on it? You can. Stick around. Gallant and George, ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
now. 4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead.
Are you kidding me?
Pritchard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
Give the ball right back. You love that. From Ime Udoka, he gave up the bucket. Give it back to him.
114, 112. Another Dragon has been slain.
Rockets launch. Nailed it that time. Much like Amen Thompson was nailing the Celtics up and down the court last night. Am I right? Yeah, he is a freak. He does things I don't think many players in the league can do. Honestly, I don't think any players in the league are as fast as him at that size, with that frame, with that leaping ability. And I will say it right now, officially, as of last night, January 27th, 2025, in Boston, Massachusetts, a place where there's 18 title banners hanging in the rafters, including last year's, Amen Thompson became an NBA star.
Is he going to win 18 championships? Oh, no, you're not saying that. I agree. He has developed into this just magnificent basketball player at a rapid rate. And like I'm all in on star. I don't know about superstar because I do think there's a difference.
Yes.
I do think there's a difference.
But I don't think the Rockets had a star yet. I think you look at Jalen Green, too inconsistent. Yeah, he can score. Lots of players in the NBA can do that.
Mm-hmm.
That's not to say Jalen Green, when he's on his A game, isn't super talented. It's more to say I think there's a lot of players like Jalen Green in the NBA. Alperen Şengün, a little more unique, but same way where there are guys who do what Şengün does a little bit better than him. And I feel like given that Şengün still gets benched from time to time.
Yes.
Not as much as he used to. There's reasons to say we're waiting to see if he can develop into that guy. Obviously, the Rockets feel great about both of those players, and this is not me slighting them. I just think that Amen Thompson has an unlimited ceiling.
Yeah, he has superstar potential. Like you think about what is a superstar, and the way you say it is perfect. Like he does things that no one else can do. Nikola Jokic, Giannis Antetokounmpo, Luka Doncic, like those guys that have things in their bag that very few other guys can do. Like you think about the athleticism of what Russell Westbrook was, even the scoring ability at one point that James Harden like used to have and doesn't have now. Like he can just do things that are on such a different level. And the fact that my favorite part is that he does them for the entire game. Like he doesn't vanish. He doesn't vanish for 2 quarters.
He was, of all the players on the court last night, going up against a team that has Jason Tatum, who's been in MVP conversations before, never seriously, but one of the best players in the league. And he held him scoreless in the first half and regularly looked like the best player in the game, to the point where it was difficult to see because it's a TV broadcast, but there were multiple times while watching this game where I caught Celtics players, Kristaps Porzingis especially, shrugging and being like, damn, I don't know what I'm seeing right now. And supposedly those who watched the game on the Boston Celtics broadcast for NBA League Pass, I had a couple of people telling me on Twitter, yeah, they're saying the same thing. They're looking at him and they're like, what the hell is this?
Yeah.
Who the hell is this guy? He is kicking our ass. What are we supposed to do? He's faster than everybody. He can jump taller than everybody. And in last night's game, he did a little bit of everything. There's an alley-oop. He had 2, not 1, but 2 huge shots with just the right amount of touch in the lane, in the paint, to keep the Rockets in a game that was a slugfest in the last minute. Like I thought after that Alperen Şengün breakaway, beautiful pass to the dunk, that was going to put the Celtics in a bind. And no, they answered again because they're a damn good team, even if they were missing Derek White last night. And I think another player wasn't playing for them too. But Amen Thompson throughout the game was doing things, and you're like, holy crap! And it's becoming more than once in a blue moon. It's routine. You're seeing it like 2 to 3 times a quarter where he does something. You're like, What did he just do?
Yeah, he just has eye-popping moments, and the Rockets haven't had have they had a game winner besides that this season? Now that I can't really think of one off the top of my head, but I was always kind of curious, as this team has developed, of who was the play drawn up for? Is it for Alpi, for Green, for Amen Thompson? And by Udoka showing that's the guy who's getting the ball when we need it most, and to go at Jaylen Brown in the way he did, who is a great defender in the NBA right now, and to break his ankles like that was a super impressive move. And it's funny to think like Shams Charania had just tweeted out the Rising Star player pool for the All-Star game. And it's crazy where Amen Thompson is. And then you see the sophomores list of this, and that's where he's at. He's still going to be in the Rising Stars game, and he's playing to this level already. It's super impressive. Reed Shepard will be on representing the G League in this. But it's just, I never in my wildest dreams did I think that Amen Thompson would be this guy, honestly. I thought you just might be a really good defender. Like a Tony Allen, but more athletic. But offensively, he's doing way more than all of that.
I like that we're getting to a point now where going into drafts, we are sometimes being surprised in the NBA. Because I feel like the NFL, it's completely a crapshoot who ends up being a good quarterback, who ends up being a bust. Tom Brady's pick 199, and other quarterbacks who aren't taken first overall end up being the best, like Patrick Mahomes' 10th overall pick. But in the NBA, I think we've always had this idea that you need to have a top 5 pick. If you don't have a top 5 pick, you're effed. And then you take a look at some of the guys who are the best players in the league. Some of them are falling like a Giannis Antetokounmpo because he hadn't really developed as much as he did to that point before the draft, or Nikola Jokic, who falls as far as he does. But also at the top, everyone was looking at that draft and saying oh, if you don't get Wemby, I mean, damn. Yeah, sure, Scoot Henderson. Yeah, sure, Brandon Miller and all the off the court incidents with him. But after that, it was yeah, all right.
Yeah, then it's one of the twins, Cam Whitmore.
Maybe they'll be a contributor.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's no debating this. He's doing things that now everyone is watching, and they're blown away by it too. It's not just us. And I think that's the sign of a star. And I know a lot of people wanted to put Jalen Green there and Alperen Şengün there, and maybe they'll still get there. But I'm ready to say it right now, less than a month of him as a starter, when you're getting a triple-double and a win over the Eastern Conference best Cavaliers on Saturday, and on Monday, the entirety of the game against Boston, you are just kicking their ass on both ends of the court. You're a star.
And you think about what he means for the future of the Rockets, everything now should be about Amen Thompson. The future of Jalen Green, of Alperen Şengün, of when you think about trade deadlines, not just now, but next year in the summer, everything, the idea of it should be, okay, how does this player fit alongside Amen Thompson? I think the good part is it feels like it almost doesn't matter. It feels like almost anyone could play with Amen Thompson. Just because he does everything so well and does everything on the court besides shoot threes. I don't know what player wouldn't fit next to him at this point.
I think really the question is, what do you try to get him to maximize? And where do you play him? Because I know there are people that eventually want to see him play point guard. Is that ever a possibility? I don't know. He's a pretty good passer, but still a little careless with some of the things he does. I don't know if he's the best dribbler at this point in his career, and that's a difficult skill to get significantly better at. We'll say Jaylen Brown got better at it after the brutal Eastern Conference Finals he had against the Heat
on the biggest stage. Yeah.
So, but a lot of, I think, just going back a little bit ago, once Thompson got into the starting lineup and there were a couple of games where Fred VanVleet wasn't playing, they moved Thompson into that spot, and I don't know, but that's what I'm wondering about too. It's, yes, how do these other guys fit with him? The good news is it seems like everyone fits. Now, also, you got to wonder, all right, so what do we want him to hone on now? Because clearly he can do so many damn good things, but there's going to be certain things that Udoka and this organization want him to excel at. And I am really curious about that, because his athleticism, to start off from that with just the foundation, holy crap. So now it's do you want him to be a better shooter? Do you want him to really focus on becoming the best distributor? Do you want him to try to be I think Lance said this, if Ben Simmons wasn't because he's got all those Ben Simmons talents that he could never figure out because he was drowned in loser juice in Philadelphia.
Like, do you want him to develop a 3-pointer? Like, is it necessary?
I mean, to develop more of a 3-pointer.
Yeah,
but
more.
He doesn't need to be Kyle Korver. Like, he just needs to.
He needs to be a threat.
Yeah, and I think he's already, again, to compare him to Ben Simmons, like more of a threat. Like, he takes them. He has taken them.
He made one last night.
Yeah, he's good in the corners, or he's at least like pretty good in the corners. So, I think that the most encouraging thing is that you have a good feeling, not just about his athleticism and his basketball IQ, which is like the hardest stuff to teach or to hone in. It's also that the character just seems off the charts with this guy, that you know that he is going to keep putting the work in, and he's going to be a good leader of the team if he continues to develop the way he does. That, yeah, you feel good about the way and the culture your team is going to have when Amin Thompson's your best player, which it looks like he's going to be.
Well, and he's the perfect culture builder for Ime.
Yeah.
Like, everything Ime wants in a basketball player, he represents. And like, you look at some of the numbers that people have put out this year about like best pick and roll defenders in the NBA, Jalen Green's at the top of the list, surprisingly. But Amin Thompson is like any free agent, any trade, any draft prospect with all these picks the Rockets still have. If you're going to bring someone in, it's like you have to do what that guy does.
Yeah.
Like, he sets the tone for this team of everything you want an Ime Udoka player.
Yeah, it's the Tom Brady getting ripped in front of the entire team by Belichick thing. It's if he's going to do all the dirty work, if he's going to get coached the way he gets coached, like, well, hell yeah, I'm going to have to get coached that way too.
Right. And I mean, we've heard Ime Udoka already say this year, if Amin Thompson gives up a bucket, I'm pissed. And then maybe he's pissed off about that one that Jason Tatum got by him.
Yeah, it could have lost us the game.
Right,
that was the game tire.
It was the game.
You let Jason Tatum, of all people, get to the bucket against.
See, that's the funny thing, because Tatum had no chance in the first half.
He was scoreless in the first half.
Like, that part to me, and every now and then Tatum, even though Tatum is put up there on a pedestal as one of the best players in the NBA, as someone who watches the Celtics regularly, Tatum disappears from games from time to time, but that was not because of just the way that the game was going. That was because Amin Thompson was just all on him.
Yeah.
And I think Tatum, it took him a while just to figure out, like, what do I do here?
I mean, it is crazy looking at the Celtics, who are like the blueprint of having these big athletic wings, having 3-and-D guards, having at least one big man who can shoot and protect the rim in Porzingis. Also, they have Horford, who wasn't playing. And you look at the Rockets and you're like, you know what? Well, the Rockets kind of match up well against this team that we just saw like easily walk through the Eastern Conference and find its way into a title, which some of that is like the injuries in the East, but some of it was they're just clearly the best team last year. And you see, at least for one night, that the Rockets, like, you know, they can really kind of put out a lineup where there's Tari Eason and Amin Thompson, and you're not really giving up much when it comes to the defensive matchup with Brown and Tatum. Right. And there's not very many teams that can put out two wings that can handle the two wings that the Celtics have. And that's before you throw in, also you're going to have Green. Also, you're going to have Şengün out there. So it really is. I mean, this is what we said earlier. Like, this is the fun part where you're kind of, it's the part of the movie where the superheroes are figuring out their powers.
Yeah.
Where like it's still like, oh God, Amin Thompson can do that.
We haven't gotten to the point where we know who the antagonist is, or where the hero starts questioning themselves.
Uncle Ben hasn't died.
Right. That all comes next year. I see this on Twitch from Kane Darko. I love how y'all really believe the Rockets will win a championship sometime before 2035. None of us have said anything about a championship.
Well, 2035?
But that seems...
They're going to win a title before
2035. Oh, Joe.
Come on.
It does stand to reason that if this is the foundational piece, and if this is the team that continues to play like this for Ime Udoka, that they got a real shot. I'm assuming that person's from Dallas. And listen, you blew your chance.
I mean, like, you're going to give me an 11-year window to say a team that's this young and this good already is going to win
that's
a championship.
Big window.
Like,
I mean,
I'll take the bet.
Yeah.
Like, if you're just like, I don't know what the odds are on that, but like, sure. Why not?
What's more likely that the Rockets win the title or over that stretch, or that Kane Darko dies like that. Well, I'm just asking the question.
We don't know who
Give me,
you're right.
give me Darko.
Oh, damn. Like, I don't know if he's a young man. I don't know if he's an old man.
Could be a woman.
It could be anyone. But like if we're going 11 years, I mean, I don't know. Like,
although you would have said, the Durant, Westbrook, Harden, Thunder team that made the finals, you would have been like, obviously they're gonna win one.
Kane says that he's lived in Houston since 2000, Paul. Okay, well, listen, we're not wishing your demise. I just want that clear. All I'm saying is, like, 2035 is such a huge window.
I don't know if there's
It's
a
10
single
years.
team that I'd say. I mean, other than the ones that are good right now, like the Celtics are probably going to get one for 35.
Probably OKC. You would bet on
OKC, Spurs.
Yeah, I think they got to be on the list.
Yeah. No, you would say
there's going to be one.
Like if you're going to bet on teams to win championships in the next 11 years,
I love.
You would say
I love
the Celtics. You would say the Thunder, the Rockets. I probably would bet on the Spurs because of Wemby.
Kane Darko's a good sports, by the way. He says, I'm definitely dying before the Rockets win a title. All right, we like you, Kane Darko. You can stay in our very dark, twitchy times. By the way, we're all out on Jimmy Butler now officially, right? Like Jimmy Butler. Yeah. So Jimmy, I mean, look, I know that rumor gets brought up from time to time. He's from Tomball. Do you know that?
Out on everybody.
Out on everybody.
No trades.
No trades.
Really?
Like Robert Williams at most. Like people are talking about Kevin Durant still, like because they're stuck with Bradley Beal. He's not waiving his no trade clause to Chicago. It's like they are not getting Jimmy Butler unless Bradley Beal waives it somewhere else. But like, so they're stuck. But like people are still talking about Kevin Durant, Jimmy Butler. Like I'm fine with a additional role player to be traded for Jock Landale and like a first, whatever. Fine. Let this team cook. Like
this year. This
yeah.
deadline.
Like no Jimmy Butler right now. No Kevin Durant right now. Like, yeah, if Devin Booker becomes available in the offseason, please and thank you.
I'm almost like borderline of like even this offseason, barring I think Booker and Giannis are like the only two that would be like, yeah, sure, let's make this trade. Everyone else I might just want to see, and obviously there's still 30 games left of this season. So we'll find out more about, how the rest of the team fits around Amin Thompson. How Jalen and Şengün fit around Amin Thompson. I really like the Amin and Alperen Şengün combo because Amin is a great cutter, and so Şengün's a great passer, and so boom, you get a lot of dunks like that. But I think the rest of the year it's more about let's figure out the hierarchy here, and then we'll figure out the trades in July if there's any available.
Yeah, and if there's not, then like you just keep going.
You feel good. You feel good. Like this isn't like the last 2 years where it felt like, oh my God, if there's not a star trade, like what are we doing here? We're now, and maybe some of it was impatience. Although I will point the finger a little bit at Tillman Fertitta for his public comments, but credit to him. Yeah, credit to him for not actually like pushing the button on any trade to thrust them into phase 2 or phase 3. But we spent the whole time basically since Ime Udoka's gotten hired being like, who's the star that's going to be on the Rocket, or who's going to be the star for the Rockets to make that next step? Might be Amin Thompson, Alperen Şengün, and Jalen Green. That might be the stars that you have.
Joe said, "Let him cook.
Let him cook.
Let him cook."
It's so 2021.
Okay,
we have to do the new hip saying.
I'm out. If this is the stuff you've been getting taught,
Joe, you ain't down with the streets like me.
Yeah,
y'all mean for real.
Oh, I thought you meant like those like that 21-year-old girl streets.
What?
Like slay. Period.
No, I'm not doing slay. I'm not doing period.
That's what you were. I thought you were gonna say let them slay.
Yo, I be busting right now, no cap. So on God, you best back off before I broccoli cut your ass, okay?
So you what?
For real. Yo. And this is what the kids is saying now. The Rockets' aura is maxing. You heard?
I heard a lot, actually.
I heard it a lot last night. And yo, for real?
Can someone explain to me like
that's what's what? What?
What it means? Aura is maxing.
Man, come on. How do you not know what aura maxing is?
Teach me, Paul.
Man.
I'm the student. You're the master.
I don't. What's up with this Jamoke over here? I don't know what aura's maxing is. Didn't you hear it 20 times during last night's game?
I heard it a lot.
That aura maxing, son. On God.
For real, for real?
Bussin'. You know? Not Ohio out there. Ahmed Thompson making people look like Ohio. Aura be maxing. For real. You guys aren't hip. I am. It's fine. I raise the level of cool.
He does.
On this radio station.
Yeah.
Being totally serious.
Yeah. We just heard all of it.
I like Ryan Hollins is keeping us all cool. If you watch the Space City Home Network podcast, was that a prank? Was he trolling us? He said that at least 6 times. I even texted Vanessa. I was like, "What is going on?"
It had to have been like a side bet that he had.
I don't know, man.
His nephew or something.
Dude, I remember, like, you never know because, like, I remember when I was at 610 and the Dynamo were there, they used to give Glenn a word of the game.
Oh.
Like, and like they would like, I think Seth used to do it. I think it was Glenn, but like they would give these like complex words of like random things to say that sounded super awkward, and they would like force them into the broadcast. So like maybe someone was like, "Hey, just see how many times you can say aura."
Yeah, I think it's like his 17-year-old nephew.
Yeah,
like, try to say.
He's just trying to come up with a catchphrase.
Chia.
Aura's maxing.
Uh-huh. From the 832. What's incredible to me is how Ahmed makes it look so effortless as opposed to Şengün, who kind of looks like he's struggling to make moves. Love them both, though. Yeah, Ahmed Thompson, it's like everyone else is moving at 1 time speed, and he's listening to the podcast at 1.75 speed.
Yeah, it's Neo in the Matrix.
It really is.
It's like he can go faster than you, but then if you somehow keep up, he's go faster, and then he comes to a complete stop, and you're still going. Like it just everything. He just is. He has so much margin for error for like how much space he can create.
I can't believe, too, when Russell Westbrook first came onto the scene, we were all stunned by how fast he was. But there were times where Russell Westbrook felt out of control, and I never feel that with Ahmed Thompson.
No, it's you saw it on the game winner where he didn't go up strong. He goes up, and then he goes for a floater there. And the sequence that we mentioned earlier where he blocks Drew Holiday, saves the ball, outlet pass, and then joins the offense, catches the ball, and does a reverse layup around. Yeah. I forgot if it was Cornette or Porzingis, but he does like the finesse finishing just as well as he does the power finishing around the basket. That's why I don't think Russell Westbrook's a good comp for him, because you're completely disregarding the basketball IQ side of his game, which is off the charts.
Yeah, it reminds me of Derrick Rose. Like, it's really the only thing that like the speed.
Rose is a good one. I mean, but he's like 5 inches taller.
No, it's like exactly, but it's almost like it's like Derrick Rose with like Draymond combined. I don't know, like the speed in which he plays, like that's what reminds me of Derrick. And then like the power, the finesse, the ability to just do whatever he wants at any time, the speed, like I think it's the closest thing for me. Like it reminds me of, but just in a different body.
Yeah. On God.
For real.
Bussin'.
Period.
Slay.
There we go. Now you guys are getting it. We just maxed the aura. The aura is maxing. Yeah.
New segment?
Maybe. We'll see. Let's see what he does tonight in Rockets Hawks. This might be Ryan Hollins like trying to become like, this is his Bazinga. And listen, the team's getting good right now. I mean, the team's getting good. So like you gotta come up with something. Okay. Like Craig Ackerman's fantastic. He's done a fantastic job this season. There's been a lot of fun moments. I think he brings the right amount of energy, blah, 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 blah. Ryan Hollins, listen, we need a catchphrase. I don't know if aura is maxing is the one, but you can keep trying it. I'll co-sign it to be hip.
I'm not sure.
He's Joe. I'm Paul. Sean behind the glass. Gallant George, ESPN 97.5, 92.5. Stay put. So it was a busy weekend. The Rockets got that big win over the Cavaliers. They followed up with a win over the Celtics last night. The Cougs had that epic victory over Kansas, where they were down 6 points twice at the end of regulation, at the end of overtime one. They still pulled off the win. We didn't talk about something else that happened in the world of college basketball. Yikes. Texas A&M, ranked 13th at the time, was in Austin playing Texas. They blew it away. They blew it at the last shot.
I mean, they were up 20. Is it 21, Sean?
22.
22?
They led by 22. Oof. They lost to Texas A&M 70-69.
That is a bad day to be outscored 45-26 in the second half after dominating. I mean, look, A&M's a good team this year. Texas, I'm surprised. Sean, what's up with the rankings? A&M's 13th in the country.
They're not good. Texas isn't good.
But they're the same record.
Texas is basically not beating anyone who's actually good.
Tremont Mark hit the game-winning shot. Remember him from his time with the Cougs?
I do.
Yeah.
Once a Coug, always a Coug.
That's him and Matthew Golden, the pipeline from U of H to UT.
Just building up programs. That's what Houston does for Texas. Yeah. Sorry.
We also saw John Whitmire finally pay off the bet that he made with Kansas City Mayor Quentin Lucas. He shared him an epic-looking table, but I wonder how you share him this food. He sent a message, and Quentin Lucas can only accept this food if he shares half of it with the referees. Yuck, 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 yuck.
He's just trying to be relevant, I guess.
I'll give him credit.
I give him credit for trying.
And unlike the mayor of Philadelphia, he didn't butcher the saying of the Houston Texans. Now, is he aware that the Houston Texans have a saying that goes by Texans Swarm? Doubtful.
I mean, it's easier than spelling Eagles. And they do say it at the games every third down.
Do you think John Whitmire went to a Texans home game
No.
this year? Okay.
I'm still not really sure who he is.
The mayor.
I know, but
that's all I got.
I don't know what he looks like, honestly.
He's
bald.
bald.
He's bald. Yeah. No, that's a tough one to be the. What does he look like? Bald.
Well,
that's the only description we get. Bald.
It's not fat.
Let me see. John.
But I think he should know Texans. We also can't chant Texans Swarm when they lost to the Eagles. So
Texans.
To the Chiefs.
Yeah.
But at least he paid his bet.
Yeah, I really got nothing other than he looks bald.
We have an update in the drama that surrounded former New England Patriot, I guess current New England Patriot, safety Jabril Peppers, who was suspended 7 games by the NFL for domestic violence. He did say that, testifying in court, that he had done some cocaine, but apparently Juju Smith-Schuster, currently about to play in the Super Bowl with the Kansas City Chiefs, was hanging out with Jabril Peppers' then girlfriend at the time, which led to the dispute.
Yeah. Reality TV at its finest, I guess.
The phone call was made to his girlfriend, and Jabril Peppers saw this, and it said Juju with 2 heart emojis next to his name.
Yeah, that's
if you're hanging with someone on the side, you got to be a lot more sly with the phone numbers of people that are calling you. First off, you got to mute notifications. Not that I've ever done this before. Second, you got to have a good name attached to them.
Not your teammate's girl, man.
Well, I think love is love.
Yeah.
There was 2 heart emojis, you said. So love is love. Football is football, love is love.
As someone who was in a group, and this group, let's just say, rather incestuous, we go out drinking in Houston bars for years and years. There were a couple of people that I may or may not have been having a good old time with, and I didn't want anyone to know about.
Okay.
And I muted all notifications from them and had their phones saved as something else in case they ever did call, because I didn't want anyone to know what was going on. Is that shady? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, it is shady.
Yes, but you admitted to it, so that makes it less shady.
But
he admitted to it now.
Yeah, I didn't.
Not to anyone that would know.
Not then.
You never know.
So there you go, guys. That's pretty much in case you missed it. Because for the most part, the big stories, they happened over the weekend?
Yeah, I mean,
in the conference championship game.
Eberflus did get hired by the Cowboys, so they hired their DC. So that's
Right.
relevant for the Cowboys.
Yes, you are right about that.
That's really it. Like,
Commanders fans took over the Hard Rock Casino in Philadelphia. Good for them. They won something in Philadelphia over the weekend.
Did take it over.
They took it over, and they were very proud about that.
Like 30 people there.
They took it over.
The speech was really awkward.
It was like a locker room speech. Like he gave like, I'm so proud of you guys. We came together. We did this. They pan around, and it is 30, 40 Commanders fans at a restaurant.
They felt God in that Hard Rock Casino restaurant.
Yeah, it's so weird. I don't know. Like if I was ever like a tailgate or like some event and some fan tried to start giving a speech, I think I'd have to leave out of embarrassment.
I don't know. I think I'd stand up and slow clap.
Or would you give
It's the first NFC championship in 30 years.
Yeah, they're excited. They're a little drunk.
He seemed too sober to be doing this also, I thought.
Yeah.
Like I feel like you have to be like really drunk if you want to give this speech.
James Harden. Did you see the interaction that he had with a Clippers basketball reporter? The man's constantly got something on his mind. He was asked what's the most fun part about a scoring performance. Harden said scoring. Follow-up question, exploding like that. Harden said this, pause. Just the feeling when the ball goes in the basket consistently, swag goes to another level. You got to watch your mouth. That was very sexual description, James, of playing basketball.
You got to watch your mouth.
You got to watch it.
Just the feeling when the ball goes in the basket.
Yeah, swag.
Exploding. Did anyone see this clip from Nate Burleson after the Kansas City Chiefs took down the Buffalo Bills? I gotta say, this is a kind of annoying quote. Nate Burleson, he wants you to resist the urge to be tired of the Kansas City Chiefs.
Say this to the fan bases out there. If you're not a Chiefs fan, that's okay. But resist the urge to fall for the narrative that we're tired of seeing them win, that we might be fatigued of watching KC go to the Super Bowl over and over again. You are witnessing greatness, and just be happy that you are alive to be there to see it.
What a stupid ass take.
I like Nate Burleson, but yeah, Nate, fuck off.
I think.
Sorry, like you get lost, dude.
I will say, like,
you're allowed to be pissed
like
if they
that
keep
makes
winning.
me like want to be like out on Nate Burleson. Like that take sucks. Like you're supposed to enjoy greatness. Why? We didn't enjoy the Patriots. Like people didn't enjoy Jordan. People don't enjoy LeBron and the Heat. Like you hate these teams. That's actually what makes sports fun.
It's one of those things where, yeah, hating is a great part of sports, Joe. You're right on that front. And okay, I would say more so resist the urge to say that the reason the Chiefs keep doing it is the referees.
That's where I thought he was gonna like turn it around to like resist like the blaming the ref stuff. But no, it's just like resist not liking that your team loses to this team. Like resist that feeling.
We are witnessing greatness.
Bills fans, Texans fans, Ravens fans, resist the feeling of, man, it sucks that these guys beat us every year.
It would be like during the Rockets years where they lose to the Warriors all the time. Someone saying like you must resist the urge to be angry at Steph Curry, and then when his wife makes a restaurant in Houston to completely bomb it on Yelp to the point where it has to go out of business.
Resist that urge to do that.
Resist the urge.
Like, did he ever have like? Did he watch sports growing up? Like, I would be like my follow-up question. Like, did you have a team that like you rooted for?
Knicks fans, resist the urge to hate Michael Jordan. Resist.
Just
Boston
resist
Red Sox fans, resist the urge to hate the Yankees for beating you every year.
More from that game afterwards. Did you see the interview DeAndre Hopkins did with James Palmer? Ooh. Remember when the Texans had him? Not like DeAndre Hopkins did that much in that game, but he was around. Here's DeAndre Hopkins talking about going to his first Super Bowl.
You've been around for a long time, known you for a long time. What's going through your mind now that you finally get to play in a Super Bowl?
You know, man, I've been doubted. A lot of people wrote me off. 12 years in the league, man. You know, I got traded for some pennies in my prime. So, I just want to thank the organizations that gave me a shot. I can still go out here, make plays when I need to, draw double teams, and play meaningful football.
Pennies.
Better than a ham sandwich, like most of us call David Johnson.
Poor David Johnson. Wasn't his fault. He got lumped in with that trade.
No, but it was a terrible trade.
Bill O'Brien thought David Johnson was the same player that David Johnson was a couple of years before. David Johnson at one point in his career was one of the best running backs in the NFL for a very brief moment of time.
Yeah, no, he was awesome in 2016. The problem is they traded for him in 2020.
Yeah.
Now,
and a second round pick.
And a second round pick.
Hopkins hasn't had, he's only had one season when she caught over 100 passes since he got traded from the Texans.
Yeah, that was when the Murray years.
That was the first year he was in Arizona.
Bill
he hasn't
O'Ro-
had double-digit touchdowns since he left.
Joe George saying that Bill O'Brien was right to toss 2 Texans legend receivers in the trash, Andre Johnson and DeAndre Hopkins?
If you would have got a fair value trade for DeAndre Hopkins, I don't know, the first-round pick that the Vikings gave up for got for Stephon Diggs like a week and a half later.
You mean the one that turned into Justin Jefferson?
Yep, like that one. Like if that would have
they could have gotten the pick that turned into Justin Jefferson instead of Ross Blacklock.
Yeah, instead of a third and David Johnson. They're like, I think Bill O'Brien would have been right.
Or even just picking Ross Blacklock one pick before, say, Jonathan Taylor was drafted.
Yeah,
that would have been.
But
saved a little.
Also, maybe if they traded him not because a hypocritical scumbag pastor told them to trade him because DeAndre Hopkins' baby mamas were around.
I don't know if he's a hypocrite because of that.
Maybe if they just I don't know. I think he's a hypocrite.
I think other reasons. I don't think the baby mama.
No, I don't know that he has baby mamas.
No,
over the place.
He's just a hypocrite. Yes, I guess they're not connected. But if you traded him for football reasons, not for personal reasons.
I thought he was just a fraud. I don't know about hypocrite. I'd have to know. I feel like he's just an annoying person that somehow weasels his way into your good graces. If you are somebody who is nice,
yes.
One of those guys, and then all of a sudden you're like, oh damn, this guy's a weasel. By the way, Steven Nelson also in the Super Bowl. Full circle moment for him. Gotta say, it's gotta be pretty fun to sit back, not do anything, get paid some sort of money to watch the Chiefs beat the Texans and then go on, beat the Buffalo Bills, and now advance to the Super Bowl.
Yeah, I can't say I'm rooting for Steven Nelson.
I actually am.
Yeah.
I heard a couple of things over the weekend, little drama, and I kind of get why Steven Nelson didn't like D'Amico.
Okay.
Made him play hurt. Made him play a game hurt.
Interesting.
Basically, I think it was in Cincinnati. They basically were told him like, "Hey man, you got to go out there and play," and he was like, "I don't know if I can get out there, guys," and he still played. And there was some other stuff too where he was getting singled out. Didn't appreciate being singled out.
That kind of tracks with what we're hearing about what's going on with the Texans, or just D'Amico gets kind of singularly focused on certain guys and not others.
Mm-hmm.
That's probably the best way to put it.
Charles Omenihu, also Texans legend, going to the Super Bowl. Patrick Creighton's pissed. I bet. We used to have a promo that ran, and it was Patrick Creighton just dump it on Charles Omenihu.
Why?
He's been to 2 Super Bowls since. Because he was at the Niners too. I think.
It's after he left the Texans, he went to the Niners and had some sort of comment about I can see why this is a winning organization.
Well, he was right.
There's some he took one passing shot at the Texans.
Oh, when people for some reason felt like they had to defend them for no reason.
This probably was 2022-ish. Yeah, somewhere around there.
Yeah, Omenihu, and he was right.
In case you missed it, this is the last one before we get into garbage time, and this should probably be in garbage time. Did anyone see / hear the Philadelphia Eagles fan who brought an interesting form of fireworks to the celebration of the Eagles winning the NFC Championship game?
No.
I believe that was a gun. Yeah, dude, that was definitely a gun.
No, get us in the camera. Go!
So, I mean, very Philadelphian. Yeah, there's on video an Eagles fan in a crowd of excited Eagles fans after they had just won the NFC Championship game, just pulls out some sort of gun and fires 2 shots straight up in the air in the middle of a crowd. And I think the funniest part of all these Eagles fans is they're like, was that a gun? Huh. Classic.
Yeah, I mean, you probably just got used to it. I mean, it's not their first celebration. I don't think it was the worst celebration we saw from all of that, though. Because this also belongs in garbage time.
Yeah.
The
Let's
Empire State Building.
All right, well, let's get into garbage time real quick.
The Empire State Building lit up in Eagles colors.
Ooh.
After they won the NFC Championship.
Interesting.
Why? Like, I guess they pay for it, but like, how can you do that? Like, you're in New York. Like,
yeah, I hate that.
Yeah,
I think they light up like whoever makes the Super Bowl because it's happened before. I think it happened with the last time the Eagles made it.
But like, you don't have to do that. Like, you don't need to do that branding.
Yeah,
there's no reason for it.
You could say no. Not all money is good money.
Yeah,
is what you're saying.
It's also just weird. Like, I don't know if it's money thing. Like, there's some deal with the NFL. Like, it's just weird. I mean, I remember Dallas did this. Dallas did they put their skyline in orange and blue when the Astros won the World Series in 2017.
Solidarity with Texas,
So
I guess.
stupid.
Well, there is that weird element of people in the state will root for Texas in the World Series, and there was an alarming amount of people who rooted for the Rangers in the World Series against the Diamondbacks. You should have just not watched, but that's how I feel.
Or rooted for the Diamondbacks.
Yeah, that too. Let's get into garbage time with some Speak for Your Pizza goodness. This is a regular guest of Speak for Your Pizza, who also, I believe, hosts the radio show that leads into John and Lance. Here is Chris Canty getting absolutely destroyed by his own producer.
The criticism that we've all had about the Eagles ain't about the players on the field. It's been about the coach. I had Jalen Hurts as a top 10 quarterback coming into this season. I'm just now looking back at my notes.
You also had him outside the top 10 at one point.
No, I had him as a top 10 quarterback coming into the season. I'm sitting here looking at my notes.
Yeah, there's clips online from First Take and this show of you saying, I don't have Jalen Hurts in the top 10.
Okay, all right. I'm just telling you the list that
Okay, all right. I'm just telling you, love it.
I mean,
well, those are pretty good. I'm going to try to redirect this conversation. This is in my notes. This is in my list. And listen, you've played in the NFL. Maybe you forget a thing or two. It was really funny seeing the other hosts in the room, specifically the lady that's a part of that show, looking straight ahead and I think realizing, oh, God, this is awkward. I don't want to be here.
Yeah, producer, got to know your role there. Can't.
Apparently, he's an Eagles fan.
Oh, okay. That explains it all. That explains everything.
And Chris made it worse.
Classic Eagles.
He tweeted, gonna leave this here for @PatCostello20, so he tags his producer and the rest of the clown, aka Eagles fans. I'm gonna. Good luck with your job, Pat. Might be losing it. Hopefully not. But
he can just work on Greeny though.
But also, Greeny doesn't have a radio show anymore.
Oh, sorry, my guy Pat.
But also, shout out to Pat for having the guts to do that because not all producers would.
No one's more aggressive than Eagles fans in media, whether it's Sal Palantonio or Greg Frank. Like those Eagles fans, when they're on the warpath, good God, just get out of the way. Rhode Island coach Archie Miller, he saw a tweet over the weekend and he felt the need to bring it up because he doesn't agree that the SEC is the best college basketball conference.
Difficult. I heard somebody say the other day, the SEC is the best league in the country, but, in all games, they're 54-54. Somebody said that. I don't know if that's even accurate, but do you know how hard it is in every league, to win? It's just hard to win any game.
So that's Rhode Island coach Archie Miller. Yeah, they're 54-54 because Archie, that's how math works. There's been 54 SEC games played. Someone has to win them and someone has to lose them. Someone put that out to troll him, and he actually fell for it. And he might not be wrong about the SEC not being the best college basketball conference.
Definitely not.
I know that they are loving the smell of their own farts right now. I even heard this weekend a Texas fan friend of mine was like, "Oh yeah, Big 12, not so big anymore." And I'm like, relax.
The Big 12 is the best conference in college basketball.
It's got their beloved Cougs.
Oh.
Stop, Sean.
That's half the top 10 is in the SEC.
54-54 in the SEC, Sean. 54 and 54.
You're right. This big win this weekend was canceled out by Texas A&M losing.
That's true.
Do you think what do you think
big point?
The PR person who had to explain to him how bad he sounded right there.
That's a tough conversation to have. Be like, Coach,
you got trolled, dog.
You just sound like an idiot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
You said the wife, his brother Sean Miller, who tells him of just you sound like an idiot, dude. Or you just let him wear it.
On that note,
dude, man.
Depends on what his record
Is that what I would do to you?
That's what Paul would do to me. He would just let me wear it.
Sometimes you just gotta wear it. I mean, I could wear it too. Wear it for you.
Yeah, that's why. Good.
Where'd you have Jalen Hurts preseason? Was he in your top 10?
But now he is, and that's all that
Okay.
matters.
Okay.
He's
The
in
key
it
is
right now.
The key is never write your takes.
Never take
Never
notes.
write them, because
Never
then
take notes like Chris can.
then people have to find them.
Mm.
So there you go. There you go, everybody. That's the way the cookie crumbles. That's how this industry works, and that's how the Gallant George show wraps up on this blessed Tuesday. Big thanks to our texters, our callers, our Twitchers, our YouTubers, and everybody else who listened this afternoon. Big thanks to Sean Mapes behind the glass and Joe George to my right. I am merely Paul Gallant. So long, farewell, and have yourselves a wonderful Tuesday. The Killer Bees are next. Peace.
Hello. How are you, Sean? Good. You see me on the video, you hear me, so I believe we're all systems go. I will try not to smile and interact with any idiots today. Should I kill the light or is the light okay? Yeah. I'm trying to turn it down. That's a Police song, by the way. Yeah. Like here better? Okay, let's just try it and see, and then just either text me or whatever. Hi, Mike. Hi, Mike. How much you think Coach Carter made him lift? Yeah. Thank God the 5-year-old decided to hit the pillow. He is sound asleep. Before I do mine,
4.3 to go. Thompson on Brown into the lane. Got the shot. Oh! 0.7 to go. Thompson gives the Rockets the lead. Are you kidding me? Richard! Oh, the Rockets win the game.
Ooh, what up, Bankstown? Hey, how we doing?
He's blank. I am Branham. It is Brian behind the glass, and it's a Tuesday edition of the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5 Grade the call there, Blankers.
Come on, man. That's like you grading Gerard Johnson. That's my boy.
Craig, I love Craig's work.
There's
really
something I'm
good.
critical about, but Craig nailed it. But there's something I would be critical about.
Give it to me.
What is it?
Oh,
I know it is. Ryan Hollins
interjecting
over his call.
Yep.
I think Ackerman's toes are bruised with Hollins being all over them. I didn't love. I mean, I'm kind of a traditionalist when it comes to play-by-play. I'm not a huge fan of it, and I know it's becoming more popular. And I know the rules of play-by-play and radio are blurred, and all of these things, and modern, and all that stuff. I'm still not a fan of a color guy stepping on the toes of a game-winning call.
I did. I'm with you. I let it marinate with Craig's calls when we did radio together until he almost gave me the nod because that is essential in radio when you are painting the visual and the excitement in the picture and finish it. And if you go back and listen to any of Gene and Jim from back in the day, love them both. But oh my God, it was like their first dance lesson together. Every game it was just screaming, yelling, and all over each other.
Yeah. So, I mean, Ackerman, it's hard to hear Ryan, but you kind of can. But nonetheless, great game yesterday. We'll get to that in just a moment. We do have a new record to report, though. New record. Killer Bee record.
Okay.
3 minutes and 20 seconds into the 3 o'clock hour. It breaks the previous record of 2 minutes and 42 seconds. So shattered it today. In fact.
Wow.
Yeah, I kind of noticed when I was looking at the clock and waiting to hear Brian. I'm like, oh, they did go a little long again today.
Pretty good shattering of the record. So 320 is going to be a high bar. That might not ever be broken. Like this record might stand for a while, I think. Like maybe it might get broken. Records are meant to be broken, right? But this one might stand for a little bit. Like this might stand for the rest of the year.
Yeah, I mean, you may be right, but again, because you're dealing with management as part of the situation, they probably feel like they're untouchable and can do whatever they want.
We'll see. We'll keep track of it. 3 minutes and 20 seconds, though, the record. We began our show at 3:03:20. We'll keep track of that. See if the record gets broken. I don't mind personally. It means less work for me. I still get paid the same. We still get paid the same. Less work. I don't mind, but it is fun to keep track of. How's your day going, Blankers? I see you're not in the studio today.
Yeah, no, it's been everything completely turned upside down as of it actually started last night. But yeah, my youngest started having symptoms of just a fever and a little bit of congestion, and then couldn't sleep, so decides to join mom and dad in bed all night and can I get water? Can I get this? Can I get that? So that meant not a lot of sleep. Woke up this morning and was like, Dad, I feel great. Take my temp. Took the temperature. I'm like, hey, 99.1. Looks like we can go. Yeah, well, the Tylenol wore off at about 10 a.m. And next thing you know, the school's calling going, we have a rule, anything over 100.3, and it was 100.4, so your day is over. So
poor girl.
Yes.
Hopefully she gets to feeling better.
She feel is like sound asleep right now. God bless her.
Yeah,
Yes.
that's good. That's a good timing. Going sound asleep. I feel like I'm a little under the weather myself. I'm playing. It's my flu game. I'm like at 98.6 right now is where I'm at. Traveled up to West Virginia. It's a beautiful drive, by the way, from Pittsburgh to West Virginia. There's snow on the mountains. How far is that drive? It's about an hour 15. It's not crazy. Okay. Yeah, it's not crazy. It was beautiful. Beautiful morning. 35 degrees. The snow has not melted off, so you see snow on the mountainside. It was beautiful. Beautiful drive. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoyed
I've heard where's the place that the Texans used to have training camp that way?
Oh yeah, that was the Greenbrier.
The Green.
I forget what city that's in. Yeah,
they say that is D'Antoni has a house there. I forget. There's several people that have houses there that swear that it's the best kept secret, and it is like the most ultimate. They take care of everything. I remember like J.J. Watt saying stories like on their off day that they had everything from if they wanted to go hunting and wanted to hunt for certain things, or like all these different. They have just everything like on one property.
Yeah. It's it is beautiful. It really is. It's pretty good. It's in White Sulphur Springs, West Virginia, is where that's at.
Okay.
I've never been. I've talked to people that have been to the Greenbrier, not Texans people, and they say the same thing. Yeah, it's beautiful. A couple of texters. Blanker doesn't like people stepping on toes. I can't believe King Jeremy Stowtepper Branham is saying this. A little different between play-by-play and radio. But I'll heed your advice, 0452. I won't step on Blanker's toes for like the first 15 minutes of the show. We'll see where we go after that. But radio and play-by-play, two totally different things.
Oh, no question. And I think that when it's conversational, then it's supposed to be like that. You're not – I don't think that when you're talking with your buddies that you're ever going to, sit there and go if you get passionate or you guys are getting a back and forth.
Yeah, that's enough of whatever you had to say, Blanker. I'm just kidding. I was stepping on you. I was just kidding. It was a joke.
No, I know. But I'm just saying. But that's the thing. Like if we get passionate, we go back and forth. You don't want to sit there and just go, you can just finish that thought. I mean, that's part of the passion of going back and forth.
Yeah. Those two, it's apples and orange comparison. But I do see the irony there, Texter. It's not lost on me. How about this Rockets game? 10 minutes into the show. Rockets. We're leading with Rockets. Amin Thompson, the game winner yesterday. They went back and forth there those last three possessions. You get the Alpi Şengün dunk on a great sideline out of bounds call by Ime Udoka. Then you get Tatum that really took Amin Thompson to school with the easy bucket to tie the game. But then Amin Thompson atoned for that. A little floater in the middle of the lane. Rockets win. Best win of the year, right?
Oh, without question. I mean, look, there's been several. There's been a lot of them, and that's the beauty of how well this team has played all year. But when you look at taking on the defending champions on their floor, the last time you played them, you thought you could hang with them, and they consistently distanced themselves from you and then decided to put their foot on the gas, and they opened up a big lead. Yes, they were a little shorthanded, but it doesn't matter. They had enough on the court, and that was a fun game to watch where the Rockets were matching talent with the Celtics possession by possession. Guys were stepping up. And like you said, I was tweeting about it last night because the difference between Steven Silas and Ime Udoka was on full display last night, just with the way that he was, calling plays, the way that he was situationally using his players, the way that he was, having guys switch and do the things they did defensively as well as what they were able to achieve offensively. That was a thing of beauty. That was something, if you're a Rockets fan, you have to be so fired up about, because I think they're just scratching the surface. I think this is where whatever we've heard about phase 2 and, however they kind of channel their tiers of where this team is and where it needs to get to, we're watching this team grow up this season, and they are taking, no matter how many games more or less they win in the standings, this team is getting ready to take that next step.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Like, I think that I've probably been maybe a little bit more homerish on them, and you a little bit more maybe realistic on them this year. But they're fun. Like, they are fun. Mm-hmm. They are young. The arrow is trending up, and that's like the thing I care almost the most about. Like, ultimately, you want your teams to win championships and all that, but you always want that arrow trending up. And you don't want to be trending down. You don't want to be rock bottom. Like, even when the Texans were winning 11 games in 3 years, like they felt like they were going nowhere when they were bad. I can handle losing seasons if you can see the progress, you see the development, you see the future, right? The Rockets have lived through that, and now you're starting to see them reap what they sow with all the young players and getting all this talent in here, because they have been really good. Ime Udoka is a fantastic head coach. Houston is very lucky to have Ime Udoka as the head coach of the Houston Rockets. And I think this is a team that is headed in the right direction. I'm not going to sit here and be like, yeah, they're going to win a championship someday. But I do think that they will compete for titles with this nucleus and core.
Yeah, there's a lot to unpack there just on that last comment, because of the fact that I'm catching heat for the whole competing for titles thing. But I think that when you look at it and you watch what Ime's been able to do, I think the first thing when we start talking about what you and I have talked about since the coaching change was made, and even previous to that when Silas was head coach, they were unwatchable under Silas. There were, as much as we have to do what we have to do, it was tough to watch a game start to finish because it was bad basketball. It wasn't very organized. It wasn't like the kind of X's and O's that you would expect out of the top league in the world from a basketball perspective, let alone your local team. And now when you see them on a nightly basis, even when we knew that there was all this young talent, we didn't know what any of these guys was going to turn out to be. You could tell that there was a different brand of basketball. There was a lot of defense being played, and there was a lot of emphasis put on, if you don't play D, you're not going to play for me. You're going to sit down kind of thing, which Silas would never do. And now when you see kind of the fruits of the labor of all that, along with the development of the young players that you've drafted and brought in, it's a beautiful thing to watch because you can watch a full game. It's entertaining. They're hanging with the best teams in the league, whether they win or not. And you can tell that there's another level or two that a lot of these players can still take to where this team can get where we all want to see them go.
Yeah, they are fun. And I'm good with your, be patient too. Like, what's the hurry? Like, I mean, we live in a microwave society. You want everything fast, and obviously it'd be great if they win it all this year. Not saying it's going to happen, but enjoy the ride. This is a young core. This feels like the early days of the golden era. It kind of feels like the 2015 Astros a bit, where you have this core of really young players that you can see potentially be superstars someday, and then you hope they get to that point, and if they do, it probably is going to lead to a championship or two. I think that it is kind of the early days of that, because for a Correa, you have an Amin. For a Springer, you have a Jalen Green. For, name the other youngster, you have an Alpi Şengün. So, I think there are some similarities there.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. And I think that the one thing that I was really kind of passionate about in terms of now where they're at in this season, not going and jumping the gun and knee jerk going out and making a trade now, because of the fact that the last thing you want to do is take a team that's on the verge of creating a golden era for this team and taking it for the next 5 years and go, you know what? We got a little antsy. We made a trade. We went for it in the first year where we saw all this progress, and the guys we traded away turned out to be great, and the guy we traded for turned out to be a free agent in a year and left us, and it never worked out, and then you set yourself back again. That's why I think that you reap the benefits and you enjoy the ride this season, knowing full well, as far as you go this year, it's great for experience for the young guys. It takes the organization to another level.
there's still so much further to go that you don't want to screw anything up.
Yeah, I'm with you on that. Don't make me call in, Branham. Let's get some order. The Coward D. My bad, Coward D. I'll act straight the rest of the way. I'll be on my best behavior. I'll sit up and, I'll make sure that I'm good the rest of the way. 713-780-ESPN. I was being sincere to the Coward D. I don't know why you played the sassy drop. You should have played the sincere drop, Brian. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Your thoughts on this Rockets-Celtics win. Amin Thompson, is he the best player now on the Houston Rockets? Are we willing to go there? Dylan Brooks, well, he's been better than advertised, I think, under this contract. Maybe a debate there. We'll see. Busy show. I think we now have some more hints that Chip Kelly is going to be the next offensive coordinator for the Texans. What do I know? I was predicting Gerard Johnson yesterday. We'll cash him or trash him a little bit later. Dana Brown had some things to say, meeting with the media earlier today. And the trade deadline's coming up in the NBA. Interesting name on the market. Would you make a few of these trades? We'll kick it around later, all that and more. 713-780-3776. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN975. If you want to lower your IQ, I would suggest to enter the chat at twitch.tv/ESPN975. We're on YouTube,
a fat
ESPN
guy
Houston.
in his underwear, living in his mother's basement.
That was Nick whenever he called us to talk about our Twitch community. YouTube as well at ESPN Houston, Twitter at ESPN975, Blankers at Pac-Man Joel, Brian at Sacked by B-Mac, I'm at Jeremy Branham. We are the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Now back to the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
I rented a car in Pittsburgh, and I was leaving, and I was talking to the attendant. And, I don't do the small talk stuff. I just dive right into it. I go, what do you think about Tomlin? He's like, yeah, I'm tired of him. And then I was like, well, what do you want to do for quarterback? He's like, I want either one of them. I was like, okay, you sound like a Pittsburgh fan. And I think that guy speaks for the entire city, too, for what it's worth. So I was taking a little straw poll of the city of Pittsburgh, guys. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Texter Ackerman brings way too much energy, especially on plays that don't have much action. He's screaming his lungs out like Kevin Harlan. Ryan Hollins is just awful. The team is getting good now. Time to upgrade the announcers, too. I think Kevin Harlan's my favorite basketball broadcaster.
Doubt. He's phenomenal.
So comparing somebody to Harlan would be like, yeah, I think that's good. I think Ackerman's very, very good.
Yeah, it's.
I think Ackerman's
and
very,
as
very good.
I think you know as well as anybody, the difference is too that he's been able to transition from radio, which is you have to get every single detail in, or at least the majority of them, to TV, where it's more or less on the analyst a lot more because you don't have to describe it because we can see it.
Yeah, no, I think he's very, very good. We'll just leave it there. Another one on the text line.
I mean, yeah, for both of us.
Brandon T. The Rockets will be a tough out in the playoffs no matter who they play. I agree with that.
I mean, they
on
have that note, though, Jeremy.
Yeah,
I was going to say. On that note, we don't know what we don't know. So we don't know how this team's going to react in the playoffs because they've never been there, with the exception of Fred VanVleet and Dylan Brooks and Steven Adams, I think. So for the most part, that's the next big hurdle for this team. Have finished the regular season, do everything you've been doing, get the best seed you possibly can, and then regardless of how the series goes or the playoffs go, get these guys experience, get their feet wet, get them a taste so that they know, hey, this is how, because you and I both know things change. I mean, as much as this is a free and easy way of a brand of basketball in the regular season, in the playoffs, it gets muddled down. It gets to be more of a slugfest in a half-court game. And the Rockets really don't play a lot of half-court. So that's where the next progression takes in terms of getting these guys experience.
Yeah, they're not a good shooting team either, but they're really good at offensive rebounding. So, like, I think sometimes shooting percentage is a little overrated. I value how many points you're scoring a possession. I think that's the most important offensive stat. Like, you might shoot 33%, the other team might shoot 35%, but if you're out rebounding them on the offensive glass by 2 times, you're probably more effective as an offense. So, like, that is an area that they have to improve, though, which I don't know if that's something that can happen this year. 713-780-ESPN. Has Blank's needle moved for total win total yet? I'm not going to let him forget his doubting, Aaron in Mid-County.
Yeah, no one has, and I don't expect him to because I'm not
expecting Blank, man.
Because of like these first 2 games of this road trip. Am I supposed to change everything? I mean, the season's not over yet. And look, let's be very clear. I want them to exceed my expectations or what I think that they're going, what they were going to do. But this is still a long season, and anything can happen, and pitfalls are going to happen along the way as well. And it's how they can kind of navigate through it. So I still think that they're around a 48-49 win team. If they go over that, would I be happy to tell you, yeah, I was wrong? Of course I would.
Yeah. I think that you've upped the total. I mean,
yeah, I have.
You've upped it throughout the season.
Now, I'm curious sorry, Jeremy. I'm curious where you are on this, because this is what I'm being held to task on, is the fact that Barry Laminack, of all people, the NBA expert, is saying that he billed them a contender for the title this year, and that I didn't. I still don't think they're a contender for the title this year for reasons I just gave. The fact is you can be an above average team in this league. You can be on the rise in this league. But if you're telling me, does that mean that they can compete with the best in the NBA for a title this season? I personally don't think so.
I tend to agree, but they have wins against Oklahoma City. They've beaten Cleveland twice, and they won at Boston, the defending champions, last night. So, like, they have the signature wins that would say opposite to that.
But
so,
again,
you're going more eye test, and I think Barry's going more resume, because I would argue that the resume does look championship contender-ish, but I would say eye test, probably not.
Yeah, I think that's the other thing. You're right. The signature wins are there. Those signature wins are different if you knock out that team in the playoffs, right? You can get signature wins in the regular season. And again, it's a long season. Some guys are rested. Some guys are hurt. not to take anything away from them, but then it's can I go into Dallas if they have Kyrie and Luka and Clay and all their experience and the guys that they have, and can I say that I can translate beating them in the regular season to beating them in a series? That's a different animal.
Yeah, see, I think that the Rockets can beat any team in the NBA in a 7-game series with the exception of 2 teams. You want to guess those 2 teams, I think?
Denver?
No, I think they could beat Denver.
In a 7-game series?
Yeah, I think they can. I think they can.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
OKC and Boston. I don't think they can beat OKC in a 7-game series. Even the game that they beat OKC, they kind of got fortunate. I feel like OKC's had their number. And even though they beat Boston at Boston yesterday, I still think Boston would take them in a 7-game series.
I agree on both of those. I thought you were sticking to the Western Conference to get to the finals.
No, I was going overall. So you would go Denver over Houston in a 7-gamer?
I think Denver for sure. And I also think that a lot's going to happen between now and the trade deadline, where I think Denver's one of those teams that's going to get real active. And as good as they're starting to play a lot better basketball. They're kind of getting back to where they had been playing over the last couple of years because they got off to a really bad start. I think that they're going to try and add a piece or two, whether that be Jimmy Butler or other, a veteran, or they've been in on the De'Aaron Fox conversations. Whatever they do, they have a chance to take it yet another notch up. But they play really good team basketball in a 7-game series.
Yeah, and I'm not picking the Rockets over Denver today. I'm saying I think that they're capable of beating anybody in a 7-game series with the exception of those 2 teams. I would not pick them against Oklahoma City. I wouldn't give them a chance against Oklahoma City. I wouldn't give them a chance over Boston, even though they beat Boston yesterday.
I'm a little surprised you wouldn't get. Is that Shai Gilgeous-Alexander alone that you wouldn't give them a chance against OKC?
Not necessarily. No, it's just watching them play OKC. Like I don't feel like they match up well with OKC. I feel like OKC kind of beats them with ease. I don't think it'd be longer than a 6-game series, quite frankly. But I could see the Rockets reach the Western Conference Finals. Like I think that's the ceiling. Like if we're talking about the ceiling, Barry wants to say, NBA champion. The ceiling that I would have for them is Western Conference finalist, which would be outstanding. That would be an incredible year.
That. No, I agree with you. I think that when you're looking at that too, from an OKC perspective, the wild card in all of this is because we know that the Rockets have been competitive with OKC. They don't have Chet Holmgren. Chet Holmgren, the way he was playing before he got hurt, can actually take them even and elevate them a little bit more. So I think that's a big wild card for saying, yeah, they're this team right now in the regular season. Can they be a better team come playoff time if Chet's healthy and he can play like he was playing prior to getting hurt?
When is he supposed to come back?
Wasn't it like an ab injury or something that I want to say it was near the All-Star break.
Pelvic fracture.
It's got to be coming up.
How old is Chet Holmgren that he's having a pelvic fracture? Is he 80?
Well, I mean, but he's also got kind of like that super long, super, rail thin frame. That wasn't it that LeBron like kicked him in the Drew League in Seattle or something like that, and that was the last time that he had like a major injury.
This guy fell out of the shower and broke his hip. Like, does he need replacement? Like, I don't know. He might need hip replacement at this rate. He's always going to be injured, I think. It's frustrating because I think he is a really good player, to your point, but I feel like he's going to be one of those players that always has injuries. And I think he has a bad body. Like, he's got a bad NBA body. It's kind of like Yao, right? Like, Yao, you knew it was inevitable that he was probably going to have his career cut short or miss tons of games because dudes that are that big usually have feet trouble. Holmgren has had major injuries, twice now in his already NBA career. And this is his third year out of college. Like, I don't think it's coincidence.
I mean, I'm not gonna tag him with like the Hashim Thabits and the guys that just at a certain point you can't get out of your own way injury wise, and then when you try to put on weight, it only causes your frame to break down more. I don't want to go there yet, but we've seen it a lot with, like you said, with Rick Smits and Yao and different guys that, they're really, really extremely tall. But, when you put the pounding on your body and you don't have the muscle development to back it up and the bone structure, you can break down a lot.
Yeah, and like maybe it's my bad. Like I don't think that Chet has like put on so much weight that his body can't handle it. I think he just has a bad body. Like I think he's kind of like Zion Williamson. Like they have bad bodies. Like maybe it's because they can't support their athleticism. Maybe in Zion's case, it's because he can't support his weight. They're just some guys that are injury prone, like Lance McCullers. Like dudes are just injury prone. Some guys are blessed, some guys are not. When it comes to that, I think that Chet's going to be one of the guys that never fulfills his potential because he just can't stay on the floor.
grinding on coffee and whiskey on Twitch is he's got a great point. Wemby could be the next guy like that because his frame is so similar to Chet that you have to keep an eye on him. And I think that that's where, guys like that, Giannis was able to, from the time he got drafted, the weight room and fill out and put on muscle, and it didn't affect him negatively. It actually helped him a great deal. Some guys can't do it. Some guys can. It'll be interesting watching guys like Wemby and especially a guy like Chet, like you mentioned with the injuries, to see if they can do that. Because I'll be honest, the other thing with Yao is he was bigger. He was more developed, but it didn't help him that the Chinese government was making him play year round. And that's going to take an adverse toll on your body.
That's okay. They made up for it with TikTok, so we're good there. 713-780-ESPN HRP listener line. Let's have the Dylan Brooks conversation. Has he been better than advertised whenever the Rockets signed him? And yeah, there's some recency bias here. And then the Amin Thompson one. Are we ready to declare? Because this matters, right? Are we ready to declare Amin Thompson the best Houston Rocket? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Yeah, before we go to the break, I want to tell you about my good friend Doc Linville. Doc Linville is the best in the business at so many different things. He's got now ways that you can get in there, and he has ways to get your abs back and take weight off your midsection and your derriere. He can do plastic surgery. He can do Botox and spa treatments. The thing I'm going to tell you about that I have personal experience with is the NeoGraft procedure and PRP treatments, and it's all centered around getting your hair back and keeping the hair that you have. He is the best in the business. He's right here in the medical center, and all it takes is you getting in contact with him to get all the information to see if you might be the next in line to possibly get to the point where you can get where John Granado has and I have and so many more, and you get your hair back when you start losing your hair. I was losing my hair in front. I got my hairline back thanks to Doc Linville, and I know you are going to love what he can do for you too. And the best part about it is I had a consultation with him that got the process started. I got it for free, and you can too. You don't have to pay the $150 like people off the street. You get it for free if you go to 975hair.com right now. Sign up for that appointment. If once you get that appointment, you are going to get them to explain to you everything that I just told you about, and then you're able to ask questions. Get the answers that you deserve to find out if it might be something you might consider doing. Nothing to sign on the dotted line for, no commitments to make or money out of pocket, just an informative session with questions and answers after where you can consider being the next in line to do these game-changing procedures. I did them, couldn't be happier with them. You should check it out too. Check them out today. Go to 975hair.com.
You're listening to the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Blankers, you're gonna love this story. I was
say that again.
You're gonna love this story.
Okay.
I was going through the airport. I was going into the airport. TSA, getting the TSA man my ID, and he goes, "You look familiar." I go, "Oh yeah." I was like, I don't think so. He's like, "I follow you on TikTok. Look at me. Look at me. Social media influencer, recognized for my work on TikTok."
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Does that make you proud of me, Blankers?
I mean, look, I think that you are very good at marketing yourself, and
I wasn't
social
fishing
media.
for a compliment.
But I don't mind giving it to you. Unlike vice versa.
I don't want to think.
I
That's
think
not
you're
true.
very
I give
good
you
at doing
compliments all
that.
the time.
You're
I
an
said you look
influencer.
handsome the other day.
I think you're also selling yourself short that whether you like it or not, you're a member of the media. But I mean, you're also an influencer.
No. I'm not a member of the media. Don't disrespect me that way, Blankers. You want to talk about Amin Thompson or Dylan Brooks first?
Either one, you call it.
All right, let's go to Amin. So I saw a lot of people on Twitter yesterday flexing, like, I told you Amin Thompson was going to be the best player on the Rockets and all this stuff, and like they were showing their receipts of what day they said it. So I was like, okay, I wonder when I said it. I went back and I found our Cash'em and Trash'em on November 5th of whenever I proposed the idea that Amin Thompson was going to be the best player on the Rockets by season's end. Here is that clip. All right, my Cash or Trash'em. Amin Thompson will be the Rockets' best player by season's end.
Oh, I'm trashing it. Not by season's end, but boy, is he
Trash.
I believe in him long term. There's no doubt about it, just not by season's end.
Yeah, that's kind of where I'm hung up to, the season's end qualification. I don't know if he passes Şengün and Jalen by season's end, partly because I don't know if he's going to get enough run for us to say that. Not that he's getting no minutes, but he's certainly not going to be top 3 in minutes. So I'm going to trash it, but I think sometime next season he gets there.
You always poo-pooing my takes there, Blankers. That's what that was. I believe that you thought Amin was going to be the best player. I just think you were poo-pooing the take, which is okay. I don't mind that. But yeah, I did get a kick out of that. That was November 5th.
Because I think that it wasn't long after that I said that he became the best player on the team. So you're right. I was wrong there. But boy, I was a believer that he was going to develop into. I just didn't think it was going to happen this fast.
I love how quickly you were like, no, not going to happen. And then Brian gives this, long-winded explanation of why it's not going to happen. And do you think he's the best player on the Rockets?
I personally do. I
agree.
We're all unanimous.
Yeah. I mean, you and I have been since you brought it up first, we've been on that bandwagon for a couple months now. And I don't care what Jalen and Alpi signed for. It's not only what they're doing now, all three of them, but it's the fact that as much as we've said, look, his shot is not great from the outside. What you saw last night and what you've seen lately is the fact that his touch around the basket and in short range, and I think Ryan Hollins actually started to touch on it last night, is the fact that his floaters, his stuff around the basket, I don't want to say it's elite, but it's above average. And so that shows you, one, there's hope that maybe the shot can develop, but more so than that, he's still going to get his points in and around the basket just with all that touch.
Yeah, he's really good. I think he's not only I think the take has to supersede the best player on the Rockets now. I think that he is trending in a way where he could be one of the better players in the league. Not the best, but top 10 within a year or two. I went and looked at some early Giannis highlights yesterday after the Rockets game. I'm gonna double down on that. Amin Thompson reminds me of a baby Giannis. Now he's not as tall because Giannis is 6'10" and extremely long, 6'11", extremely long. Amin's 6'7". I think he's a shorter version of baby Giannis. I really do. And then I pulled the numbers to look at it too. Giannis in his second season in the NBA was taking half a 3-pointer a game. He was taking a half a 3-pointer a game. So he wasn't the shooter, and he's still not. He doesn't take tons of threes still to this day. He took more in the prime of his career. But I'm doubling down on that. I think Amin looks a lot like Giannis early in his career.
Yeah, it's interesting because I had said when Wemby was drafted that you look at the day that Giannis was drafted and you look at Wemby and their body type, the size of their arms, and the fact that you could tell they basically had never lifted weights in their life. And then you looked at what Giannis was able to turn into. And I said, Wemby, that should be your role model to see, it can be done and see how close to that you can get. I didn't make the comparison with Thompson being a little smaller in terms of his height and everything. And he also was a little bit more physically filled out for a kid his age. But yeah, you're right. I mean, look, you look at Giannis as the example to be the poster child for the guys that can do it, as opposed to the guys we mentioned, primarily like Hasheem Thabeet and guys that come into the league super tall with, great range and, they looks like they have athleticism, but you can give them an easy tag to the drive-through window and have them go 4 times a day and they're not going to put on any weight.
Yeah, I don't think that Giannis was like a good shooter though early in his career. Like
I still don't think he is.
Yeah, he never really became that. He got better. But like you go year 2, Giannis in his second season averaged 13.7 rebounds. Amin right now is averaging 14 points, 8 rebounds. Giannis averaged 2.5 assists. Amin 2.7. Giannis averaged a steal a game. Amin 1.5. Giannis averaged 1 block a game. Amin just over 1 block a game. Giannis played 31 minutes a game that year. Amin's playing 30.5 minutes a game this year. Amin's taking twice as many threes, actually almost 3 times as many threes as Giannis did. Giannis shot 16% from 3 that year. Amin, not a good shooter, 25%. So and their game's also around the rim. Like, baby Giannis was always around the rim. Now, he was dunking more because he's longer, but I see a lot of those similarities. Dillon Brooks. Has Dillon Brooks been better on this contract than we all expected? Has he been better than advertised for the Rockets?
I don't think so, because I think that the money, I know, and Todd the Show mentioned it again, we knew that they had to spend money. I just didn't like how high and how large of a total value for that contract is that he made. Look, I think that he's a valuable asset to this team doing what he does. Do I think it's worth the 90 some odd million dollars that the deal inevitably came out to be? I do not. But I think that, everybody, because of the recency bias thing, is going to say, because of what happened last night, oh my God, Dillon Brooks, right? But he's not going to consistently give you those kind of numbers and shoot the 3 ball like that. He's going to give you super tough defense. He's going to give you that kind of bully mentality. He's going to give you that guy that is a veteran that knows how to play. I just think that it's 2 separate conversations. Do I think that he's a valuable asset to this team? Yes. Do I think that he is giving you the return investment on that contract? I still don't.
Yeah, I just don't know the negative of not living up to the ROI though, because like you mentioned, they had to spend it. So what's the downside of it? I don't know if there's a negative there. And then also they reverse escalated it, so it makes it super movable or super affordable going forward. So I don't know what the loss there is.
Yeah, I think the one thing is that, a lot of people are almost looking at it like Dillon's going to be a guy that's going to be around for a long time. And I don't see it that way. And I think that what you're seeing right now, and again, I don't want them to do this, but if they're looking to make any trades at all, he's one of the first names because of the contract that comes up. And I think in a way that would be unfortunate, simply because he does have value in what he does night in, night out. And losing him and trying to replace that with whoever you bring in, I don't think is going to be the same defensively. And in a lot of ways, some of the things that he does. But I hear what you're saying in terms of they had to spend the money, and it wasn't like 6 years; it was 3, I think, or 4.
I think it was 4.
At the same time, that extra year and that money that took it over 90 mil to me was the one that got me.
Yeah. I don't think he's going to live up to the return of that contract, but I don't know if it was a loss, because they weren't going to spend it on somebody else. And it hasn't restricted them. They had to use it that offseason, so it hadn't restricted them of getting somebody else. And like I mentioned, it goes backwards. It was 22.5 last year. This year it's 22.25. Next year it's 21. And then that final year, it's actually less than 20. So I thought that was pretty good, capology by the Rockets and Rafael Stone doing that. But I would say that he's been better than what I expected, because I agree about his value. He's one of your best defenders. He can defend multiple positions. I think he is kind of a defensive leader as well. You see him talking the most on the defensive side of the ball. You see these young players look up to him, like Amin Thompson and Dillon Brooks in that little interview with Vanessa Richardson yesterday. You can see kind of the admiration. I think that that leadership is something that is felt in the locker room with Dillon Brooks. And I think that the veterans of Brooks and Van Vliet have actually lifted the young players. players. I don't think these young players would be where they are if you didn't bring in the veteran leadership of those two guys. So I think that it's been valuable on that sense. But where he surprised me the most, and look, I understand he's not going to make 10 threes a game, and I was surprised that he actually tied a franchise record there.
Mm-hmm.
But last year he shot 36% from three. And yes, yesterday he made 10 threes. He was on a heater, but he's shooting 38% from three this year. And I remember whenever the Rockets signed him, I was like, look, this guy's got to be your 3-and-D guy. He's got to be one of your best defensive players. He has to shoot 35% from three. And people would push back at the 35% thing because he was not that. He was not a 35% career three-point shooter when the Rockets signed him. But the fact that he was 36 last year, 38 this year is why I believe that he has exceeded the expectations that I had for him.
And that's fair. I just, like I said, you know me, and I've held steadfast on the fact that I just thought it was way too much money in too many years because, yes, you had to spend the money. You didn't have to spend it for that long. And it is structured in such a way that maybe it all turns out at the end of the day that it works out for them. But the one thing that I noticed that you mentioned is that this team and this chemistry reminds me a lot of when OKC had the kind of developing unit of Ibaka, Harden, KD, Russ. They had the kind of Nick, what's his name from Kansas? They had Perk. They had a really, really young team like this group, and they were so tight knit that it helped them kind of fight through situations, win games, and that's going to be interesting to see because at a certain point you can't pay all of them, or at least you would think you can't. But for now, I think the other great thing to see about this team is a lot of teams don't like each other when they're not on the floor and having to play the games with each other. This team is super tight, and you got to love the way that the mesh of veterans and young players hasn't altered that in any way.
The detail says the Rockets aura is maxing. That was going around yesterday. Texture, how about the Rockets? Rockets barring injury, best starters, depth, and coaching in the West to get to the NBA Finals. I would have OKC ahead of the Rockets, but Rockets second I'm fine with. And then Rockets went into the Champs House and punked them. Houston coming out of the West. I wouldn't call that a punking. A great win, win of the season. You win at the buzzer, it's not a punking. Like you got to go hammer them by 20 for it to be a punk.
Well, and what I liked is what we've talked about over the last couple of games too. If there are times with as good as this team's been playing where they get down 10, 11, 12 points, especially in the second half, they're not mailing it in. They're digging into the trenches and they're ready to go back and get it back to a single digit game and a one possession game. And they're fighting. And that's what you love to see because we hadn't seen a lot of that when in the past we saw the body language and the kind of waving of the white flag when they would go down 11, 12, 13 points. Last night, again, you sustained a couple of runs by the Celtics. You just dug right back in, got right back in the ball game, and then had another chance in crunch time to execute, and they did it.
Yeah. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Lance shared an interesting story about Bobby Slowick and C.J. Stroud we'll get to. Also, I have some hints. I have some clues that the next Texans offensive coordinator is going to be Chip Kelly. And it's hiding in plain sight for all of us to see. 713-780-3776. It's the B's, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Texter, place your eyes on this gents team so far. Rockets have played have like a 56 win percent rate. The remaining schedule win rate is 50%. Back-to-back losses has only happened twice this season. 56 wins, baby, says the texter. I actually went more in depth on the remaining schedule and why they are in a tough stretch. The rest of the second half schedule is actually easier than the first half schedule for the Rockets, which I was surprised by. Ocho, I know you're talking about the Rockets' cute little win, but at some point we need to get to the main event of last night, Iowa State at Arizona, and the greatness of Mr. Caleb Love. That was an unbelievable finish. I watched that entire game. Yeah, he was not good either. Like, Caleb Love was not good for 39 minutes and 45 seconds. And then he hits that shot and then exploded in overtime, and a big win for Arizona, who will probably be ranked if they can finish the week off without losing, because they're unranked.
Is he in his sixth year?
Probably.
Because he spent at least 2 or 3 at Carolina, and then he's been at least
2. Let's see.
He's been at least 2 at Arizona.
Let's dial up the old computer
he's
machine.
not in the
You're right, 3. He's in his 5th year. 3 at North Carolina. This is his 2nd year at Arizona.
Okay. Yeah, because he's not in the Dickinson and your guy in terms of who has more college years under their belt, Dickinson or your big
talking about Jawan? Probably Jawan, because he redshirted. Jawan redshirted his freshman year. Like, he didn't play. Like, so he's been in college one more year, but he didn't play. Guess how many points Love has in his career?
Oh my God, I don't know. What's a above average season in college basketball? 1,000?
No, you can't get. I mean, it's very difficult to get to 1,000 in a year. I think it's only been. I think Pistol Pete might have been.
How many games they play?
They play.
About
I mean, depending
25?
on the tournament. Like, Love's played 29 games his freshman year, 39 his second year, 33 his third year, 36 last year, 20 so far this year. I'll just give you the answer. It's kind of boring.
Yeah.
2,437. No, 2,400. Yeah, it was. I mean, I was just looking at it. That's a huge number because he's been in college forever. Did you hear this Lance story? And I think you were the one who were talking about this the other day, about how he didn't get along with his Ohio State OC. And I was like, I didn't hear that. And then Lance started talking about it. I think it was 2 days ago, or it was yesterday morning, actually, because it was Monday. 2 days ago, it would have been Sunday, you idiot. But here was Zerline talking about Stroud and Slowick, now that Slowick is fired. And then their little meeting that they had when they brought him in for an official visit that apparently led to a little bit of a disagreement between the two.
I'll tell you the whole thing now that Slowick's gone. C.J. Stroud came to visit the Texans, and Bobby Slowick was telling them, okay, they were watching stuff on tape. Now, before I tell you this, when CJ was at Ohio State, he really didn't talk to the OC at all. He didn't think he knew ball. This coming from somebody who knows CJ intimately. He didn't think the offense coordinator was very smart. So he would only talk to Ryan Day. Ryan Day was the guy who had to communicate with CJ, which I didn't love that, honestly, before the draft process. And it played into some of my thoughts on CJ in terms of coachability. What I heard was that he didn't like his communication was Ryan Day and not the offense coordinator. Okay, well, that's a little strange, but whatever. He comes into Houston. Bobby Slowick is trying to tell him some stuff, and CJ just says, "Oh yeah, I know that we call this, whatever, XY switch, whatever it would be at Ohio State." And apparently, maybe it happened a couple times, and Bobby Slowick just kind of jumped him and said, "I don't give a what you call Ohio State. That's college. This is pro football." And Bobby kind of got in his face about it, And CJ's not one to back down at all. And CJ, and I don't know if Bobby was testing him or I don't know what the deal was, but CJ jumped up and got back in his face. And it was very contentious. It had to be kind of broken up. And so when CJ went to his next draft meeting, and I talked to the team where CJ went, because I asked this team, hey, did you hear anything about this with CJ Stroud? And they said, oh, we asked CJ how his last visit went, which was Houston. And he said, terrible. I don't think I'll be going there. And people who train, like CJ's whole crew did not want him to go to Houston. And they didn't think he was going to Houston because it was he and Bobby got into it. And then CJ was drafted by Houston, which that's one of the reasons I was really surprised. Like I kind of wrote, after finding that out, I wrote CJ off from the Texans and I thought, okay, this is Will Anderson for sure. And so when they traded for him, I was very surprised because I knew there was that lingering stuff there. But then in discussing all of it last year, I heard it was squashed. Like there was no issue. Bobby and him were good.
All right, I won't pick on Lance that they didn't trade.
I was going to say technically. There you go. But, I knew you were going to go to that.
That's what I do. Onich says that Lance's Slowick news was brought up on Colin Cowherd's show earlier. Went national. What do you make of this?
I think that it's. Well, I can tell you this. First and foremost, I would bet that the team that he went to next was the Colts because Lance is tight with Ballard. They needed a quarterback, and that makes a whole hell of a lot of sense. Yeah. I think there's probably something to the fact that, look, I think in certain circles, the news did get around about what happened at Ohio State and that CJ basically was not even talking to the OC and was talking directly to Day. And I think that, how teams play the psychological game, that might have been in some ways a little bit of a tactic too, to say, hey, don't come in here thinking you know it all because this is the NFL, not college. And so I think maybe a little of that played into it. But I think that you can see based on it, what Lance has said, that CJ's reaction probably wasn't what they were expecting either. They wanted a kid that was going to, be able to stand up for what he believed in and speak his mind. But the fact that he came out of it thinking that he wasn't going to go to Houston is interesting.
Yeah, I think this is a big nothing burger. Like, I really do, because they had this contentious moment. The Texans drafted him at number 2. And I remember Nick Caserio talking about this, and they kind of liked it. They kind of liked that from their quarterback, that he was willing to kind of step up and be like, yeah, this is what I think. And then they got along great. We never saw an issue with Slowick and Stroud. And look, Stroud always says the right thing at the podium, right? He never said a bad thing about Slowick. Slowick had a great year 1 with C.J. Stroud in his rookie season. They took a step back this year, but I don't think it was because of the relationship. I think this is a giant nothing burger, quite frankly.
Well, let's also think about the fact, Jeremy, that when these interviews happen and these in-person meetings happen, a lot of times they're trying to tick you off. I mean, the teams are doing whatever they can to see how good you are at being able to hold your emotions. And that they've done everything. Basically, I think teams were making accusations about players' moms and doing everything that they could to see if they could draw. I think it was either Dez or a receiver that went and made public a lot of the questions they were asked.
You remember what they said? Remember what they asked them?
Yeah, I'm not going to get into it, but I believe it was questioning maybe the profession of their mother or something like that.
Yeah,
but
that was it.
Yeah, those are the kind of things that teams are doing because they need to know every aspect that they can possibly kind of grasp onto in terms of the psyche and the way that players handle everything.
Yeah, it also seemed like Junior Bronco says screaming at a guy in a draft interview seems crazy. It also seemed very out of character. I have a very difficult time seeing Bobby Slowick stand up and bump his chest out and stand over C.J. Stroud and be like, it's not XY, it's AB. It seems a little out of character. So I'm wondering if we've I'm wondering if this story has kind of been embellished a bit over the last 2 years, where it was more of a healthy conversation that maybe they didn't see eye to eye and maybe they cursed at each other. I don't think they were about to exchange punches by any stretch of the imagination, because I don't see Slowick doing that. Slowick doesn't seem like that kind of guy. Binary Bobby stepping up to C.J. Stroud, I really doubt it. But then even if he did, their relationship was fine for 2 years.
Right.
He had a good rookie year with him. Stroud said nothing but good things, and he almost got a head coaching job after year 1. That's why I don't think this really matters at all.
Well, I think too, when you think about it and you think as to how it all went down, Bobby was never been OC before in these meetings with his first opportunity like this. I would think that this would be more like maybe Nick driven than it would be Bobby Slowick, if anything, to see if they could test the mettle of a guy like CJ. I wouldn't expect that a guy that isn't, it seems like a guy like that's pretty damn confident in his abilities, in the fact that, he would be a guy that has the kind of confidence to say, hey, look, I can do whatever I want because I've established myself. If you're a first-time OC and you're in this question and answer session with a guy that you're thinking about drafting, you don't want to step on your GM's toes or your head coach who hired you and piss this kid off if you're afraid that it might have a negative connotation.
Or it could be intentional, like you're saying. Maybe it was, let's see how he handles whenever there's a little confrontation. Because you know what? In the NFL, there's going to be confrontation. Even if it's coach in the film room talking to a quarterback. So I don't think that there's anything to this story. I think it's a giant nothing. But if it would have happened last week and then Slowick got fired, then let's chat. But it happened before the draft where he went second, had a Rookie of the Year season. Slowick almost got hired as a head coach, and they had a great relationship on the sideline. I think it's a giant nothing burger. All right, let's get to
that's it. I think you hit on it too. I think before we wrap it up, I just think that that's what they did. They said to Bobby, hey, we want to see how this kid reacts in certain things. Do this. I don't think that it was something that was personal that, set them off on the wrong foot.
Yeah, I completely agree. All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to the hints that Chip Kelly could be the next offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Guys, right now, a word from MyBookie.ag. It's the place you ought to be if you want to put money down on sports because they are the best in the business. They are always taking care of their customers, and they're going to take care of you too. They take care of you in a variety of ways, and the main thing that they always do is they're going to actually help you put more money in your account so you have more games you can bet on and more chances you can win. They're doing it again right now with a sign-up bonus. When you sign up on MyBookie and you put money into your account, they're going to put more on top of it, up to $1,000. And therefore, it's almost instantly that you have more money in your account, more games you can bet on, and more chances you can win. When there's not games going on, there's also live dealers standing by, and those live dealers will be there to help you play casino games like blackjack and poker. You don't have to fly to Vegas or drive to Louisiana. It's right there at your fingertips, thanks to mybookie.ag. And they also have a great rewards program for you and lots of other specials too. On Thursdays, you place a bet. If you win, you cash in. If you don't, forget about it because that's what they're doing for their customers. And the rewards program is called MyBookie Plus. When you sign up and you use our promo code, which I'm going to tell you is the only way you unlock all these deals and all these different ways they take care of you, which is Bet975, use that code whenever you get a chance. And every time you place a bet, they're going to keep track of it. The more you bet, the higher you go on the tiers of the rewards program, the better deals you get, the better offers you receive, sometimes the better odds you may be involved in too. And it's all because you're a customer at mybookie.ag. They are the best in the business. They always want to take care of you. They've been in business for over a decade. They're going to take care of your money. They're going to take care of you as a customer, and they want you to continue to come back. Check them out today. Go to mybookie.ag. And as I always tell you to do, bet anything, anytime, anywhere, with the only place I tell you to do it, mybookie.ag, and use our promo code BET975.
You're locked in with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
Ocho says he bet $100 on NC State money line plus 2,750 plus 2,750 on the money line. He said he was feeling very good at halftime. LOL. That was weird. You see the Cameron Crazy that passed out in the student section?
I did. And then because you and I were talking about this the other day, how small of a venue that is, that they had to basically take her onto the court, right?
Oh, it was a girl?
I believe so, yes. From the video I saw.
Yeah. They had to take her. Yeah, they did. They took her onto the court to stretch her out. They put her on the little bodyboard. Hope she wasn't dead. Texter says, I hope not. Texter says that's why this morning, first thing I did whenever I got to work, worked up the numbers of the Rockets schedule I had on a spreadsheet. I was going to send you guys, but it wouldn't go through for some reason. Well, it went through just now. We just got a picture of a spreadsheet of the Houston Rockets remaining schedule. Two things. One, #nerd. Two, you're doing this on company time, dude? This is an elaborate spread. You got pivot charts and all of this stuff. What are you doing on company time that you're putting together the second half of the Rockets schedule on this Excel?
What the company don't know won't hurt him, Jeremy, so don't blow his cover.
First thing he did at work was update his Rockets schedule Excel. Pivot charts, cells. I don't even know. I can't even talk this language. My Excel skills are basic. I'm a basic white girl when it comes to this. He says he's doing it for us. Appreciate that. Labor of love. Thank you. Soriano on YouTube says that Lance spilling the tea and starting rumors. He's trying to get social clicks and go viral.
Just throw this crap out there to get clicks.
Yep. Now, how come Granado didn't say that to Lance? He's throwing this stuff out there to get clicks. It's working. It's successful. I think he's posturing, quite frankly.
Hey, phrasing!
How's that phrasing?
I clicked the wrong button. I rearranged my tabs and I clicked the wrong one.
Onage says opening up a document takes some cojones. Might see something you don't want to see next time. I'm willing to live dangerously, boys. There's nothing I've not never seen. All right, here are the hints of Chip Kelly being the next offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. Are you waiting for this one, Blankers?
I am.
Okay. First thing, the timing of this. D'Amico Ryans came out Monday. Hey, guys, I know I'm going to get staff questions, but I'm not going to take staff questions today. Was asked about Slowick in that same press conference. Was like, yeah, I saw improvement. Why wouldn't he talk? Why wouldn't he make that happen that day? Do you know what was happening later that night? The national championship game.
Oh.
Do you know who was calling plays in the national championship game?
Chip
Kelly. So D'Amico doing Chip Kelly a solid, saying, you know what? I'm going to hold off on this because I don't want this to drop on the day he's playing in the national championship game. So I think that's hint number one. And y'all can poo-poo this, 713-780-ESPN. But that's hint number one. Hint number two. Do you see the Ohio State defensive coordinator left Ohio State to go to Penn State? He's leaving the national championship team to go to a conference rival who's not on the same tier. Sorry, Penn State, but you're not. Ohio State won the national championship. They've been a step above you for the last 20 years. Why would he do that? Well, the report is that Ohio State athletics operated at a $37 million deficit last year. It seems like coordinators are getting out of there. They're hightailing out of Columbus. One coordinator already has, and kind of the rumors on Chip Kelly is that he's seeking the NFL. So that is hint number two. And then hint number three. Did you see who the Texans interviewed for their offensive coordinator position yesterday?
I did. It was I did. I saw it this morning.
Jeff Nixon. Jeff Nixon, who's that? I've never heard of Jeff Nixon. Have you ever heard of Jeff Nixon? Has been coaching for a long time, mostly in the NFL. He was the tight ends coach in San Francisco in 2016 and Chip Kelly's only year there. And, hate to be so callous about it, Jeff Nixon, minority. You have to interview two minority coaches externally. They can't be in-house, so Gerard Johnson wouldn't count for one of the two. So you still have to interview one more if you're the Houston Texans. But there's no chance Jeff Nixon is getting the offensive coordinator job for the Houston Texans. I'm sure he's a fine coach. I'm sure he's going to do well in his future endeavors. There is zero chance that Jeff Nixon is the next offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. But why would you interview a guy that had no chance? Because they're seeing if they want him to be on Chip Kelly's offensive staff. Those are your three clues. The timing of it, D'Amico doing Chip a solid by not announcing it on National Championship Day. Ohio State hemorrhaging money. Chip Kelly's going to bolt to the NFL. And then the Houston Texans are interviewing a guy that could potentially be on Chip Kelly's offensive staff.
Yeah, no, and I think it also goes back to the conversation we had yesterday when you start thinking about it, in the fact that Chip Kelly left a head coaching job, which presumably meant a lot more money than what he took no matter what it was at Ohio State. Ryan Day makes sense to me that they were that much money in the hole because all the pressure in the world was on him to win because he hadn't won the national championship yet. So he did what he had to do. And Chip Kelly was obviously not going to go back and did not want a head coaching job in college. He wanted to be able to still get close to what he was making, but make it where he's in a safer, a more conducive environment for him to do what he does best. And I think that those are all big factors in that. And the other one is when you look around and you look at the rumor mills, everybody is saying that it's between the Jags and the Texans. Well, you brought it up. We talked about it yesterday. Between the two teams, which team would he have total autonomy to do whatever he wants, run the offense, call the plays, do everything his way because D'Amico's a defensive-minded coach? That would be the Texans. The Jags, he's not even going to call plays.
Yeah, that's the other part of it as well. Onage saying, did you stretch before that reach? Alex saying, Jeremy, #Inspector, King of Twitch, you're putting way too much time into this. Vermont saying, seems like Chip Kelly would decide who would be on his staff. A texter saying, that's a bit of a reach, JB. And then they sent us the GIF of the guy from It's Always Sunny with the the conspiracy things. Look, we'll see. We'll see. Yesterday I was feeling Gerard. Today, because of all of these hints that are very intellectually thought out, I think it's going to be Chip Kelly. I've changed.
I think it's going to be interesting how long it's going to take because, we had said I thought it would be by the end of the week this week. I think you guys said it was possible Wednesday.
I said close of business Friday.
Okay. I just think that they probably have whoever they've always had in mind who they wanted. It's just how quickly can they get the other interviews done, right?
Yeah, they would. I mean, technically, based on the rule and the language that I read, which, I'm not a great reader, so that's always up for interpretation. You have to interview 2 external minority coordinator candidates in person. They've only had one of those. So I don't think if they wanted to hire Chip Kelly today, they can legally do it by NFL rule. So, we're going to have to see some more interviews. We're going to have to see more of them come out. But, if you were putting a percentage on Jeff Nixon being the offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans next year, what would the number be?
3%.
Wow, that's high. I was going to put it at less than 1, greater than 0.
Yeah, I'm just trying to never say never, but yeah, 3% is as high as I can go.
Yeah, where are you at on it, B-Mac? What's your number?
0.5.
Give us your number. 0.5.
Yeah, it's not going to happen.
Less than 1, greater than 0. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What do y'all think the chances of Jeff Nixon being the offensive coordinator of the Houston Texans are? 713-780-3776. Also, you get one realistic move for the Houston Texans this year. Big move. It can be a big move. It can be a big swing, but it's got to be realistic-ish. What are you doing? 713-780-3776. It's the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Coming to you live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
All right. What is your realistic big swing for the Houston Texans this offseason? You might remember Joe Mixon, the exit interviews, was talking to the media. He said this, remember. Joe Mixon, thinking about it.
He was playing coy.
He's still thinking about what he wants to say.
I know for a fact that Nick got something cooked up right now, so definitely all excited for it, and fireworks will be here real soon.
All right, so he says Nick is cooking something up. Fireworks are going to be here real soon, Blankers. First off, do you think Mixon might know something here?
I do.
Really?
That just sounded, because you know how general managers are. I just feel like that sounded too close to home, like it's someone that he probably knows. The minute I heard it, I thought T. Higgins. I thought, I don't know how and if it's even feasible financially. It just sounded to me like, look, they played together in Cincinnati. They're probably still boys. He knows that this is his last year in Cincinnati. Maybe there's been conversations already where Nick's like, hey, Tank's going to be down. We don't know when Diggs is going to be back. We're going to try and go get T.
Yeah, that I don't know if a general manager is talking to his running back in the season of off-season moves. Like that's where like I think that Mixon's just kind of talking here. Like maybe he's talking more reputation because Mixon. I mean, Casario's been known to make big moves. He brought in Joe Mixon. He brought in Stephon Diggs. He brought in Danielle Hunter. He made the big trade up for Will Anderson. So like Nick Caserio is known to be aggro. He is willing to make. I think that Mixon's talking more from Casario's reputation than Nick Caserio went down to Joe Mixon and was like, hey, Joe, guess what I'm going to do in the offseason? I find that to be very hard to believe. So I think Mixon's talking more from reputation than something very, very specific. But what would be your realistic big swing for the Houston Texans? You mentioned T. Higgins. That would be the name you like? Because some people are saying Garrett Wilson. Would you rather have Wilson or would you rather have T. Higgins?
Yeah, I think because of the fact that Garrett Wilson is younger, and I think Garrett Wilson is better. And he and CJ have a relationship. I'd rather have Garrett Wilson, and I know that was rumored during the season. But of the two guys, I'll take Garrett Wilson, and I'll take my chances that they can let Diggs enjoy his next destination. You don't know what's going to happen with Tank and his health, and that if you're going to tell me that you're going to put Garrett just what Burrow had when he had T. Higgins and Jamar Chase, if you want to tell me that for the next couple of years you're going to have C.J. Stroud with Nico Collins and either one of those guys, to be honest with you, but like a Garrett Wilson, I'm all in for that.
I'm a Garrett Wilson guy. I think Wilson's more talented than Higgins. I'm a big fan of that. Now, it would cost you draft capital versus financial capital. Now, you could also say the Texans don't have a ton of money. I am curious to see what Higgins is like as the number one receiver, though. I'm very curious to see what his season looks like next year out of Cincinnati, assuming he is out of Cincinnati. Maybe Cincinnati does the unthinkable and somehow keeps both of them there, which I highly doubt, but very fascinated by the year he's going to have next season. Texter says Pep Hamilton. I don't know if he's talking about the offensive coordinator interview or if he's talking about that being the big move.
Yeah, I think he was talking about the fact that if they have one more interview to have to get through for the Rooney Rule, that it would be Pep Hamilton.
I mean, he got fired by this.
He's local, isn't he?
Front office. Sure. I don't know what you saying they're saving a few bucks?
Yeah, they save a few bucks. They don't have to go with the whole airline hotel thing. It can speed up the process because if you are trying to bring a guy in based on their schedule, timing becomes an issue where you can get it fast. You get over fast. You don't have to spend anything to do it, and you appease the league.
I have a hard time, but you can't appease the league. You have to follow their rule.
That's what I mean. You appease the rule.
I don't know how Pep Hamilton would accept the interview offer.
Okay, well then it's not
right.
As easy as Pep Hamilton.
Don't you think it'd be difficult for him to accept an interview request from the staff that fired him?
Yeah, probably. Yeah, but I mean, did they? I mean, I think Nick. Yeah, as it relates to Nick, but D'Amico didn't fire him, right? D'Amico just hired his own staff.
We didn't retain him, yeah, but I mean, Nick had hired him as on his staff, and then he got the OC job, and then they were like, "Yeah, your services are no longer needed." Like that would be a weird dynamic. I mean, crazier things have happened. So, I mean, he's working, on TV every now and then, so it's not like he has a job. Maybe he would do it. Texter says trade Tunsil. Where would you stand on that? The trade Tunsil element of this?
You got to find a team that wants him, and your offensive line is already in shambles to the point where he's been your best lineman, and he still is your best lineman, regardless of how much he's being paid. To where, and I don't know how that would affect, with his numbers and everything, but I would definitely, I would definitely
say you're going to hang on to Tunsil at least next year, for sure. Next year.
His contract's pretty restrictive to move him. It'd be better to trade him than like you're not cutting him, obviously.
No.
Now, I'm all in favor of giving the new offensive coordinator full, and the Twitch loves when I say this, full autonomy. Like if whether it's Chip, Gerard has been here for a couple of years, so he would know this. If he's like, yeah, we know that he's a great player, but we feel like, he doesn't have the dog in him. We feel he's like not a great leader. We feel like he's kind of holding down the rest of the offensive line. We feel like it's not the attitude that we want from our offensive line. Like I want mean son of a guns, Like if and I'm not saying this is the case. I'm not saying this. Laramie and I are tight. We're boys. Our names rhyme. If Chip Kelly came in here, he's like, yeah, we can't win with that guy. You got to move on, right?
Right. No, there's no doubt about it. I mean, look, and I think that's the biggest thing is if you're going to, now that you moved on from Bobby, if you're going to bring in a guy like Chip Kelly's probably going to have more demands. He's going to be more of a my way or the highway guy than if you promoted Gerard or, you went with a guy that's never been a coordinator before. So, yeah, I think especially if it's Chip Kelly and he comes in and goes, man, for the money we're paying, if I've looked at the film and I'm not sure he's worth all that, then you've got to have a conversation with Nick and D'Amico and figure it out to where he feels like, based on whatever scheme he's going to run and the kind of lineman he's looking for, whether he fits or not. And if he doesn't, then see if you can move on from him.
New interview for the Texans offensive coordinator job. Thad Lewis, Tampa Bay Buccaneer quarterback coach. Why is that significant? What connections are there? What are his chances to get the next Texans offensive coordinator job? 713-780-3776. And what is your realistic-ish big move as well? It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with the Killer Bees on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
So Thad Lewis has interviewed with the Houston Texans. He's a minority. So there are your two external offensive coordinator interviews. So the Texans could hire Chip Kelly right now if they wanted to.
It's coming this week now.
It could come at any moment. The Texans could hire anybody. Now, we just went through our 3 clues that Chip Kelly's the next offensive coordinator for the Houston Texans. D'Amico waiting until the national title game was over. People are calling me crazy for that one. Maybe you're right. Ohio State is hemorrhaging money. Okay, that's clue number 2. And then yesterday, they interviewed a former coach that was on Chip Kelly's staff in the past. Thad Lewis has a long history with Chip Kelly. Thad Lewis was a member of the Philadelphia Eagles in 2015. Guess who coached that team?
Chip Kelly.
D'Amico Ryans was also a player on that 2015 team. So Lewis and Ryans were teammates in 2015 on Philadelphia.
Mufasa, sorry.
What's that?
That's what Chip Kelly called, evidently, that's what Chip Kelly called D'Amico. Mufasa.
Oh, really? That's funny. 2016, Thad Lewis played with San Francisco. You know the head coach who was in San Francisco in 2016?
The Chipster.
It was Chip Kelly. Thad Lewis then began his coaching career as an offensive analyst at UCLA in 2018 and 19. Guess who the head coach was at UCLA in 18 and 19 when Thad Lewis was beginning his coaching journey?
The Chipster.
It was Chip Kelly. I think that the Houston Texans and Nick Caserio are using their required Rooney Rule interviews to familiarize themselves with a couple of coaches that would be on Chip Kelly's offensive staff.
Makes sense. It really does. Look, I think
I don't know what else it would be.
Yeah, and you know, when we were talking about the fact that we were trying to come up with candidates and who would be the best candidate, I mean, look, he was on the short list for a reason because regardless of all these other things, we knew he wasn't going to stay long-term at Ohio State because he seems to be a guy that likes to be in the forefront. He couldn't do that in college because he hated the NIL and the transfer portal, and he was in a situation where it wasn't great for him anyway. He probably wanted to find a way to prove himself worthy of being back in the league, and now you got it.
Yeah, to me, there are 2 scenarios here. Either it's a slam dunk that it's Chip Kelly and that these 2 guys – because, I mean, what are the chances – we just did the chances on the previous interview. What are the chances that Thad Lewis is your next offensive coordinator? He's the quarterback's coach at Tampa Bay.
Again, less than 3%.
Okay. So, very, very slim that he would be your next offensive coordinator. So why would you interview him? To me, it's a very calculated way of getting to know who would be on Chip Kelly's staff. And for me, there's 2 scenarios here. One, it's a slam dunk that it's Chip Kelly. That might have been the other reason that they waited too as well until that Friday after D'Amico was like, we're going to think about it throughout the week. He might have just been waiting to see if Chip Kelly was interested in the NFL. I'm sure they talk, and I'm sure that there were some hints, but it might have been, okay, Chip, give me your word, because if you're not, then I'm going to keep Bobby Slowick. So that could have been a reason that they hung on to Slowick, waiting for Chip Kelly to give D'Amico kind of an under-the-table handshake agreement. So, it's to me, it could very easily have already been Chip as soon as Bobby Slowick was fired, or there are 2 people in mind, Chip and somebody else, and they're interviewing Chip's offensive staff to see if it nudges Chip to the lead.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because I would think that, one, they haven't formally interviewed Chip Kelly, correct? Do they have to?
I don't know if they have to. Actually, I don't think that you do.
See, that was something that I was curious about. I just, when I think about it, I'm like, well, I would think that they would at least go on the record having interviewed a couple of guys like LaFleur, like Kubiak until he took the job in Seattle, like Chip Kelly, to say, hey, look, also from the standpoint of negotiations and agents and other things, we have options with guys that are really good offensive play callers. But I don't even know if they have to interview them, and they can just do everything that they have to do to make sure that they abide by the rules of the league with the Rooney Rule, and then just go right in and go, well, we got our guy, and it's a done deal.
Yeah, I the only thing that I can find are the Rooney Rule requirements. I don't know if you have to interview a guy that you hire, although it's kind of weird to do that. But it wouldn't surprise me if tomorrow they're like, Texans interview Chip Kelly, and then an hour later, Texans hire Chip Kelly. Like, to me, it's too much smoke.
Now, what do you make of the fact that a buddy of mine just texted me that's in and around the league pretty consistently that said, what you guys are talking about makes perfect sense. However, go back and talk to or find the quotes in the podcast and things of the ex-Eagles players that played under Chip that weren't a fan of his offensive style and his coaching and the way that he called games and implemented his players on an NFL level. I mean, maybe that was then, this is now. Maybe he learned some lessons. I think he was very innovative at Ohio State. I don't know what to make of that other than the fact that maybe it's a little different league than now than it was even when he was coaching with the Eagles.
I mean, D'Amico has talked glowingly about Chip. So not denying what you're saying, but what do you value more? Do you value Chip having, Chip or D'Amico having Chip in very high regard? Or do you value like a bunch of random players that isn't a head coach in the NFL that didn't like him?
Well, that's why I asked. I said, because maybe even from then to now, I think the offense has changed and evolved to a different level in terms of the passing game and the explosiveness of offenses. But I also feel like the guys that you're talking about are also, as it relates to guys like, Shady McCoy and Deshaun Jackson, you're talking about very much me-centric guys that are ego-driven. And if they weren't getting the ball enough, it doesn't matter who their OC was, they're going to bash whoever. So I think that factors in as well. You're right. I mean, look, coaches are going to hire guys that they trust, that they're loyal, that they know can be loyal, that they have a relationship with. And we've seen that track record over and over again. So it makes absolutely every bit of sense that D'Amico Ryans would want a guy that he knows like Chip Kelly.
Yeah. I mean, knowing what we know now, with Thad Lewis, the second OC interview, what is your gut feeling on this?
I think it's over. I think it's already a done deal. Yeah, I think it's Chip Kelly, and we move on. And now you get –
I think so too.
I think you get it done as quickly as possible because now you can get to the point where you can already start working with CJ. And from what we've heard and what we've seen on social media already, it seems like CJ's not – I think DJ Biedema was the first one to put this out there too. CJ's not interested in being an alternate for the Pro Bowl. He's already –
from what DJ was saying and others have said, he's going to treat this offseason as a chance to put his head down, re-engage, and get as focused as he can at his position on his playbook. Well, hey, we all know that when you get a new OC and a new playbook or any kind of changes to your playbook, it takes some time for the quarterback to get acclimated. You got the whole offseason, and before you even play the Super Bowl, you got your OC in place. That's helpful.
Yeah, this is I think it's heating up. All right, 713-780-ESPN. I would say the one caveat is that D'Amico's deciding between two guys, and he's just trying to become more familiar with who would be on the staff. But he played with Thad Lewis. So, kind of talking to both sides of my mouth there a little bit. All right, let's go out to the HRP listener line. Do you have something to say?
Yeah, I was going to say the one other thing I would add to that, though, is he does know LaFleur. So to me, maybe it's his backup plan, but that's why I threw him into the mix, as I thought would be a guy that D'Amico knows, he's familiar with, that can run the system that a similar system what they currently run, or he can make changes to it. He's worked with McVay, he's worked in the Shanahan system. So I was a little bit curious if it goes this quickly that they didn't even sit down with him.
Yeah, that's I mean it's interesting too, but at the same time, we haven't heard that Chip Kelly was interviewing either. So It seems like they're kind of playing their card. Well, I wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say they're playing their cards close to their vest, because these two interviews that we know of scream Chip Kelly, unless they're trying to take us off the scent. But why would they do that? And to our conversation yesterday, the best offensive coordinator jobs that are in the NFL, and we think that the Lions and the Texans are the top two. The Lions already have their guy, and it's not Chip Kelly. So, Chip Kelly, and the reports are true, that he wants to go to the NFL, it's pretty obvious that he would want to go to the Houston Texans, in my opinion.
Maybe the only reason, Jeremy, to answer that is maybe because they wanted to keep the Jags off of the fact that they have competition and they've got probably a more a sexier job if you're Chip Kelly than the one that they were trying to get him for.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I just don't think that Chip would go somewhere where he's not calling plays.
I agree.
That to me is the deal breaker. Zur on Twitch, is it a layup or slam dunk that Chip is coming? I think it's a layup. I couldn't call it a slam dunk yet.
No, I think that until it's done, I think that a guy like LaFleur could surface. Another guy that's been in D'Amico's past might be a guy that we're missing, sleeping on, or we have no clue was even in the mix. But yeah, until the ink's dried, I would say that there's a chance it could be someone else, but it sure does seem like it's Chip Kelly.
Let's go out to the HRP listener line. Gary, you're in the Hive. What's going on, Gary?
Hey, guys. Hey, the Eagles head coach, was he a retread or that was his first job as a head coach?
You talking about Sirianni?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it was his first head coaching job.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Chip Kelly, did he coach? Was he a head coach in the league at one time?
Yeah, he coached Philadelphia for a few years and then San Francisco for 1 year.
Okay, and so my point is, if I'm D'Amico, yeah, you got rapport with him, but eager as Chip Kelly to be back in, they will be calling for D'Amico's head in year 3, knowing that Chip Kelly is there. I would not touch that pick there. A retread, no success, coached the Eagles before, and he wants to get back in there, can possibly oversee me as a head coach. I would not touch a head coach I would go with somebody else besides somebody who's been a head coach who's eager to get back in here and give me year 3, and they want to put me on out calling for him, the backup quarterback. That would be suicide for D'Amico.
I got you. Appreciate the call, Gary.
Gary, I don't think you can coach scared. I just don't. I just think that you can look at it on the flip side and say, hey, any coach likes the ability to tap into a guy that you have a relationship with, so you can trust more so than, say, I always go back to what I've experienced, but when McHale had coaches picked for him, you can't trust your assistant coaches, and maybe you never do, as opposed to when you've been a coach in other places, or in this case, when Chip Kelly was a coach and D'Amico played, they get to know each other very, very well to where there's a relationship in place. You can't coach scared. You can't coach. And it would be great for a guy like D'Amico, who's a defensive coach, to be able to kind of tap into the resource of not just the offensive mind of Chip Kelly. They can have conversations about, maybe Chip can talk about pitfalls and mistakes he made when he was a head coach.
Yeah.
Or he can help him in some way.
Like, I remember whenever D'Amico was hired, I wanted, I think you might have been on the same page. I don't want to speak for you, but I think you were, that I wanted an offensive coordinator with head coaching experience. That way it would just, I think it helps. I think it helps a rookie coach. Now, I think Gary's point is solid, but the pushback that I would have to that is, well, D'Amico played for Chip Kelly, so he has to have, I think, a high level of trust with Chip Kelly if he were to hire him as the offensive coordinator. So I think it disputes a bit of what Gary said. Secondly, Chip Kelly left being the UCLA head coach to go be an offensive coordinator for a former player of his. So, like, he's already done that, so it's not new to him, where he's now, like, working under a guy who he used to coach. And the stories are, too, that Chip doesn't want to be a head coach anymore. He doesn't want to have to deal with that pressure. He just wants to call plays. He likes ball, wants to call plays. The other element to this is, we always talk about the downside of having a defensive head coach is that, and a franchise quarterback, is that if you have a really good success on offense, then that offensive coordinator is gone. He's going to leave. Like Slowick almost left last year, right? Slowick almost got a job last year after 1 year of offensive success and then got fired this year. If you have a guy who really doesn't have aspirations of being a head coach again, or might not be able to get a head coaching job again, well, you have your offensive coordinator for as long as you want him. Like, it might be the Spagnuolo for D'Amico Ryans. Like, Spagnuolo is critical for Kansas City's success, right? He's been there forever because no one wants him as a head coach. He might not even really want to be a head coach, although he has taken some interviews. It might be the same deal with Chip Kelly, where if Chip Kelly has success, he's already been fired twice in the NFL as a head coach. Doesn't seem like he wants to be a head coach. Well, you might have the offensive coordinator, if he has success, for as long as you want him. And then going back to the years when Chip Kelly was in the NFL as a head coach, the year in San Francisco was a disaster. There's no getting around that. They were terrible. They were 2-14. They were 27th in the league in scoring. He got fired after a season. Now, you did have Trent Baalke there. It wasn't your team. Like, you might have just taken over a really bad roster. I don't know. But 16 was really, really bad. But if you go to the 3 years that he was at Philadelphia, his first year he went 10-6, and they were 4th in the league in scoring. That's pretty good. 2014, they were 10-6. They were 3rd in the league in scoring. And then even the year, he actually got fired in the middle of the season. They went 6-9, fired him before the final game. They were 13th out of 32. Like, he has good offensive success in the NFL, And then he also took it back to college where he's been unbelievable, maybe one of the better offensive coaches we've seen in the last 20 years in the college game.
Yeah, no, look, I think that, when you're talking about we're not talking about a team right now in a place of, at a crossroads or just starting the process of rebuilding or trying to be on the come up. They're trying to get to their ultimate, landing spot of trying to win a Super Bowl. And you take a guy that's got a load of experience that is a really good offensive mind. And to your point, you don't have to worry about him wanting to go elsewhere. If he gets into a situation where he's comfortable and he loves his quarterback and he knows that his quarterback is going to be here for a long period of time, and he loves the fact that the general manager with the backing of ownership is not afraid to go out and get what he needs if he feels like this offense or certain players are lacking or not what he really wants to be able to execute, that's an ideal situation for anyone. And if he has success, gets credit for it, and the team's willing to kind of take care of him every time that they continue to have success so that he is happy here, it's the ideal situation. And he's an older coach. He's not trying to make a name for himself and cut his teeth and make more opportunities for that big jump. He's had those times. It seems like it's a perfect match as long as he likes the personnel. Other than that, I'm not worried about D'Amico trusting him.
Yeah, I think his running game is always so good. Like his line always blocks so well. Like it'd be a breath of fresh air. Like I'm on board for it. Are you? Do you dig? Are you on board for the idea of Chip Kelly? Text line wants to weigh in. 713-780-ESPN, HRP listener line, 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Look, it is the season. We talked basketball for the entire first hour of the show. We were talking tons of basketball yesterday, pro game, college game. It's a great time to be a basketball fan in Houston. There's no doubt about that. And you might be jonesing to play a little basketball. You might be jonesing to go out, shoot some hoops. You might be jonesing, if you get a wild hair, maybe throw down some jams. We know your kids are, so get a goal from Pro Dunk. If you're in the market, you want to get a goal, you need to get it from Pro Dunk Hoops. They make the highest quality basketball goals you'll find. They're the best goals on the planet. They're fantastic. Don't go to the big box store, get your goal there. No one wants to do that. Don't be that person. But the goals from Pro Dunk, tempered glass backboard. They gives you the true, authentic feel whenever you kiss it off the glass or you miss a shot maybe. Stainless steel hardware. It's rust-proof, breakaway rim, and height adjustable. Those correlate because breakaway rim, if you have the height adjustable goal, lower it down as low as you need to throw down some jams. Goes all the way down to 5 feet, all the way up to 10 feet if you want to work on your shot. Don't get it from a big box store. Get it from Pro Dunk. Their new goal, Thor. You can raise and lower the goals with a drill. Easy to do. It's their lightning adjust features, what they call it. We mentioned 5 feet to 10 feet. You can do it in a matter of seconds with Thor. And their accessories are next level. LED light kits for night play. You're working, kids are at school, you can only play at night. We'll get some LED light kits. No problem there. Backstop nets. You don't like to chase after the basketball. You're lazy bone like me. I get it. We'll get a backstop net. You won't have to. Pull pad lettering and lots more. And you can order all of this online at produnk.com, including professional installation. That's right. You don't want to assemble this. Who would want to do that? You might screw it up. You might make the rim unlevel. You don't have to worry about that. You just don't want to unload the box, right? You have so many pieces whenever you break that box open. Don't do it. Let the pros from Pro Dunk professionally install your goal at the perfect height, perfectly straight. You don't lift a bone. Let the pros at Pro Dunk do that for you. Give them a call at 281-351-9822 and visit produnk.com. That's produnk.com.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Texter, talking about Chip Kelly, potentially the next offensive coordinator of the Tech. We're just putting two and two together. We don't know this. Texter says you don't have to announce your interviews, and I quickly Googled it, and I think that's right based on my quick search. So to your question earlier, Blankers, like, do you even have to announce the interview? It looks like NFL rules suggest you do not. So they might have already.
Well, there you go.
Already happened. Yeah.
Yeah. So I would think, and again, when you've got, because now Nick and D'Amico are both at the Senior Bowl, right?
Yeah, I think they are. I saw some tweets from Cody Toots about that. Yeah,
I saw someone had a picture of the two of them. I might have been Blessing or Stressing.
Toots or Nick and D'Amico?
No, that Nick and D'Amico were standing side by side watching some of the individual workouts at the practices, and so. I think that from that standpoint too, I would think that this is pretty much, they already know what they're going to do. And we said that right from the jump. You probably don't make this move unless you're already kind of 3/4 of the way, mind made up, and, kind of the groundwork laid for who you're going to go get.
Yeah, I think you could be right there. Let's get to lots of people are texting in on this. The texture to your point earlier about the former players and stuff. What do y'all think about all the YouTube videos of past NFL players going off on how bad Chip was? They call him a racist and control freak. I do not have any recollection of this. I'm gonna have to go do a little research on this.
So I sent you. I got I've got buddies of mine that have been in the league and worked on NFL teams, and one of the guys was listening and happened to send me some stuff. I think that there's I know exactly what the listener is talking about, but at the same time, I think that was something that he was able to do because he was the head coach. I think that when you get into a situation now with D'Amico as the head coach, that's probably some of the stuff you were alluding to. He doesn't want to deal with that anymore, as he doesn't need to deal with all that head coach stuff. He just focuses on, hey, as long as you're at practice, on the field, in the meetings, on time, so that I can run the offense I want to run, then everything else is not in my hands, and it shouldn't be in my control.
Yeah. 713-780-ESP. I'm gonna look at those videos now that it seems like he might be the Texans OC.
The Cliff Notes is that he controlled what music they played in the locker room, how they wore
Brian Flores,
how they wore their socks, no rap music. Tried to be just so much of a control freak and take away a lot of the individuality of players that they didn't like it. Well, he was a head coach. You can't do that same thing when you're an OC.
Yeah, I would think that he wouldn't have that power with Houston. Although that is kind of weird. That is kind of, that's kind of a college coach coming to the NFL.
It's a college coaching move for sure.
That is, because college coaches do that.
Yep.
Like I think that's a college. Like Nick Saban, or not Nick Saban, Urban Meyer was kicking his kicker.
Right.
That's what college coaches do. They
and we see how quickly and how well that translates when college coaches take that style to the NFL.
Not necessarily a fan, but don't know who would want to make a lateral move OC to OC. Kelly is definitely better than a rookie play caller, says Hockley Dan. I would agree. Texture says, please be Chip. Another texture, Chip Kelly's a good offensive mind in college, but isn't good on the NFL level. See, I think I dispelled that, though. Like his 3 years in Philadelphia, 2 of them were elite. The other year that he got fired, they were still top half of the league.
And I think from the previous comment, I think that as much as we know that money's running amok in college sports, you're not going to come close to the money you can make in the NFL. If Liam Cohen was going to be the highest paid offensive coordinator in the league because he was getting head coaching opportunities and looks, and they wanted to keep their guy, there's nothing that says that Cal and company aren't going to do the same thing and go, well, if there's competition for Chip, we don't worry about like how much in the hole the Buckeyes were last year, because we're not going to be in the hole in the NFL by being in a cash cow league, and we'll pay him what we need to pay him.
Yeah, and Cal's been like willing to open up the pocketbooks. Like I don't think that Cal loses.
Never.
And that's why
quit,
because he has that attitude. He doesn't lose bidding wars because he never quits, and most of it's off leverage. I'll have to disagree with that caller. He spelled collar, C-O-L-L-A-R. I'll have to disagree with that caller because Chip Kelly was never successful as an NFL head coach. That's why I went back to college. I think he meant him. He must be texting while he's driving. Don't do that. He might be a good coordinator, but I don't think he's a head coach. I would agree with that. Chip Kelly traded LaShawn McCoy for Kiko Alonso. Don't forget that. You're not hired to be the general manager, though. Like, that's unrelated completely. Unrelated completely.
Yeah, I mean, again, this is the kind of stuff that we're probably glad he's not in the position to do those kind of things. All he's responsible for doing is calling plays and putting together an offense that is innovative and effective. And I believe he's fully capable of that. And then we don't have to worry about the rest of that stuff.
Texter, Branham, I recently came across your TikTok content. Love it. We need more. Branham knows ball. That's at Jeremy J. Branham on TikTok. Thank you, Mother, for texting that into the show. I disagree with Gary. There's lots of guys who failed as head coaches but make really great coordinators and vice versa. There's no doubt about that. I think they're two totally different positions. I don't think that offensive coordinator, defensive coordinator position has anything to do with being a good head coach. I think they're so different. I think they're polar opposites.
I agree with you. I mean, look, I think we've covered it adequately enough, and both of us realize, look, regardless of whether he was a great head coach, a good head coach, a less than head coach, I believe in Chip Kelly to know offensive football. I believe Chip Kelly can take the weapons that he has currently in Houston, whatever kind of weapons they also supply for him once he gets the job, if he gets the job, and he can work with them and do some things with them. And we're probably still going to criticize him from time to time, but I have total confidence he can take this offense where it needs to go.
Nobody would call for D'Amico to replace. That caller is dead wrong. Honestly, with the way that the Shanahan offenses across the league struggled, I would have no problem with the Texans moving away from that. I agree. I think I'm over it. They could have already interviewed Chip Kelly. They don't have to announce who they interview. So that aspect of it. This isn't an English class. You know what he meant. Fair enough. Why didn't the Texans kick the tires on John Gruden as head coach? He's making too much at Barstool, I think.
Yeah. Did you see though that it did that at least?
I love his content.
Mark Davis wasn't afraid to take one more parting shot at the league for taking Gruden away from him today.
That was a weird deal. I didn't catch that. I'll have to look for that. But that was a weird deal with Gruden. Like, that stuff just magically leaked and put that out there.
Believe me. Look, and I've said this before. It was an unbelievable distraction and deflection for the league to what otherwise would have been a complete and utter embarrassment with all the stuff they had on Snyder. Because you remember that they deflected it. It became the Gruden deal instead. They made that the big deal. They took action against Gruden. And then as part of the process, they wanted all of the emails released. And Goodell said he's not doing it.
Yeah, it's a weird deal there with the whole Gruden. This texter has texted us multiple times. When guys interview for jobs in the NFL, do they bring a hard copy of a resume?
Probably not. I mean,
I think in person they probably do, just because it's like what you do, you know?
I think it's computers. I think that it's all, computer generated. You're going to get a packet, a computer packet, and you're going to get everything. Resume, and there's a high-tech name for, instead of resumes now, it's like a whole kind of PowerPoint presentation that people are doing in the business world. But I think that's all part of it.
I just feel like it's like this, like you're supposed to do it, so you do it. Not that it matters at all, but I feel like it's just one of those things that you do because you do. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I just think that the days of probably hard copies of resumes are over.
But you're always taught that. Like, whenever you go to an interview, you take like a handful of resumes. That way you can give it to everybody in the room. Like, I wonder if that still happens. I don't know.
Maybe.
All right, 713-780-ESPN. Let's cash it or trash it. What are you cashing? What are you trashing with the Bees? 713-780-3776. It is the Bees, ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Questions are welcome.
They say Muhammad Ali was the greatest of all time, but he never fought Cassius Clay. What was he afraid of? Boom! Hot take!
It's Cash 'em.
That is so good, but that's exactly right.
Or Trash 'em.
This is your hot take.
Seems like an overreaction.
With a Killer Bees.
Give us a hot spoonful of your opinion.
All right. What is your Cash 'em or Trash 'em? 713-780-ESPN, 713-780-3776. Blankers, what are you cashing? What are you trashing?
I'm going to see what you guys think because I'm going to push it one more time because I firmly believe it's the answer. But if Alex Bregman is indeed coming back to the Astros, I believe Isaac Paredes is going to be the guy moved to the outfield.
Trash.
Trash.
I mean, we're going to get to some of the stuff that Dana Brown said today.
Yeah.
But Dana Brown said that Altuve is going to play left field. Like, he's going to have reps in left field this season. Maybe only in spring training, but it sounds like it's not even going to require Alex Bregman to do it. Plus, I think they value infield defense more than they value left field defense. And Isak's the better defender. So, no, Isak's not going to the outfield.
Yeah, I really don't even know if it's up for debate with how openly they've talked about Altuve moving to left, including Altuve saying, I'll move to left for Bregman. So if Bregman's back, I'll trash it. Altuve is the one that moves to left.
Trash.
Damn it, I want it to happen.
Do you?
I don't believe. I don't believe in Altuve in the outfield.
Is it just because he's 5'5"? I don't know what
It's everything. It's size. It's arm strength. I know he likes to hog every fly ball on the infield. that he's always been that way. But to me, even range wise, though I know he's still fairly quick, I just think it's an awful choice.
I just don't know why you want the better defender in left and not second.
Because I think you can get away with Altuve at second, but I don't think. And again, you guys know how adamant I am that I hate the outfield that they currently would have to have if you're going to put Chaz and Jake and Dubon, or if Jordan is just going to be the DH. I hate every bit of that. So I'm trying to do anything I can to get a better, more potent outfield out there from an offensive perspective.
Yeah. All right.
But if they're both playing, why would it matter offensively? Which players where? Because if they're both in the lineup, I mean, offensively, it wouldn't matter if one's in left and one's in second, or if you flip flop them.
Yeah.
I'm trying to keep all three out of the same outfield. If I could keep Dubon and Jake and Chaz, I would love to keep two of the three out of the starting outfield. And I just think that's a pipe dream.
Yeah, they would have to sign somebody. They'd have to sign somebody.
Yeah, which I would love, but I think
they will. I think they'll sign somebody. I think it could
regardless,
be
even if they get Bregman.
Well, Bregman would be that somebody. Like, I think they have one signing left that's going to be on the big
I thought
roster.
you were saying if they sign Bregman, they would still sign another outfield.
No, they're done if they sign Bregman.
Yeah,
but I think there's one more signing. I think it could be Bregman. I think I'm blanking on that lefty infielder from Seattle.
Polanco. I hope it's not him.
Yeah,
I saw something today where they're saying the White Sox are hot. Take him because the Astros don't need him. Just get him off the board so it can't happen.
I guess the idea there is you'd play Polanco at second and Altuve. Well, no, you wouldn't play Polanco at second. Yeah, you would. You'd play Polanco at second, you'd play Isak at third, and you'd play Altuve in left. That's what you would do. And maybe I guess Dana likes his bat, which he has had some good years. He just hasn't done it in a while. Although he was
stung the Astros a little bit last year.
And he didn't have good numbers last year, but no one has good numbers in Seattle. So it seems to me like that's a bat that they think could be low risk, high reward. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. My cash or trash. Tom Brady has become really good. Really good.
I think he's getting better. I'm going to trash it because I think that really good takes him close to Greg Olson level, and I don't think he's there yet. I do like the fact that
Olsen.
I don't at all.
I think we overrate Olsen a little bit.
I personally don't think so. I think that I didn't expect that much out of Greg Olson when he started doing games, and then the more I listened to him, the better off he got, and the more I thought that he was great at giving a lot of information to the viewer.
He's very high pitched. His voice.
Maybe so. I think that.
Yeah.
I didn't notice that at all.
I didn't either.
Pull up some Greg Olson.
Okay, let me just get right on that.
Pull up some Greg Olson.
I just feel like the best part is Brady's getting better because he's kind of tapping into more of his experiences than maybe he was apprehensive to do in the past.
Yeah, I mean Brady's pretty high pitched too. Like they both are a little high pitchy. So you're trashing it, Brian?
I guess I'm going to cash it because I think he's gotten better, and I think he's better than the national perception of him. I don't know if I'd say very, very good, but I think he's good. He's far better than Romo, who Romo's just become a disaster, damn near unlistenable at this point. But I would still prefer Greg Olsen.
Yeah, I'm not a Romo fan at all.
Romo's awful.
Romo might be my least favorite in the entire league.
And I liked the gimmick early on where he was calling out plays, but you could just tell how little research and prep he does week to week. It's become, I think, not a secret anymore that he doesn't go to practices, but you can hear it. He just repeats whatever Jim Nantz says or says something very obvious, like they really need this one here. Yeah, thank you, Tony.
The Josh Allen throwaway was nuts to me.
What do you mean?
When Romo said that Josh Allen was throwing the football away when he threw it over the middle of the field.
Oh, that one. Yeah, I thought you meant on the last play. I was going to say the one thing that he's still good at, just because of his experience being an ex-quarterback, is letting you know pre-snap, like reading the defense, where the pressure might come from or what they're doing. But in terms of the intel on the teams, when your play-by-play is giving you more intel on what they heard during the week from the teams than Tony, it's pretty glaring. You don't really care about doing the work talking to the teams.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan. Can you hear Greg Olsen there?
A little bit.
Not really.
All right, Brian, what's your casual draft?
It's a nice attempt there. The next team in Houston that reaches a conference championship, or in the sense of baseball, a league championship round, not the Texans, not the Houston Astros, the Houston Rockets will be the next team of the big three to reach a conference championship.
Ooh, boy.
Say that again. Who's going to be the three?
Of the Texans, Rockets, and Astros, the Rockets will be the next team in Houston to reach a conference championship round.
Okay. Because the right answer is the Cougs, right, Jeremy? They're going to make
he means pro
championship game.
Well, they don't really.
I get it. I will.
That is a weird nitpick, Joel.
I wasn't being serious, Brian. I will.
No.
I will trash it. I think the Texans are going to get there first.
This is a good one, Brian. I'm going to trash it.
Honestly, the Astros could get there too.
Yeah. I'm going to say that they could fall just short this year, and then you have two chances with the Astros and the Texans, and I would say that one of them does it. I'll trash it. I'm going to trash it.
We can obviously debate on what the near future is for the Astros. It just feels like, and obviously there's an offseason to come that could completely change our mindset on this, but it feels like the Texans are so stuck in like a second or maybe even a third tier in the AFC that they're kind of boxed out. In the Rockets, I agreed with your take earlier. Like the Thunder are really the only team I truly fear that they cannot beat in the West, and obviously not being able to beat the Thunder wouldn't necessarily keep them out of a conference championship round. So I just think not only is it a team on the rise that has proven they can beat the best of the best this year with wins over the Cavs and the Celtics recently, but I think their path is more clear.
You guys think they can beat Minnesota?
I do.
Yeah, I don't think
Minnesota has. I agree, but I think that Minnesota having Ant is a difference maker.
Well, he'd be the best player on the floor, but I think the Rockets could still win the series.
I love Anthony Edwards. I wish he would demand a trade.
He's so good.
Give me Anthony Edwards in Houston. Like, can we make that happen? We need to create some sort of rumor and just
Didn't you try that previously
with Anthony Edwards.
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. Maybe I suggested the idea.
Tweeted, to try and get him here.
I do want him. He's the one superstar that I would want to demand a trade, but I don't think I started a campaign in any way. We need to start spreading some rumors about Minnesota, like some A-Rod rumors that makes Anthony Edwards hate him and demands a trade. Like, we're doing it for the city. Like, yeah, we're talking badly about people.
For the city.
Maybe we ruin some lives along the way, but they're in Minnesota. Who really cares? As long as we get Anthony Edwards in Houston, like, hey, whatever it takes to win, let's make it happen.
No real people infected. It's fine.
Exactly.
Drafted by Gerson Rosas, of all people.
He follows me on Twitter for some reason.
Well, there you go. Because he's a loyal
Coug.
Oh, is that what it is?
He's a loyal Coug guy.
Oh, I didn't know that. That's probably.
Yeah, he started there. He was an intern there. He was a basketball manager and
didn't he sell like sneakers from the back of his car?
He sure did. Yes, he did.
I don't remember where I heard that from. It might have been you.
Yep.
Actually, I don't think it was you. I don't remember. A couple of others that were just randomly on the internet. Big Sarge tweeted this yesterday morning.
# hear me out.
No, he didn't. He did hashtag Sarge on this one. No, hear me out. He said Chip Kelly is Bill O'Brien 2.0. Cash or trash. Chip Kelly, Bill O'Brien 2.0. I don't know. I didn't watch the YouTube. I just read the headline.
Now, I don't know. I guess I would have to listen to the content, and that means I'd have to follow him, and I'm not getting into all that. I don't understand the context. You can't even comment. You know, he makes these pot shots at people. He's done it towards me. And then when you try and like call him to task on it and go back at him, you're not allowed unless you follow him. I'm not following you. I don't care that much about you.
I've been quote tweeting him, and whenever I quote tweet him, he's like, he thinks I'm like talking to him. I'm like, I'm just asking the question to my followers, man. I know, but it says Chip Kelly's Bill O'Brien 2.0, and that's not a good thing. Listen as I tell you why I believe this. So he thinks
based on the stories we were just talking about today, though, if he was that kind of a dictator
like
last time he was the head coach, maybe that has some correlation to Bill O'Brien. But I don't think as an offensive play caller, I don't put Bill O'Brien in Chip Kelly's league.
That's a good point. I guess context matters a lot.
Yeah,
but I'll trash it because one, he's not going to be the head coach that does this, so I'll trash it.
Yeah, absolutely trash it because at one, different positions, and two, I think Chip Kelly's just a far better offensive mind than Bill O'Brien.
Yeah. Agreed. Plus, Bill O'Brien as an OC wouldn't be awful. It's GM and head coach where you kind of, especially GM. All right, Schwab on Twitter talking about Alex Bregman. Bregman, has been statistically even from 2022 through 2024 with no major injuries. He is not in a decline. Cash or trash, Bregman not declining.
Trash.
Schwab doesn't look at numbers? I mean, OPS Plus would tell you something different.
Yeah. His OPS Plus went down each of the last 3 years. And his offensive wars went down each of the last 3 years too. So this was a
remember this last season when we said this was he always gets off to slow starts. This one just happens to be a little bit slower and slower and slower. So yeah.
Sideline Sarah on Twitter. He does a really good job. She's a good follow.
Who is that? I'm following her and she does. You're right. She does a good job.
My burner.
But I haven't seen. I mean, I didn't know anything. Haven't even seen her before until this season.
No, I haven't either. I have no idea who it is, but she does. I mean, we use some of her content because she pulls a lot of opposing sounds. So keep up the great work, Sideline Sarah. But she tweeted, next season we're going to hear, dang, the Texans have a really good offense. Cash or trash, Texans will have a really good offense next year.
I'm going to cash that. I feel like they're so far into now go for it mode, and they're not afraid to spend money. And regardless of the experiment and how you judge what happened with Diggs. And Mixon's panned out, and with Tank, I fully expect them to improve the offensive line, do what's necessary with receiver, and I think with the right OC, I think you could see this offense take off.
I'm a soft probably cash just because I want to see what they add to the wide receiver and offensive line rooms. Like there's such a massive hole at those two spots. I don't want to go full on board with this, but I think if Nick Caserio's smart, this will certainly become true.
I'll get you a few of the texts. Cash or trash, Kevin Smith is opening day third baseman.
Who?
I don't know. You have to ask the texter.
I think you meant Cameron Smith, the guy that got the Tucker trade. Right? He had to be Cameron Smith.
I think that has to be. And I'll trash that.
Trash.
Yeah, I'm gonna trash. He's gonna be in the minors for a little bit. I think best case scenario for him is that he's a summer call-up, but he would have to just crush it in the first half of the year.
I think the better question is who makes it to the big leagues first, Matthews or Smith?
Oh, that's a good question. What's your answer?
I think because Matthews has been in the system and been climbing quickly within the system, I would say Matthews first.
Man, that's a good one. Blinkers. I'm going to lean Cam because of his bat. And I also saw that, Bryce is going to take reps at second base, which makes a little bit more sense now if Altuve's taking reps at left. That's a good question. Because I think that they're on the similar trajectory. I think best case scenario for both of them is they're up in the summer. They would, and the scenario is similar, is that they would both have to be performing really, really well. And it might even take an injury or somebody really not.
I was thinking that as well. Yep. They have to have an opportunity, and maybe that speeds up one versus the other because of an area of need based on close. And I think those are two to watch that I think they will see some big leagues this year.
Brian?
Oh, I'll trash. Cameron Smith's not coming up to the summer.
That wasn't okay.
What was the question?
Yeah, it was. No, it was. It was.
We just
the initial one. The initial one. Oh, I thought Brian was going to comment on Which one gets called up first?
Yeah, which one do you think gets called up first?
Oh, Bryce Matthews.
Tascasita High School, what's up? They groom incredible athletes in the Tascasita. I would have went there, but I'm too old. Cash or trash? Texans hire Chip Kelly at OC, and then they have a top 5 offense and defense next year.
That's a lot. Top 5 I think might be too high, so I'm going to trash it.
And then both of them to do it. Like, you're an injury away from not being top 5, so I'll trash it too, just because it's very difficult to do that. But if they are, they're Super Bowl contenders.
Top 10's a better conversation.
Yeah, but you're not as good.
Yeah, I think they've got the potential for top 5, but as I talked about in a previous answer, there's too many questions right now with your offensive line and your receivers after Nico for me to book in top 5.
Yeah, they would have to need some help there for sure. Cash it or trash it, Chip Kelly should qualify as a minority hire because he was a white defensive back in college. Jeez. It is very rare.
Yeah.
He's a unicorn.
See the kid from
Chip
Iowa
Kelly.
that's playing for the Eagles.
Was he really a defensive back, Chip Kelly?
I didn't know Chip Kelly played DB.
Yeah, he was a defensive back at New Hampshire. I'm sure they had a lot of white DBs in New Hampshire.
That doesn't count.
But Mealline is good when you get to the big-time programs.
That's weird. He coaches offense. We see that, though. Like, that happens from time to time.
Didn't Slowick start on the defensive side of the ball?
Yeah, but he played offense in football. Like he got his seat at the table on the defensive side as a defensive analyst, but he played offense. Tim Kelly, who was an offensive coordinator for the Texans under Bill O'Brien, awful. He was a defensive lineman, so it does happen. Cash or trash? Nachos are better than tacos. It's Tuesday, man.
Ooh boy,
that's sack taco on a Tuesday.
Man, that's a really good question. I'm gonna say that tacos are better.
Yeah, tacos are better, but nachos are really good.
Yeah, I would say on the average, I would take the average taco over the average nacho, but man, there are some nachos I'd rather have than tacos, if that makes sense.
Josh from Seabrook. Yeah, it makes sense, Brian. Josh from Seabrook. Byron Leftwich is an alternative to Chip Kelly, cash or trash. So not Chip Kelly, but Byron Leftwich if Chip's denies the Texans or whatever.
No, I don't know what Byron Leftwich has been doing for the last year or so, but he hasn't been in football, and so I'm going to trash that.
Yeah, I'm going to trash it too.
Trash.
I'm trying to think of when, because Byron Leftwich was a super hot candidate, 3-4 years
right
ago?
After Brady and the Bucs won it.
Yeah, and it's just completely cooled off, kind of like you did with Eric Bieniemy in Kansas City, where he was the top guy year after year, and then he faded away into nothingness. So I would say no. I would pass on that.
He faded away into oblivion. Cash or trash? It's better to burn out than to fade away.
Okay.
What do you mean? What's that?
It's a lyric.
Is that a lyric?
Yeah, it's a Pyromania. It's a song called Pyromania from Def Leppard.
Oh, I didn't know that. I'm not musically inclined.
Well, that's where it came from.
You know that. What were you going to cash or trash it though?
I mean, I don't know that there is a cash or trash for it. It's just
it's
a line from
it's
song.
better to burn out than to fade away. Like you go out in a blaze of glory.
I'll take
fade away.
I'll take the fade.
It depends on the burnout, like the level of burnout. Like I don't want to, commit.
Yeah, you don't want to die when you're 35,
or
but you
die.
Really, you were living fast, and you could fade and live to 80.
I will go with the burnout, but I have limitations onto the level of burnout.
Oh, you're moving the goalpost now. You can't do that.
I did a bit. I kind of hedged and moved the goalpost there. Definitely did that.
Mm-hmm.
But it's my answer.
I think I would take burnout because to me it implies you're going out in a blaze of glory. I'd rather have the one huge high and then just burn out and go away versus a slow fade but never be at the very top.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, but I don't want to die, to Blanker's point, or be locked up for a long time. Cash or trash? Dana will be GM of the year in baseball. Dana Brown.
I'm going to trash it. I think that if the Dodgers win it all, they're going to get all the credit, even if they are the power-broking bankers of baseball.
Yeah, I think, it's been such a weird offseason, and he made some bravado moves like trading Tucker, that if they win 97 games and have the best record in the AL, I think he's positioned himself to do it because of the bold moves. So I think it is in play. But I don't think it's
sleeper, Jeremy and Brian. I think the sleeper is the Athletics general manager. I think they got a really good team. I think that they
Really
made a couple
good?
moves.
You
That
think the Athletics are really good?
Really good?
I think they could be a really good young team.
What define really good?
I mean, they're not going. I think that they're going to be above
Give me a win
500.
total.
I think that they
above 500. Okay.
Yeah.
So 83 wins plus. I would trash that.
I would trash it too. I don't think they get there.
I mean, they just
I think
had
the
their
biggest challenge is like they don't even have a home stadium that they can feel comfortable in.
I don't think that's their biggest challenge. I think their biggest challenge is their pitching staff.
Yeah, well, they just had their highest paid free agent ever. Was like $63 million earlier in the offseason. Yeah, I don't
they've
think
got
that
good
pitching
young
staff's there.
talent.
I like their
do.
closer, Miller, but
Yeah. I don't think their pitching staff has good young talent. I think their offense does. I do like their offense. I think they'll finish top half of the league in offense, but I don't think they'll finish above 500. But I think they're somewhat close though. Like I don't think it's that crazy what you're saying. Another cash him or trash him on the text line. Blinkers will finally say that Nick Sirianni's a good coach.
Why is this on me? You're the guy that hates it.
That's the wrong host.
Yeah.
That's the wrong host.
Silent, zipping my lips. Actually, I said I gave Nick Sirianni his flowers yesterday. Actually,
A little bit, yeah.
I did. I
You
said
did.
if I said he had a recycled of coordinators, and here he is in the Super Bowl again. I have to give him credit for that. I said that verbatim. Ish.
You don't want to go on the record as the exact verbiage.
No, I have no problem going on the record there. I just don't know if I said it verbatim. I might have mixed up a few words. But I gave him flowers yesterday.
By the way, Joel, we're getting some pushback. Apparently, Neil Young was the artist who said that, not Def Leppard, which feels very different.
First of all, don't say not, because it both could be true. I'm not familiar with Neil Young, but I can guarantee you that it's a Def Leppard lyric.
Okay.
Get on it, Brian. Let us know. Ocho, cash or trash? UCF will be Kansas and Kansas tonight.
UCF will be Kansas and Kansas tonight? No.
Yeah,
Trash it.
Trash.
Yeah, unanimous.
Trash.
All right, I thought of one more. You know how you see all these referees on the sidelines with these football coaches during the playoffs? I think that a
Black
referee,
jackets.
yeah, like they're usually in jackets because it's cold.
Well, they use that to show them as alternates.
Yes, correct. That's right.
And then they also whisper sweet nothings in the head coach's ear about like game management stuff. I hate it. I don't think that a referee should be on the sideline with coaches giving them tips. If they want to be an alternate, they want to be on the sideline, they want to translate some stuff, okay. But they should not be whispering sweet nothings in the ear of NFL head coaches. It's part game management, and you're actually penalizing the head coach that has better game management skills. Like that referee whispering into Andy Reid's ear the 2-minute warning the other day is like, well, this is gonna sync up. Yes, I know that it looks different, but in the NFL, if it's not a full second, then we blend them together. What if Andy Reid didn't know that and you're telling him that? Like you were penalizing the other team, giving him that information.
I hear what you're saying. The thing that bothered me the most, because it's only for the playoffs, and they're supposedly trying to get everything right, but because of all the backlash on all the quarterbacks and the hits and all the other things, that it was I thought it was because they were telling the coaches what the replay assist could and could not review, and try to help explain to them how they suddenly, without letting us know or anybody in the media or public know, that replay assist now was watching every play and could either throw a penalty or change a call, and that they were there to kind of middleman that, which was still fishy as hell to me. But either way, I hear what you're saying.
The one that I noticed it on was the 2-minute warning where they blended the play clock and the game clock together, which is fine. Like if you have that rule, and that's always how you call it, that's fine. Like if you have the blended, it's not a full second, we blend them together. Cool, that's fine. I do not care if that's the way the rule is. But you should not have an official on the sideline telling the coach that, because now you are penalizing the coach that does know that, and you're rewarding the coach that doesn't know that. It'd be like if you and I were playing chess and you had a dude in your ear telling you what the horse could do. Like it's not fair. Not fair. It drove me crazy. Like a little itty bitty thing that really got under my skin. It bothered the heck out of me.
And here's the other one to add to that for cash it or trash it. But we talked about the fact, like on the goal line and with camera angles of inbounds and out of bounds and stuff like that, with all the money the NFL, with all the money that the NFL has, can they not find a really like scientific video way to make sure that you can watch first downs and figure out if he got it or not, instead of two referees coming from different angles, guessing on where it is, and then trying to figure out in between where the ball might be, and then the aerial view?
Especially since tennis has done that for how long now?
Yes.
With the Hawkeye?
It's a little different. Like
it is because it's not a microchip, which you would need in the NFL.
Okay.
But no, I'm with you, Joel, because nothing frustrates me more. And taking the specific play with Josh Allen out of it, I mean, just in general, when you see referees, the side judges from each side run in and they're marking spots that are half a yard to a yard different, like. Who's right? Like who?
The guy closest to the ball. It's been the age-old rule in the NFL since it existed.
I know, but like in going back to the specific case of the Josh Allen play, like the player, when you see the angle that referee had, or the mark that stood, like he was completely blocked by the bodies. There's no way he could have seen where Josh Allen had the football. So I don't know. There shouldn't be any reason that we couldn't use some sort of GPS technology with the chip in the football.
Exactly. Even if you have to microchip both ends of the football and then the line, and you can tell regardless of which end of the football is pointing towards the line, you can figure out where the ball was when the knee went down, so that there's some more
who's deciding when the knee goes down. Like, to me, that's the hang up and the difference between football and tennis. Like, tennis has one very
I mean,
so the replays seem to be able to see.
Replay?
No, the replays can see the knee for the most part pretty consistently. Where you can't see is the football, and the football is what matters most, because where it is when the knee goes down. And so if you can see with the chip and be able to see through the bodies to say when the knee went down, the ball was actually here.
So you're going to watch a replay review and then retroactively know where the chip was whenever you watch the replay review and determine the player was down.
No, Jeremy, I'm saying if there is the technology, and I don't know that there is, but there has to be some way that you can better identify where the ball was when the knee touched and how that relates to the line than the system currently being used.
No, I wish that there was too. And Florio was tweeting about how the NFL has been looking into this. I think it's very difficult to do, and the reason that I'm not being trying to be disrespectful to you, but I've had this argument with a lot of people. I think it's way easier said than done. This isn't tennis where a ball hits a line. This is where is the ball and when is the player down? It takes both things. So I think
then you're going to end up with players that have radiation concerns later in life because the technology chip, when the infrared whatever picked it up, went through their arm to check out where the ball. Yeah, I mean, there's just got to be a better way.
What?
I don't know.
You know how they do not infrared, but when an X-ray machine where they always they're worried about radiation and stuff. To that technology to say you can see through the arms and the body parts that are covering the ball to go through them to get to where the chip was, and then there's I'm kidding.
I don't know. Maybe I'm a dummy. I didn't think putting a chip and using GPS would involve radiation, but maybe I'm a dummy.
I'm a fan of the chip, and I agree that it needs to be on both sides of the ball, because what if the ball is 3/4 over the line to gain, but it's the wrong side of the ball? That's an even bigger problem. So I think you would have to put a chip on both ends of the football.
Right.
And I'm in favor of that. But now it's the secondary element that you don't have in tennis is now you have to determine when the player is down. And I think that's where the NFL is having trouble marrying the two things together, because I believe if they could have already done that, it would have already been done. And I haven't heard one person give me a good solution of how you marry those two things together, chip and ball and player being down.
Yeah, I mean,
that's the hang up, I think.
You're not going to chip their knees, right? And their elbows and their forearms.
Maybe you could. People get pellets of testosterone in their hip, so...
I think you might be saying that you can chip your pet and then you can figure out where they are, but I don't think it would
in Severance they put chips in their brain, so maybe it's just around the corner. All right, let's 713-780-ESPN. Let's get to some of these Dana Brown quotes that he was talking about to the media today. He had some juicy stuff that he was given to the media types. We'll discuss those when we return. It is the Bees on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
ESPN 97.5. Our foundation is built on love.
I admire each of you. Thank you. I love you.
And trust.
I think it just shows our culture.
Hard work.
We're going to prove something. We're going to play with that chip on our shoulder.
Giga Maggie's.
Hit the rim. Count it and one. Man, in traffic.
The Aggies play here on the Texas A&M Sports Network.
Game coverage of Texas A&M versus Oklahoma begins tonight at 7:30 on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
GiveMeTheVin.com salutes quality playtime. On this day in 1958, Gottfried Kirk Christensen filed for a patent for an interlocking plastic building block that would eventually make the Lego Company, the largest toy manufacturer in the world. Give Me the Vin's a favorite with entrepreneurs and small business owners. Whether you're starting a fleet of commercial vehicles or expanding, the experts at Give Me the Vin will get you a great offer with a process that's fast, easy, and great for your business.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Next time you're at a bar or a restaurant and you're ordering a beer, choose chill. Choose Coors Light. John Granato here. You know, I'll be choosing Coors Light. It's cold lagered and cold filtered for a crisper, delicious taste. And it's light. It's just 102 calories. So maybe I'll have another and another. Put Coors Light on your rotation. Just say, "Excuse me, bartender. Can I have a Coors Light, please?" You'll be keeping Texas chill and earning my heartfelt admiration. Cold, clean, crisp, refreshing. Every single time. Coors Light. Climb on, brother.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
What's up, y'all? NFL playoffs are heating up on the way to the biggest game of the year. Whether you're backing underdogs or rolling with the favorites, MyBookie is the only place to put your money where your mouth is on every play, every drive, and every touchdown. Paul Gallant here. Start your 2025 off strong with MyBookie's risk-free Thursdays. Place a bet, and even if it doesn't hit, no sweat. You don't lose. That's why it's risk-free. Also, check out the Bet Boosts tab for ways to get even bigger payouts. And when the games are over, jump over to MyBookie's online casino. It's always open. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, poker, and slots. Join MyBookie.ag today. Use promo code BET975 on your first deposit and instantly get bonus cash. It's so easy to get started. Take your sports viewing from ordinary to extraordinary with MyBookie.ag. Promo code BET975. Bet anything, anytime, anywhere, only with MyBookie.ag.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713. Call now. That's 713. Call now.
Houston's independent voice for sports talk.
John Granato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
You need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because, yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
So I don't know if I need new patio furniture. How will I know?
So we would recommend emailing us your photos at sales@houstoncoaters.com, and we can look at what you have, and then we can determine if it's best to go ahead and get it coated or if we need to scrap it.
And now you're branching out into concrete? What's going on?
Yes, we are branching out to doing concrete. So we can do your patios, we can do your driveways, we can do your sidewalks, and not just concrete, but we can stain it, we can stamp it, we can give you that curb appeal that gives you so much added value to your home.
So you get your patio furniture done and you get the patio put in as well.
Yeah, let's make your backyard look like Pinterest.
Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and it's 2025, and guess what?
we are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Join Jalen Petrie, the Houston Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, in supporting kids' meals to feed Houston's hungriest children. Help Jalen raise $30,000 before the big game at feed5more.com. Every dollar counts. Donate today.
You have a toilet? You have a sink? You have pipes in your house? Of course you do. Then put this number in your phone, 281-488-6238. That's Aqueduct Plumbing. John Granato here. At some point, you're going to need Aqueduct Plumbing. They're professional, affordable, and offer free estimates. I can't tell you how many times my buddies have asked me for that number. Don't be that guy. Be proactive. Be responsible. Be a hero to your family. Put Aqueduct Plumbing's number in your phone now. 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
The Killer Bees, weekday afternoons from 3 to 6. Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Killer Bees with Joel Blank and Jeremy Branham.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
second and also in left. We're trying to create some versatility in the lineup. So it sounds like he's going to get some reps in left field, whether Alex Bregman is on this baseball team or not, which we've already had that conversation. Dana Brown, about his relationship with Presley, said that it changed the relationship after the Hader trade. Quote, "It's going to fracture your relationship some. I definitely would say things were different, but we kept it professional." I can't believe he said that.
I can't either. I appreciate the honesty because I would believe that's exactly what happened. It also makes me believe that that was a crane move, that Dana had to be the bad guy and deliver the news to Presley for, and that it fractured their relationship somewhat. But it's very, very candid for him to say that.
Yeah, that was very candid. 713-780-ESPN. Let's get Keith in here real quick. Final call of the day before we get to our car wreck of the day. Keith, you're in the Hive with the Bees. What's going on, Keith?
Hey, guys, I'll keep it short and sweet. What do you guys think of Ha-Seong Kim, former Padre, good player, a little bit of a pop. He's only 29, can play anywhere in the infield, over 100 career home runs.
Appreciate the call, Keith. Why are we looking at infielders? I still don't understand it even. Yeah, I don't like looking at Polanco. I don't like looking at Kim. And Kim had either shoulder or elbow surgery at the end of the year. And I don't know when he's going to be healthy and when he's going to be able to throw the baseball the way he's supposed to throw the baseball. He hasn't gone anywhere yet. I'm sure he's not going anywhere quickly, but I would be a little leery of the fact that he had arm issues and that caused surgery, that I wouldn't want to get involved in that.
I like how Keith is just casually dropping in that he has over 100 home runs and is counting his foreign league years, because 4 years of him in the big leagues, in the major leagues, he has 47 home runs. So that was some very, very
very Keith-esque
misinformation from Keith, or very strategic misinformation, like doing that on purpose, because he has 47 home runs in his big league career. I personally don't like his bat. I don't think that he hits enough to be a huge factor. And look, you're not playing him at short because you have Jeremy Pena. So I would be out on him. Like 622 OPS first year, 708 second year, 749 last year or 2 years ago, and then 700 last year. Not enough. 706 career OPS. No.
And if I'm not mistaken, it was shoulder surgery that he had.
That's
so
right.
I don't even know if he can throw.
If he's healthy, maybe he's at second. I mean, he can.
That's true.
And they're talking about him as a shortstop for some teams too. So, I would like to see him throw, but he could man second. But I also don't like his bat. Like, he's a below average career offensive player. If you don't count the years that he spent in Korea, which I'm not. All right, 713-780-ESPN. What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Something that's never a car wreck of the day is HRP. In fact, it's going to help you in a lot of ways. If you're a business owner, it's going to help you tremendously. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs. Chris Fisher and Aggie over there, great people at HRP. You're going to love the people at HRP. And HRP has been protecting the interests of businesses for nearly 25 years. HRP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. HRP is going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. You need a little help, a lot of help, anything in between. HRP is going to help you. They're going to create a plan for what you and your business needs. 2025 needs to be the year that you get your business in shape, and HRP is going to help you do that. Their customer service, we alluded to that a moment ago, second to none. You'll never talk to a stranger on the other side of the line. You'll be talking to someone familiar with you, familiar with your company. I can attest to that. We use HRP here, of course, at Gal. Anytime I have a question, easy response, very easy to understand, very thankful for HRP. Let HRP take on the demands of your business. Let them take on the demands of human resources. Allow them to eliminate your HR burden so you can get back to growing your business, spending your time where you want to spend it. Give them a call at 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, 281-880-6525. Just visit them online, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
ESPN
97.5.
It's an incredible time of year to enjoy all things Surfside Beach, Texas. Just an hour south of Houston. The fishing is bountiful, the surfing is rad, and the beaches are serene. Enjoy a casual walk on the jetties, bird watching, eating fresh seafood, or simply putting your toes in the sand. Extend your visit at one of our cozy hotels, RV parks, or beach house rentals. Download the app for all the what's, where's, and when's at Surfside Beach. Also, find us at surfsidetx.org.
Schedule a consultation with Dr. Michelle Manaviz of Access Vascular Health to learn more about peripheral arterial disease. AccessVascularHealth.com.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Don't wait until summer. Make your home more energy efficient right now with windows from Allstate Windows and Siding. They're built for Texas tough weather. They can sustain heat, rain, wind, hail, and they're great at reducing outdoor noise, enhancing the appearance of your home, and limiting the amount of energy that you have to spend. Yes, they can improve your energy efficiency up to 40%. Right now, when you call 832-204-1936, you get 30% off your windows. Call for your free estimate, 832-204-1936.
Hey guys, the NFL playoffs are heating up all the way to the biggest game of the year. Whether you're backing the underdogs or rolling with the favorites, MyBookie's the only place to put your money where your mouth is on every play, every drive, and every touchdown. Joel Blank here. Start your 2025 off strong with MyBookie's risk-free Thursdays. Place a bet. If it doesn't hit, no sweat. You don't lose. That's why it's risk-free. Also, check out the Bet Boost tab for ways to get even bigger payouts. And when the games are over, jump over to MyBookie's online casino. It's always open. Enjoy blackjack, roulette, poker, and slots. Join MyBookie.ag today. Use our promo code BET975 on your first deposit and instantly get bonus cash. It's so easy to get started. Take your sports viewing from ordinary to extraordinary with MyBookie.ag. Always use our promo code. It's BET975. As I always tell you to do, bet anything, anytime, anywhere with the only place I tell you to do it. It's MyBookie.ag, promo code BET975.
You all right?
My leg is broken. The bone's coming through.
You prick! Where's my money?
This is the car wreck of the day.
What is your car wreck of the day? 713-780-3776. Blankers, what you got?
Well, my car wreck is the listeners that don't listen, that say that it definitively was Neil Young on It's Better to Burn Out Than Fade Away. Glenn Davis could have told you this. Notice I said that's a lyric in a Def Leppard song as well as others, and I didn't discount it. Neil Young, yes. Def Leppard, yes. Also Panic at the Disco and a group named Highlander. So there you go.
So it was in Led Zeppelin?
It was
not
Led Zeppelin, a Neil. There was a.
So it's definitely a Def Leppard song, though?
Def Leppard is one of them, yes.
Yeah,
Rock of Ages by Def Leppard.
Yep. I knew that right off the dome, yeah.
Rise up, gather round, Jeremy.
Music guy, I could Google.
Burn this place to the ground. Burn it up. Let's go for broke.
Yeah. That's scoreboard you. That's scoreboard you. That's 1-0 Blankers. Yeah, that is true.
Take that to the bank.
That's a dub for Blankers. I want to nominate
Damn right.
Liam Cohen for being the villain in Duval. His eyebrows, I was going to say waves in the ocean.
But his voice is what Adam Gaze's eyes were. Just creepy. Yes.
Yeah, his eyebrows are nuts. I can move one eyebrow up. I can't move both of them up at different times. He synchronized the people's eyebrow 2 different times with different eyebrows. That was incredibly impressive, but also very villain-y. He's a villain. And he is a villain in this division, too. So
Duval.
Don't you really want him like Jack Nicholson in The Shining? Just jam his face between a cracked open door and just instead of here's Johnny, he's just going, Duval.
He's going to be like the Colts guy on this show, though. That Duval. That's what we have in this division. He's our new Jaguar foot drop. What do you got, Brian?
The criticism that we've all had about the Eagles ain't about the players on the field. It's been about the coach. I had Jalen Hurts as a top 10 quarterback coming into this season. I'm just now looking back at my notes.
You also had him outside the top 10 at one point.
No, I had him as a top 10 quarterback coming into the season. I'm sitting here looking at my notes.
Yeah, there's clips online from First Take and this show of you saying, I don't have Jalen Hurts in the top 10.
Okay, all right. I'm just telling you the list
that was pretty good.
See, Blakers, I'm not the only radio host that nitpicks their co-host. It's not just me. Okay?
Okay.
It's everybody. That's pretty funny, though. Like, there are literally clips online of you saying that Jalen Hurts is a top 10. Oh, man. That is good stuff. Ocho wants
that's the other thing, too. We all take notes, but the difference between what we put down on a notepad and what we actually convey through a microphone.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm sure both things were true. I bet you that he did have that in his notes.
Yeah.
But he also said it. So, it's probably one of those both things true scenarios. Ocho Carmack the day goes to Georgetown, who's currently losing 23-3 to St. John's. I bet you Ocho has some skin on that game.
Yep.
He's a degenerate. Ocho is. Coming up next on ESPN 97.5, Soccer Matters. Glenn Davis will be joined by Dynamo gaffer Ben Olsen. And then Aggies basketball coming up at 7:30. Pregame begins then. It's going to do it for us. Thanks to Brian for the hard work. He's Blank. I'm Branham. I'll be off tomorrow. Barry in for me. I'll talk to you again Thursday, but Barry and Blankers tomorrow. Good night, Houston.
ESPN 97.5.
This is Ron Ansana with your market scoreboard report on ESPN 97.5.
Stocks rebounded today, led by a bounce in technology, as some investors deemed that there was an overreaction to new developments in artificial intelligence emanating from China. As a result, the NASDAQ got back about two-thirds of what was lost yesterday, up nearly 400 points to 19,733. The Dow added 136 points to 44,850, and the S&P gained 55 points to 6,067. NVIDIA leading the charge in the tech sector, getting back 8.8% after falling 17% in yesterday's session. 10-year note yields 4.54% ahead of tomorrow's decision on interest rates from the Federal Reserve. Oil up 81 cents to $73.98 a barrel. Gold up more than $32 to $27.70 the ounce, while we had the dollar also firm against key foreign currencies. Confusion out of Washington today as the White House instituted a federal spending freeze that was somewhat confusing to businesses, students, and others who are recipients of loans and grants. All of that hopefully will be cleared up in the next 24 hours.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at NRG Stadium. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st. With Co Wetzel and Corey Kent. Morgan Wallen. Visit MorganWallen.com to sign up for the artist presale. I'm gonna need some whiskey glasses. Morgan Wallen, live 2025.
Hey guys, Lance Zerline here. Did you know that Taquerias Arandas now have sports bars inside several of the Houston locations? That's been going on for a little bit. That's right, my favorite Mexican restaurant, also my favorite spot to catch games. Arandas sports bars offer a full bar, incredible drink specials, several televisions so you can watch your favorite games, authentic Mexican bites, and they are open late. And all this just to make sure Houston sports fans never miss a play. Get to your nearest Arandas location and enjoy one heck of a great time with great food, unbeatable game day experience in one location.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and it's 2025, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Listen to Texas Radio Hall of Famers John and Lance weekday mornings from 7 to 10. This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zata Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Beasley switching in. The U.S. go up. What a goal from Carlos Bocanegra. Going to try a long hit. What a goal from Lloyd. This is spectacular.
It's hit with no regard for humanity. Is this the moment for Shaqiri? Yes, it is! Switzerland and Shaqiri have scored in the 90th minute. That was worth the price of admission alone.
This is Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, tonight powered by Celsius here. I think that's one of the official drinks of Major League Soccer. Welcome in, everybody. Thanks for tuning in on the heels of Joel and Jeremy. By the way, producer Brian McDonald, Jeremy dropping the word gaffer.
Yeah, I know that made a big hit with you. I let him know that you really perked up when he used the word gaffer.
I smiled when I heard that.
He said he uses it all the time. I guess I haven't noticed it before.
In England, instead of saying coach or manager, you can insert the word gaffer. I'm not sure that's one that you use in the NFL much, but anyway.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever referred to D'Amico Ryans as the Texans gaffer.
The gaffer.
Yeah, I don't know if I'll start either, but
I can't wait to hear the first person in Houston sports media to call D'Amico Ryans the gaffer.
Don't hold your breath.
All right, 713-780-3776. By the way, the phone lines are open the first two segments. Would love to hear from the soccer fan out there. The Dynamo fan base has been very quiet. I would love to hear from any of you or the podcasters. Come on tonight with takes here around the Dynamo, how you're feeling about the upcoming season. Again, they started off with FC Dallas in Game 2. We get our payback. We get Lionel Messi in Inter Miami here. Do not kick Messi up until he gets to Houston, please. We need to make sure he gets on the field at Shell Energy Stadium. Streaming, we mentioned ESPN975.com. So the first two segments wide open. Then I'm going to take you in to Ben Olsen, and we'll get Ben's thoughts on all things Dynamo. I do understand why Dynamo fans, the little bit that I'm hearing out there, when they see Osman Bukhari, Mirto Azuni, and Brandon Vasquez up in up in Austin, Texas, $30 million for those three in transfer fees, and some of the activity going in the league, I can see how people, they want to see something happen. They want to see a big signing. They haven't had one yet. They've got until April 1st. Apparently, they got some that they're looking at trying to get over the finish line. So we'll talk with Ben Olsen about that here tonight. We'll also talk about how far off Nelson Quinones and Lawrence Analia is, the two wingers, Ezequiel Ponce, how they're going to get more chances from him and how to get the best out of him. A big goal-scoring signing last year. Had a goal every 2 games for the Dynamo. But for me, did not get enough looks at goal, and I don't think for the Dynamo either, by the way, because their expected goals without penalty kicks, I think they were 21 out of 29 in the league. So it's an obvious question going into the season. Where are you going to get goals from? It's a simple question, too. Couple of topics and questions tonight we put out, or I put out on social media, at Glenn Davis Sock. Leagues Cup or Open Cup? There are some teams that are going to play in both, like the Dynamo. Some are going to play only in one tournament or the other, like Austin's only going to play in the Open Cup. I asked for your reaction. Which tournament do you like better? 713-780-3776. And by the way, some people are just loyal to the Open Cup history here in the United States. Others like the competition from Mexican league clubs that comes with the Leagues Cup. So I find those games intriguing, and I also love the history of the Open Cup, and I've played in the Open Cup. So they're both interesting in their own way, but one is being financed and invested in more heavily, and I think you know which one that is. Let's get you into the fact that we are 502 days until the first World Cup match here in Houston. Yesterday's press conference, I'm going to take you into what I saw and heard in that press conference. The mayor and others spoke. Chris Canetti spoke as well, the head of the World Cup Committee. Interesting day. There was one thing, though, like a pink elephant missing, and I'm going to tell you what that is. And it's something that was a missed opportunity, in my opinion. U.S. men's national team players are tearing it up in Europe this weekend. Christian Pulisic, Yunus Musa for Milan, Ricardo Pepi for PSV got the game winner. Apparently, he may start against Liverpool in the Champions League tomorrow. And then Tyler Adams. This is really good news for the U.S. men's national team, is that Tyler Adams is getting 90-minute games now. Adds to that midfield. He's definitely a starter. Had 2 assists for Bournemouth in a stunning 5-0 victory over Nottingham Forest, which, by the way, we had Sarah Clapson on, who covers Nottingham Forest for the Nottingham newspaper in England. And, we just had her on talking about how great they were, and they just got smoked 5-0. So pretty amazing. So let's start it off tonight with couple of matches that we had focus on. Let's start with Barcelona in La Liga, Brian. A 7-1 victory over Valencia. Frankie de Jong would get things started here with a swivel and a hit inside the penalty area.
Yamal getting on the ball, trying to chip it in, and what a chance early on. Frankie de Jong only too happy to snap it up.
Started by Lamine Yamal, by the way. You heard that from Derek Ray, one of my friends and contemporaries who I've called World Cups with. Ferran Torres would get a second. Or make that Rafinha would get the second. Rafinha, sorry.
Disguised that nicely. De Jong. Palde in position, and there's the goal from Ferran Torres. Well, a quiet celebration, considering it is against his past.
Yeah, by the way, I was right the first time, Ferran Torres. But Rafinha scored goals. Fermin Lopez had a pair. Lewandowski had one. Torreira had one. 7-1. It is Barcelona over Valencia. Just keeping an eye on Jeff Lunau's Blue Cross Sports Leganés. They draw 0-0 with Athletic Club. But scoring goals for them is the problem. Spain, we go with Real Madrid getting a 3-0 victory at Real Valladolid. Kylian Mbappe getting a hat trick in that one. Manchester City 3-1 over Chelsea. Vardiol, Holland, and Foden. Manchester United 1-0 over Fulham. Lisandro Martinez, Anthony Robinson playing there for Fulham and captaining the team. And then you had Liverpool 4-1 over Ipswich. A pair for Cody Gakpo, but Mo Salah getting the game winner in that one for Liverpool.
Gakpo. Salah. Yes! It's another Mohamed Salah goal. Somehow he finds a way to get that ball into the net. Not sure how, but he does it.
Liverpool on top of the Champions League. Liverpool on top of the Premier League. They are the best team in Europe right now. It's under a new manager, Arne Slot. And, of course, they will play PSV this week, but they are in prime position here for the next round of the Champions League. And by the way, the Houston LFC, that's the supporters group, is out at our great sponsor, Hugh O'Connor's Pub, out on I-10 in the Marquee Entertainment Center. And then, of course, you got their other location on Dinkins in West University. That's Hugh O'Connor's Pub. Great whiskey, beer offerings over there, and great English pub food. Bournemouth 5-0 over Nottingham Forest. Otara had a hat trick in that. Justin Kluivert, the son of Patrick Kluivert, had a hat trick last week against Newcastle. He had one. And then Tyler Adams, really, for U.S. men's national team fans, a big, big story in that one. He goes the full 90 with 2 assists. Bournemouth is 11-7-5 on 40 points. Nottingham Forest 13-5-5 on 44. But, there's 8 or 9 teams that are in contention for the top 4 Champions League spots, including Man City. So as much as it's been a nightmare for Man City, I think they're currently 4th or 5th, and they got a 3-1 victory over Chelsea. Let's go to Milan, Christian Pulisic. By the way, there's a Netflix special on Christian Pulisic. And, these are kind of in vogue now. When you're an athlete, you put out your story. It's generally from your viewpoint, but it's still something that's really interesting to watch. Absolutely love Captain America. I think the kid is wonderful with the press. I love the way he handles himself. And I think he's got a next level with the national team with this manager in Mauricio Pochettino, because he is now playing central. It's an area where he can make differing types of runs out of there. I hope he remains in a central role for the U.S. national team in Pochettino. I think it gets him more involved in the game there, makes him in a lot of ways in and around the game more, and has to become more of a leader. You're in the central area of the field. You got to look right, left, forward, behind you. When you're hugged against the touchline and cutting in, it's a totally different thing. So I think the fact that he's in the middle of the field, the fact that his scope of vision is open, the fact that his starting point for making runs is from a different area of the field, I think this could benefit the national team. And I really, really like the fact Mauricio Pochettino has played him there. I hope he remains there. The U.S. have got to protect him because he's going to get kicked all the time because he is their playmaker. He is their number one. But, I hope he stays there because for me, I just see the fact that his game can even expand and be in more influential in games from that position in the future for the U.S. So here he is from the penalty spot for Milan. They got a 3-2 comeback victory over Parma, and this was a big comeback.
Scored his previous penalty, Christian Pulisic, up against Suzuki to make amends. Pulisic, too powerful for Suzuki. Milan are level.
Great penalty. Come on, have a little more emotion, commentator. Come on, this is Christian Pulisic of the U.S. men's national
team. It was very matter of fact.
Yeah, come on.
And he scores.
Might have been
level.
This is the thing. Having called a lot of games in studios. Now, if that guy wasn't live at that game,
okay,
you have to get yourself into a mindset that almost you're lying to yourself that you're actually at the game. So for me, I would always want the natural sound turned up. But if you watch, you'll get some commentators that the level of focus is lost because you're in a kind of sterile environment and you're not really at the game. And you guys will start talking about their golf game and silly things and lose the focus of where they are. I
also think it's a little harder to ramp your voice up when you're just in a board, like a conference room. It's like when the crowd's cheering, it's easy to raise your voice level to match that intensity. But if you're just in a studio, it's hard to get yourself to a level where you're matching that normal enthusiasm and level.
That's why you got to be a pro.
Yeah.
Right. You got to, and listen, I do a lot of games off monitors. People, hey, wow, you were in Milan. No, I wasn't. I was in Los Angeles. It's kind of funny, but it is a lot of the way of the world now with the offloading of expenses, especially, maybe with soccer in our country at the differing levels that, you save a lot of money not traveling people, not putting them in hotels. It's a pretty easy thing taking a feed. All right, we move on from that. So the next thing I want to get to is I was down at the press conference at Energy Stadium. I think there's a couple things we just got a little more clarification on, but it's mostly one of these things where, you got the mayor there, you got people from the city, it was a nice celebration. I think there was a lot of excitement around it. Basically, it was reminding people that 500 days to the World Cup. So you got a number of speakers up there. I thought the mayor was excellent. Chris Canetti got up there mentioning that the stadium at Energy will have to be altered to fit FIFA standards, which I think is basically cutting some seats out around the corner flags. Spoke about the grass installation. There wasn't a lot new. These are a lot of cameras were there. Now, that's the good thing, and this is creating awareness for the World Cup, and I think that was the big thing. It's a lot of glad handing and all that, and that's good too, but I think it was fine. The one big piece that was missing, though, as I watched this, was there was not an acknowledgement of the number one reason why we got the World Cup here. That's Houston as a soccer city, one of the great soccer cities in America, and the varying levels of soccer from just people free play out at fields to the youth game, to the adult game, high school soccer, the pro game, the college game. There was a big miss there because a lot of the people in the room We're not necessarily people that are passionate about soccer. And this was an opportunity to educate. And anytime that the World Cup is talked about coming to Houston, we have to acknowledge the Houston soccer community. And I'm in that room and I'm looking across and out the window and I'm saying, wow, if I was given a real quick 3-4 minute synopsis of the fact that we have history back to the 60s, the pro game, I would have said to everybody in the room, take a look out that window. What do you see? You see the Astrodome. 1966, England won the World Cup. Their captain was a guy named Bobby Moore. In 1967, West Ham United played in the Astrodome against one of the biggest sporting properties, if not the biggest in the world, far bigger than the Astros, Texans, and the Rockets, with all due respect from a global perspective, and that is Real Madrid, who is supported all over the world. And the captain of England, who lifted the World Cup the year before, was playing for West Ham United. That's 1967. It's phenomenal. Then I would have said, hey, by the way, you know who else played in the Astrodome? A guy named Pelé, who scored over 1,000 goals, and he's the only man that's ever won the World Cup 3 times, with Brazil, who's won it 5. He won it in 1958, 1962, and 1970. In 66 in England, they kicked the living you-know-what out of Pelé, and that's why he exited that tournament injured. And then he came back the following year with the great team with Carlos Alberto, which some call the greatest World Cup team ever. But Pelé played in there. Pelé was in Houston at Del Mar Stadium for a UNICEF game when I was playing for the Houston Dynamos to play San Jose. Now, I might not expect you to remember that, but we have to tie this in so that we remind people we're not newbies to this thing down here. The reason soccer is coming here and the World Cup is coming here is because of all the people that are involved with it. And it's a lifestyle and it's a passion. All the people that went over to Energy Stadium for all these games put on by LSE and, went to these stadiums and bought tickets. I mean, we've had so many memorable big games from Copa America to Gold Cup. Obviously in Energy Stadium. And we've had big games in Shell Energy Stadium, too, with Lionel Messi playing in there. And the Dynamo, the Dash. The Dash crowds, that's a whole work in progress. But, it's a group effort here, right? So, I hope we can tie that in more. I'm trying to do that with this show, and I'm trying to do that with each and every day. I'm putting out a little factoid about the World Cup at Twitter, Glenn Davis Sock and Soccer Matters GD. All right, we're going to take a break here. That's soapboxing there. Other than that, though, listen, I don't want it to sound like it wasn't a fun, upbeat event. It was. But you got to tie in the soccer community. You got to tie in the depth of knowledge of it, because it's a big miss if you don't. And there are people in that room that need to know about these interesting pieces of soccer history in as good a soccer city as there is in America, in my opinion. All right, we're going to take a break here. A quick word here for our friends at Nico Nico's Greek and American Cafe. Go in there, say hello to Dimitri. They've got 3 locations. I was there yesterday. He's got a great caricature of himself. I just put it out on Twitter on the front of the olive oil they sell. But I love the caricature of him that was done by some artist. It's great. But Nico Nico's is an institution. It's Greek and American Cafe, the best in Greek food. 3 locations, new one in Woodlands, I-10 and the Beltway, and my favorite in Montrose. Let's take a break. We'll come back. Dynamo Talk next.
You lift me up to the crystal top so I can see. You lead me on till the feelings come and the lights that shine on.
Subscribe to ESPN Houston for free on YouTube.
Danish inspirations, timeless, contemporary furniture since 1982. Our invitation is for you to come in and sit down in a stressless leather recliner and sofa. Probably the most comfortable seating in the world. A great way to watch a great soccer game. Go to DanishInspirations.com and Stressless.com to fulfill your comfort goals.
Danish Inspirations.
Glenn Davis here for the Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm are personal injury attorneys ready to handle your case. If you get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident, work construction, drive an 18-wheeler, or work in a refinery, well, if you get in an accident, you need the expertise of the best in the business. The Daspit Law Firm, DaspitLaw.com. 713-CALL-NOW, 713-CALL-NOW, bilingual. The Daspit Law Firm, passionately pursuing justice for the injured, proud sponsors of Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code YEAR to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code YEAR for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The race is on at Sam Houston Race Park. Come out for College Night on February 7th and Wiener Dog races on February 8th and 9th. Live thoroughbred racing, food and drink specials every weekend, and brunch on Sundays. Only at Sam Houston Race Park.
Join Jalen Petrie, the Houston Texans' Walter Payton Man of the Year nominee, in supporting kids' meals to feed Houston's hungriest children. Help Jalen raise $30,000 before the big game at feed5more.com. Every dollar counts. Donate today.
Hey, Houston, it's John Granato. When you're shopping for a new truck or SUV, you want straightforward pricing and zero surprises. And that's exactly what you'll get at Chastain Ford. No dealer add-ons, no hidden fees, just a hassle-free experience on the Ford you want, like the tough F-150 or versatile Bronco Sport. Visit ChastainFord.com today and experience the difference of transparent car buying. Chastain Ford, Houston's trusted dealer, ChastainFord.com.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, we're bringing you back with the band The Cult. This is called Coming Down. Our friends at Cactus Music would love this. Our great friend over there, Quinn. Best in vinyl, best in CDs. Get over to Cactus Music. Like I always say on this show, it's like going into, there's so many things going on in there. You may end up in there for a couple hours because so many cool, it's used vinyl, pre-owned, new vinyl, CDs. I mean, you name it, they have it. They got memorabilia in there, great T-shirts. If you're looking for some fun T-shirts, they got them too. So it's awesome. So this is Ian Asbury and The Cult, as we welcome you back. Okay, couple of things I want to get into here. We're going to talk some Dynamo here. We're going to talk some Liga MX. I do want to remind you that the Champions League on Wednesday, I did mention Ricardo Pepi. I don't know if I said he got the game winner in a 3-2 win over Nek Breda, and there are PSV's at the top of the Dutch Eredivisie, 4 points ahead of Ajax. He has been generally coming off the bench, but he still is their leading scorer. So they're saying he will start against Liverpool in the Champions League. And I'll try to get some Champions League in here too. First, I want to go to Mexico. There's games tonight in Liga MX, America San Luis, Puebla, Mazatlan. Tigres Tijuana. By the way, the coach at Tijuana is a former Major League Soccer and Mexico coach, Juan Carlos Osorio, and he's in a matchup with Tigres and Veljko Paunovic. So there you go. But the one I'm focused on here today, which is really interesting, León and Guadalajara. Now, you know James Rodriguez ultimately went to León. So he goes to León. He apparently convinced Andres Guardado to come out of retirement at 38 years of age to play for León. And then you have Guadalajara and Chivas with, yes, from San Jose Earthquakes, Cade Cowell, the young American. You got Chicharito. And then you have Alan Pulido from Sporting Kansas City, who is now at Chivas. So there's a whole bunch of sidebars to that game. And then tomorrow night, you got Pumas and Toluca. And you got Coco Carrasquilla, who's debuted for Pumas in their last game, came on in the 58th minute. And this may be Hector Herrera's debut for Toluca after suspension that he had to fulfill in Mexico in Major League Soccer when he finished his Dynamo career being sent off against Seattle. So that's what you got going on there. A couple of Major League Soccer notes. By the way, Leagues Cup or Open Cup? What do you like better? 713-780-3776. 713-780-3776. Leagues Cup or Open Cup? Somebody make a statement. What do you like better? Dynamo are going to be in both competitions. Number of people have weighed in on this topic. James said the Open Cup. Leagues Cup is a worthless money grab. Okay, that's what James said about the League Cup. Davey the Chin said it's always Open Cup for me. Jose Benitez. Leagues Cup is higher quality of competition, but Open Cup has the history behind it. Overall, I like the higher quality for my club, so I'll go to Leagues Cup. That means you won't go to the Open Cup. Let's see if there's any other. There were some good ones coming in here. Brad says, Open Cup 11 times out of 10. Give me the competition with history. Brian says, this is a Brian says, Open Cup for me. I won't go to or watch a League Cup match, even if my life depended on it. Dang. Tell us how you really feel, Brian. I like that. Some passion behind that. John says, usually Liga MX games are on 2-0 for those who are trying to find that game tomorrow night between Hector Herrera and Coco Carrasquilla. And they could be on the field at the same time. Coco has not started yet. Is that a game you're interested in, Dynamo fan? I'm interested in it, and I'll tell you why. I want to see what type of level of fitness Hector Herrera's at, and I want to see Coco in his normal role with Unam Pumas, which leads us to the Dynamo DP. And the Dynamo and fans are looking at Osman Bukhari last year, $7 million Austin FC paid for him. Mirto Azuni, $12 million transfer fee. Brandon Vazquez, $10 million. Obviously, San Diego's got a clean palette. They can do all kinds of things to build their team. Atlanta's going big. They're bringing back Miguel Almiron. I love that story. Goes over to Newcastle. Transfer back to Major League Soccer. They're paying $12 million to bring Miguel Almiron back. That's a fee that's debatable, but it's somewhere around that. He's 30 years old now. He's returning in kind of a way, a player coming home to a club that he had great moments with. And they're going to expect him to be amongst the best in Major League Soccer. And you're getting a winger type with him, but he had 6 years at Newcastle. Pretty amazing. So I think New York City FC transfers an 18-year-old kid, Christian McFarlane, to Manchester City. They retain a part of the sell-on percentage. He's only 18 years old. The thing I like about this is a lot of times MLS teams will parlay a kid that they grabbed later in his career, and he was ours, and they will fail to give credit to the other youth clubs that had a piece in developing them as a player. This kid started apparently at New York City FC, for what I understand, at 11 years of age. That's a success story, and we're hoping to get more of that through the Dynamo, because the Dynamo have a number of young players coming through Dynamo 2, but these are guys that were, for the most part, Exxon Arzu, Obafemi Awadesu. He's a college draft choice from the Dynamo. That's good. He came out of Penn State. Sebastian Rodriguez. These guys are all going to get opportunity potentially here with the Dynamo not having made a lot of signings. There's opportunity right now. Also, I had put out that there was no legs to Mohamed Aboufani, who plays for Ferencváros in Hungary. Now, there is apparently some renewed interest in him. Now, I don't know if this chronologically comes a little bit later, but my sources say there is interest from the Dynamo. They are very far away in numbers, I think, but there is interest in him. This is a guy that's played for Israel. In Hungary, he played 38 times with 5 goals, built low to the ground, powerful, good technique. So I don't know. He could fit that role that we were talking about when it comes to a DP in the Coco Carrasquilla role. Now, you're looking for a better player than Coco in that role. Stay with me. Don't say, Glenn, how dare you say that about Coco? No. Coco was in a position where he sacrificed for the team because there were 2 other midfielders that weren't going to be moved for the most part, in Artur and Hector Herrera. Coco was in a very different position, and it was weird because I don't think he was as good measuring passes from a higher position on the field than when he's more withdrawn and when he plays a little bit deeper, like he does with the Panama national team. That's how he became the number 1 player in CONCACAF, right? Dynamo got $3.5 million for his sale to Unam Pumas. So stay with me on that one. You have to find a better player than Coco in that position. I'm not talking about effort. I'm not talking about hairstyle. I'm not talking about, we all know Coco Carrasquilla is a wonderful soccer player. But they need a player in that position whose skill set will include, to me, if you can get this, you probably can't get it all, which will include being a guy that can beat people off the dribble, being a guy that's going to help make Ezequiel Ponce and others around him shine, being a guy that in transition might go beyond Ponce and get a flick on and get in behind a defense, might be a guy that can play tight in combination, might be a guy that can uplift your transition game. There's a lot of things you want. You may not get them all, but this has got to be a player that becomes, amongst Amin Bassi, Sebastian Kowalczyk, Brooklyn Raines, and Artur, clearly your best attacking player in that role. And it has to be pretty definitive. Really does. So there we are. All right, we're up on a hard break. Coming up next, we'll talk more about that with the Dynamo head coach, Ben Olsen. Looking forward to having Ben on here tonight. Dynamo, we're shoveling snow to get their training in. We're having fun in the snow the 2 days we had. I got to tell you, my neighborhood was fun. Everybody was out. Kids were playing. Snowmen were going up. Dogs are jumping around in snow. People were in a good mood, saying hello to each other. Probably maybe they didn't have to go to work. Is it like that in your neighborhood, Brian?
Yeah, people were out that you didn't normally see out, and because it's so rare, it only happens every 3 to 4 years.
Yeah, I think Houston did a great job of staying home, staying off the streets, letting it melt, because we don't have the equipment for snow. By the way, I was a snow shoveler extraordinaire when I was a kid. Not only my driveway, I would also get some pocket change from the neighbors, me and my buddies. All right, we're going to take a break here. As always, a big shout out to Danish Inspirations, Modern Contemporary Furniture. Jan Christensen just celebrated a birthday. DanishInspirations.com for the best in modern contemporary furniture. I got a bunch in my house. Taking a break. Ben Olsen, Houston Dynamo head coach, next.
I'll sing along with you.
ESPN 97.5. Please stand by.
Morgan Wallen Live. I'm the Problem Tour 2025. 2 nights at NRG Stadium. Friday and Saturday, June 20th and 21st. With Co Wetzel and Corey Kent. Morgan Wallen. Visit MorganWallen.com to sign up for the artist presale.
I'm gonna need some whiskey glasses.
Morgan Wallen, Live 2025.
We're here with Santos Cabrera, sales manager at Gulf Coast Chevy Buick GMC in Angleton. Santos, what makes your dealership different?
Nosotros somos un dealer de familia, los dueños están en el dealer, llegan todos, tú puedes encontrarte al dueño en las oficinas, puedes hablar con ellos y cuando llegas donde nosotros estamos cerquita de Houston, somos un dealer diferente, te vamos a tratar como familia y vamos a darte los mejores precios en toda la área de Houston.
Gulf Coast Chevy in Angleton. Chevy.
Manejemos juntos.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm. That's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DaspitLaw.com.
Hey guys, Joe Blank here for Allstate Windows and Siding. If you're looking to give your home a facelift, forget about painting or staining. Buy siding from Allstate Windows and Siding instead. Allstate has a huge selection of colors, and their product is energy efficient and impact resistant from the wind and the weather like hurricane season can be. Call today at 832-204-1936. Ask about their $2,500 off a complete siding job. Visit allstatewindowsandsiding.com. Discounts are always available for senior citizens, military, and first responders. Get to Allstate Windows and Siding right now.
John Renato here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, this is the time for all those HOA people, and if you have a public pool, this is the time to get the stuff done at Houston Powder Coaters.
Yes, because everyone knows pool season opens Memorial Day weekend, so let's get that work done by April.
So you need to do it now because it takes some time.
Now, because yes, we do have a line of people trying to get their stuff done, and I want you in line with them.
And you guys are bigger and better than ever. You did the bridge in the Woodlands, Herman Park, the benches at NRG. You guys are all over the place.
Yeah, even if you think you don't know who we are, you've definitely seen our work.
And now Tesla and Samsung, what's going on?
Yeah, so we are actually branching out into the Austin market with the tech world. Austin has Tesla, it's got SpaceX, it's got Samsung, and we are there.
Wow, we're really smart now, aren't we?
We are. We're like Silicon Valley Part 2.
That's Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
Call me.
You are listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
Welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm. Final segment of the night tonight. We remind you, Nico's Greek and American Cafe, 3 locations, Montrose, up in the Woodlands, the newest location, and Beltway 8 and I-10 for the best in Greek food. Joining us now, the head coach of the Houston Dynamo. He is Ben Olsen. Ben, thanks for coming on the show to kick it off here in 2025.
Great to see you.
Yeah, nice seeing you and nice hearing your voice. Shorter or long off season for you?
It was long. But it went fast. Does that make sense? It was long enough to recharge. And I think that's a really important thing, whether it's a couple weeks, whether, last year, the previous year where we didn't have a lot of time, or last year where we had a little bit more. It's just important to recharge. And I think both mentally, physically for the players, mentally for the staff, and long enough to get inspired and make sure the energy's high because it's a long season. And again, I got away with the family. I explored Texas. I got down to see Big Ben, Marfa, and we spent 50 hours in the car together as a family. So I got plenty of family time, and it was a really good trip and a wild state, man. A wild state you got here, and it was a lot of fun exploring it.
Gets awful quiet out there, doesn't it? It's pretty amazing.
It's oil country and windmills. It was it's a neat. Neat
It's
state.
beautiful. All right, so let's get into some stuff here. First off, how about the health of Quinones and Lawrence Anali? Where are they?
They're both moving in the right direction. The Quinones, from the initial injury, it's been stalled at certain periods. It hasn't been the easiest recovery for him, but we feel he's on the other end of that. He's in trainings right now, but kind of with that quarterback bib where nobody can hit him. And that's a great sign. When I've been through rehab enough, when you're back on that field, even though you're not full in, it's just a much more exciting time. And I think he's in a good place to help us maybe a month from now, give or see how this goes. Anali's on target. His rehab is going very well. But his injury was later than Quinones's, so we just have to wait. That you have to give it the time to heal. You have to give it the time to get strong. So we anticipate him being a very good summer signing again. So we just going to redo that.
Ben Olsen joining us, head coach of the Houston Dynamo. They're heading to Tampa, Florida. They'll get some MLS competition. Back to Nelson and Lawrence. Are they a big part of maybe the solution for your attack now, based on the fact that Coco and Hector Herrera?
No, I think that's simplifying it. I think, yes, of course, profiles will change how you score goals. But really, we've spent a lot of time over even the last couple months of the year really dissecting how to score goals or put ourselves in better positions to finish out attacks. We spent a lot of time in the off season, and we've spent a good portion of the 2.5 weeks already on finishing out an attack. So yes, of course, there's individual brilliance, there's service, there's the right weight, there's all these things we talked about last year that let us down. But then there's also systematic ways to put ourselves in positions where we make our own luck, where it just comes a numbers game, where we have more box occupation, and that leads to scoring goals, and then that leads to confidence, and it can spiral in that type of direction. So we're addressing it both on the field. We're also addressing it with some of the profiles that we're going to bring in, and I know you'll ask me that soon enough about what's coming. Those guys have to be providers. They have to be able to finish out attacks for us, because if we're able to continue with being a good defensive team, a team that is cohesive and can still be one of the better teams defensively in this league, and we can continue to have the ball and put ourselves in the attacking third as much as we did last year, there's one piece that's missing to make us a very good team. But we have to do that in a collective way. We have to coach them up, and we need better profiles in there.
Ben, back to the box occupation. Through my lens, it seems, and I could be wrong, Ezequiel Ponce plays a lot of the game with his back to goal. How do you get him facing the game a little bit more and facing the goal?
Yeah, he's got to stay patient, I think, at times, but some of that is this frustration of not putting him in situations where he can have joy when he's running at the goal, and that means when we do get wide, we're in better situations for 3v2s or 2v1s to get ourselves in crossing opportunities for him to have easier goals than he had last year. But he has to fight some of that and make sure that he's at times more patient and not coming into the midfield when we don't necessarily need him. We have the right numbers in there. He was only here for a few months, and he scored a goal every other game. I think his integration into the team, it was pretty quick for a foreign player coming into a league. And I was really happy with his performance. And defensively, he, as I talked about with Ponce, I still think he's one of the best pressing forwards in the league. And it's our job collectively, because we know he can score, to make sure he's scoring every other game.
Ben Olsen, Houston Dynamo head coach, joining us here. We start the season with a big bang. You got FC Dallas coming in with former Houston area product Eric Quill coaching that team. And then it's the big one everybody's buzzing about. It's Lionel Messi and Inter Miami in game number 2. Just back to that signing, and we've had Pat on the show, and obviously this is going to be a big signing. Do you sense there's a pressure to make a big signing? Is it got to be a guy that essentially we look at and say is your best attacking player? And then the third part of this 3-part question is, do you have to get that done before April 1st?
I know your second and third question. What was the first question?
The first one is this a guy that has to lift the entire team next level?
Yes. Listen, anytime you're looking for a 10, anytime you're looking for an attacking piece who is going to be a designated player, he has to be one of your best attacking pieces on the team. He's got to have goals. He's got to have assists in him. It's a must. So, is there pressure along with that? Of course. This is no different than last year when everybody was saying, "You don't have a forward. You don't have a forward. You don't have a forward." Right? That was the narrative last year, and we got a forward, and he helped us. So this is every year. You're going to lose players. You need to replace them. You need to make sure your scouting department, we're proactive and we're ready for Coco to leave. We understood Hector was potentially going to leave. So, and then even when you do all that right, you still go down a lane with someone you like and it doesn't work out. Whether it's the finances, whether he doesn't want to come, whether his wife doesn't want to come. There are so many scenarios in again, it's not a perfect science. It always just doesn't work out. And sometimes when you can't overspend and go, just keep throwing money at it to get these players, sometimes it's about threading the needle. So we got to be patient, and we understand what we need very clearly. We've talked about it. I'm sure Pat's talked about it as well. Coco's gone. We need a replacement in there. Hector's gone. We need a replacement. Those are 2 damn good players. And those players may not look and play just like Hector and Coco. They're very unique players. And some of them, we may lose a little bit with those signings, and we may gain in some other areas that maybe Hector and Coco don't possess. So that's what we constantly are talking about. What are the attributes? What's the profile of those players to now continue with all the good that they brought us? But also, can we now get a little bit more in the attacking third? Maybe it's more running off the ball. Maybe it's more box occupation. Maybe it's more service. Maybe it's set piece ability. So all these things come into play when we're talking about filling these voids. And those aren't the only 2 that we're trying to place. We're still adding depth in a few different areas. So I anticipate 3 to 6 signings coming. And then to your last question, I think is when and what's the urgency? The urgency is yesterday, every day. It's now as quick as we can get these players in, the better. But as we always say, right, it has to be the right ones. And at times when you do need players, you can make mistakes and you can push the gas and maybe get someone that's not perfect for you. And then sometimes you have to do that, or sometimes you have to wait for the guy that you want. The winter transfer market is tricky. And I know you know that.
Ben Olsen, Houston Dynamo head coach. So back to that positional thing and the type of player that could be brought in. Let's say it's a player that was in Coco's position that might be more natural to it. It could be a big upgrade. What type of player do you want there? Do you want a guy that's going to beat somebody off the dribble? What are some of the characteristics that you're looking for in that Coco higher position?
Well, I think a player that can join the box from those positions and give us more threat, more of a vertical threat in behind, service, being a guy that can provide, whether it's slipping balls into Ponce, whether it's from the edge, some service to the back stick with some real fire. Does he have set piece ability? Can he enhance us in our service, both on corner kicks, but also in and around the box? Is this a player that can get 3 to 4 goals or in and around the 18 when Kowalczyk and Bassi are getting fouled in these areas? So there's a lot to it. But he also has to be comfortable in the pocket, and we're still playing with kind of that 3-box midfield, and he's also got to be able to be on the half turn and drive and add +1s and complement kind of Griffin on that side. So we're looking at a lot of it, and you're not going to check all those boxes, Clint, right? I want 10 different things out of that guy, but I need $30 million to get that guy, right? When you go down into where you're spending, you're only going to check so many of those boxes. Some of those are imperative. Some of those we have to check, and then again, there's some that we will give to get the other thing because you don't get it all.
Andrew Tarbell, number one, it's been made pretty clear. Does that change your build out of the back a little bit differently? Do you become a little more direct, or
at times? And I don't necessarily think that's a bad thing. His range of passing is, it's, to boil it down, he can kick farther than Steve. But guess what Steve can do? Steve is better with his feet in tighter spaces, right? Again,
you might lose him to the NFL if you keep talking like
that's
that.
right. So that part, yes, we now have a forward that is a real presence and can deal with some more vertical 60-yard balls and make a meal of it, make it tough on those defenders. And we have guys that are willing to pick up seconds. We have guys that are willing to run off. Again, that's not a knock for Steve. Steve helped our possession. He was unbelievable. Steve was unbelievable for us for 2 years. But yes, profiles that now are starting that are a little bit different. Yes, we as coaches have to understand that, and we can't change him into something that he's not. So, of course, we're still going to want to play. We're still going to ask Andrew to build out of the back, but we're not going to ask him to do some of the things that Steve did. It just doesn't make sense. We want Andrew to succeed, so we're going to set him up for success, but we also want to challenge him to still let us build in a way that is similar to last year.
And I would assume that means discussing with the likes of Eric Sviatchenko, Mikhail, your outside backs. Hey, you guys have to play a little bit differently with Andrew Tarbell.
I think you're making maybe a little bit more of the differences between the two. I don't think we'll ask that much more of or less of the structure around Andrew when he receives the ball or what we do in goal kicks. Other than that, some of the improv nature that Steve had, we'll try to, I think, make it a little cleaner. And that was one of Steve's strengths. He could really smell these +1 numbers in there, and he's super calm on the ball. And Andrew, again, we got to make it very clean on him, but we did that last year. And the one thing Steve had was, experience and feel.